Ronald McDonald House, and something in my room. There was a noise and a thing in my room at Ronald McDonald House. My daughter, who's also a Redditor, suggested I post the story here. After chewing on it for several weeks, I'm not really sorting out what I believe about the situation. I've chosen to follow her suggestion. I neither believe nor misbelieve in much of anything outright. Typically look for what answer is more likely than not, and then make my decisions from there. I've had what I have accepted to be paranormal encounters. I've had encounters that most certainly seemed paranormal in the moment, but turned out to be very boring and sadly dismissible. On this, though, I think I'm trying to find any other plausible answer, because this was much too much to dismiss, but also too much to be real. My daughter has fairly severe scoliosis and has some comorbidities, and her care requires us to travel out of state where there's a specialist that can treat all of her conditions as one. As a result, we stay at Ronald McDonald House during our stays. We've done so for many years without incident. It's a lovely alternative to hotels, and when things get heavy, sometimes it's nice to be alone, but still with other people who understand the fear and struggle, so I always felt comfortable and safe there. We are, unfortunately, there far more often than we would like. This particular trip was for a spinal fusion. It was going to be complicated and involved. We were prepared to be there for quite a while. The room was lovely, bigger than our usual rooms there. The only real difference aside from how nice it was that it was next to what I assume was the large old heating and cooling units for the building. One door away from the fire escape stairwell. I'd never stayed in this area. The building had been renovated and a very large addition wing was added. We were on the old side. The heating and cooling sounded like a jet engine. No exaggeration, like when it kicked on, and it did occasionally rattle. Well, not only that, but rattled the walls and the whole house. And by the way, this will be important information for later. It was so loud that I wondered how families with struggling children could tolerate the constant rumbling noise. I really can't express how very loud it was, and that'll be important later too. So remember the rattling and the loudness. Our first night in the room, after we got settled into bed, the bathroom light turned itself on. The light's motion activated, and I noticed later that the motion sensor was sort of angled, so you almost had to walk diagonally through the door to trigger it. It wasn't something that could have been impacted by light from the TV or something like that. I found it odd, but thought maybe the outrageous rumbling could have somehow caused it. I was too tired to care. So we made a joke of it and fell asleep. Her pre-op appointment started very early and ran long. The next night, nothing, at least nothing exciting happened. The following night, I noticed an odd sound, like scratching on the wall, but different, more like a scraping sound. But it sounded like multiple objects scraping at the same time. Then the bathroom light would turn on again. This time, it really didn't seem related to the bomber jet taking off right outside my walls. Really sounded like it was in the room. I knew my nerves were shot, and I knew I was exhausted. I knew my mind was already coming up with a million scary things to worry about. So I convinced myself it was just the old pipes and ducts and that obnoxious machine being so close. So I fell asleep, and the next day was surgery day. Surgery was rough. A few challenges ensued, and she ended up needing a blood transfusion. A few other things too. And I point out these issues because I'm still trying to gaslight myself into believing that the most likely scenario for the rest of the story is that I was very tired. And I was in the older part of the building, with the equivalent of an aircraft carrier outside. I think I really want to believe that. Well, I went to our room alone that night. More exhausted than I think I've ever been in my life. I needed to be back to the hospital in a few hours. But after such a long and terrifying day, knowing she was resting peacefully and my presence would keep her awake, I chose to get some rest. I poured myself into bed, and I was just getting settled when the scratching started again. I was too tired to care. Then, the clicking. I don't know how else to describe it. Think of the sound of a smallish dog with 2 long toenails that they would make on a wood floor. Similar to that, but not exact. Seemed to be coming from the same area near the bathroom as before. I ignored it, and again, assuming it was just the machines. Then on the other side of the room near the other bed where a refrigerator was, the clicking started there. Then the large reusable bag on top of the mini fridge that held our dry groceries rattled as though it had been bumped or jostled. Then the scraping. And at this point I had to take notice. It wasn't changing based on the rumbling noise, it was just moving. Right on cue, the bathroom light clicked on. I can't properly describe how physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted I was after everything we were dealing with. And in the most annoyed mom voice ever, I said out loud, "I'm way too tired for this bullshit tonight. Knock it off." I wasn't talking to anybody in particular. I just think I needed to say it out loud. It stopped. I fell into restless sleep for a few hours. After the first night, I began taking pictures, just to post to my social media stories with some snarky caption about the obnoxious bathroom light, so I was able to document every time something happened. Mostly for my own entertainment, as I kept people updated on my daughter. I didn't see anything unusual in the photos, other than a light nobody had been near for hours, basically, deciding to be on after a series of other weird events. A few more nights of scraping sounds here or there in the room. The light turning on, but nothing further, at least until after 6 nights in the hospital. That's when she was released. Got her to her room and situated as comfortably as I could in her bed. After 2 nights in her bed, we figured out that it was increasing her pain, so we moved her to the pull-out couch bed. That's where she had more support. She could use the arms as bed rails, giving her freedom to move herself a bit. Her bed became sort of a catch-all for anything that we didn't want on the floor. So they were hospital items, adaptive equipment, medical supplies, and a few extra blankets and pillows piled here and there on the bed. My bed was closest to the bathroom. Hers was closest to the window across the room with the nightstand between. The fridge and groceries were at the front of that bed. The couch bed was against the opposite wall toward the foot of the beds. You could see just about every inch of the room from all 3 beds, except for the bathroom, which could only be seen from the couch bed. This night in particular, the scraping started again, along with the clicking and tapping sound. She heard it too. Then the bathroom light turned on. We both remarked on the situation, and I explained that I'd been hearing it all along, trying to dismiss it. She had seen the bathroom light each time, and she was there, but now the clicking was more like audible or forceful. I don't know the word to use because I still don't know what it was, but then the sound was back near the groceries. We're both trying to ignore it, certain the combination of fatigue, emotion, and everything else that was causing our minds to add scenarios that weren't really necessary. You know that feeling you get when you know you need to turn around, but suddenly you just don't want to? I'm sure there's a name for it, but that's when I've got the explanation for what happened next. Turned my head toward a regular bed where the extra belongings were stored, and I don't really know what I saw. I just know I saw it. My eyes were well adjusted to the dim light, and I was tired, but certainly aware and awake. I was sober. My mental state was fantastic since my daughter was safe with me. Procedure was over and we're moving forward. I feel like that's important to note, given that I truly want to understand what comes next. A head slowly came up from between the wall and the bed, where the extra blankets were stacked. That's probably maybe 8 or 10 inches above the mattress. It was hairless. The skin was an unnatural pinkish hue, like the color of a healed burn, I guess I could describe it, but more peachish. Was that a word, peachish? The ears and eyes didn't make sense. The eyes were dark and abnormally large, taking up an unreasonable amount of the face. I don't recall seeing a nose, and there could have been one, but I didn't notice or I don't recall. I did notice that the mouth was more like a long, closed slit than angled down at the sides. I didn't notice any lips of any sort. The head was disproportionate to glimpse of the shoulders I was seeing, like how toddlers' heads seem way too big for their bodies. The head and shoulders were similar in size, with the shoulders only slightly wider. Whatever was draped over them was ill-fitting and dark, probably black. The head rose up as though it was slowly standing, then slowly lowered back down, as though it saw me watching and chose to hide again. The thing is, it didn't make any sort of acknowledgement of me seeing it at all. I didn't feel any sense of doom or anything, just an unsettling feeling that I had very clearly had seen something in a room, in the same area as the clicking and scraping. Whatever it was didn't seem to even care that we were even there or present. The movements weren't fast or jerky, it just seemed to slowly stand then lower itself back down. I didn't see this out of the corner of my eye, I was looking directly at it. Once it lowered back down again, there was no more sounds or disturbance that night, nor the 3 nights we were there. I was afraid of scaring my daughter. I know I couldn't move her even if I wanted. During this whole ordeal, the elevator was broken. Couldn't get her down from her 3rd-story room. And to learn from the people at the desk what I was going to do if there was an emergency. Knowing under emergency circumstances, we would just use the stairwell that was close to her room, but the kid couldn't move. She was in blinding pain, fused from her skull to her rump. Just getting her to the bathroom was an entire production. We were stuck where we were. Whatever this was hadn't caused any harm, it was just unsettling. I was far more terrified of just trying to move my daughter and all of her medical and adaptive equipment out of her room. Where do we even go? Ronald McDonald House has a wait list in summer. There's no other rooms. Hotels in the area run $200 a night anywhere near the hospital. So that was out. Chose not to tell her what I saw until the drive home. I'd noticed very few other odd things missing from our belongings, but I assumed I'd just misplaced them in my exhaustion. I trusted that no one from the facility was stealing. Few of the missing items were stored next to several $100s cash that I didn't want to carry on my person. I know leaving it in the room isn't ideal, but that's what I did. If someone was coming in and stealing, I would assume they would take the items of value or straight-up cash, not random snack food or little trinkets. Certain I had somehow lost my mind and misplaced them, I'd mention it to my daughter each time something new vanished, kind of like a ha-ha, see how tired Mom is. I'm so dumb I misplaced one singular package of gummies today without even remembering touching it. I can't stress how hard I was trying to convince myself that everything was normal and could be explained away. On the very long drive home, I told her the full story, mainly as a distraction to keep her from focusing on the discomfort of being shoved into, then trapped for 12 hours in a very small car without being able to bend. I told her everything, day by day, the missing items, the sound, the light, finally the figure. She asked me to describe it, and I said no. Felt crazy. Certainly didn't want to open my mouth and confirm it. Wanted her to laugh with me and tell me how tired I must have been, so I just could get a mother-daughter moment of reminding her how happy I was that I was there with her and I didn't mind a bit. That's how the story needed to end for me, so I could go on with life and forget about it. Instead, she started asking very specific questions. I answered her honestly, but reluctantly. I won't lie to her, so she knew I would answer. She asked very particular questions about the size and shape of the head and shoulders, the eyes, the mouth, the tapping, the scraping that she also heard and when items went missing. She then said she believes that I saw a crawler. I didn't know what that was. I'm not certain I fully understand what it is now. She asked me what other entrances were near her room, because she didn't ever really know. She was in the hospital most of the time, and when she was there, she didn't venture out except to go to the appointments and only left in one direction. So I told her about the old stairwell, one door down from ours. She went on to tell me a variety of things, then looked up more information and stories on them. I suppose the details fit, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. For reference, my daughter just turned 18 while recovering from surgery in Ronald McDonald House. so she isn't prone to storytelling or wild imagination. She's a young woman, well-educated, and really likes cryptids. She studies weird stuff, and I think it's great. She doesn't partake in any mind-altering substances, though obviously was on pain meds and, following the procedure and all that. I thought I brought home my deceased boyfriend's soul. I didn't. My boyfriend passed away and I did a stupid thing. Now, maybe something else came home with me, but I watched my grandma do her own cleansing of the house. She has this small but deep iron pan that she fills with burning charcoal, and she puts yellow and white crystals on top of the coal to burn with it. The intention was to fill the whole house with smoke and hope to purge out the bad spirit. Luwap is what she calls it. Very much like fumigation, and the smoke smells calmly, and kind of oddly enough, it doesn't hurt my eyes. This doesn't really bother me. Looking back, it was selfish of me to want to bring Chen home with me, since that means that he won't get eternal rest or he won't get, reincarnated. The next morning, I asked Grandma to come with me and to apologize to Chen's family about my mistake. I moved to give me peace and show my penance. Fortunately, they understood what I did, as we all call Miss Chen, and told me I'd been forgiven. We were about to go home when Aunt Nana, Chen's mother, pulled me by my right shoulder and stared at my neck. "Those marks," Aunt Nana said. "Chen has those marks too." She was talking about the burnt, choking marks on my neck. Chen was holding his neck when he saw him lifeless. A lot of things rushed into my mind while Grandma just talked to Aunt Nana to calm her down. What if Chen didn't die peacefully in his sleep? What if whatever I saw last night killed him? Like how it attempted to do to me. This thing caught him. Will he ever find peace? Who is this burnt lady? What does she want with us? Before we left Chen's house, Grandma performed her luwap too, and Aunt Nana burned some incense at Chen's peace. She also created a salt path around the house for added peace of mind. "Grandma?" I called while walking on her way home. "Yes?" "If whatever choked me down last night killed Chen, what will happen to him? What will happen to me?" I asked and stopped in my tracks with all the superstitions and rituals that she knows and follows. She must know something for this. She sighed and looked back to me in her sincerest way. "There are some things we can counter and some things that we should not meddle with." She held my hand and pulled me so we could start walking again. "We can counter whatever's on you right now. We can do all the rituals that we have and hope it goes away." Then she stopped. She didn't face me. Her eyes remained focused on the clouds. She gripped my hand tightly while saying, "As for Chen's soul, we should not meddle. We can pray for him, burn incense, appease the gods and all, but we should never meddle with life and death." I skipped school today and followed every single ritual that Grandma asked me to do. I bathed in salted water. I helped her lay in the salt path around her house. We even put salt lines by her windowsill. She still did her pag-luwap again, but that was sundown. She gave me a rosary to put underneath my pillow, too. Grandma's a Catholic, but her father, bless his soul, was a shaman. So she inherited his book of healing and rituals with his passing. It's a weird mix of strict religion and traditional wisdom, but if it works, it works. That night I left my lights on. I even drank a cup of salted water. My kidney fails, at least my soul might still be saved. I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up and browsed Instagram. But it aches to see goodbye posts and memories for Chen by our mutual friends, so I stayed off and went to my room just to have a midnight snack. By the kitchen counter, I saw Grandma's iron pan, and beside it the jar full of crystals and the book of rituals. I grabbed the book, browsed it, and saw that it's both in Tagalog and in Latin. The first few pages were about herbs, what they cure, and when and where to find them. Then the rituals to diagnose whatever spirit or entity attached itself to a person or a thing. The rituals to purge and the rituals to communicate. The rituals to communicate. If it's in a ritual book and the rules are laid out pretty strictly, then maybe it's safe to follow. Maybe if I can communicate with Chen to know how he's doing. Reading the instructions and other notes, the ritual includes what looks like astral projection, meaning my soul would need to leave my body, so I could go where the dearly departed are. All in all, what I only needed was an item that belongs to whoever I want to contact, and in this case Chen, and a few phrases that will put the projection in action. If I want to get back to my body, I just simply touch it. Fair enough, easy enough. Now, what I only need is an item of his, and it'll be easy since I volunteered to help Aunt Nana store away Chen's belongings tomorrow. So I took a picture of the ritual page just in case Grandma hides the book tomorrow, and I went to my room to try to get some sleep. Morning came and I went to school, and that afternoon I went straight to Chen's house to help Aunt Nana store Chen's items. I managed to take home with me Chen's favorite black and gray t-shirt. I just waited for everybody in the house to sleep to perform the ritual. I also know that I'd be safe since I helped Grandma with the salt path and the salt line by her windowsills. I even drank the salt water. I promised myself that this is the last thing I would do for Chen, but I'll only do this to know if he's well in the afterlife. 2 a.m. came and I knew it was time. I wore Chen's shirt and chanted the required phrases. Slowly, I felt my soul being ripped from my body, as if I was riding a Viking's boat and my body being ripped into two from like push and pull motions. Burns. Somehow my soul was being thrown from my body, as if being kicked out and expelled from a door. I looked back and I only looked like asleep. So I proceeded to do my original plan. I must look for Chen. I went out of my bedroom and was immediately attracted to the smell of the incense that we burnt earlier in the day. I was kind of dizzy walking inside her house, as if nothing was really solid in the spirit world but for all this mist and lights. Finally managed to get out of her house. I saw the salt path that we had made. In the spirit world, salt was glowing like polished gold. It felt so warm and inviting. The salt path was no longer a path, though. From where the path was, the shimmering thin boundary rose, and maybe this is what prevented any bad spirit from coming through. I walked through without a problem. I only felt kind of fuzzy and a really warm feeling all over me. Now that I'm out, I just realized that here in the spirit world, it's odd, but there seems to be no time. It's not day nor night, and there's no souls wearing old clothes, and there's those wearing what looks like stuff from present time, all just wandering around, as if not noticing each other. If Chen's soul is wandering, where would he be? Would he still be by the cemetery? Would he be by his house, where he passed away? I was still lost in my thoughts, and I saw Chen walking past me. I was almost shocked that I froze in my place, and I barely managed to snap out of my senses to follow him. He's in his school uniform. He seems to be walking home. If souls could shed a tear, I'd be crying a river, since my heart's pouring out from cherishing this moment that Chen just looks alive and well. He went home into his room, laid down as if getting ready to sleep. When it looked as if he was asleep, I went closer to touch his cheek. He then opened his eyes, looked straight at me as if it was like in a dreamlike state, and he smiled, and I hugged him. "How are you? Are you well? I hope you find peace." That's what I said as I hugged him and cried in his chest. I shed no tears. I know that, but crying my heart out. I'm just so happy to be with him. Next thing I knew, he was struggling as if trying to push me away from him. "Chen, what are you doing? It's me. Calm down." He must have been re-experiencing his death. He might be in the unending loop of his last moments of his life. Tried to calm him down, tried to hold him, but he wouldn't calm down. "Chen, it's okay. It's over. You can rest in peace now." Kept on saying this while holding his face with my hands, trying to call him back to his senses. "Mom!" he screamed with horror in his eyes. "Chen, look at me," I begged. When he managed to look at me, I was horrified with what I saw in his eyes. Burnt skin and bloodshot eyes, but it's me. I'm the one with him now, not her. I was so lost in thought that I didn't really notice Chen stopped struggling. My hands were in his face, and they were now by his neck. My fair hands are now burning black and red like charcoal. I lifted my hands, and burning marks appeared in his neck along with the bruises. Then and there, Aunt Nana entered his room, the most horrifying scream I've ever heard. As I looked back at Chen, I realized he was not reliving his death. This exact moment was his death. I don't know what was happening, but I truly hope that this was all just a dream. Ran downstairs, saw Grandma just performing her whoop in Chen's house. That means that everything is happening simultaneously. There is no time. As the whoop smoke reached me, I feel my eyes becoming warm. But I was not affected painfully, so I thought it was all fine. That was until I faced a mirror. With each smoke that passed through me, my eyes spilled blood, my skin ruptured with fire, but I still feel only warmth. But there is a salt barrier around Chen's house. But what's the use of anything? I ran through it and felt for the first time pain, as if I was being stabbed by 1,000 flaming needles per inch of my body. Chen's black and gray shirt was now as dark as charcoal. If material things could burn in the spirit world, it would burn with me. I came back to our house with every intent to go back to my body. I saw the salt barrier again. I tried to run through it, but my face and arms burned so hard that I fell back in the bush behind our house. Grandma looked out her window and she threw salt in my direction. This was that night of the funeral. It all dawned on me now. If my soul has layers, then it would peel and burn one by one, starting from the salted water inside my body from the salt bath, from the rituals inside our houses, and eventually there'll come a time when only one layer will be left. I'll have no soul left to spare. I was losing hope. That's when I saw myself inside my bedroom walking around sobbing. For sure it was another time, like I threw pebbles at my window. Myself opened it like clockwork, but I can't pass the salt barrier without turning myself to ashes this time around. Like watching a stage play, I saw myself walking and breaking the salt path, to which I rushed and climbed up to my window. I saw myself standing by the window, and I know this nightmare will end soon, if I can just touch my body. But myself rushed toward the door, hearing Grandma knock on it. With all the strength that I have, I ran into the window but stumbled. I needed to grab the closet door just to stand up. My soul was definitely drying up. As I was able to stand up, I climbed up the bed, saw myself touch my face, but nothing happened. Can't come back. Touched my face again, and then my neck, my head, but nothing's happening. In my panic, I tried to shake my other self, but I can't come through. I saw myself struggling and realizing that this was the first moment when I saw the burnt lady. Myself and I met eye to eye, and I saw the horror in her eyes. I am in pain. I am in rage. I am turning to ashes, and I cannot come back. Is it the salt bath? Is it the salted water that I took? Swoosh. Grandma came in and threw salt at me. I almost thought that my soul was going to turn to ash, and luckily it didn't. I managed to hide underneath my bed. I heard my family try to wake my other self up, and everything went back like clockwork. I hid until, at the exact moment that I left my body, and with what was left in my soul, I tried so hard to come back to an empty body in my bed. I was crawling from under my bed, and I touched my foot, and I was able to return to my body. But it feels different now. It feels like my burnt soul fits loosely within my body, and I find it hard to move. I can't feel my arms and hands, and I can't move a muscle on my face, and I screamed with my throat, and I realized I still can't move my legs. I struggled to get up. I hit the door with my body, so it made a sound. Fortunately, my grandpa's a light sleeper, so she came rushing to my room. She stared at me, and her face looked like she knew what had happened. She yelled for my parents, and I saw them coming before losing consciousness. About 6 months had passed since everything happened. It took a lot of physical therapy sessions before I could properly move my hands and arms again. My face looks as if I suffered a stroke. And a stroke is also what had made my parents believe to have, be the thing that actually happened. But only Grandma and I knew what really happened that night. I dare not touch the book of rituals again. Typing this the first time I got control of my finger muscles, so as to warn other people not to follow what I've done. In my most desperate moment, I thought I was helping a loved one, but it turned out I caused his demise. I understood now what Grandma said. You should never meddle with life and death. Three strange things that happened in our apartment in or around 2014. I recently came across the subreddit. Thought I might share my wife's and my stories, some strange things that happened several years ago. My only real first-hand encounter with possibly paranormal happenings. It's a long read and a crazy story if you care to hear it, but I promise you it's entirely true. Before my wife and I got married in 2016, we lived together for a few years. In an apartment in a small Pennsylvania town where I grew up and went to high school. The apartment was a house that had been divided by levels, with the lower having access to a dirt floor basement for storage needs, the upper floor having access to the attic. We lived on the second floor up until about 2015. That's when the lower and larger half became available, and at that point we moved downstairs. Wasn't a father then, but I still appreciated the dad joke of telling people we were really moving up in the world. Indeed. The strange things that happened while we lived there all occurred on the second floor. Nothing ever really happened while we were occupying the first floor. I've been very much into photography since I was in high school, especially portrait photography. And in the first 2 years or so of our relationship, I managed to photograph, edit, and frame 2 separate portraits of either of us. Similar angles, sort of a half-profile shot, if you will, with our faces turned 45 degrees relative to the camera. Neither of us looking directly at the camera, and of course smiling. I got 14 by 20 frames and mounted 8 by 10 prints in some black mats. The images themselves were black and white. The frames were heavy, so I used heavier than necessary little J-hook type hangers. First hung them on an interior wall of our upstairs apartment, so that in the images we were facing each other, albeit with my portrait a few inches higher than my wife's. We liked the aesthetic. On the least 3 occasions, my wife's portrait fell off the wall, while mine remained firmly put. It always happened while we were in the apartment. Nothing ever really significant was happening to my knowledge. Certainly nothing that would have caused any vibrations. The building was about 30 feet off the road. Didn't get much traffic, especially not any trucks or anything big. First time it happened, I figured I still hadn't, I'd used a large enough hook. But it was intact and not bent to any degree, and the third time her portrait fell, we swapped them side to side. Neither fell off the wall from that point on. So sometime after that, it started a new job. That was an aircraft engine manufacturing plant. There's a union, great benefits, and much better pay. I was to be a probationary employee for 60 days, after which point it would be almost impossible to be fired or let go. But in that 60-day window, I was warned by other employees that if I put so much as a toe out of line, I'd be told to go home, not to come back the next day. As you might not expect, I was very nearly let go on my second day of work for being almost late. On the evening of the very first day at that new job, a dear friend of ours invited us to a backyard cookout he was hosting. My wife and I both attended. We might have had 2 beers or lemonades or twisted teas or whatever. Plenty of food, and after a few hours thanked her friend and went home. I believe it's important to note that we were typically fairly heavy drinkers, and something of a tolerance built up to where 2 beers would have done little if anything to her functioning. Several hours later at around 4 a.m., I woke to the sound of shattering glass somewhere in our apartment. The very first thing I noticed was that my then-girlfriend wasn't beside me in the bed. I heard vague yelling and shouting, climbed out of the bed, opened our bedroom door, looked out into our dining room. Past that, our kitchen, the main access for our apartment, with a set of stairs that led down to the yard. Flashlights were aimed in my face. I heard someone ask my name, and it was a police officer, who I quickly as I could possibly say, "Yes, that's me," had my hands at the small of my back and in handcuffs. He wasted no time in marching me over the doors, like my bare feet, right over the sill. That's where he shattered the window so he could get in, continued walking me down the stairs into the yard. Nothing but my boxer shorts and an undershirt. There were 2 other cops waiting there. I don't remember the conversation verbatim, but they basically thought I had beat my then-girlfriend. The officer who walked me down grabbed each of my hands and inspected my knuckles, probably thinking he'd find blood or bruises. They asked if I had been drinking and administered a breathalyzer, which was too low to register anything. I came to learn the officer who retrieved me had been forcefully knocking on my door for more than 10 minutes, but hadn't been able to hear him, so he broke the glass to get in. One of the officers would tell me really much of anything helpful. Just that my girlfriend had always been taken via ambulance. Or, sorry, not always, but she had indeed been taken via ambulance to the emergency room. She was then still working as a waitress at a restaurant. She had brought a wad of bills home and placed them on our dresser a few nights before. My first thought was that we had been the victims of a burglary or robbery. I asked if one of the officers would go up with me to see if the money was still there. One of them nodded. They went back up only to find the money undisturbed. Plain sight, no less. Shortly after that, the officers left, and I quickly got dressed and got to my car to drive to the hospital. When I found my then-girlfriend in one of the bays of the ER, I was horrified to see her face mostly still covered in blood. Over the next few minutes, she filled me in what was happening. She apparently had sleptwalked, getting out of the bed, moving around to my side where there was a window overlooking the bare metal roof and the awning of the front porch below. She apparently managed to take out the metal window screens. Keep in mind, we had previously put an air conditioner in that window and had a hell of a time getting the screen to move up, let alone completely out of the window. And without waking me, climbed out onto the roof. It wasn't raining that night, but my guess is that as soon as she got onto that roof, her hands had nothing to grab onto, and she fell face forward to the ground, about 20 or so feet below. She ended up tearing her septum clean through. Had to get stitches immediately. There were scrapes and cuts on her hands and forearms, and she had a headache from what I remember, but not too much else. All of the ER staff believed she had been sleeping. The fact that she had been asleep may have prevented her from incurring more serious injuries, like a broken neck or a spinal injury. A few days after getting the stitches, her mother took her to a plastic surgeon to straighten her nose back out. It was a little crooked, and the stitches hadn't even been done properly. My wife had a severe allergy, medical tape, and adhesive. Despite telling the plastic surgeon and his assistants this, they fitted her face with a cast with a heavy amount of tape. Hours after leaving the facility, her face swelled up to the point of where she could barely breathe. She looked absolutely terrible, very much unrecognizable. Back to the ER we went. Over the next few weeks, she filled in the details of the story. Parts I didn't know. When she woke up on the ground, she was scared and disoriented, and unfortunately, we hadn't hidden the key outside her door, so she banged on the door for half an hour and I couldn't hear her. She got into her recycling bin and threw plastic bottles and cans up at her bedroom window, hoping she'd wake me. A neighbor had seen or heard her and called 911, came over with a blanket. She was only in her underwear. The police came shortly after the ambulance got there, and they questioned my wife but didn't believe her. Waited until the ambulance left before they attempted to wake or contact me. It was probably a few months after the incident, but my wife eventually told me, and only me, of something that had been bothering her for the whole ordeal. She told me she had a dream that night where she was sitting on the roof or awning, and someone or something was telling her it was okay to jump, and that it wouldn't hurt. She remembers not wanting to jump in the dream, and of course the next thing she remembers is waking up on the ground. The odd thing that happened is something I unfortunately can't place definitively in the timeline of the other events. I believe it was after her sleepwalking incident, but it could have been before. I woke up one night early in the morning in bed, and as soon as I was conscious, I saw what I thought was my then-girlfriend walking through the doorway of our bedroom, into the dining room. Thought it was my girlfriend, as this person had long dark hair and the height seemed identical, although they were wearing a white nightgown, which I don't believe she had, but at any rate, I was awake enough to believe that I had seen her walking out the door. I asked, "Where are you going?" Being rather startled and confused, my girlfriend was still in bed with me. She's on the other side of the pillow or two with some bunched up blankets, and she said sleepily, "I'm right here." I was really weirded out by that. Told a few friends afterward that I normally could have chalked it up to being still asleep or a hallucination of some sort, but I was too awake and conscious to believe that. I'd definitely seen a figure that resembled my girlfriend, and it was walking out of her room. I remember at the time, and especially after a sleepwalking incident, that we tried to research any history of the house. Couldn't find anything. The landlords were very sweet people. We never wanted to tell them any details of these things. They, of course, found out about the sleepwalking incident as they'd replaced the door, but they were more pissed about the cop walking over to the broken glass of my bare feet than the fact that they had to buy a new door. I do remember at one point my wife's mother suggesting we burn sage in the apartment, but I can't remember if we ever did or didn't. I don't think we've since tried to explain what happened, other than a weird string of coincidences. We don't talk about it really at all anymore. My wife's nose is a little worse for wear. She gets worse congestion, and one of her nostrils is smaller than it used to be. And unfortunately, her surgery and recovery caused her to be late for her next semester of college. She dropped out, worked minimum wage jobs for a while, and more recently, she went back to school and graduated with an RN this past May. She just started working at a local hospital about a month ago. That was on labor and delivery ward. Of course, we got married back in 2016, and now we have 3 awesome children that amaze us. The only thing I still think about from time to time is how things would have gone if she had broken her neck, which I think is much more than possible at the height that she fell from. Would I have been put in jail, and for how long? Would her family have believed me? Not the type of man that would hit, beat, or abuse their wife, but could people come to any other conclusion? I'll never forget running through the plant in the morning after my wife's sleepwalking incident. Actually, I was more so bolting through it. It must have been a sight to see a grown man running in steel toes at 7 a.m. Everyone started out as janitors at the plant, and another janitor, a sweet middle-aged lady, had been showing me around the first day. My eyes were so wide when I slid into the janitor's room that morning that it may as well have been golf balls. Bell rang, and I started walking to the maintenance area a short distance away. That's where all the janitors and maintenance personnel stood for the morning announcements. She whispered to me all along the way, "Why are you cutting it so close? You gotta get here on time." Started to tell her why I was late, but I stopped because why would anybody believe me in that situation? Hauntings I experienced as a child. So as a child, I experienced several chilling encounters before I even knew what a ghost or a demonic entity was. My first experience happened when I was about 5 or 6 years old in these government housing projects. This is in Ingleside, Texas. I remember so very often I'd have this dream. This dream where I was fighting over a toy I had with like a child in my dreams. Every time I would awake in the morning, I would have this horrible feeling over my body, kind of an extreme impending, like, dooming burst of anxiety. I also remember my mother would leave my bedroom door open and she stayed up past mine and my brother's bedtime. My brother's probably 2 or 3 in his crib where he would sleep on one side of his crib against the wall. I would sleep on the opposite side with my bed against the wall. I remember the glow of the TV lighting up the hallway, and it was casting a gloomy light over my bedroom. She would leave her door open on the same side that my brother slept. So one night, I recall seeing people in a white mist-like form. They were floating into my bedroom, one after another, like in a line, starting at my door, moving between mine and my brother's bed. Went into my double closet doors, where they would then disappear. I could make out every detail of the facial features and clothes that they were wearing, but it seemed as if they had no feet, like just floating maybe 6 inches or so off the ground. I don't remember them ever looking at me or even acknowledging that they were there, but as this was happening, I remember screaming, "Mom!" at the top of my lungs. My mom came running into my bedroom, and I told her, "Mom, can you please shut my door because the people keep coming into my room?" I know the dream with the child always disliking me, like fighting with me and wanting my toy, didn't seem to match up with this memory. But I just feel like it was a real spirit or some entity that somehow has to do with this place, or maybe just me and my family. Either way, thinking back on it, something about that kid in my dream always felt scary. It was always a pitch black room where we would quarrel with the toy in the center, but... Moving on. My memory's kind of vague on this. I don't remember if we switched housing numbers and moved to another unit or my mom switched my brother and I's room, but I remember we had a different bed, a big, maybe queen-size bed that my brother and I shared. I sat on the floor with just a box spring with the head of the bed against the wall. The door to the room was on the same side of the left, and there was a closet on the right side of the room that was maybe 5 feet from the bed and a double window centered about 4 feet away in the wall toward the center of the foot of her bed. Growing up semi-Catholic, my mom would come into her room during this time, tuck us in, and have us say like a prayer, like an Our Father prayer. This one night I remember my mom coming to her room for a nightly routine. In the middle of our prayer, I got this overwhelming butterfly feeling in my stomach, and I just burst into laughter. It troubled my mom so much that she raised her voice at me and said, "What's wrong with you? That's evil. You don't laugh during your prayer," or something along those lines. So I finally stopped giggling, started over and finished my prayer, and just proceeded to go to bed. Later that night I woke up, opened my eyes to the window. It was glowing yellow. It was glowing through the blinds from the streetlight outside, as it always would. But this time saw the silhouette of a creature hunched over, slowly walking past the glowing window. It was at the foot of her bed and disappeared into the darkness of the night side of the room. At the time, I knew nothing about demons or spirits. The only way I could explain the shape of this creature was he looked like the Count from Sesame Street, short and sort of hunched over. The even craziest part's like 5 years ago my wife and I watched a documentary on a hat man, this malevolent shadow figure. Well, this documentary intrigued me and sent down like a, pretty deep Google rabbit hole. While scrolling all the images on Google of the Hat Man, somebody drew a picture of the exact image I saw as a child. That hunched creature just moseying across with the glowing window behind it. This blew my mind. I don't really know why I didn't screenshot this image, but it's nowhere to be found now. At least I haven't been able to locate it again. Did someone witness the same thing I did? Maybe had a dream or a vision of what I saw. Either way, if you find this image or the creator, please share it with me. I'd like to get in contact with this person. So around 1996 or 97, my mother, brother, and I lived in an apartment complex in South Texas. It's called the Sun Valley Apartments. We lived in the second story of a corner apartment, and I remember my brother and I had bunk beds. My first experience in this apartment wasn't really bad, but I recall going to bed every night with an old TV on. We would always fall asleep to Nick at Night, like the Crosby Show or maybe the Munsters. Black and white shows of that sort. But between my bunk bed and the wall where our heads lay there was like 3 feet of clearance. That was to the side ladder that it was on, and I used to climb up this ladder to get to my bed. Well, one night, just as I fell asleep, I felt a very hard tug on my pillow. I began to laugh because, although my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, sometimes we'd break the rules and stay up playing quietly so my mother wouldn't hear us. As I proceeded to hang over the side of the bed and look down at my brother figuring he'd be waiting for me with some toys, I was shocked to see him as dead asleep, practically drooling. Called his name thinking maybe he was faking it. But it didn't take long to realize that he was actually asleep. I was still too young to know about ghosts, so I was mainly confused. Decided to go back to bed. My mother and I later had a really bad experience in this apartment and actually got my grandparents and a priest involved, but that story's for later. Although this story isn't crazy, it really happened. Looking back, I hope my kids never have to experience things like this. Later in my life, as I became a teen, I came to the realization that sometimes it's not homes that are haunted, it's the people. I had a lot of encounters growing up all the way into my mid-20s, and I'll continue to share them with you, and also the reason why I believe I was haunted as a child. I haven't had an encounter in years, but just because the physical encounters have stopped, doesn't mean that we aren't in a spiritual battle every day. Every now and then I feel an evil presence that sends chills down my spine and raises my hair. Especially after the massive Halloween party I threw last year. But I do combat them with prayer and it does go away. Stay tuned for the second experience I had in this apartment. The one was my first really bad experience. An attack that basically brought the onset of my night terrors as a child. And from this point on, bedtime for me was horrific for many years. So in our South Texas apartment during the early 90s, experienced the pillow tug as I told about my last post. My mother knew about this, but I still didn't really think she believed I was under attack. I think she thought it was just overactive imagination of a child. That was until the night that I called her screaming. So I recall sleeping on the top bunk of my bedroom. Not sure what time it was, but I don't believe it was too late because my mother was still up. The room was pitch black and I was randomly woke up from a dead sleep. As I cracked open my eyes, all I saw between my bunk bed guardrails was snakes. I remember them being dark shadow-like silhouettes with flared wings like cobra and red glowing eyes. They were bobbing their heads up and down from the rails where I was looking. They were in and out of view, one after the other. Had to be about 4 or 5 of them. I remember screaming, "Mommy!" and crying. My mother burst into the room, flipped the light on, and I could hardly get my words out, but when I did, my mother immediately knew what was happening. That was because she then burst into tears and yelled, "Leave my kids alone!" She went to check the closet, but I cried, yelling, "No!" That was because I truly believed they were hiding somewhere, but waiting for their moment to pop out. Cut forward a few weeks later, my mother began complaining that she would wake up in the middle of the night to something laying on top of her. She would fall asleep and feel the pressure above the blankets beginning at her feet. She would turn or move and it would start over until it fully just covering her whole body. She could hardly even breathe. She eventually got a hold of my great-grandparents, who were strong Christians, heavily involved in the Catholic Church. My great-grandparents called the priest and one day came over with him and blessed the apartment. Encounters came to an abrupt stop afterwards in that home, at least as I recall. Later in my life, I found out that my mother dabbled around in witchcraft. Not sure if it was during these times or before, but she always believed she was a medium that could help spirits. That was because when she was a child, after her grandmother from her mom's side passed away, she said that she saw her sitting on the bed one night and spoke with her. So spirits and the supernatural always intrigued my mom. I believe her actions in welcoming spirit for the dead brought all of this onto us, kept evil things that always lurking near. I don't believe she handled the situation well by crying and showing fear to these entities in front of my brother and I. She should have been strong for us, gave no fear to this evil. I believe if she would have been strong and true-hearted, she would have been able to, and also would have kept these entities from us and our households. But either way, shit happens, and I've spent most of my life quarreling with these demons. So far, I've managed to keep them away from the homes these past few years, so I've become a believer, you could say. One day I'll tell you guys about the good experiences with the Holy Spirit, but for now I'll tell the tales of the frightening ones. That's because sometimes it takes learning the devil is real to believe there's a higher power. There are negative and positive forces at work, and kind of just like war, study your enemy before battle, so you know what you're fighting against. Stay strong, my friends. Feel free to reach out if you ever need any advice. So of course I went back to a nearly forgotten graveyard, otherwise known as How Stupid Are You? Where was I? Well, right, Granddad said we should go again tomorrow night. I honestly don't remember if I slept much or not. That age, you could go for days. The next morning right after breakfast, Granddad said he was going to walk the graveyard and look at it in the daytime. Honestly, I have no idea if this man had a car. I was a really self-absorbed kid upon reflection. Naturally armed with sunlight, I was very interested in going back. Funny how the sun makes a difference in, well, what things look like. We left the house fairly early, like 10-ish. I really didn't keep track of time back then. Walked to the graveyard along the dirt road. In the light of day, it was a fairly pleasant walk, past fields for cattle and some, well, unused, apparently, but it was pleasant and I didn't have a sense of dread, which was nice. Couldn't tell you what time we got there, but it was early afternoon. Well, you just did. We walked right to the big statue of Christ at the end of the road. Kind of stood there looking around, getting our bearings and checking things out. And I'll be honest, I really don't remember who noticed which things, I just know what we discovered. We all went into detective mode and started looking around. Fairly quickly we saw that a grave about 10 feet from where we were, directly in front of where we were laying, had a statue of the Virgin Mary next to it. Maybe 2 feet tall, robed figure. Eerily familiar. Pretty much where I first saw, but whatever. We discussed this in great length and all agreed that what we saw was a robed figure, lightish on the outside, black on the inside. Upon reflection, I find it quite interesting that we didn't discuss what we saw until that moment. Obviously, it wasn't a 2-foot statue that approached us, but the similarity was not lost on us. We then went and looked at where it quote-unquote disappeared. And nope, no ditch, no depression, no secret Scooby-Doo hidey hole. Just flat ground. Pretty sure this was when Granddad told us that he was shouting with like an ancient Pueblo Indian chant to keep away the dead. I'm not likely to forget that. Can't remember the chant, but I know I heard it. Fortunately, that doesn't give me much comfort. I don't feel like I could shout K-Ray, it's a chant to keep you away, don't make me say the rest, and it would work. It was bright and sunny. And pretty hard to picture the terror from the night before, but we were investigators and I was personally invested. The graveyard went north about a quarter mile. Most of the tombstones were 50 years old or older. They were on the northern edge. They were much older. Than the other statue, there was nothing else. After about an hour, we went back to my friend's house. Granddad still wanted to go back that night and told us that we didn't have to go. It was fine if we stayed at home, apparently. I'm not sure what my reasoning was, but I was in for another go. I think that was the first time I realized that I might have a high threshold for fear. Maybe it was because I said I was in and he wasn't going to be left out, maybe because my friend was as stupid as me, but he was also in for the ride. It was agreed. We would go back again tonight, come what may. If you thought the hours moved slow when you were young, this was like dog years for a kid. That day just wouldn't end until it did. We were watching something on TV when Granddad walks up and says, "It's time." I felt like I was part of an A-team and we were about to run a mission. It was time. We left later this time, and I think we knew how long it took to get there. Of course, the goal was still midnight. It went so well the first time, and as we walked, I started wondering what was up with the ghost. Like, why did it come after my friend and me and not Granddad, who was just standing there? Started to be a bit concerned about it, to be honest. But we were nearly there, and I was sure that I wasn't going to wimp out. Got to the gate just before midnight. Who knew Granddad wore a watch? Stood there, looking at the gargoyle of the dark entrance. Yeah, full moon or not, it was overcast and dark as hell. We all looked at each other, took a deep breath, and my friend and I wimped out. "I can't do it, sorry." I don't know which one said it first, but the other immediately agreed. And just so we're clear, it was probably it was me who chickened out. But regardless, I'm glad we did. "That's fine, I'm going to go in there for a minute and look around." And there we are, slowly realizing that we're standing alone in a dirt road, surrounded by trees on all sides of the road, watching Granddad disappear into the darkness of the tree-covered entrance. He was just out of sight when we heard it. Somewhere in that graveyard, it was starting up again. My friend and I alone in the dark in the front alley, just fucking creepy graveyard. This was a bad idea. Without saying a word, we were just in a very in-depth conversation without running away. Like, wait, what? What happened to the other 2 with the 1 clicks. This is happening fast. 2 13-year-old boys alone in the dark, miles from help. Granddad's in there somewhere, but he's not here. But if he just comes for us, where's Granddad? Doesn't he know we have to go now? What if we just run? Will he be okay? What if we run and it finds us and Granddad isn't there? K-Ray, in a loud booming voice moving towards us quickly. Everything stands still, no wind, no sound other than the chanting of my Granddad. Then movement in the darkness coming towards us, moving fast. It's entirely possible we were holding hands at this point because it's like we were moving as one, no communication needed. 1 step, 2 steps. We're just starting to run when we see Granddad running down the narrow road out of the graveyard toward us. We stop and here comes help. It occurs to me that it's not a good sign that he's running. I don't know what level of scared shitless I was before I thought about why he'd be running, but I was plenty scared shitless and I realized Granddad was scared enough to run. Despite every inclination to run upon seeing Granddad, we stopped. We waited for him to get to us. It felt like years watching him run towards us. We were across the dirt road from the entrance, I guess like 12 feet away. Maybe somebody can tell like how wide an average dirt road is, but we were watching as Granddad came running towards us. At the time I didn't think anything of it, but upon reflection that man was pretty badass. He was full on jogging, no sign of age there. Out of the darkness of the tree line, he ran. I can't describe the relief I felt when he got to us. I knew I was completely out of my depth and just had no business being there. Granddad did. This was his thing, and now he was with us. We were safe. Thought you two might have run away. That's why I ran out. Didn't want you out here alone. That's what he said as he turned around to look at the graveyard. Nothing. Silence. We turn and start walking home. Many questions on my mind when I feel it. We all felt it. We all turn around and look at the entrance of cemeteries and walk away. I feel it long before I see it. Angry, hateful, violent in the darkness between the trees is another darker darkness. It's moving fast. I'm positive there was no sound, but in my head it was a loud scream. Full of anger and disappointment. This might just be my imagination, but shit was a bit out of control right then. And that's when I felt like racing up the strip of gravel that was the road in the cemetery was a cloaked figure that I knew too well. It was moving fast, incredibly fast. We started to run as it raced toward the gate. My feet are moving, we're starting to run, but not nearly as fast as this thing. I feel dread, hopelessness. I know there's no way we're going to outrun this, but I'm sure giving it my best. And just as we start moving, it flies down that road to the gate, moving so fucking very fast. It'll only take a second before it's on us. Yes, Kako. I feel weak, but I keep moving my feet, and it's so fast it's closing the last few feet to the gate, and we're running, looking back as it's closing in. Bam! It stops. Like it hit a brick wall, it stops the gate. We run. It watches. I feel the anger radiating from it. I run faster. I can't tell you how I ran while looking back, laser focused on the shrouded figure, twitching and jerking as it watched us run off, but it did. I ran like the wind, and so did my friend and Granddad. They had watched us far longer than we could. We eventually stopped running and walked the rest of the way home, and nobody talked. We got home, and my friend and I went to bed. I doubt I slept that night. Went home the next day and didn't go back to my friend's house for a while. His Granddad left a few days later and I never saw him again, but just before the next school year, that friend moved away and I never saw him again at all. Another friend of mine, actually a fairly new friend at the time, and would, well, later be with me for the next 30 plus years and then tell all the kids the story, but they did call Grandpa after I told them all this. I don't know exactly what was said, but at the end my friend said the 12-year-old equivalent of "oh fuck" had one person who believed me. That same friend. And I've had some pretty crazy things happen after that, but those are stories for another time. Besides, only one of them is a ghost story. The rest are just stories. When I'm not being the most average boring man, I tend to get myself in predicaments. If you don't believe this, I don't blame you. That said, every part of the story is true. I don't have answers. I don't know why us, why them. I've been back there a few times, not at midnight. I'm only partially stupid. Never seen anything like that since. The Little Boy. To start this off, I lived in an apartment with my now ex-girlfriend. She would always get her paycheck direct deposited into her bank account every Thursday night around 11 p.m. to midnight. I would walk to a nearby Circle K and use their ATM to take out some cash and get some stuff. There was one particular night when I took that walk to get cash that changed my thinking about the paranormal. Never believed in it before. I looked at her bank account information to see if it was deposited, and it was, so I went for my walk. There was this street I would take to get there faster. I would pretty much always use it, and as I was walking off the apartment property to get to that street, I noticed that the street lights were turned off. So it was very dark, but the only light that I had was coming off the houses I would walk by. Something didn't feel right to me, like there was someone behind me or someone staring at me. It's kind of unnerving, but made it down the street and kind of walked to the ATM. So I did my business, got the cash and stuff, and I'd usually take the same way back home. There was this corporate building with a huge parking lot that I would walk through to get to that street. I'd usually walk down because, well, like I said, it was faster way home. Once I start walking down that street, I see a little boy in a plastic tricycle riding on the sidewalk. And once I saw this kid, he had to be like 9 or 10 years old. I passed by him, asking where his parents are, and he just kept on riding without answering me. Very strange. So now I feel like I gotta do something about this. I mean, there's this little kid outside unsupervised and riding his tricycle around mid-afternoon on a school night. I became very concerned. I stopped and kept asking him where he lived, but he never responded to me. I almost called the cops, so now I'm getting even more concerned, and he keeps riding along the sidewalk near the perimeter of this house. It was this house that I would always walk by, and their lights were always on, so I decided to knock on the door. But this time, the boy had stopped right in front of this house and gave me a look like he was in trouble. The woman answers the door and asks me, "Can I help you?" I said, "Do you have a little boy? Because he's outside and riding his tricycle right now. It's the middle of the night, and I'm just letting you know." She gave me this very cold look, like she wanted to punch me or hurt me, like she was mad. Anyway, she told me to leave or she'd call the cops, so I left. Now, here's where it gets very strange. The boy was nowhere to be found. He vanished. I would have heard him take off on his tricycle since it was a loud sound, but he was gone. Started to think that this little boy was playing with me, but as soon as I got off the woman's property, a man came out of the house very upset. He was crying and asked me why I made his wife upset. Well, I told him why. I'll never forget his tone and his demeanor when he explained. What I saw was the ghost of his son that died 30 years ago. He told me he was hit by a drunk driver on the same street around midnight when he was riding his plastic tricycle and died instantly. At this point, I'm freaking out. Apologized to the man, told him that I'm very sorry, and to tell his wife sorry as well. The man walked back to his house, looked into the street both left and right, most likely to see if he could see his son, shook his head, and went to his house. So I finally leave for good. I'm scared and sad at the same time, and it's a very unsettling feeling. As I was walking home, I got to the end of the street to get back to the apartment. I heard the little boy again riding his tricycle. Started to cry, felt really sad, like a sadness I've never felt before. It was scary. This is the only paranormal thing I've ever been through. I still walk down that street whenever I would go to the ATM, but after that encounter, the street lights are always on. I never saw the boy again. But if I ever did, I told myself just to say hi to him and walk away. I was never scared again, and after that it felt like nothing could ever scare me. I told my ex about it. She never believed me because she She knew I didn't believe in the paranormal and thought I was just trying to scare her. She would walk down that same street to go to work, so to each his own, right? Poor little boy. Hope wherever he is, he's happy. Some of you may remember a couple of months ago when I told the story about a little boy riding his tricycle late at night when I was walking back from the Circle K. Well, found out from his own parents. That night what I saw was the ghost of their son that was killed by a drunk driver, and how upset they got. Well, I have an update, and it was a semi-encounter of that little boy. If you want to read my first post about my encounter, feel free to look at my profile and read it so to get a bit of understanding of what's happened. Anyway, this happened not long after my first post about my first encounter, which is weird. So I decide that I'm going to take a walk down to Circle K like I always do. Go there around 2 or 3 times a week just to, get ready for my walk. And there's a street that I take to get there faster. For those of you that, read my first post about this encounter, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I always think to myself, how am I going to act if I see him again? How will I react? But I always told myself after seeing his ghost to not be scared and to say hello to him if I see him. So I start walking down that street, walk past the house where the little boy was killed in front of, and all the lights were turned off. I got that eerie feeling again, like I'm being watched, so I just shrug it off and move on. As soon as I get to the end of the street, I hear his tricycle again after, so long ago for the first time it happened. That sound of plastic wheels hitting the soft rocks on the sidewalk of the street, I get the chills. I think, oh man, it's him again. After all this time, after my first encounter, it's him again. Well, I turn around, but I don't see him. But I hear that sound of his tricycle. Made me crazy. All of a sudden, I hear him laughing. Thinking it's all in my head, and either he's just trying to play with me or it's something much darker. I keep walking and start thinking to myself, it's going to be okay, don't be scared, don't panic. I get to the Circle K and get all my stuff and I start walking back. As I get to that street again, I see that house where his parents live at, and all the lights are turned on, they're all outside their front yard like they were looking for something. I awkwardly walk on the other side of the street to try to avoid them, thinking to myself, I hope they don't see me and hope they don't talk to me. But they did. So the father gets my attention. I walk over and I said hello, and he said, "Did you see him again?" Well, the hair on my blood stood up, so I just told him the truth and said, "I only heard him riding around and laughing, sir. I'm so sorry." This is where it gets interesting. He told me that he started hearing laughing in his home. He heard loud banging outside his door, but no one was there. Proceeded to tell me that he overlooked his security cameras in his phone for motion detection and saw me walking about 15 minutes before the loud banging and laughing happened in his home. I got the chills again. I said to him, "If you don't mind me asking, does this happen often?" He said it only happens around this time of year. And that's the my Anthony died. Fucking 1989. He would have been 38 fucking years old. He was crying heavily and said a couple more things, but I couldn't make it out what he was saying. He was just crying that hard. It seemed like he was saying, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." But now I got confirmation of the little boy's name, Anthony, and how old he would have been, which is 38 when the time of the years of these encounters happened. Well, my first encounter was about May or June 2019 when the father told me his son died 30 years ago, and how old he was when he died, which is 8. But what makes me feel so weird about this is that I am 38 years old, the same age that he would have been. I thought to myself, oh my god, it all makes sense now. I finally felt relieved on why I keep seeing or hearing this little boy when I walk down that street. We're the same age, and that's what we have in common. I felt like that little boy Anthony is comfortable around me because of how well in common we are. We said our goodbyes, and I told him I'm sorry you had to go through this. You're one of the strongest people I've ever met. Don't blame yourself for what happened, please. He replied with, I'm 68 years old. I don't have much time left. Hope I see him again one day. You have a lot of time left and you'll see him again. We shook hands and exchanged names finally. So I'm walking home. I felt so bad for those parents. The mother didn't even, want to talk to me, just like the first encounter. Felt like she was blaming me for the reason why these ghostly encounters of their son are happening. But I know that's not true. I just happened to be there when it happens. Anyway, I felt like I was holding on to my heartstrings after that. I'll now feel 100% confident about seeing the little boy now. I'll never be panicked or scared ever again. The Ghost of Maurice Zinderstein. In 2018, during a transitional period of my life, I just sold a home and wanted to rent for a while. Having been a resident of this valley for at least 14 years, I was totally surprised to have located a relatively unknown newly renovated former silk mill. This now elegant award-winning building was behind secured gates. It's in a pocket of wooded Allentown, Pennsylvania. The unit was beautifully designed. It had lofts with high ceilings and rich wood floors and original brick walls. The only unit they had available was 101. I was actually surprised that there was any availability at all, considering its beauty. My unit's door is about 15 feet from the main floor, so sitting in the middle of the lobby, under the protection of a security camera. It was the dead of night during my first week living in apartment 101. A very sound sleeper, so I was jolted awake when I heard 2 firm knocks on my door. I looked at my phone. It was 3 o'clock a.m. Hair stood on the back of my neck. I was immediately afraid. I slowly got up and approached the door. Apprehensively, I looked through the peephole. No one was there. The next day, I emailed the management and let them know what happened. They offered to check the security cameras during that time. I was hoping it was going to be revealed that it was a neighbor. Maybe it was a neighbor who'd been locked out. I honestly didn't know what explanation there could be for somebody to knock on a new resident's door at 3 a.m. The next day, management replied to my email, saying that no one was at my door all night. This confirmed what I thought, though. My physical response to the knocks told me that I already knew. There is a supernatural presence here. I never knew what people meant when they said felt like being watched. That was until I moved in there. It was constant. Subsequent talks with the other residents revealed that the knocks were quite common among the first few units down from mine, but no one seemed fazed. But a believer in the supernatural, I was compelled to find the story. Arduous internet searches turned up nothing. Allentown has a rich domestic and globally dominant silk, textile, iron mining, and railroad history, so these buildings surely had a role. In the age of the internet, we tend to assume searches will uncover everything, but since history was told and recorded by people, we don't always get the full story. And between the 1800s and 1900s, it wasn't easy to be alive, much less record things. But eventually pieces of the puzzle began to emerge. The story and name started to take shape. Then critical pieces came in the form of help from Angie at Allentown's Preservation Association. They directed me to David, that's at the city of Allentown. He enabled me to find the fire insurance maps. Sometime after the decline of the railroads, and before the Great Depression, lies the history of this property, with Trout Creek at its base, in the very southeast corner of Allentown. Due to its location and surrounding trees, many people don't even know it's there. The railroad next to it, hugging Trout Creek, is still very active. You can find retired engineers and train buffs daily, just sitting quietly in their cars with coffee, or out near the tracks in lawn chairs waiting for the trains. A map from 1876 shows Thomas Barber, otherwise known as Iron Man, listed as the property owner of the land. That's the land that Auburn Station sits on, as well as surrounding land framed inside the borders of the waterways. The word quarry is also on this map, which coincides with the previous map's quarry markings. Thomas, his father William Harrison, and his son Joseph were millwrights, iron makers, manufacturers of blast furnaces, mill machinery, gears, boilers, and more. The streets around the Auburn Street station have names such as Barber and Harrison. It appears the Barbers used it only as a quarry for their thriving business, and building that was a few miles away in their thriving downtown. Somewhere between 1876 and 1895, the Barbers sold the land to Maurice Morris Zinderstein. Maurice, his wife Anna, and their two sons Charles and Emil, they came to Allentown, Pennsylvania in 1895 from New York City. They were German immigrants. They built what was named Palace Mill on these beautiful grounds next to the quarry in 1895. In 1898, Morse's son Emil dies of typhoid fever, salmonella, otherwise known as food poisoning. Research states Maurice took it very hard and became unbalanced. It was written that allegedly Maurice blamed Emil's death on son Charles, and additionally accused their doctor of starving him. Later records showed this wasn't true, and his anger and unbalanced nature came from the death of his son and a man named Max Wolfe, the new owner of the Palace Mill. Records in 1899 state New York City resident Max Wolfe secured a financial interest in Palace, and then later retained full possession of the mill. Wolfe was then listed as owner of the Palace Ribbon Mill in January of 1899. Records then show Maurice was listed as silk worker employed as a foreman. Max Wolfe was now principal owner of the mill, came frequently from New York City by cab. Maurice's son Charles was listed as the superintendent. It was said Charles had some financial interest in Palace, but it was noted that there was a severed connection before 1899. It looks as though there is bad blood after the merge between the Zindersteins and Wolfe. The same year, sensational news. One of Max Wolfe's routine visits from New York City to the mill from New York City. He arrives in a cab and he's greeted by Maurice confronting him at the office steps of the mill. Note, these office steps are the very same steps to the present-day entrance, which are a mere 15 feet from the door of my unit. According to the cab driver that witnessed the whole thing, there was an animated argument with arms flying. Apparently, Maurice said Wolfe owed his son Charlie money for acquiring the mills. Maurice then fired 3 shots at Max with a revolver, was arrested the same day. It was big news. Newspapers widely reported Maurice felt Wolfe froze them out and thought Max owed Charlie money. Also reported Maurice lived in a house owned by Wolfe, but apparently Wolfe asked him to make improvements, and he allegedly never reimbursed him for that work. Maurice was then indicted for aggravated assault and battery. He had the intent to commit murder. He pleaded guilty and was fined $200, was sentenced to imprisonment in the county prison for 3 years. Then he was sent to a state hospital for the insane at Norristown, Pennsylvania. Prosecution stated that he was quote-unquote insane and a danger to himself and others. Requires restraint. More records show Maurice's mention of fighting in the German War, and in my opinion, the man may have had PTSD, and these events triggered a mental breakdown. Subsequent articles note Charlie's employees had great affection for him. He was highly regarded by all in the mills, which were primarily very young women and men. Sadly, child labor was rampant in all the mills in the area at the time. The children were mostly sent to work by their poor parents. Thankfully, more and more protests finally ended this, but only after many years of these children being robbed of their lives. Nevertheless, it was said Charlie was well loved and gave them cigars and candy when he retired suddenly. I believe this explains the very sad, quiet, somber feeling of this place. 1902, Charles died of typhoid fever. 1902, he was the age of 36. Wolfe continued to operate as owner with the Palace name. Max survived the bullets. He was only 50 at the time of the shooting. Despite his military background, Maurice had a terrible shot. In 1907, Maurice and wife Anna Marie both died within moments of each other. Although not with the mill at this point, because surely you can't keep your job after you shoot your employer. The silk industry thrived through the 1940s, dropped off at some point. Interviews with locals say the property was vacant for a while, then used as an antique market. Suffered trouble related to squatters and drug use in the 1980s. In conclusion, not sure if the knocks for help were from Maurice, but when I uncovered the story, I felt a sense of peace knowing Maurice's story was told. He came here to have the American dream, only to be terrorized mentally by war, heartbroken by sickness and loss, then swindled and betrayed by power and money. His sadness and the sadness of the child laborers loom. A benign yet hopeless feeling that roams the halls, sends knocks into the night. In an old, nearly forgotten graveyard. So first off, I admit I generally don't believe most ghost stories I hear. I mean, they are mostly made up. But that said, I have seen a ghost indisputable proof as far as I'm concerned. Let me take you back to when I was probably 12 or 13. Tell you a little story of how I thought I was going to die. For a little backstory, there was a graveyard in a small town, like 7,000 people. It was on a dirt road about a mile from anything, and lived on that dirt road just outside of town, so we could have horses. But a few miles from here, the graveyard was much further out. Everybody knew about it, and even had a great axe murder and ghost story to it. I knew where it was, but I'd never seen it. So when I was in 7th grade, well, somewhere between 7th and 8th, one of my good friend's grandfathers had come to town for a visit. I had met most of his family over the years, but had never heard of his granddad, so I was surprised to find out that he was in town. Since I spend most days with my friend, typically at his house, and, well, was in town but closer to video games. I met him, spent time talking to him, and got to know him a little bit. His wife had died many years before. I'm pretty sure I'm 12, and it sounded like she had died in the Civil War. He just spent his retirement driving around America, looking for haunted places. Now, as an adult, I have so very many questions about that, but at the time I just accepted it and didn't dwell. One night after dinner at my friend's house, Granddad asked if there was any haunted places in town. My friend's parents pooh-poohed it and just said no, but when they left the room, my friend was like, "There is a haunted cemetery." I mentioned to my disbelief, but my granddad, I'm sorry I was too self-absorbed at the time to learn his name, but his eyes lit up and he asked where it was. Obviously, my friend was quick to tell him. So whereas my friend's house was in town, in quotes, it was about half a mile from my dirt road, it was about 3 miles one way, the graveyard was about 1 mile the other way. It was close. Armed with this knowledge, Granddad decided that we would walk to the graveyard. I was pragmatic and, well, risk-averse in those days and expressed my concern with walking to the isolated graveyard in the middle of nowhere at midnight. Oh yeah, he wanted to be there at midnight, but he assured me that he had encountered many ghosts and that we would be safe. Not really believing the place was haunted, I agreed to go. Man, Mrs. Long, sorry. Never put this in writing, so I'm trying to capture everything. It's pretty good, though. So I go over to my friend's house the next day. I practically lived there in the summer. We hung out, did our thing, but Granddad just seemed lit up with the excitement. Thought about telling him the ghost stories were made up, but we had a pass to stay up all night, and I wasn't about to mess that up. He'd have to deal with his disappointment on his own time. Not knowing exactly how far it was, but believe it or not, smartphones haven't been around forever. Headed out at like 10:30 to walk down a dirt road for over a mile with no house or building along the way. No streetlights on the dirt roads to nowhere. The dirt road came along the south side of the cemetery to where it intersected with the dirt road the entrance is on. All along the cemetery was a small grove of trees. They were blocking all view into it. We knew it was on the other side of the wrought iron fence, just kinda couldn't see it. We turned onto the next dirt road to the entrance of the cemetery, walked up to the gates. Oh yeah, there were gates. So, very old wrought iron gates with an arch on top on each side of the narrow dirt road lined with pine trees leading in. It was a stone gargoyle. I shit you not, stone gargoyles and wrought iron. We went in and walked about 500 feet or so to the end of the road. It was one road that It was one road that circled the statue of Christ. Somebody had money. It was in a teardrop shape at the end, and you go back the way it came. Not built for two-way traffic. The cemetery was mostly to the left, which was north, with a few tombstones to the right, and then the trees blocking all the view that way. When we got to the end, it was probably 11:30, but I didn't have a watch and couldn't be sure. We talked about how legend has it is that the Christ statue bleeds on Halloween. Believable, right? And that there's an axe murderer who nobody knows the name of. Understand my skepticism. They were buried in this haunted place. We talked like this for a while, and at some point my friend started arguing with his granddad. That's when I heard it. That was it. One click, then nothing. At the time, it sounded like two rocks being struck together, like small rocks. But I can assure you, after much trial and error, that was exactly the sound. A few minutes later, again assuming the time here, my friend's still arguing, I hear... This time, it was in a different location. This must have been when my spidey sense started kicking in, because I started telling him to shut up and listen. But they didn't. Again, from somewhere else. This time, my friend's granddad was like, "Did you hear that?" Imagine my response was typical of a 12-year-old who had just been trying to tell you. I don't know if I'd said anything a few moments later. What the fuck? Did it just go from 1 to 2? Also from a completely different location. I don't know if it was a full moon, but if it wasn't, it was close. It was pretty bright out there, looking all through the graveyard for any movement. Now my friend and I are pretty fucking nervous. Not really sure what's going on, but I know I don't like it. It's never from the same place. We don't see anyone moving. Granddad lays on his stomach, starts looking across the graveyard. I'm sure somebody asked. He told us that he could see movement against the skyline better, which amazingly in the broad moonlight he could. All three of us just laying in the grass. I really couldn't say why, but it was when it did the 3 clicks that I fucking knew we were in trouble. It kept coming from different places, so I sure wasn't going anywhere. But I think deep down I also realized it was a problem. So all of us were silent, just straining to see any movement ahead, and it sounded close. But not right there, if that makes sense. Still moving around. Fuck. Like I know time's running out. Granddad also seems agitated. My friend was looking about how I imagined I was looking. No movement, no sound, no wind. At that movement, something came walking towards us. It was right there, maybe 12 feet away and coming towards us. One moment it wasn't there, and the next it was. Didn't really seem like it appeared right then, but I don't know, like there was a shrub there along. I don't really pay attention to it until it stood up and came toward me. I really can't explain that part, it was just there. Scrambling to my feet, my friend's clawing his way to his feet, and his granddad slowly stands up and tells us to run. Well, no shit. We were already running. Now in that slowed down brain thing when you're scared as shit, I made a point to look at its feet. Without dating myself too badly, but when I was a kid, the killer in the slasher movies always wore boots. Guess I was just looking for confirmation that we really were going to die. But there were no feet. What approached us was like cloaked. The outside gray and the inside completely pitch black. No feet. I could clearly see under it was lying down. So remember that some robed figure was quickly advancing. My friend and I started running toward the gate, and sure as hell that thing was just lit out after us. Granddad starts yelling some crazy-ass Latin shit. Starts out Ca-Ray, found out later it's Pueblo Indian chant to keep away the dead. And the thing stops. Keeps just turning from us to him back and forth, making a decision, and then it sunk into the ground. Gone. We didn't stop. Kept running until we were on the dirt road and waiting for Granddad. We came walking out excited as hell, but we were no longer amused. We wanted to go home. Walked 100 feet my dirt road and then walked past the wooded cemetery again. About halfway past, we heard the most chilling scream from the graveyard. We all stopped. That was definitely the closest I'd ever come to pissing myself. My blood froze, my hair stood up, and I shivered. It scared me. Granddad takes a step back toward the graveyard. We're all like, what the fuck? Where are you going? He tells us somebody might need help. I remember looking at him saying, yeah, us. We need to get home. We turned and walked the rest of the way to my friend's house. As we were going to sleep, Granddad stops by the room and says, let's go again tomorrow night. Damn, I feel like I lost my own attention with all that. So I just wanted it as complete as I could remember. It was many, many years ago. The Thing in the Forest. My story is about a scary experience I had. It was 15 years ago while exploring Canada. It made me feel like I was crazy. When I was 30, I went on a trip alone to explore the boreal forest in Canada and Alaska. I went alone to try and find myself again after going through some very stressful circumstances. That's a different story. It does have a connection to what happened during my trip. I'd planned this trip for close to a year, spent a lot of money to ensure this trip was what I wanted. It cost close to $70,000 for just over 6 months, which is actually cheap for what I wanted to do. I planned this trip to be a solo, secluded adventure, much as I could, to explore northern remote Alaska and the territories of Canada, which included a 4-week camping trip, which is where the scary story begins. I hired some of the indigenous people to help with my plans. They were very kind and offered me many options to satisfy my requests. One of the options they recommended really stood out. Didn't really allow company for the first 3 months of my trip, but the camping trip would be 100% solo. It sounded amazing, so I agreed. I would start in Point Hope, Alaska, make my way across the northern Ontario. The trip would start off by mostly dog sledding, snowmobiling other snow vehicles, and flying where it wasn't feasible to travel by land. I would mostly hunt and fish for food and create fires and cook what I caught, but I also brought plenty of survival food. This is why I agreed with the company. They were guides who knew the terrain, and how to navigate through it safely. They shared some food they brought with them, like bannock and dried meats like deer, moose, and elk. We would camp out along the way and stay in yurts, sometimes even motels in small towns. They told me stories about tales from their culture passed down many generations. I ended up enjoying their company. The trip was amazing. I saw so much wildlife and scenery. It was awesome, especially the sky. I'd never really seen northern lights like this before. The crackling was something I didn't know they did. They were bright, and with how clear I saw the Milky Way, it gave me a sense of peace. I saw a pack of wolves take down a moose, eagles, owls, foxes, even polar bears, which made my guides a bit nervous, though they did have a firearm for emergencies. We laughed, had a few drinks, cooked beef, hog, and fish, and had a blast. It was an amazing experience. They guided my journey until we got to Fort Severn. That's where we would rest for the day. From there, we would part ways, and I would travel alone. This is where my trip turns into the most horrifying experience. The next morning, I gathered my things, bought a bit of food, and headed out. I planned to head deep into the Ontario Boreal Forest alone. I'd previously pinned a location deep into the forest on my GPS to travel to. I wasn't 100% sure I could make it, but that was part of the challenge. Traveled on foot for 10 hours straight during the day. Slept at night in a hammock. It wasn't easy by any means. The forest was dense and hard to tread through, but I was determined. Everything was fine for the first 2 days. Managed to cover about 20 kilometers. But on the third morning, I had an eerie feeling. That morning, some of my stuff was scattered around. I just told myself it was probably some animals trying to get at the food that was hung in the tree. But the weird thing was, I didn't hear anything during that night. It was very quiet, no noises of animals or insects. didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. So I gathered my things, ate, and then headed out again. It started to get dark, so I decided to find a good place to sleep for the night. Once I did, I set up camp. This time, everything that wasn't essential was hung in the trees. I lit a fire, made some food, and just enjoyed the scenery as the sun set. Then once it got really dark, I heard something. It sounded like a very familiar voice of someone calling for help in a little girl's voice. Help, I'm lost. The voice almost made me cry, and it was extremely unnerving. Look around the best I could, but at that point it was pitch black. My line of sight was maybe 10 feet. I nervously called out, Sherry, are you okay? Can you see my fire? Then again I heard, help me. The voice changed a little, it was a little bit deeper. Now the hair on the back of my neck raised and a sudden sense of danger overwhelmed me. I took out my flashlight and looked around more thoroughly. That's when I saw it. A figure hunched over within the trees. Arms fully stretched out to the side with its fingers spread out in an unnatural manner, eyes glowing, had an oversized mouth, open very wide and smiling. I just stood there trying to comprehend what the fuck I was seeing until his head rotated upside down. It collapsed to the ground and started crawling really fast toward me. I heard bones snapping. I don't know what I was thinking, but I heard a whisper, run. So I bolted. I left everything I had there except the flashlight in my hand and a bit of emergency dried food I had in my pouch. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't stop. But I heard it pursuing me, calling me, telling me to stop in what sounded like my wife's name, like voice. I kept hearing, please stop, I'm scared. I ran anyway. I don't know how I managed to navigate through the forest, but I did end up falling down a small hill into a wet mud pit and I just laid there. I heard my wife calling me, Sherry asking me where I was or saying that she was scared. A cell phone ringing to my wife's tone. Weird chattering noises. A voice saying, I'm hungry, where are you? Growling and lots of footsteps all over the place. I was so petrified I just laid there, paralyzed with fear like I'd never felt before, and this mud pit ended up being my saving grace. That's because after what seemed like an eternity, the voices stopped. I heard the sound of morning birds. The sun began to rise. I waited until it was fully light out and crawled out of the pit. I gathered my head, checked what I had, a bit of water, a couple of bars of food, and thankfully, my GPS. Managed to navigate to a country road. It took me another 5 days staying in ditches at night along the road while this thing was trying to hunt me, taunting me with every trick it had up its sleeve. I think the mud made it lose track of me. During the day, I would navigate toward the closest town. Along the way, I'd managed to get to a highway where I saw one lone semi-truck traveling toward the town, so I flagged it down. The guy, an older gentleman driving, looked and asked if I was okay. All I said was I'd been lost for over a week straight and running from some animals. He looked at me and said, "You were lucky." The man told me a story about his brother who went hunting in these forests. He said he wouldn't talk about what happened, except that the forest was in fact haunted. Whatever his brother experienced scared him enough that he never went hunting ever again. I ended up telling him what happened. The guy's face went pale. We were silent for the rest of the ride. He drove me to Kenora. That's where he said he would let me stay at his place for the night. In the morning, his brother came by, and he and the old man talked. The old man's name was Steve. His brother's Jim. Jim looked back at me, eyes wide open. I nodded back at him. We both shared our stories. What I described was exactly what he saw. I ended up staying in Kenora. We all became pretty good friends. But Steve died about 3 months after this. He was 63. His brother and I stayed friends for about 2 years until he died from liver failure. I tried my best to get him to stop drinking, but the nightmares kept reliving that experience. I had him too, so I understood he needed an element of escape. And I too pretty much became an alcoholic. The nightmares were just too much. He was only 35 when he passed. His friendship meant a lot to me. Afterwards, about another year, I moved to Winnipeg. Tried to get my life back in order. I joined AA and I got clean. This is where I met my current friends. I told my story at the meeting I started with, I don't care if you think I'm crazy. And here's some backstory. Sherry was my daughter. She was 5, but got cancer and lost the battle. She died 4 months after diagnosis. My wife couldn't take the pain and ended up hanging herself 6 months after Sherry died. It was her voice that told me to run. After their deaths, I was destroyed so much that I planned this trip not to find myself. What I really meant was I planned this trip for me to also commit suicide. I was going to hang myself deep in the forest to rot. That's how I felt inside, rotten. Used my entire life savings to plan this trip because I had no intention to come back. Think back to this day many times. It made me reconsider taking my life, and I went to therapy. Still working towards coming to terms with my past, but things are much better now. There's something stalking the mountains. Some background before we start. I live in the most northern part of Norway, which is almost the northern part of Europe. My home lies well above the Arctic Circle, which means for those of you unaware that we have a very short summer, so the sun never really sets very long, and winters where the sun never rises. Those long and cold months of darkness at the end of the beginning of the year made us into an understandably superstitious sort. There were many tales meant to safeguard us, to keep us, safe growing up. You have Stallo, the mountain troll who steals children who wander too far away from their home. You have Myling, who you will not see, but you can hear it stalk you, letting out the cries of a baby. And the Nook, who lies in waiting beneath the surface of lakes and rivers, waiting to drown any unsuspecting swimmers. My story begins when I was 16. I had just gotten my hunting license. My father had just bought the shotgun for my birthday. This was big for me as I'd always followed my father on hunting trips as a child. Never had actually shot myself. My father's a stereotypical northern Norwegian. He knows everything about the outdoors and he can endure any hardship or weather with the same unwavering sense of macabre humor. Once his fingers got stuck in a saw at the workplace, peeled the skin of his middle finger like a banana peel. He promptly bandaged it up by himself and kept going. He didn't consider going to the doctors to get it looked at before almost 2 weeks had passed and the stench of the bandages made him unbearable just to stay in close proximity. In the end, we needed a skin transplant, several weeks off work before his hand was remotely usable again. So the time of the year comes when the sun is out for a few hours in the morning. Me and my dad take the journey to the cabin. This includes an hour of driving and a further hour of a boat. You see, our cabin is in a remote area without any road access, so the only way to get there is by ferry. This means we somewhat always know who's out there since most people only stay over the weekend. So when there's no holidays and the ferry only goes Fridays and Sundays during the weekend. That being said, there never really are any more than a handful of people out there at the same time, spread out on an area that's roughly larger than my hometown. This time, on the other hand, it was only me and my father taking the ferry that Friday, so we knew that we were going to be left alone over the weekend. Arriving on that small pier by the cabin, I could finally breathe in the fresh air of untouched nature. It's always been soothing for my soul. It's like you leave behind all your troubles at home because out there, things are irrelevant. At the cabin, the only things that matter are just things that keep you safe, warm, and fed. We then dug out our snowmobile. It was parked near the pier and drove the short trip over to the cabin. That night we mostly spent preparing noose traps and lunch for the next day. My father told old stories when he went hunting back in the days and such, and we shared a ceremonial hunter's shot of single malt whiskey. I slept well that night. I normally do, but the peace and quiet of the cabin just kind of comes over me. We got out of the cabin late the following morning due to us just enjoying the calming of the morning with no obligations. Well, this would turn out to be a mistake. You see, the key point is to be out early so you can utilize the sunlight as much as possible. We knew this, but sometimes you just want to sit down and eat a lazy breakfast and watch morning TV. When we'd arrived at the lava, imagine like a winter version of a teepee. We had set up that, the summer next to the lake, so it was now frozen, of course. My father decided that he would take it easy that day and just get it all warmed up. That way, when I returned from the mountain, there would be warm food and drink waiting for me. I'd previously spent a lot of time by myself around the area, so walking around the mountain alone never really bothered me. Still really doesn't to this day. So I started walking up the mountain overlooking the lake. It was difficult due to the heavy snow and me not bringing my skis. Instead, I opted for using an old pair of snowshoes I was hanging in the cabin. This resulted in me using way more time than needed to get up to where I was trying to find some grouse. I knew from previous experiences that, there's probably going to be grouse in this area. After a lot of effort, I made it up to the area despite being full of tracks and feces. It was abandoned. You see, it had snowed that night, part of the morning, so tracks must have been somewhat fresh, yet I couldn't hear or see anything. So I stalked the forest upon that mountain for maybe an hour without any traces of life. That's probably when I noticed the silence. It's like what people with similar experiences say. There's always this deafening silence that preludes something bad, like all the animals know to get out of there. I remembered for the first time since childhood that I felt uneasy about being alone out there. And of course, I wasn't about to go empty-handed back to my father, so I continued. As I was walking around listening intently to the sound that might give away any other form of life, I remember being amazed at how loud my footsteps were. At this point, I was like a tall yet skinny boy, like 60 kilograms or 154 pounds. Even though I walked as slow and controlled as humanly possible, the uneasy feeling just creeping closer and closer to the point where I decided to take a quick snack break, regain my previously calm state of mind. As I walked back to a clearing overlooking the lake, my footsteps seemed to almost lighten, almost felt more relaxed and at ease again. I sat down on a rock and ate a bar of chocolate I'd bought and enjoyed the sun on my face. I was ridiculing myself for being spooked of what essentially was nothing. That's when I heard the footsteps coming from the direction I had just been in, loud and heavy footsteps of a grown man. I know this because, anybody can tell you the sound of a biped walking on 2 feet is quite distinct from 4-legged creatures, like moose or bear, especially in heavy snow. I tried calling out because I immediately thought it was my father who had like a change of heart, but no reply. I sat there in the rock watching the direction of the footsteps as they grew louder and louder. Several times I called out and yet I received no reply. Feeling uneasy again, I decided to take out my phone and try to call my father. There on my phone, I had an unread message from my father delivered 3 minutes ago. Coffee and lunch is ready. Simultaneously, the footage where something was just getting louder and louder, and I knew whatever's on the other end was not my father. This, and knowing that, we're supposed to be the only 2 people in a radius of many, many kilometers, made me instantly jump up, grab my shotgun, and noped out of there as soon as I tied my snowshoes. As I was making my way at all heist, I could hear whatever was stalking me pick up the pace. I realized that the sound of my own footsteps and whatever it was that was after me was almost synchronized to the point that there was only a slight difference in when our feet hit the ground. I realized since that whatever it was had followed me since I had entered the forest of the mountain, it's because of why I felt like my footsteps were abnormally loud. I remember trying my best to run in like hip-deep snow, not carrying the thick layer of branches hitting my cold face or leaving red marks all over. It came to the point where I could hear the extra pair of footprints no more than 5 meters behind me, yet when I turned around, there was nothing. I pushed all I had and I finally managed to reach the frozen lake on the other side of the lagoon. The extra pair of footsteps just stopped. Exhausted by the kilometer-plus run in high snow, I made my way to the lagoon. My father seemed almost amused by how tired I seemed. He handed me a hot cup of coffee and asked if I saw anything. I don't know what to say and was honestly embarrassed by what had occurred, so I said I only spotted many tracks, yet no birds. In later years, I asked him about this and other strange occurrences around the area. The answers have always been roughly the same. Don't worry about it. Don't ask about it. Some things are better ignored. Visits from family. A lot of relatives that have passed away have been seen time and time again. Either they're seen, or they do something to let us know that they're there. My aunt, who was a spoiled brat at the time, this happened when she was a teen, got the hell scared out of her by her grandparents who visited her after they passed. Her grandpa sat in her bed with her, and that was while her grandmother threw a picture. She began to behave and she never saw them again. My Uncle Eddie was the first. He passed away from a gunshot wound in the Marines. It was murder, not in the line of duty, and no one ever knew what happened, even now. I never met him because he died in 1994. I was born in 97, but my mom told me all about it. The day of his funeral, it both snowed and rained in the same day. She said it was pretty surreal. That alone wasn't what makes us think that he visited. My mom thought that the night the funeral ended, she had a dream. She saw who did it, what car he drove, and where he lived. She said it was like Eddie was telling her what happened involving his death. After he died, his picture was placed in a porcelain picture frame with a music box in the back of it. It played "The Wind Beneath My Wings," a song that played at his funeral. My experiences start with that. I never knew Eddie, but my mom told me about him, and, well, when I was little, I liked that music box. It held meaning. Well, that thing would play at random times. It was up on a high shelf, so it wouldn't be knocked down easily. My grandfather was the only one tall enough to reach it. So that way no one else could really reach it and, to turn it on randomly. Not only that, my grandmother told me that she'd seen him around the house, even at the cemetery near his grave. My little cousin Jay, which isn't his real name, is much younger than me. He looks exactly like Eddie with bright red hair, blue eyes, and a lot of freckles. He never met Eddie either. His older brother had. My aunt put him to bed one night, and while later before she went to bed, she heard Jade laughing in his room, like he was playing with someone. She went in and he was sitting in the room in the dark in his bed. He was facing his closet and laughing. Sonia turns on the light and goes over to him and asks him what he's doing. He suddenly just turns over to her and grabbed her arm. Looking into the eyes, he smiled and said, "I'm Googie." Googie was the nickname my mom gave Eddie when they were little. She couldn't say good boy to him properly and instead would just say Googie. I didn't know about this and had never met Eddie, and, well, Jay's much younger than me, so he definitely shouldn't have known about it. My aunt told me that she then told him to go to bed and left as quickly as possible to tell her husband, which is my uncle. Another night she heard him say, "Go away, Googie, I have to go to sleep." She told me that she never told Jay about Eddie's nickname, so that combined with how similar he looks to Eddie, I'm honestly convinced that Jay has some close connection with Eddie that we can't explain. The next spirit is actually my mother. She went on a downhill spiral when I was younger, got into prescription drugs. I was taken away from her and sent to live with my dad after I tried to get my mom help. I saw her twice before she passed away. She went to her friend or supplier's house, passed away in the middle of the night. My grandmother and I didn't allow an autopsy. I was 14 and I couldn't imagine my mother getting cut up by the doctors. The night I found out she died, I stayed with my grandma. I had a dream that I was walking down a long white staircase that led to a hallway. When I got to the bottom step, I saw my mom walking with another figure that wasn't clear. I tried to catch up, but I couldn't, and then I just woke up. My grandma then told me that I'd been crying in my sleep. I had a few dreams where my mom would approach me and talk with me. She even asked me once, why didn't you tell them, the courts, that you wanted to stay with me? The last time I really had an encounter with my mom was one time I was staying at my aunt's house. My aunt and uncle were in their bedroom. My cousins and their girlfriend were in their rooms, and Jay was asleep in his room. I was on the couch and in the living room with, sort of faces the kitchen. And in the kitchen, there's a bright nightlight that can only be turned on manually. It's not motion sensor. I was trying to sleep and I see the light go on. I can't sleep, so I decide to see who's up. I walk in and nobody's there. I get freaked out, get back on the couch, curl up under the blankets. For no reason, I don't really know, I just begin to talk. Started talking to my mom, talking about school and my hobbies, my friends, and when I mentioned my dad, the lights went out. I'm terrified of the dark, and she knew that. I apologized and said I wouldn't bring him up again. A couple of minutes later, the light came back on. Began to talk to her again until I got tired. Then I said goodnight, closed my eyes. A few minutes later, I heard the click of the light, and it didn't come back on for the rest of the night. I'm convinced it was her. The last spirit is my grandma, who died a year after my mom. She died after fighting liver disease for years. She died with everyone around her. She told us all that she wanted us to do with our lives before falling asleep for a few days. She waited until everybody was around her before she passed away. We held her hands. I kept her hands on my leg and kissed her and told her goodbye, and a few seconds later she stopped breathing and she was gone. That alone was an impacting experience. The only experience I know of, or after her passing, was at a birthday party for a relative. My cousin Jay saw my grandma and her late sister-in-law sitting on the couch watching the guests. According to him, she beckoned Jay over and Jay gave her a hug. He said he could actually feel her, feel warmth coming from her. That's the last I know of with the experiences in the family. I don't know why, but it seems that Jay's the most connection to the spirits. I'm the only one who's seen my mom, and almost all of us have seen, at least another relative, mostly Eddie. Now, my other aunt, Anne, and her husband, Uncle Dave, they're a huge family who live in the trailer next to mine. They've started to see weird things going on. It started when my cousin Laura became pregnant. Anne had a different mother from my grandmother, who died in a fire when she was younger. Her name was Marlene. Laura decided to name her baby girl after Anne's mother. The baby's name is Ava Marlene. From the beginning, weird things happened. The picture of Marlene flew off the wall. The TV's been turning on and off, along with the lights and even flashlights around the house. The scariest incident was when my aunt saw a figure by the door and she began to scream. She was terrified. She also said she was half asleep when that happened, so I don't really know how real it was. I haven't seen anything since my mom visited me, but I know weird activity is still happening. I suppose it's just our relatives telling us that they're watching over us. Ouija board in haunted childhood home. At the end of May 1987, while my parents were on vacation, I was taking care of the haunted house I'd lived in from 79 to 85. By this time, the poltergeist activity decreased to almost nothing, but I was still scared to be in that house alone, especially at night. I called a friend of mine and asked him if he would mind staying there with me, which, while my parents were gone. Apparently his parents were going to be gone too, so it worked out. I had told him quite a few stories about the activity in the house and that barn, so I used the possibility of the paranormal encounter to sort of lure him into staying. He, fortunately for him, had never experienced anything he would consider paranormal before, but was still interested and not skeptical, so we agreed to stay that night. While I was waiting for him to arrive, my brother called to see if I was going to be staying there that night so he could hang out with his friends. I confirmed that I was. I was also telling him that I was having my friend over to possibly have his first paranormal experience. My brother thought that was a good idea, so he decided to mention that to his friends to see if they wanted to join in for the experience of their own. One of his friends had a Ouija board. Thought that was a great place to try it out. They agreed. My brother arrived with his two friends first. He walked around outside telling his friends about experiences that we had there in the barn. One of his friends was a skeptic, so he wasn't believing anything me or my brother were talking about. The other was like my friend. He hadn't experienced anything in his life, but still had an open mind. While we were talking, my friend finally arrived, so I went to his car to greet him. He had his girlfriend with him, so I asked him if he was still planning on staying the night. He said yeah, as long as his girlfriend could stay as well. I didn't mind, as long as she was aware of my reason for having him stay. I told her that strange things may happen that might be scary to somebody who never had these experiences before. She was also a skeptic, so she agreed to stay without really saying anything. While my brother and his friends were still outside, I took my friend and his girlfriend upstairs to show them where they could sleep. After showing them, I started telling stories about the house to prepare them for what could possibly happen during the night. The only thing I was expecting would happen was maybe the attic door would shake and make noise like it had done almost every night while I was living here. Or we went to the attic, so we could show them, well, what was in there when we're still talking about past experiences in the barn and the house. There was a stack of old encyclopedias on the floor that was in sort of a state of disarray with, So I just picked one up from the floor, placed it on the top of the stack, and then straightened up the stack while finishing my stories of past experiences. Afterwards, I went back downstairs to see what my brother was doing. My friend stayed upstairs with his girlfriend so they could be alone. When I got downstairs, I saw that they had already set up the Ouija board on the table, even had a few candles on the table around it. The table was in the dining room at the bottom of the stairs. Closed the stairway door, sat down in the empty chair in front of me, facing away from the door. My brother and his two friends were already sitting in the other chairs. We lit the candles, put our fingers on the planchette, and began asking questions. The planchette was moving with all of her hands on it, answering our questions. I wasn't moving it, but I did think somebody in our group was. I didn't believe Ouija boards were anything more than a novelty. While playing with the board, we heard somebody walking on the stairs. It caused all four of us to look at the stairway door. I didn't think anything of it since my friend and his girlfriend were still upstairs. I just figured they were coming down. But after a little time, we hadn't opened the door. So I opened the door, so I wasn't there. I then went up and asked him if he had gone down the stairs. He told me that him and his girlfriend hadn't moved from the couch that they were sitting on. He told me that he thought one of us were coming upstairs because they heard it also. 6 people heard something walking on the stairs when there was no one on the stairs. My brother's skeptical friend was getting really spooked after that. We had to sort of convince him not to leave, and his other friend was intrigued like it was the coolest thing he'd experienced up to that point. My brother and I were used to that sort of thing, so it didn't faze us at all. After convincing his friend to stay, we went back to playing with the Ouija board. I was answering questions again, and I still thought somebody was moving that planchette. Then the intrigued friend asked whatever was answering to just put out one of the candles. Within 5 seconds, one of the candles just burned out. There was no moving air in the room, plus all the other candles were still burning without any motion indicating moving air. The spooked, skeptical friend screamed, started running for the door, still screaming. The other friend followed him and my brother after that. I shouldn't have been, but I was laughing at the guy's reaction, even though it was spooky. I never expected a big guy like him to scream like that. I went outside to find my brother's friends getting in the car to leave. I said, we can't stop without saying goodbye on the Ouija board just in case the superstition is true. My brother's friends were not willing to go back in the house, though, so my brother and I went in and said goodbye. They left right after that, without the Ouija board. I went back inside, blew out the remaining candles. Then I went upstairs to tell my friends and his girlfriend what just happened, since I knew they had just, heard the screaming. We sat upstairs talking until nighttime. Nothing happened until after midnight. That's when the attic door began moving. Like I mentioned before, this was a pretty usual occurrence in that house, so I was used to it. My friend's girlfriend was getting really scared by this, though. She didn't believe in things like this could happen, and here it was, happening. It took a bit of convincing to get her to stay, but she did at that point. The attic door was shaking and making noise the whole time. After a bit of time, there was a loud noise that came from inside the attic that sounded like something being dragged across the floor. Then the sound of knocking from within. Once again, we had talked to his girlfriend into not leaving even when the door rattling and knocking was still going on. After a few minutes, there was a loud thud. It sounded like somebody had dropped a book flat into a wooden floor. That was it for his girlfriend. There was no talking her way into staying now. She ran downstairs with us right behind her. Told my friend she would be back to pick him up in the morning. She left. Went back inside, slept downstairs. When we got up, I just had to look in the attic to see where that loud noise came from. When I looked in, the first thing I noticed was a stack of encyclopedias was no longer straightened up, and the one I picked up was right back on the floor. I can't say for sure if any of this was brought on by the Ouija board, but that was more occurrences in one day witnessed by more people than there had ever been in that house before. My encounter with the Black Dog of Hanging Hills. Let me preface this story by stating this is one of the weirder experiences in my life. It's because it's a shared one. I'm open to any natural explanations as I'm thinking it might be some shared psychological experience. This is the best explanation I could come up with. But anyway, here's the story. In Meriden, Connecticut, about 10 minutes outside of where I live, there's like a range of mountainous trap rock ridges. They're called the Hanging Hills. The easiest way to get to them is to park in a wooded mountainous park called Hubbard Park and take a trail that starts with a slightly intimidating passenger bridge. That crosses over the highway. I'm afraid of heights, but always try to challenge myself by going hiking and putting myself in slightly uncomfortable situations to overcome my fears. In the spring of 2014, my wife and girlfriend at the time decided to take our umpteenth time hike up the Hanging Hills to see Castle Craig. It's a stone tower that stood at the end of the main trail. It overlooked the cliffs, the city of Meriden, and the whole valley. So we launched into a discussion on the drive there about the legend of the Black Dog. I find ghost stories that have any shred of historical reality to them intriguing. That's because most representations of ghosts on TV or social media these days involve people becoming easily scared by shaking or noises. The legend of the Black Dog is an exception. That's because it involves the legend itself, and a story of two geologists from the late 1800s. They encountered it and actually documented it. The legend is that if you've seen this Black Dog of Hanging Hills, once for joy, twice for sorrow, and 3 times for death, there's plenty of legends of black dogs and folklore that tell a similar tale. The two geologists, W.H.C. Pynchon and Herbert Marshall, they were conducting research of the area in the winter of 1891. That's when they encountered the Black Dog. According to the story, Pynchon had seen it once and Herbert twice. Herbert didn't believe in the legend, and after ascending the hill again alone, Herbert supposedly fell to his death. I remembered the image of the Black Dog from W.H.C. Pynchon's story. It was very clear every time we hiked up the mountain. This time was no different. And that particular day, my girlfriend and I encountered a hiker on the trail that was letting his black dog without a collar roam loose. We weren't sure whether it was right to mess with people or not. The dog wasn't really little like the one depicted in the story. It was bigger, like a lab terrier mix. Friendly, too. Came up to us and started panting at her legs. "Sorry about that," the hiker said as he caught up to the dog and us. "Not at all. Bet you love having a little legend with you around here." "Oh yeah, the ghost dog," the hiker said, sort of forcing a laugh and grimacing as he had heard that one way too many times before. As he walked away, my girlfriend made a comment about my obsession with the stupid dog, and I wanted to hear about it. We made our way to Castle Craig. It was about 20 minutes later. Unlike the trails off the highway, the main trail from the park is not long or really difficult other than the large hill at the end of it. We took pictures on the top of the tower and by the cliffside, not really thinking anymore about the black dog. We had made so many trips up the tower, seen so many hikers with the black dog that the legend almost seemed like a joke. Want to take the main trail down or the road? I asked this as we were finishing up taking pictures and drinking whatever water and Gatorade that we had left. "The road," she insisted. "Then we can see that river." The road leading up to the castle was typically taken by cars and bikers. We sometimes hiked down it to catch a glimpse of the sort of river on the way back to the park, but despite it being a warm day in April, there were very few cars and bikers on the way down. It was nice and quiet. About a quarter of a mile into our walk, my girlfriend tugged me on the shoulder and pointed a finger on the side of the road between some shrubbery. "What the hell is that?" she said. I took a step forward, but she tugged at my shirt and shook her head. "Is that what I nodded. All I could do was nod. The figure was small and resembled a black dog with floppy ears and a hot dog tail, much like the one in the illustration. I wouldn't have thought much of it if not for the fact the figure was blurry. It wasn't the distance between us that made it blurry, and there really weren't any fog-related conditions that day. It was almost as if Mother Nature had taken the dog in a Photoshop program and used the blur effect on the dog specifically. And even when I took a step closer to my girlfriend's hesitance, it still looked blurry. We were frozen otherwise, though. Didn't think to take a picture of the figure. There was an unknowing understanding between us that we shouldn't approach and just wait for it to cross. As the figure crossed the road, it didn't even look at us, just dawdled with its nose to the ground. For the rest of the hike, we were silent. We both knew what we saw, but couldn't really put into words. It was only after a while that I said I should have taken a picture, but deep down I felt it was a good thing that I didn't. Seeing the figure wasn't frightening, but it wasn't pleasant either. We'd been back to Hanging Hills many times since. We never encountered any luck or sorrow, just a memory of a little blurry sort of black dog, and an understanding that when you see an actual paranormal entity with someone else and understand what it is, there isn't really a question about it. I've read many stories posted online since about this black dog. Few have described what we saw. Black dogs run loose in the park all the time, and a number of the encounters we read about seem like fabrications or just encounters with stray dogs. If you live in the area or have a similar story, I'd be very interested in hearing yours as well. I haven't met or spoken with a real person who's had a similar experience. I also haven't been able to objectively rule out what I saw. I'm open to any scientific explanations on collectively seeing blurry figures in a shared experience. It'd be disappointing, but interesting to know about a more logical explanation too. My brothers and I lost an entire day. My brothers and I were 8, 7, and 4 when this happened. So as such, my youngest brother, who was the 4-year-old at the time, had no recollection of this today, or this day at all. I was 8. I remember most of what happened because I know that, we scared my nan, pop, uncles, and parents more than I've ever seen them scared before or since. You might be asking where the paranormal comes into this. Well, you see, my brother, who was 7 at the time, agrees with me that we weren't gone for more than an hour. Couldn't have, not to mention they swear to our nan, looked straight at us, even waved to us. She swore up until her death that she never saw us that day. First things first, some new background. 4 times a year we spend time as a family in a cabin that we own that we call a castle. The castle sits at a man-made dam named Windangala. It's in Australia. My brothers and I always had the same rules to follow growing up, so we couldn't go past the valley at the bottom of the castle or past the hills that the castle sat between. The day this happened, we broke those rules, and on this trip we had our nan and pop, mum, dad, and 2 uncles. At 5 a.m. on the day in question, my brothers and I were dressed, playing Bob the Builder cones and ladders. Nan was complaining about us waking her up and told us to go play but to be back for breakfast at 7:30. Keep in mind, this was 2004 in the middle of nowhere in Australia. The biggest danger to us was kangaroos or maybe snakes and spiders. Being the big sister, my job was to watch my little brothers, make sure that they were following the rules. For some reason this day we thought it'd be cool to walk past the valley and up the hill on the other side to stand on the top, watch the sun come up over the water of the dam. I confidently decided that we could watch the sun come up and be back in time for breakfast, especially if we stayed on the road that we all went over the valley that we could be seen from the castle at all times if somebody wanted to look for us. So we set off on our journey. After this, I've no idea what happened. Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix or time slip or something else. Either way, we made it to the top of the hill and the sun was coming up and everything was great. We were up there no more than 10 minutes. And according to the wristwatch I had on, it was about 6 a.m. So we set off back down the hill, reached the valley. We stopped to look into it for a minute and we can see the bottom clear as day. Decided as, well, most young kids would, to go and venture down the valley, go back up the other side. With an hour and a half to kill, and surely it wouldn't take that long. So off we went. We had to zigzag back and forth to avoid those bushes, loose rocks, and spinifex, spiky, painful grass, but tried to stay as straight as possible. When we reached the bottom of the valley, I again checked the time. It was roughly 6:15. We looked up the other side, and to our surprise, our nan was standing on the edge of the valley. She waved down at us. I thought we were going to be yelled at, but she just smiled and walked away. Thought we were in the clear. Started on our way back doing as much of the same as we were doing before. We were laughing and talking about whatever kids talk about. That's when we finally made it just right up the valley. Just as we walked out onto the road, Nan just came screaming at us from the castle. She was demanding to know where we had been. I looked at my brothers and back at her before pointing to the valley, too scared to speak. Nan pulled us all into a hug and started crying. Started telling us we needed to go into the car so we could go find her pop, parents, and uncles. Apparently, they were all off searching for us. We didn't say anything and just followed her. It wasn't until we were all seated in the car that, spotted the time of the dash. Apparently, it was now 7 p.m., and rather than the sun rising, it was setting. I looked down at my watch and it showed the same time. I remember showing to my 7-year-old brother, who was just as confused. February last year, Nan passed, pretty rather unexpectedly. At her funeral, my dad asked if we remembered the day we disappeared. He even sort of joked about if it was him and our uncles, if he beat his last dollar, then he wouldn't have cared. But because we were his precious grandkids, she was beyond terrified. My youngest brother had no clue what we were talking about, but my other brother and I remember. We told Dad that, what had happened from our point of view, and told us that no one had ever had Nan but seen us. Well, that sentence feels backwards. No one, and not even Nan, had seen. Well, that is a terrible sentence. Moving on. He filled us in on the other side of the story, which we never knew. So apparently Mom had gotten up around 6:30. That's when she realizes my brother and I were being too quiet. She looked around the castle and our little hideout, think like a Fort Byers in Stranger Things. It was sort of a similar rock and a stick structure to it. She even apparently called out to us with no answer. She then woke everybody up to help her search. Mom then went to the ranger station to get their help in searching, and Dad started to walk around the hills, and Pop took the four-wheeler drive tracks. My uncles offered to check the other cabins, the caravan park, and the boat shed. In reality, they went to the fish and chip in the caravan park and then to the next town over to get ice cream and beer, but they've since stated that they knew that we'd turn up, so they really weren't worried. Nan stayed at the castle, and Mom and Dad both swear they looked in the valley and never saw us. Since last year, my brothers and I have been, we've been there to investigate. We've gone down to that valley, and even Dad went. Dad had a look, and none of them can figure out how we'd been hidden from sight. Even by some chance, we were hidden from sight somehow. We would have been heard. Our youngest brother said that even when our other brother was down in the valley, he could hear him clear as day. Even if we did somehow end up out of sight and out of hearing range, there's no way it should have taken us all day to walk back up the other side of the valley. We've walked it plenty of times. It's only taken us 30 minutes at most. And who did we see if it wasn't Nan? Because it sure as hell looked like our Nan. Something in the woods. This happened around March of 2020 or 21. I believe I was 17 at the time. It's not that long ago. One of my friends was visiting from out of town. We had gotten really into airsoft. Anyway, the neighborhood I lived in at the time had a large area of underdeveloped land. It was just up the street. It was full of pine trees and whatever, and was a few miles long and wide. We used to play airsoft up there all the time. We just called it the woods, in quotes. So me and my friend, we'll call him Christian, we devised a plan to invite a large group of my high school friends to the woods and play hide and seek. The only catch was me and Christian were going to dress up in camo and ghillie suits, shoot our friends with airsoft guns just to screw around with them. So me and Christian got dressed up. He was wearing a tan ghillie suit, mask and all. I was wearing camo and black mask and a weird mesh tan camo sheet tied around me like a poncho. We ended up finding a ditch in the woods close to the edge of the neighborhood. Set up our first spot. Our plan was to move from spot to spot throughout the night. That was while avoiding my group of friends. By the time we were prepared, it was around 6 p.m. The sun was beginning to set. We waited about 30 minutes and kept hearing branches snapping and pine cones falling and footsteps. We chalked it up to wood noises at that time, but we waited until maybe 7. Then we got the text that the group of guys had arrived and were ready to look for us. For instance, they had no idea we were wearing camo at all. So we sent some stupid cryptic text back like, "Come and find us, we can see you," among other things like that. We began hearing the guys running around and hitting our first spot. This continued for a while, but as time progressed, my friends were starting to get really close to us while we were looking. So we decided to move to our second spot. Got up and moved spots. The way the woods were set up was north and south. The woods was about 5 miles of just trees, where east was about 4 miles. West was only about a couple hundred yards. The west side also faced a main highway next to my neighborhood, so me and Christian walked to the west side and then the south into the woods. We were hugging the perimeter of the trees. We walked for some time, keeping an eye on my friends, who had no idea where we were. We ended up coming up in this super deep trench in the back of the woods. We peered in and saw it was about 15 feet down, pretty steep. So we slid into the trench and waited at the bottom. After a few minutes, it was pitch black. Christian ended up realizing he left his glasses at our first spot. He'd taken them off to wear his ghillie suit mask, and well, he said he was quickly running back and grabbing them. Then immediately he would come back. I was obviously kind of hesitant, but I agreed and he took off. I waited probably 15 minutes. Started hearing some commotion. Could hear my friend saying something along the lines of, "I saw someone, they're running. How are they so fast?" I figured Christian had promptly gotten caught, so I was getting ready to give up. That was until I suddenly heard someone baseball slide into the trench on the opposite side of me. Keep in mind, this trench was about 15 feet deep and 45 feet long, so I couldn't see the other side without walking over. I assumed Christian had slid in and escaped my friends because I heard them running somewhere else. Started calling out to Christian. I didn't get a response, and I'm getting a little bit annoyed and said something like, "What the fuck are you doing?" As soon as I said that, a stick flew out of the darkness, landed right in front of me. I was pretty confused. I kept calling out for Christian. That was until I heard whatever was on the other side of the trench started moving. I heard leaves rustling and what sounded like someone's knee pop or something. Paused and stopped talking. Waited a few more seconds and whatever was on the other side started taking very deliberate and very heavy steps. Slow and heavy. Figured it was one of my friends trying to freak me out, so I took one of the airsoft guns we brought and switched it to full auto. Fired a few bursts into the darkness, figuring whoever or whatever it was would yell or something. But the steps just kept coming. At this point, I was more confused than afraid, so I grabbed my stuff, climbed out of the trench. I once again ran to the western perimeter of the first and eventually got caught by all the guys. Laughed about it for a while, but one of my friends ended up asking me, "How did you change so fast?" I was obviously confused, and I asked him what he meant. He explained that him and the group saw somebody who was really skinny and tall running around the woods. I'm 6'1", was probably 175 at the time. They all kind of gave me a weird look when I told them I had been wearing the camo and poncho all night. I ignored it and went to find Christian. I walked a ways and found him shining a small flashlight in the direction of the trench I was in prior. He jumped when I walked up to him and said, "What the fuck?" Apologized for scaring him, but he stopped me. "How did you get over here so quickly?" Once again asked what he meant. He said that he saw someone peering from behind a tree just behind the trench, literally while I was in the process of getting caught. My heart sank a little bit, but we assumed somebody from the group was messing with us. We ended up meeting the group and did a roll call, but everybody that was invited was there. Christian and I started explaining what we had seen. The entire group explained that they saw a really tall and skinny silhouette sprinting around the woods. They assumed it was me due to the build. We ended up walking to the tree where Christian and the silhouette, and he pointed to where the head and shoulders of the silhouette were behind the tree. But the spot where the head was probably 8 feet off the ground. Everybody got real quiet, decided to quickly leave the woods. It wasn't until we exited the woods and got onto the street that led to my house that Christian and I paused and looked into the woods. Waited a few seconds. Heard what sounded like the prop hunt whistle from somewhere deep in the woods. Obviously freaked out, quickly got back to my house. That's where I told my parents. It's been years since then, but I still get freaked wondering what the fuck happened. And what would have happened if I stayed in that trench longer? I've told a bunch of people this story. Everybody thinks I'm bullshitting. You guys are just gonna have to take my word for it. I kinda do. Kinda do. Haunted Church. Before getting started, I want to give you a brief backstory on me, the town, and the church that I grew up in, so you can better understand the situation. I come from a small town in northern Minnesota, where everybody literally knows everybody. Growing up, I attended the same Lutheran church that my family's attended for generations, since before the structure was brought from the country into town in the 1940s. I know every corner and sound in that church. Might as well have lived there while growing up. I know a lot of the history, but unfortunately not enough to answer some of the questions I have about who's haunting it. For my family and I, this started in 2012. The pastor was taking a vacation since he was struggling with depression, had just recruited me to take up the job of typing, printing, folding, and distributing bulletins to our church and our sister church in the country. My father, brother, and sister would also and pretty often help with the tasks of printing and folding. Since we're so bad about procrastinating, this usually happened at the last minute later on Saturday night. One day when we were all on our way to church to work on the bulletins, my dad and brother were telling my sister and I about what had happened to them on 2 separate occasions weeks before. My dad is a deacon for the church and had kind of brought my brother along late on these Saturday nights. Like last minute as was pretty much our custom. That was to help him set up for the communion the next Sundays. Now, the church used to have this old rotary phone for decades, before somebody finally decided to upgrade to a newer model in maybe 2010. The phone's in our basement, right outside the door of the kitchen. And outside that kitchen, there's a larger room with a bunch of tables for when we have a potluck or an adult Sunday school. My dad and brother were in the area with the tables, not far from the kitchen when they heard the old rotary phone start to ring. And if you're old enough, you remember that those phones made more of a brrrring sort of sound. Much different from the phones they have now. My dad didn't pick up because A, he was in no mood to talk to anybody on the phone, and B, who calls a church that late in the evening when no one's likely to be there? You can find the pastor's number in the phone book. And C, Dad knew that they had a new phone that didn't ring like that. So they kept working. But the rotary phone that wasn't there anymore kept ringing from the same wall which it used to hang. The second Saturday, well, my dad and brother were there at least. They were in the basement again. They're working on communion when they hear steady, heavy footsteps. They're walking up and down the aisle between the pews upstairs. The actual chapel is right above where the basement is. And those footsteps didn't stop. They kind of didn't step up where the altar is. They didn't even come out of the chapel. Just steadily walked back and forth up and down the aisle for the whole period of time they were there. They would have known if somebody else was in the church. They'd already been in the altar to collect the items needed for communion. Any of the doors leading to the church aren't far, and if somebody had come in, they would have said hello. So they wouldn't spook my dad or brother. Fast forward a few weeks to us working on the bulletins in the basement. I had been a little spooked by what had happened and kind of pissed that they'd told my mom and sister any sooner, but we finished folding and counting the bulletins, and Dad had found an old photo album under the desk. It's the desk that the printer sits on when we hear those steady, heavy footsteps again. This time they're coming from the staircase that leads from the altar into the kitchen, just across the basement from us. We couldn't see the actual stairs, but it was obvious that somebody was walking and wouldn't pause at all, even to turn around and go back up or down the steps. My siblings and I were shitting our pants and trying to talk my dad into maybe looking at the photo album another time, and some spirit or something was walking up and down the staircase not 30 feet away from us. This was my first real experience with the paranormal. I'd watched TV shows and stuff about it to be done with friends when I was a kid, and you'd think that you'll be so brave if that sort of thing actually happens to you someday. But it is freaky as all hell. Wanted to go look up those stairs, but I just couldn't bring myself to do so. I still wish I could have, but I still remember how scary I was. The old math teacher had gone up to the same church and told her my dad got along pretty well, since they're both actual geniuses and math junkies. A few months after the staircase thing happened, my dad said he was talking with her after church when he brought up, what had happened to us. She played piano for the Sunday school and would sometimes stay late to organize and practice for Sunday. She said that one night when she was there, she was sitting up by the altar. She was actually at the piano, which is actually in front of the stairs where we had heard the footsteps, but she too heard steady, heavy footsteps going up and down the stairs leading to the balcony, which is the area of the church that overlooks everything else. Since she's a teacher and thought maybe some kids were playing a prank on her, she called out and she knew it was just them being dumb. It didn't stop, so she got up, went over to look up the steps. Upon looking, the steps stopped and there was no one there who could have been making them. But keep in mind, she was a very logical thinker. She was the kind of person that wouldn't have lied about anything like this. I'm pretty sure my dad and maybe her husband are the only people that she's told. Originally, I thought that the haunting might be residual, because it was basically just sounds from things or people from the past. But I'm questioning that because the footsteps occur in different places. And since then, if I've ever had to go into that church after 8, I've always been really on guard. I don't think it's anything bad. I think it just sounds like some spirit's confused or something. It takes place in the basement as well, which is obviously an add-on after the church has moved into town, which leads me to believe that whoever it is, it came after the big move. Pag. The sun's setting now and most family and friends have left. But here I am, staring at freshly dumped dirt, stopping myself from hugging the ground, wishing for the earth to gobble me up so I can be forever with him. Yes, him, Chen, my best friend, my first crush, my first boyfriend, and now my very first heartache. It's only our consolation that he passed away in his sleep, so at least there's no pain. He's gone and I can't make myself leave his grave. I can't admit to myself that I'll never see him again. If I do, well, here I stand. Hey. My grandmother came up to me and held my arm. We're going home now. You can stay if you want, just don't forget to buy me some ointment on your way home. Then she hugged me and left with my parents. Just don't forget to buy me some ointment on your way home. Grandma knows so well that I don't believe in superstitions, so she suddenly asked me to buy her some ointment so I don't go straight home from the funeral. Just don't forget to buy me some ointment on your way home. But somehow those words felt like a suggestion to me, and as the superstition goes, if you come from a wake or a funeral, don't go straight home or else the soul of the deceased will follow you. It's called pag on our native tongue, which loosely translates to shaking off, as in literally shaking off bad juju somewhere else before heading home. But what is there to lose in this scenario? It's a superstition, so more or less it's unreal. If it's real, then I get more time to be with him. I then found my courage and walked to the path at the cemetery and stared at my phone, was contemplating where to put my Uber destination at. Home or just some convenience store or pharmacy. Grandma will surely nag me over and do some nasty rituals if I don't have her ointment. So I decided to put the convenience store as my destination. My Uber arrived shortly, and before I can breathe, Chen's like flashing through my eyes. We arrived at the store. Outside I met Dave. That's Chen's third-grade cousin. He had come to the funeral and went to the same convenience store with his family to do their pag, or pag. Excuse me. As soon as I got the ointment, I bid my goodbye to Dave, and I don't really want to converse with anyone else. I don't want to share the pain and sadness, the loss of it all. I arrived home with Grandma sitting on her favorite chair on her porch. Saw her smile when I gave her the ointment. I then went to my room, changed my clothes, and went to sleep, alternating between tears and ugly sobbing, hoping I'll dream of Chen one more time. I woke up to the sound of a pebble hitting my window. My eyes are swollen from crying and not sleeping. I decided not to wake up until something dawned on me. It's Chen. It's how he sneaks up to my room back in the day. Like first he'd throw stones at my window, wake me up, and then he'd climb up and sneak through my window to get to my room. I'm both excited and scared as I got up and walked toward the window. I looked down as my room's on the second floor, but no one's there. I opened the window and waited, but nothing came through. Kept the window open that night. The next morning I have like a hammering headache and puffy eyes. We got sunny side up eggs and bacon for breakfast. And for some reason I can't taste a thing, so I went looking for salt. If you're looking for salt, go ask Mama, my mother said, pertaining to my grandmother. But before I could ask why, I saw Grandma by the window hugging a small sack and pouring salt around the house. What was that for? I asked Mother, and I'm honestly thinking that Grandma's going nuts. Last night she said she heard a rustling outside her window, and the crickets went silent, and she's basically sure there was a spirit lurking outside her house. She said that she cursed the spirit and threw salt out her window for it to go away, and it did. Then the crickets were chirping again. There's a spirit lurking outside her house. So the The superstition must be true then. Chen might have really come home with me, but why? Because I didn't go inside the convenience store? Dave was there, so I asked him to buy the ointment for me. That was while I waited in the road and went straight home after the funeral. Went to school like nothing happened. When I came home later that day, I still saw the solid path of salt that Grandma laid. Went around the house and smudged off the portion of salt path right below my window, so that Chen could find his way to me. Luckily, Grandma didn't notice, and I happily waited for Chen to come. As expected, I was awoken by pebbles hitting my window. I ran and opened it and felt wind rush through my room. If I could embrace the wind, I would. I know it was Chen. "Is everything all right, Cynthia?" I heard Grandma knock and call from the other side of my door, to which I replied, "Yeah, it's just the wind." I then heard my closet doors open and close, and I laughed, as this is really how Chen was when he sneaks. He'd go into my closet, and when someone's about to go into my room, he'd stay there until we're clear. But today I'm feeling better than ever, and my heart's warm knowing Chen's here. As I lay in bed, I felt the mattress shift, as if someone's crawling on it. My cheeks felt so warm, and the warmth stretched to my neck, but now it felt like burning. I'm being choked by this burning sensation, and I can't get it off. I'm struggling and writhing my arms around, and there's nothing I could hold on to. I can no longer breathe, and my eyes are about to close. I caught a glimpse of what was above me. A burnt lady with charcoal-colored hair. Her eyes were bloodshot red, and her hands and arms were like charcoal still in flame, burning and choking me. I came to my senses, grasping for breath, and Grandma and my parents were around me, shaking me to come back to life. They said I was wailing and struggling, but I wouldn't wake up, and from time to time I was scratching my neck as if removing something. "I met Dave earlier today, and he said he brought the ointment for you," Grandma finally told me as I calmed down. "Do you know why we perform Pog Pog?" Touched my neck trying to remember what I saw, and it wasn't Chen. "It's because we don't know whose soul will come home with us." My Great-Grandmother, the Devil, and Aliens. I've always carried these two stories around, so I thought I'd share. Hope I'm not abusing the encounter tag. It's not my encounter, but rather my late great-grandmother's. How she met the devil and aliens gave her a stroke. First, some information about my great-grandparents, specifically my great-grandmother. She was born to immigrant parents in 1911, passed away at the age of 94. Her father was an Englishman, and her mother was from Luxembourg. Most of her family spoke German as well as English. However, great-grandmother only knew a little bit of German. Great-grandmother's mother only spoke German, and was also almost completely deaf. Great-grandmother relied on either her sisters to translate the mangled German or crude family sign language that they developed. Great-grandmother grew up in rural North Dakota, and to frame the time period, she once told me about how when she was a little girl her family would regularly barter with members of the Mandan tribe, whom she described as real Indians, not like today. She also only attended a local school to about 6th grade. Later in life, she was not particularly bright, but not dumb. She was religious, but not a Bible thumper. The type of woman who would give you a religious birthday card and a Ninja Turtle action figure, or a picture of Jesus, but never said grace. The one thing she was always really serious about was how she met the devil. Great-grandmother would tell this story when prompted, but she never seemed to enjoy it, and was always consistent in her descriptions. When she was 10 years old, she was misbehaving. Her father wasn't home, and her mother again didn't speak English. Her mother attempted to control her, but great-grandmother just ignored her. Finally, her mother tried to grab a hold of her, but great-grandmother flailed and almost hit her mother. Great-grandmother's mother caught great-grandmother's hand and looked great-grandmother cold in the eyes. She let great-grandmother go and pointed at the closet and left the room. So she and her siblings were often sent to the closet as a sort of timeout. But great-grandmother knew that she was messed up. Or rather, she had messed up, so she went to accept her punishment. When she opened the door, however, something was inside. Great-grandmother said the being had hooves and was covered in a dark fur. It sort of subsided a bit on the torso and chest up to the face. The being had a man's face with dark eyes, an unkempt beard, and a mop of dirty black hair. And from only one side of his head rose a deer antler. Great-grandmother said the being stepped forward slightly before she slammed the closet door shut. She shrieked and her mother came to see what the commotion was. Great-grandmother could only really cry and wave her arms, but her mother opened the closet door anyway. The being was gone. She was always very serious about that story, and adamantly writing it even now just makes me feel off somehow. But that's the story of how my great-grandmother met the devil. However, she also said aliens gave her a stroke. A few years before she died, Gigi as they write it, Gigi had a number of strokes. She was in her 90s at the time, and it wasn't really debilitating at first. Just took some time to recover. Then some more quick information. Gigi and her husband, my great-grandfather, adored fast food. They had to substance hunt during the Depression to feed their children, so they marveled at good food fast, like great-grandpa loved McDonald's, but Gigi loved pizza, specifically Godfather's pizza. After she had mostly recovered from her stroke, my family took my great-grandparents to grandfather's as a kind of celebration. Being a dumb kid, I got a bunch of quarters from my dad for arcade games and ignored my non-agenarian. That's spelled wrong. Anyway, I got a bunch of quarters from my dad to play arcade games, and my great-grandparents, to this day I regret not spending more time with them, but I had an odd number of quarters that was after the games. The restaurant had one of those little toy dispensers. The one with the little plastic egg things. I bought one with my last quarter. It was a tiny plastic alien giving a peace sign. Done with the games, I returned to the table. I was fiddling with the alien like a classic gray looking, and Gigi noticed it. When I set the alien down, Gigi took it and inspected it closely. With everyone at the table, she held up the alien and looked at me and said, "Them's the things that come and got me." My mom, half laughing, said, "What?" She repeated herself and then said that there was a reason why she was in the hospital. When my grandfather, which is Gigi's son-in-law, told her that she was in the hospital because of a stroke, she said, "Them things gave me the stroke." The family just sort of stopped pressing at the point, and things kind of settled down. Most of my family chalked it up to a joke of her stroke. I don't buy it as a joke. Gigi was very sweet, but not a joker. Furthermore, I don't think she knew what a gray alien was. She hadn't seen a movie since like the 50s. She didn't even watch TV. She only really read the newspaper, and she mostly did crafts and listened to music in her spare time. As for it being a stroke hallucination, well, maybe, but it's still weird. Anywho, those are the stories of my great-grandmother and how she met the devil and how space aliens gave her a stroke. I like her. Lifelong and possibly familial stint of sleep paralysis. Shadow person too, perhaps. Let's start off with my dad. He has these dreams where he starts repeatedly howling the sound in sort of a high-pitched voice, much unlike his normal deep voice. He claims that he has a repeated dream of seeing a thief outside his village home. He has to alert others, and he says the thief is, he says in his mother tongue. That's in Chore. The syllable pronounced do match up. These happen always when he's laying on his back, and most times, at least most times on his back. The curtains are left open or he's stressed. At least I suspect that. He also is under diagnosed sleep apnea and refuses to. If anybody knows how to help him, please do. Me and him have one mutual dream. Not much of note, but it was us driving cars. But we had different endings. Now to my experiences. I've been having sleep paralysis episodes ever since I was 9, 15 now. At first, it was pretty classic sleep paralysis. No entity felt or seen. Then I started hearing these loud screeching, thumping, like heartbeats maybe. Maybe like cymbal-type noises for the past 3 years or so. I suspect some case of exploding head syndrome. All these episodes I've never really felt any presence of an entity. That was until last year. I was sleeping in my bed feet forward toward the doorway. My bed is large enough that I can sleep in most angles. The window to my right's curtain was open, so I could get some sunlight when the sun was out, so I had fallen asleep at 3 or 3:30. The episode took place at 4:50 or so. Dark room. I immediately noticed I'm having an episode and the loud noises kick in. I tried closing my eyes and let the episode pass. I do this pretty often, but this time the noises are too much. Open my eyes and they go straight toward my bedroom door. Shadowy entity. I suspect female. Had the silhouette of a small woman with a rice straw hat, notably sinister for some odd reason. Maybe 3 feet in height, peeking with half their body into my room. Red light in place of where their eyes should have been. I'm close to shitting myself. First time I've seen anything in probably 80 plus episodes now. I'm hearing deafeningly loud, high-pitched giggling noises. Eventually it stops, and after it does, I go out of my room to see my sister still awake studying. She had exams. So seeing this, I asked her, "Did you check up on me?" Suspecting that it was her that I saw, but she said no, and that was that. I used to know if I had an episode of sleep paralysis on any given night, at least when I was younger, but this has seemingly gone away once I started sleeping in a different room. This ability came back to me the one night I slept in the old room after about a year of having sleep paralysis. It was about how I fell asleep, like if I felt my eyes roll up the moment I fell asleep that night, I would have sleep paralysis. There's a funny little way I've found to sort of lessen the mental, or at least sort of have unthreatening sleep paralysis, and that is to close my eyes and, get as horny as possible. I seem to be more sensitive to all stimuli during an episode, so I get some pleasure out of it. It's been my goal to try to bust a nut while sleep paralyzing. This person knows how to write. I've also had numerous of these incidents where I see something in my dreams and they happen as I see it a week or two later. Nothing spectacular. Alrighty then. I heard my husband and myself talking outside. Something weird happened yesterday. We were at our summer cottage in the forest. The closest neighbor is about 1 kilometer away from us. I've seen people walking on the road only one time in these 3 years we've been here, so we're pretty much alone. I was sitting outside when I heard my husband's voice asking a question. I could hear only mumbling and words here and there. He was further away from me. I heard a female voice, which sort of sounded like my own voice, and it was answering him. It was asking, "What?" My husband repeating his question again. Something about a list that we were making that day, and the voices just stopped there. I went looking for my husband because for a moment I thought a stranger had wandered to our cottage and was talking with him. I found him inside. He said he didn't talk to anybody or see anyone. He was just chilling on the sofa. So the logical side of me tells me it was just some joggers. Or it was some kind of, maybe like an echo. We were talking earlier, maybe it was from that conversation. Is it possible there could be some kind of semi-scientific explanation, like a distortion in the time continuum, or something? Well, very confusing nonetheless, and I'm sure it was our voices. The brain's funny about voices, in particular. Strange encounter. On New Year's about 11 or 12 years ago, when I was around 5 or 6 years old, my parents drove me to a mountain to watch the fireworks exploding in the sky above the city. It was very dark, but the fireworks were beautiful. Everything seemed to be going to plan. My parents and I were staring out in the distance, countless colors filling the air. Out of nowhere, I felt a cold breeze. Started to become nervous. When I turned around, something was staring at me from the bushes. I knew this because the eyes of it would light up every time a firework exploded. I remember this part vaguely, mostly because I was very young. But I didn't know to tell my father. He didn't seem to be bothered telling me it's most likely a boar or a small animal. I reluctantly agreed. So we continued to watch the scene. On the way back to the car, I saw something big and white move away from that bush. It was like a big cow with no black spots. Kind of hard to describe. I was in shock, but decided to keep my mouth shut for the rest of the ride. Figured I would ruin the moment with my imagination, quote-unquote. I confessed to having a big imagination when I was small, but I knew this time it wasn't my imagination. The next morning I told the story to my grandmother. She said it was probably my imagination, because I was tired and it was well beyond my bedtime. With me not wanting to be bothered by thinking about it, I agreed. This was my first encounter with that thing. 2 years later, I already forgot about it and moved on. But on one evening, my dad drove me to my grandparents, on his side of the family. He drove me to their house. They live about an hour and a half away from our house, and it's way more inland. And by the way, this happened in Croatia. Our house was on the shore and around the city of Trogir. My grandparents living in a more mountainous and inland region of Promena. So we were driving about halfway to my grand's house, and I decided I was bored playing with my toys. So I figured I'd pass the time by looking outside the window, observing the nice nature. At this point, we passed through a village which hasn't been at its best in a long time, due to the Yugoslav war. It was always kind of uncanny to me, staring at the road ahead but peeked to the side window. There was more trees and skinny dirt paths leading to the locals' farms on the way. Then it happened again. Nothing was out of the ordinary. That's when one of the dirt paths, something big, white, and wide, just stood there. The exact second I saw it, realization hit me. I remembered my first encounter, closed my eyes, and all this happening in the span of a few seconds. This time I saw it clearly, with enough daylight available to me to make out its appearance. As I said before, it was white and smoky clear. It wasn't ghost-like clear, but seemed to not really be in a solid form either. Its body was also very strange. It's pretty tall, around maybe 11.5 feet in height, having a pretty unproportional body to its height. The body shape was almost cartoon-like, sideways, oval, and round, kind of like a snowman whose body is the only one like a big snowball with the smaller one as the head. That's the best way I can describe it. This time, though, I couldn't make out any facial features or eyes. After I closed my eyes, my dad asked me what was going on. I told him the truth. I saw something strange. I described it quickly with my voice trembling a bit. He said that it sounded like a cow to him. Now, that's very plausible because there's lots of cows in that area, but it was way too big. I tried not to think about it after we arrived, but it stuck with me for at least a week. Eventually, my parents and I moved away to Germany. I completely forgot about it. My latest and last sighting of it was about 5 years ago. That's when I was 12 or 13. It was the end of summer vacation, time to drive to the airport and fly back to Germany. That summer was strange already. My dad's car was broken, so we flew to Croatia and rented a car, which was pretty new to me. It was a Corolla or a Clio or something with no real power in its motor, because I remember the car audibly struggling to drive up a steep road. Anyways, we got up at around 2 in the morning. The flight was scheduled for 6 a.m. We got ready and my grandpa drove us there. That way he can turn the rented car back in when they opened again. Well, we drove for about 45 minutes. It was approaching 3 a.m. And I know this is very cliche, but I'm not kidding about this. I was looking out the window like last time. I saw it again. Honestly, I don't remember this very well, but perhaps I truly was very tired and saw things, or was in a half-asleep state. But it looked real, and again I kept silent about it, until recently. I only remembered my encounters with it when we drove on that countryside. Recently, some friends of mine and I were telling strange experiences that we had in our lives. That's when I remembered about it again, decided to write this post. Every time I tell this story, I get tears in my eyes. It's honestly pretty strange. I don't know what that is. Now I want to reassure the authenticity in my words and that this is not a hoax. I don't want to start a debate or something, just want to tell somebody about some strange things I saw. Did somebody else see something similar to this? Or has a possible explanation to this? Let me know. If I see it again or realize I forgot something, I'll make sure to update the post, respond to anybody who's interested. When the veil lifted. I believed in ghosts when I was little. I had a handful of experiences when I was little and a negative attachment by the time I was in middle school. At that point, my mom got a job in a different town. I stayed with my aunt to continue attending school in my hometown. I never felt comfortable sleeping there, like something was watching me with deep hatred. I'd have nightmares of things pulling me out of the window. Grays, shadows, Santa Claus. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to see a tall, dark figure standing in my doorway. Moved my mattress from the wall and would sleep in a sort of crevice to hide. In that house, sculptures I made for my aunt would break. A drama mask made out of clay flew off the wall and split into two. Eventually, bruises formed on my arms, like a big hand was squeezing me tight. That was when my mom noticed she'd called her friend. We visited her aunt in El Paso a couple of times. I don't remember much of what happened. I just remember the last time being rubbed with an egg in a cemetery. Yeah, I'd remember that too. That's when the lady finished. She chucked the egg as hard as she could and told my mom just to leave immediately. After that, the weirdness stopped, but I grew up without really thinking about it. Over time, I became more agnostic. I would refer to science and physical evidence. And at some point, I entered a destructive hedonistic cycle. Would drive myself into a deeper depression. The same could be said for my roommates. We all sort of just numbed ourselves in the same ways. We didn't really mind wasting away together, but God forbid anybody try to get better. Come October 2022, one night I was wearing thin, and, well, my mother saw that she gave me a St. Michael amulet that she got from the Vatican. On the drive home, my girlfriend and I got into a pretty big fight on the phone. I was a couple of blocks away from my house when a black ran in my path. The instant the beam from my headlight hit the cat, vanished. I relayed what I saw to my girlfriend on the phone and asked if I was being lucid. She confirmed I was. When I got to my house, we still had some things to say to each other that I just didn't want to bring into a house full of people, so I parked and stayed on the phone. Throughout the conversation, I noticed a shadowy figure wearing a hat standing in my neighbor's yard across the street. They'd disappear if I looked at them directly, but I could see them clear as day in my periphery. And I should say that during this period, I didn't have any interest in modern supernatural phenomena, and had no prior knowledge of certain memes. My initial thought was maybe I was hallucinating the creep in the neighborhood watch signs. I relayed everything to my girlfriend in real time. Their posture was defensive and intimidating, but not toward me. They weren't concerned by me at all, but they were looking just past me on my side of the street. I looked towards my driveway where my roommate's car's parked and see a tall, slender being. It was almost translucent. It glowed a soft white. It had no face, but I could tell it was watching me. The second we locked faces, it crouched behind the car. Its body was too big and I could see parts of its limbs popping out of the car's silhouette. I felt the shadow figure's posture tense. I felt tense. I got the feeling that the Hat Man was protecting my neighbor's house. He had a fuck around and find out sort of a feeling to him. I think our awareness had the white thing pinned, and after 5 minutes I felt safe enough to go inside even though I could still see it. It was kind of instinctual. Made my aura bigger and blasted "don't fuck with me" energy as I walked to my front door. I went straight to my room and my girlfriend sent me driveway footage from Kentucky. The second I saw the video, I froze and goosebumps ran up my body. It was the same entity that was in my driveway. I could still see it. I want to reiterate that I haven't been living a spiritual life. I don't judge and I don't push my beliefs on anyone. Live and let live. I lit some incense that my mom had given me to help calm me down enough to sleep. The next day I told my mom what happened. She didn't seem surprised. She already had like a kit put together for me. I was getting ready to pick it up. My roommate came out of the room with a noticeably hateful vibe. They were best friends and everything just flipped overnight. My sister helped me bring the kit back from the house and clean my room for smudging. She was hanging out in the living room with my roommate and left for work, and she caught the same energy that I did earlier. Left the door to his room open, and she saw a tall, skinny, pale creature standing in the doorway. Heard my roommate's door slam as I went downstairs. My sister grabbed her things from the couch and said I had a lot of work to do. I had to smudge the house 3 times, once with sage, Palo Santo, and copal. With each smudging, the smoke turned darker and darker. Found myself getting confused and arguing with myself, but I can't remember why or what for. By the time I got to my room and the smoke was black, it continued till I got to my closet. Then the smoke bellowed uncontrollably. Felt like I was the one who was choking and being chased out with smoke. I said, "You can have this place, but you can't have me. If you try to fuck with me again, I'll pull your ass out of here myself." A white ring of smoke rose from my copal in the ceiling, and it grew and fell over me. The air felt clear. The house was quiet. I moved out shortly after, and I'm trying to take better care of myself now. I do see ghosts more often now. And it very well might have been you also being choked out by smoke. Can't breathe that in too well. Some type of spirit in our house. We don't know what to do. I live in a student house in Lincolnshire with 4 others. We all range from 20 to 22. So it all started around September 23rd. Started with knocking, walking, and just generalized noises. We initially didn't think anything of it. Put it down to having thin walls to our neighbors. It then all started to ramp up a little bit. One of the girls started to have dreams about the spirit that had chains around her hands. It started to approach her more and more every night. One night she had this dream. The spirit was right in front of her. When she looked down, she also had chains around her wrists. She remembers her nan who had passed appearing in her dream and telling her to get out. Started screaming it, and she woke up in cold sweats, scratches all down her legs and back. From here on is when things started to get worse. Lights started to flicker, doors opening and closing on their own. Felt it was getting worse. Things happen all over the house, such as the living room, which is directly underneath my bedroom. It's always very cold. It has a weird feeling. Feels like you're being watched in there. One of the girls, when we first moved in, went in there and had a panic attack. That was because she felt like somebody else was in there with her, but she couldn't see them. She also mentioned that there was a very heavy, unsettling atmosphere in there. My bedroom seems to be the hot spot. That's directly above the living room. But noises, moving objects, things going missing. When people also come in and out of my room, they're hit with an overwhelming sense of unease and fatigue. It's like all the energy's been sucked out of them. They start to feel ill, like headaches and severe abdominal pain. There's also been times where I've been in bed in the early morning, like 1 or 2 a.m., and I've heard noises in from my bedroom, like objects moving like footsteps and whatnot right behind me while I'm trying to sleep. One particular time was when I could hear kids running around and laughing in my bedroom. Couldn't have been the neighbors because of how early it was in the morning. I've also had nightmares and dreams about these spirits, and so has one of the other girls. One dream and nightmare particularly scared me. I dreamt that I got raped by 2 men, and less than 3 days later I did. Another time, I vividly remember one night I was in bed rolled over and there was a huge black mass in the corner of my room. Near it, sitting on my chair, a white glow appeared. I remembered hearing like a faint whisper, "Don't be scared, I'm here to protect you." For some reason, I remember his name being Michael, but I don't know how I got that name. Just as they appeared, both went, and then an unsettling, nervy feeling. I'm not the only one who've seen apparitions in the house. One of the other girls saw what appeared to be a girl's dress and feet in her doorway, but when she looked up, nothing was there. Also been smells of rotting eggs in only one part of my room, as well as other strange occurrences, like feeling watched all the time. There was another time where we're all sitting in the room together just chatting, and all of a sudden we felt like we were being watched. Somebody made a comment saying this, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being choked. But nothing was there. There was a strange pressure on my chest, and I just felt I couldn't breathe. All of us in the house have had an influx of panic attacks and just a lot of bad luck shared between us. We've also had a common share of electronics playing up, doors opening and closing on their own, the TV turning itself on in the middle of the night, our Alexas randomly starting to play, and coincidentally, it's always been the same, or rather, been the Sam Fender song getting started, which freaks us all out even more. One of the lads that lives with us also felt and experienced some of these things. Decided to get his nan involved to help. When she first walked into her house, bleach was thrown at her. It was clear to see that she was wearing all black. She is very in touch with that side of things. Cleansed the house and blessed it. Seemed like it had initially worked too. And this was in October. About 2 days after things started up again. It's just been getting worse ever since. Noises and scratching, objects being moved again, and so forth. Seems like the center of activity is my bedroom. Always cold and has always had this eerie feeling. And I'm a student. I go home for the holidays. In the summer, and this summer, whilst I've been away, I've allowed one of my friends to stay in my room. As soon as she moved in there, she was struck with severe allergies, which I also experienced at the beginning of the term when I was first moving in. The others in the house have noticed behavioral changes with her since being in my bedroom. She was living with us previously. They've also mentioned this when I'm there. I'm also subject to these changes myself, becoming more irritable, quick mood swings, panic attacks, and anxiety. I have a rosary up in my bedroom to try to prevent anything, and every time I go to touch it, it's boiling hot, almost burning hot. We're just curious as to what our next steps are. We've been thinking about getting a priest in, but our only concern is that some of us in the house haven't been baptized or christened. Plus, we don't even know what type of spirit this is. It's really starting to scare us. Since being in the house is a lot of trauma and things have happened to us. Which may be a coincidence, but everything's making us think otherwise. Any help or insights would be greatly appreciated. New vehicle blind spot sensors, and my wife. So I will preface this by saying thank you for reading. If you don't believe, well, that's okay by me. But this is a true story. My wife and I had been together for going on 10 years now. She's always had what I perceive as a connection to like a separate unseen world that I'm just not privy to. It kind of runs in her family. Her mother, sister, niece, nephew all seem to have some of it. But by far, my wife is one that's the most in tune, so to speak. For example, she's seen her mother in the house. We live with her father and has seen other spirits, horrible-looking things that'll spook or scare her. And in the particular, bend I'm talking mostly about in the second and third paragraphs, she's seen my uncle who passed on December 2017. That was at his house in the same town. At the end of April, we brought a newer car. It's a 2014 Infiniti JX35. It's a mid-sized SUV. It has a lot of bells and whistles, one of which is a blind spot warning light on the inside of the car near where the side mirrors are. Just a standard LED, I assume, that senses when something of certain size or dimension or something else is there. But anyway, we live currently in a little rural town outside a decent city of almost 1 million people. Well, the town that we live in is right outside of it, about a 20-minute drive. Very rural, very open desert in the southwest. Now, as far as I knew when we got the vehicle, those sensors only picked up other vehicles and large objects. Not really seen if it picks up smaller motorcycles or bicycles. Well, one night we turn off the highway onto the road that leads into our town. My wife points out that the sensor lights lit up. Now, this is a 2-lane highway. Pretty sharp bend after you make the turn off the highway. So we're going on this road. There's about 5 feet of sand and dirt once you get off the pavement. In this same bend is where, just by the way the blind spots are and how the bend is, I assume that there's been at least a couple of accidents. However, it would take some reckless driving to really make a bad crash, specifically because you need to turn on and off the highway. But anyway, she points out the light and informs me that she's seen this light and sensor light frequently, like 3 or 5 times a month since we got this vehicle. But we had just brought this up about a month ago. So now I'm starting to pay more attention to it, because the bend is to the left and the sensor that lights up is to the passenger side, most times I don't see it. That night she just brought it up. I tried to trigger it by driving really close to fences or trash bins or light posts. We did this at varying speeds, but to no avail. It lights up when there's a vehicle at random. All this brings us to the events of last night. We bought a house in the city. It's at the end of the last month. We've been working on almost a nightly basis to paint and fix it prior to us moving in. We had just finished painting and taping walls and trim at close to 9 p.m. It was a nice, clear, not too hot night, and my wife decided that we should open our windows and sunroof, turn off the AC. This is kind of out of the ordinary for us, since we live in a very dry and hot part of the country. So we do. I turn off our street and just are headed down to my dad's place to pick up her kids, and we have the windows down. My wife has her right hand out of the window. We're in a decently lit part of town near sort of a Pep Boys, a Walgreens, and other stores. That's when my wife suddenly gives out a scream and a shiver, places her face into her arm, and is holding onto my arm with both hands, not wanting to look anywhere. Alarmed because it's normally not this bad, I ask her what's going on. Is she okay? All those basic questions. But after about 10 or 15 seconds, she looks back at the window, raises the window, closes the sunroof, and tells me to close mine, and I do. It's at this time that she tells me what happened. With her hand out the window, she, out of the corner of her eye, saw the same sensor light come on, and as she was turning her head to look, she felt what she described as like if a hand had grazed the top of her arm and hand. She didn't say that she saw anything at this time, and I just assumed that she didn't, because it kind of made it look like after she felt what grazed her hand and arm. But after closing the window and sunroof, she stated that they're not welcome. and they should leave right now. About 5 seconds later, she shivered and stated that she felt cold for a second, but that it was gone now. We went to pick the kids up, go eat dinner, and her niece and her aunt, and they're helping us with the house, and drove separately. We went home, we were almost home again, and we saw the light come on, much closer to the house that we currently live in. We tried to drive really close and slow next to a pole on our property. Not surprisingly, the pole didn't get the sensor to light up, even though it was within like 4 feet of our vehicle. Well, that was a boring one. No offense. My experience with the paranormal, and how I became a spiritual person. So I was browsing the sub's top posts of all time, and after seeing so many people share their own experiences with the paranormal, I felt encouraged to share mine. Feel free to ask any questions, and I'll try to answer as best as I can. The earliest experience I had is something I can't remember myself, but that my mother's told me. When I was small, like 3 or 4, I was deathly afraid of hearing my own heartbeat. It still makes me uncomfortable to this day, but not as much as it used to. My mom tells me I used to say things like, "Too young to die," and other uncharacteristic things for a toddler to say whenever my heart started beating faster than usual. My uncle was a cardiologist and also very spiritual. He said that I had died of a heart attack in a previous life, which is why a sound that normally soothes people caused such fear. My mother, being very spiritual herself, believed him. I don't know whether that's true, but it's a thing that did happen. That wasn't the only thing I was afraid of, though. When I was young, my greatest fear by far was that of black magic, to the point that people around me couldn't even say the word or I'd start crying. Fast forward a few years to 2014. That's now 16. I found out that I had a cavernoma on the pons of my brain. It's after I got pneumonia and coughed so hard that it burst open. I had to get life-saving surgery and everything. My mother went to a medium when I was hospitalized post-surgery to ask about my recovery. The medium said that the cavernoma I had was like a scar from a previous life. Apparently, I'd lived in a big farmhouse well over 100 years ago. But some unsavory fellows wanted the deed to the house or whatever. I don't really recall the details. But the important thing is that they kidnapped me and my family and killed us. The way they'd killed me was with a strike to the back of the head, exactly where the cavernoma was in this life. The people who killed me also did some black magic, and for some reason, it's like the medium described the ritual as having involved a yellow cross on a table with a white cloth on it, a bunch of candles and other objects too. The medium burned the whole thing, according to him. But again, I don't know the details. And what do you know, my fear of black magic vanished overnight. But going back to when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure I lived in a haunted house. I didn't pay much attention to it overall, but my mother says she felt a presence in some rooms. The worst one was the servant's bedroom. It was a big old house. I used to play pretty much everywhere except for that one room. It was in an isolated part of the house, and even though it was right next to the back garden and got plenty of light during the day, it always felt sinister in there. The babysitter slept there one night and said she felt constantly watched. Could hear heavy breathing coming from the ensuite bathroom. On a few occasions I was in my bedroom trying to sleep. Suddenly I heard pots and pans banging all the way in the kitchen on the other side of the house. It was as if they had fallen out of the cupboard. They were always where they should have been when we checked the following day. One day my mom had to leave for work super early, like 5 a.m. Found the drinks cabinet wide open, even though she only had the key and it was still safely in her wardrobe. Sometimes we could hear a rhythmic pinging sound from her bedrooms, like somebody repeatedly tapping a coin or a key on the stairs' metal railing. Nobody was there upon inspection, of course. My mom once called a medium in. She said that the house definitely had some bad stuff in it. The guest's bathroom, the third floor bathroom, and the servant's bedroom were the worst spots. He said he could smell sulfur in the third-floor bathroom. Fortunately, no one else could. He also said that the graveyard dirt had been flung onto the roof at some point. My dad was a politician at the time, so I'm sure he had plenty of enemies who could have done that. But that was a big part of why those things were happening. Well, we eventually moved out. But I initially didn't feel comfortable in the new house either. I was probably like 13 at the time. Everything was fine with the house itself, but I used to feel a presence in my bedroom at night. My sleep was often troubled and light. And once again, my mom contacted a medium. Said that I was being haunted by the spirit of a young boy who'd been my best friend in a previous life. He wasn't doing it on purpose. The spirit was just lost and wanted to play with me. The talk to the boy's spirit convinced him to leave me alone, guided him to the afterlife. Sure enough, the feeling of being observed went away overnight. Despite all of the odd occurrences that I'd experienced up to this point, I'd grown to be a very, actually, edgy, skeptic teenager. But this experience in particular made me question everything. I haven't had many paranormal experiences ever since I recovered from my brain surgery, but I've had a couple of dreams of my dead great-grandma was living happily in a breezy town with white houses. That cardiologist uncle ended up committing suicide by jumping off his apartment window and landing on his chest and arms. At one time he appeared in a dream of mine with an arm cast and happy to see me, but I don't know where he was. Haunted Barn. It was the end of the school year in 1980. After that weekend, there were only 3 days of school left till summer vacation. My brothers and I had spent the last few weeks making our new barn into our own playhouse. We had a ping pong and a pool table set up, as well as a room with a card table and a dartboard. A friend was staying overnight with me that night to have fun in the new playhouse. Our plan was to stay up all night going back and forth between games and activities. It was around midnight and we're playing cards at the card table. We're talking about anything and everything. That's when out of nowhere, you hear your banging on the wall behind us. We both look over to the source at the same time. There was a door to the outside that was opening about 3 or 4 inches and slamming over and over. It was loud and kept going almost like a minute. When it stopped, my friend and I looked at each other with a look of terror on our face. Got up and ran for the door like it was a race to see who could get out there the fastest. Went to the house to find that everybody was sitting in the living room watching Saturday Night Live. My mom and stepdad swore that no one had gone outside. I was trying to debunk what had just happened as a prank by one of my brothers. When that didn't work out, I grabbed a flashlight and went back out to see what was outside the door. Thought we might find some tracks or some evidence that somebody was out there. When we got to the outside of the door, we noticed a concrete post leaning against it, holding it shut. I had forgotten about that at the time. It wasn't possible for that door to be open more than an inch. My heart pounded in my chest after seeing this, realizing it couldn't have been done by someone outside pranking us. My friend and I both ran back to the house as fast as we could. Called his mom to pick him up. He was too scared to stay the rest of the night. That barn was the most terrifying and active place I've ever experienced in my life. One of my older brother's friends was hit on the side of his head by a brick that flew out of nowhere at his barn parties. Fortunately, the guy was not seriously injured, but he never really came back to one of my brother's barn parties after that. I hope so. This particular event of the door slamming was truly scary, but the absolutely most terrifying event that ever happened to me was in that barn. You couldn't ask for a more beautiful spring day in 1984. I just started as a drummer in a high school rock band. The night before, my older brother and 2 friends of ours were practicing our new songs in the barn. I was really excited that they could say that I could be their drummer. I was just dying to get up, practice that day. The only problem with that was the drum set was in the barn and no one else was home. No one wouldn't even think about going in that barn alone because of the strange and terrifying things that would happen in there. Especially when there was no one home. But because I was so excited about getting back to practice, I decided to go ahead and go in. I had a plan to go in the front door, and it was pretty close to the drum set. If anything weird happened, I could get out of there fast. That was the plan anyway. When I got to the door and tried to open it, I noticed that it was off the track and could only open about 5 or 6 inches. That's all right, I thought. I can squeeze through there. So, with a bit of effort, I managed to squeeze myself in. It took some time, though. Great. Now I can get to practice. And practice I did for at least an hour or so. Then I did a rim shot on the snare drum a little too hard, and the drumhead just split open. Now I'm frustrated, to say the least. Threw a tantrum, so to speak, and by throwing a drumstick, it flew into the hay and went on the other side of the barn. Watched it bounce into the back addition upstairs. I calmed down pretty quick since I came to the realization that I have to go up there and get it, but practicing was over till I get a new drumhead anyway. So I moved the hi-hat out of the way and began to walk toward the ladder to retrieve the drumstick. I looked up toward where the drumstick landed. It was flying right toward my head. I had to move out of the way or it would have hit me. And remember, I was alone in there. It hit the wall behind me, making a loud noise that startled on top of already having been terrified by a flying drumstick. Without hesitation, I went straight to the door. Forgot that I had to squeeze in. I was terrified and just wanted out. But I was going to have to take my time to squeeze back out. While doing so, I mistakenly looked over at the drum set. The bass drum mallet that's foot-operated went down like somebody had stepped on it. Seeing this move by itself was bad enough, but it also hit the drum hard enough that I could feel it in my chest. I actually thought that my heart had stopped. So scared that I forced myself through the door, tearing my clothes up and putting big scratches on my back and chest. Once I was out, I ran toward the house about 15 or 20 and then just collapsed. I never practiced in that barn again, not because of what happened to me, but because the lead guitarist bumped into someone or something in the dark in the night before we got done practicing. There was nobody there and he knew it. Told my mom about it a few days later. Wouldn't even go to get his equipment. My brother and I had to get it for him. This drumstick event is without a doubt, the most terrifying I've ever had in my life. I'll always consider that barn to be beyond haunted and into the realm of evil. An old plantation house in Georgia. My parents divorced when I was 5. We lived in a small town. It's Glenwood, Georgia. That's where everybody knows everybody. Probably too well. My mother had to find a place and a job quickly. She ended up working at a convenience store and renting a house near town. The house was built sometime but not long before the Civil War. It was old, white on the outside with a green roof and a large front porch. It had a green porch ceiling. Inside, the ceilings were about 14 feet high. The walls were sort of tongue and groove. And one thing to note was how odd the walls were painted. This was 1995. When you first walk in, you're in a yellow foyer. At the entrance to the house were double doors. Directly across the foyer were double doors to the living room. To the right was a pink bedroom with purple floors. My mom, my brother, and I all slept in this room because it was the only room with a fireplace that was unblocked. To the left of the foyer was a yellow bedroom with a blocked fireplace. That room was a junk room. Behind that bedroom was a kitchen complete with appliances from the 50s that miraculously still functioned. And behind that room was my playroom. It was blue and had a blocked fireplace. It was constantly cold even in the summer. And finally the living room and the bathroom were like add-ons to the house. In their place used to be a screened-in porch which had been closed just to make these rooms. As a result, most interior doors had small window panes going around them because at one point they were exterior doors. So in the back of the house you could see the fields and the outhouses and the caved-in slave shacks and all that. My childhood memories are spotty at best, but I can relate things that I remember and things my mother and uncle said. I remember being in the front foyer and looking up at the ceiling while sitting on the floor, feeling as if I were dizzy and falling, as if gravity reversed itself. I would often stick my head between my knees and look out behind, trying to duplicate this feeling. Scary and kind of fun at the same time. Anytime I, or anyone for that matter, would walk into my playroom, it was always extremely cold. So cold that the windows always stayed shut, even in the middle of summer. Georgia, no central air conditioning, so in the wintertime that room was unbearable. Sometimes, in the dead of night, we'd be lying on my mother's waterbed in the pink bedroom and you'd hear what sounded like a newborn baby crying from that room, all the way across the house. My mom would get up to go check it out, and when she'd arrive at the door, the crying would stop. This happened multiple times when we lived there. Another time, my mom was dressing in the pink bedroom and looked over to the window to find a man staring at her. She was angry more than shocked and ran outside to confront him, only to find no one present. We were in a big clearing. He wouldn't have been able to run away that fast. My uncle would frequently stay over and would often have objects fly at him, doors slam behind him. Whatever was there clearly never wanted him around. One incident stands vivid in my head. My mother and I were sitting on a couch, and that playroom door was in view of where we were sitting. We were watching TV, and we hear the click and turn of a door handle. The door of the playroom just opened on its own, then slammed shut with enough force to crack one of the window panes surrounding the door. There were no windows open, and the only person in the house was my younger brother. He was 2 at the time, and he was asleep. These doors are heavy, solid wood with huge, hard-to-turn brass doorknobs. There's no way that door should have done that on its own. My mother looked over at me and said, "I think it's time we go to bed." The neighbor across the street lived in this house for at least 20 years prior to our move-in. He knew the family that owned the house, who my mom rented from. The same family have owned the house for the entire time it stood. So he was told by the member of the family who previously lived in our house, around the turn of the century, a woman lived in this house. She wasn't mentally well, and at some point she gave birth to a baby. The baby was deformed. She killed it and burned it in a fireplace. This is how my uncle tells it. Nasty. My mother says that the neighbor told her that the baby was stillborn and was cremated in the fireplace, which was common then. We don't know for sure, but likely it was my playroom that the baby was cremated in, especially given the activity. We moved out in the summer of '96, and no one's lived in that house since. I'd asked my stepmother about it from time to time, and I even went to look for it once. The house is so overgrown that it's hard to spot from the road. It sits vacant, rotting, and decaying. Oh, and if you're in Glenwood, Georgia, find Orchwalkie Country Store. Turn left onto County Road 12, then go maybe a quarter or maybe half a mile up. Houses on the right behind a rusted chain-link fence off in the woods. Overgrown, hard to spot from the road, but you can see the roof line. The Red Clover Field. It was 1959. I was a precious 5-year-old. My family lived on an Air Force base in southwestern Illinois. It was a beautiful summer day. The sun was shining and a soft warm breeze was blowing through the corn and red clover fields. As they say, the corn was as high as an elephant's eye, the red clover in bloom scenting the air ever so slightly. I had gotten myself and my 2 older siblings in trouble for sneaking off the base and going to the forest the day before. Thought my siblings would never play with me again. But my older sister asked me if I wanted to sneak off base and go play at the school playground. She had left something there earlier, wanted to go retrieve it. I was ecstatic. She had forgiven me. The school was only about 2 blocks down the road from one of the gates on the base. There were certain ways to sneak past the guards at the gate. Of course, we knew all of them. A large cornfield was across the road from the school. Red clover fields bordered the school on the other 3 sides. The clover field that bordered the playground came right up by it like a swing set, like 5 feet away. We got to the school playground, and my sister told me that I could wait for her while I played in the swings. She said that she was sure the object she had lost was on the other side of the building. This made me nervous, but she promised to be right back. I sat on the swing and waited for her. I waited and waited and waited a long time. The sun kept getting lower in the sky. I don't know how long I sat on that swing waiting for her, but it seemed like a lifetime. The afternoon had turned to early evening. She had tricked me. She had left me there alone. I sat on a swing facing the red clover to watch the bees buzzing to and fro. I became too scared to get up and move. Wanted my sister to come and get me. Honestly, don't really know why I was afraid. I was an adventurous child. This time I was frightened. Wanted someone to come get me. All of a sudden I saw a glow on the other side of the red clover field. It was coming toward me. Now I really froze. It mesmerized me and scared me at the same time. As the glow came closer, I could see a figure. It was a figure wrapped in a white glow walking across the field. This was on top of the clover. I squinted and kept looking across the field, and I thought my imagination had just gotten the better of me. I closed my eyes, hoping that whoever that was would go away. I thought I was scared before. I was terrified now. I was frozen to the swing seat. I didn't want to be there, and I tried to think happy thoughts. It didn't work, but I tried. I dare not move. I dare not open my eyes. Just go away, go away. Then I heard a voice, soft and gentle. The figure said, "Open your eyes and gaze upon me." I barely opened my eyes to peek at this glowing figure that was standing at the top of the red clover. The figure repeated to me to open my eyes and gaze upon it. The glowing figure said it would not hurt me. I opened my eyes and I looked. I really looked. The figure was wearing a white hooded robe and white glow that was so bright it hurt my eyes. I couldn't see a face or eyes, nose or mouth, but it had spoken to me. How was any of this possible? I was scared and I was confused. The white-robed figure spoke again. "Get up and run home. Don't look back, just run." I was stunned. I couldn't fathom what was happening to me. Then in a more forceful voice, the figure said, "Run! Do not look back! Go!" That was all it took. Shot out of that swing like a scared rabbit. Ran faster than I'd ever run before. Felt like I was flying. I ran home in tears the whole way. I didn't care and ran right through the gate past the stunned guards. Ran home to my mom crying and hugging her. She asked me what happened. Told her the whole story. She told me that it was okay. She said that it was just Jesus and didn't want to get me into any trouble. Went to my room still crying, and my sister asked me what was wrong. She had a smirk while asking. I wouldn't tell her, just laid on my bed crying until I fell asleep. The next day my parents were whispering in the kitchen. Sat in the living room waiting for the boom, and I knew it was coming. This was twice in a row that I'd snuck off base. My dad came in and sat beside me. He had a very worried look. Told me that I was a very, very lucky little girl, and that I didn't understand. I wasn't in trouble. My dad said never do something like that again. Then he hugged me so tight I almost couldn't breathe. Didn't understand my parents' reaction to that event until years later. Questioned my mom about it when I was a teenager. She told me a man had been found at the cornfield and had been murdered the evening that I'd been there. Murdered at the cornfield, across from the school. Do we visit our loved ones before we die? This is about something I was once told by an elderly woman. She said that when somebody's about to die, their spirit visits their loved ones in some form or another. I think I've experienced something similar. So, here we go. I was 8. My brother was 10 at the time, and, well, we used to live in a government colony. For context, my father's a retired government officer. During those days, we lived in government bungalows. To give you an idea of the place, the houses were more like individual bungalows built over an area of maybe 3,500 square feet. had plenty of space left for gardening and other activities. The fencing covered the whole area, had a 35-foot road separating our house from another similar house opposite the road. A single lane consisted of 6 similar houses facing each other in pairs, and adjacent houses shared a wide gallery that sort of led to 2 separate gates for both bungalows. Since it was the middle of winter, a season that comes with many weddings and celebrations, we were planning to attend a similar event at one of our acquaintances' homes that day. Due to the cold, everybody would go inside their house by 7. The roads would be almost deserted. The house opposite ours had been empty for a long time. There's a small story behind this, which I heard from my mom's gossip group, and it goes like this. The resident, a government officer, had an elderly woman, mother-in-law to his wife, a wife and 3 boys. One day the mother-in-law died in a kerosene stove explosion. This happened before I was born. The lady said it was very suspicious because every resident was an officer, and hence pretty well off. No one used a kerosene stove, which was mostly used by the poor. Being killed by a stove explosion was very suspicious, especially since she sent her kids to her relatives that day, which added to the suspicion. Consequently, there was a rumor that the wife had something to do with it. A few years later, the husband had some kind of accident that left him unable to walk. After a few more years, their second son, who was in his early 20s, died in a road accident. The wife told her friends, which is her and my mom was part of the same gossip group, that every time she saw her mother-in-law in her dreams, something bad happened the very next day, which was brushed off as superstition. After a few years, she had another dream of her mother-in-law, shared it with her friends, expressing her anxiety that something bad would happen again. Everybody said that she was just getting paranoid over nothing, but the next day, her husband, the resident, died, and consequently everybody suggested they leave the residence as soon as possible, which they did. After they left, many families moved into that house, but everybody left within a week or 2 to maybe a month. They all reported feeling uneasy, or having bad dreams, or sensing that they were being watched. Some ran away after hearing the story, while others complained that something was not right. This was pretty wild in those days, and we kids would be terrified when our elders threatened to leave us if we didn't finish our food. So as far as I can remember, the house remained empty for many years. We kids used to call it the haunted house. So, returning to my story. It was 7 p.m. Everyone was inside their houses due to the cold. There was absolutely no one on the road. Since my brother and I were ready for the event, we went outside to the garden. My brother was playing with the football when he kicked it out of the fence and ran outside to catch it before it went too close to the haunted house. Seeing my brother running outside, I ran ahead of him to catch the ball first. The moment I caught the football, I saw my brother looking up at the roof of the haunted house. My eyes followed the direction he was looking. We both saw an enormous ball that seemed to be made of burning twigs, like the ones we see underneath when we try to turn the grass pile on fire. The fireball extinguished as it moved behind the haunted house. This all happened in about a second. We both looked at each other in horror, left the ball there and sprinted toward our house, screaming. We never talked about it until recently. That's when he claimed that we might have imagined it. The next morning I was playing on the road with my neighbor. That's when suddenly my neighbor's mom called my mom. It was because somebody had called her on their landline, as our landline wasn't working. The moment I heard the word call, the very first thought that came to me was that Nanu, my grandfather on my maternal side, had died. When I went home after playing, I found out that Nanu had indeed died. I never told this to anyone, but I heard from my mamu, my uncles on my maternal side, that prior to Nanu's death, he'd been acting as if he already knew he was going to die in the near future. He made all the necessary provisions, took care of many legal matters, and rushed to harvest the farms, which seems strange to everybody, that he was in such a hurry. But after hearing from that old lady, I sometimes wonder if the ball of fire that my brother and I saw was actually my Nanu visiting us before his death. Or maybe it was just a shared imagination and a silly thing to talk about, as at least my brother claims. Familial haunting in the Deep South. Preface: I'm an incredibly skeptical person. I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. But there is one event in my life that presents a genuine conflict to me of what's real and what's not. I grew up in our generational home. My grandparents built it, raised my father there and his siblings, and eventually my parents ended up owning the house. We moved there when I was about 6. It's a very calm and beautiful area, but steeped in a lot of dark history. The house is a short walk from an island that was a fortification for a militia that fought in the siege of Savannah. You can walk there and see the bunkers, find cannonballs, and plenty of Indian pottery. Most of the area was used for training, also had plenty of plantations. You can dig around in the backyard and find bullets and other relics. Because so much happened there, you can feel a palpable weight in the air. It's a unique energy, you could say. It's like feeling like you're somewhere sacred. I don't know how to explain it correctly. However, I adored growing up here. I always felt comfortable. It's the one place I can go to relax and feel at home. The house itself is a 2-story ranch-style building. My bedroom was upstairs along with my sister's. My entire childhood I was obsessed with technology and video games. On my 10th birthday I was gifted a PS2 from my uncle. I was overjoyed and we set it up a room across my bedroom, the exercise room. That's because my dad had set up a home gym in there. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in there playing video games doing what I love. Now here's the thing. In the back of the room there's a large closet with heavy wooden doors. They slide open from the middle. I never really considered myself to be a sensitive or anything of that nature, but the closet gave me the absolute creeps. I always felt like something was watching me from that closet. I had nightmares about the closet opening. I would close the room when I went to bed because I hated looking into its darkness at night. I kept all this to myself, never expressed my discomfort. But it all came to a head during a sleepover with my cousins. We decided to bunk on a mattress in the exercise room and all sleep together. I ended up on the side of the bed directly next to the closet. I was likely 11 or 12 at the time. As I tried to sleep, I experienced actual terror. A true fight-or-flight response just by being next to the closet. To this day, I've never felt so terrified. It was like pure energy and feeling like this thing was coming from the closet. It was overwhelming me. I started crying. I explained what I was feeling. They sympathized with me and let me sleep away from that closet. I eventually got to sleep, but that feeling has stuck with me for more than a decade. Well, that's cool and all, but being a child is an incredibly trippy experience. I wrote it off as me letting my fear take over. Never forgot about it, but I never brought it up again. Most importantly to the story, I never told my dad. He's always been a no-bullshit kind of guy when it comes to the paranormal. He had never in my life talked to me about any experiences that he's had, until I was much older. And when I moved out and when I was married in my 20s. But one night at dinner, he opened up about his own unexplainable experience. Come to find out, the exercise room was his bedroom when he was growing up there. He hated it as well. The same feeling of being watched, pure dread, of overwhelming uncomfortability just being in its presence. Remember, I never told him of my experience, so I was amazed he was corroborating my own feelings. Then he explained something that I never thought would ever come out of his mouth, considering how much he is a skeptic himself. One night he was attempting to sleep, felt that familiar feeling, grew stronger and stronger. It was until the closet forcefully threw itself open in front of him, ran out of the room in absolute terror. The fact that we both had a similar experience with something of this nature without ever directly communicating about it, having corroborating stories, is to this day the one thing I'll never be able to explain. I genuinely cannot come up with any theory other than it's something we simply do not understand. No, it's not a scary story, but it's one that'll stick in my mind forever. I remain a skeptic, but there's nothing I can do to refute what happened to us. Frightening experience tonight. Hairs on the back of my neck are standing up as I write this. I'm not into the paranormal, it's not my thing, but I feel like I need to get this out into the open. Maybe to feel better, to understand what's going on. I have no history of mental illness, I take no medication, and I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or hauntings. But for the last few weeks, especially the last 3 days, I've been waking up between 3 and 4 a.m. It's been happening so often that I now take over-the-counter sleep aids. So every night the process is eerily similar. I wake up abruptly from a deep sleep. Almost always I've had vivid dreams before waking up. The dreams are always calm or happy, nothing negative. I wake up feeling happy, but within 2 seconds I become utterly terrified. I don't understand why. I hear creaking in my room as I wake up, like footsteps. I brush it off as house noises. A few seconds into my fear, my dog downstairs wakes up and starts whining. Then I start to hear a woman's voice speaking to my 1-year-old in the baby room. I also feel a deep, heavy, and angry presence in my room. And I feel this like immediately after waking up, so uncomfortable that I can't go back to sleep. Now that I've got that out of the way, it's what happened tonight that's making me write this. Tonight the same thing happened. I abruptly woke up from a good dream, became terrified, and heard creaks in my room. Shortly after, dog woke up, then I started hearing an old woman's voice in my 1-year-old bedroom, like all the other nights. Checked the baby monitor, there was nothing, no sound of a woman's voice, my baby was asleep. I turned the TV on low, but even that didn't help distract me from my terror. Then all of a sudden I felt a complete sense of dread and fear. A few seconds later I heard loud and clear heavy human footsteps running in my room. I was heading toward the baby's room, then back to my room, finally down the stairs. While this was happening, my dog was barking. The barking woke my wife. Then I explained what happened, called the police, told them that we had called by accident, thought that we had heard somebody in the house. The outside door didn't open or close, so nobody ran down the stairs or ran out of the house. If this was the case, we would have caught it in a Ring camera, or the other camera on the other side of the outside door. Our house isn't very large, so the idea of somebody hiding is out of the question. There should be nowhere for them to stay or hide or anything. I'm in complete fear and shock right now, and I'm completely unsure of what to think. I think there wasn't a person in the house, but with the layout of the house, I would have seen somebody running down the stairs from my room. I heard the footsteps, but saw no one. Nothing on the baby monitor. These weren't just creaks or generic house sounds I could easily dismiss like all the other nights. They sounded like a person running throughout the house. The footsteps were heavy. It sounded like a person running. I'm already in a state of fear, so I'm not ruling out the possibility of it being my perception at the time. I'm going to schedule an appointment with the therapist and possibly a psychiatrist, as I'm not ruling out this could be an issue with me. I'm first going in this direction, and want to believe this is the case. However, under all the circumstances, I can't completely rule out that this might be some kind of paranormal happening. What concerns me the most is hearing a woman's voice coming from my 1-year-old's room while he's asleep. But then again, noises are noises at night. But the running footsteps from tonight also made my dog start barking. That I have absolutely no answers. My dog never barked at any of the other nights, just whines. But when the running footsteps started, my dog began barking. So I don't think I was the only one who heard the running footsteps. Has anybody else had any similar experience? How did you resolve the issue or determine what the cause of the problem was? Does anybody have any recommendations other than seeing a doctor, because I'm already doing that? The only reasonable explanation I can think of is that some kind of a large animal might have been running around in the house. We're going to investigate. It's a possible cause. However, our house is very clean, organized, and open. So it wouldn't be many places for something like a raccoon or a possum to hide. Still not ruling it out as a possibility at this point. Lastly, disappointingly, on the baby monitor I heard no woman voices. I would think that would be good. What did I see? So I, a 27-year-old female, I've lived in my current home for a little over a year and a half. It's just what my wife and I were looking for. A nice home on 5 acres to start a little hobby farm. A little garden, chicken, goats, a horse or two. So our first night in the home, my brother-in-law, 17-year-old male, wife, 25-year-old female, stayed up late putting together the couch and the bed, so we could all sleep that night. We've only been at this house maybe 4 or 5 times, so we didn't really know the house or the land very well. It was almost 2 a.m. at this point. Decided to let the dogs out before bed. We're so excited about this home for a dog. For the first time, the entire 5 acres is fenced in. Going for maybe half of an acre of the rental we lived in prior. So our dogs, Roman, a Great Dane, Ray, a Corgi, and Stella, a Black Lab. And when I say Black Lab, I mean black as night. We had to get a reflective harness or have her wear a blinking collar if she went outside in the dark. She would just disappear. So we're outside looking out. We're just talking. Decided to call the dogs back in because we couldn't see them anymore. So we tried calling them. Didn't hear them or see them. So my wife did the common dog whistle. Basically, as soon as she did it, someone or something whistled back. We all said at the same time, "What was that?" I know now never to whistle at night. So let me explain this. We lived on a dead-end street. The house hasn't really lived there the whole year. The house hasn't lived there the whole year and a half that we lived in our home. Just recently started doing an estate sale. Our neighbor to the left of the house is empty. The house to our right isn't even on our street. We just shared a fence line. He's a sweet old man. We have someone that lives behind us. Other than that, we don't have anyone around. The dogs came running back, and that was it for a little bit. My wife worked at the same company, same days off, just different shifts. I'm on nights, she's on graves. Our shifts are also 12 hours long. So little things would happen, like sounds around the home, motion lights would go off, things like this. I adjust the sensitivity on them, so we'd have to kind of struggle to pick up a Great Dane. We'd hear bird noises in the middle of the night, or it'd be completely silent. So as I was laying in bed about to fall asleep, my dogs wouldn't stop barking. I mean going insane. I just decided to let them out, hoping to let them chase off whatever they had heard. They bark at like a mouse walking across the street, I swear. So after a few minutes, I decided to walk out on the porch. I wanted to call them so I could go back to sleep. Since I was basically asleep, I forgot to put Stella's blinking collar on her. So after a little bit, I tried to find a flashlight. This gets their attention. They usually come in better. But unfortunately, I couldn't find it, so I'd use my iPhone. Well, it's pretty much useless if you want to see more than 5 feet in front of you. So I tried to shine around to see if I could see any of them. So I started on my left and worked my way to the right. Saw reflective eyes. For how tall it seemed to be, I thought it was my Great Dane. So I said, "Roman, let's go, get your butt in the house." Still just staring at me. Then it blinked, still standing there. I said in a stern voice, "Roman, come inside." I heard something jump on our wood patio from behind me. It was all 3 of my dogs. I looked back to where I saw the eye. The eyes went up maybe 2.5 feet upwards, dispersed and following with something big running and fast. So location-wise, I'm on the West Coast, a Native American. They were present where I bought the home. Bears we don't have, but very, very, very uncommon. We do have mountain lions, but more common than bears, but still uncommon. I won't even type the name out of fear of giving it power. Any advice on what I saw and what to do? My advice is to come back tomorrow. See ya. A ghost from my hometown. I'm from Nepal, and this story is from my hometown. Actually, before it was a town, it was a very small village. Not so remote, yet not so developed. The roads going inside the villages weren't pitched, and they were gravel and muddy, and there weren't really many houses around and many trees. Exactly at the backside of my village there's a forest, but as you know, there are many horror stories related to any forest, and at the corner of the forest was a small road only enough for one vehicle to pass at a time. It is a story when I was very small. My grandmother used to tell this story so frequently that I still remember it, even though it's been about 7 years since my grandmother passed away, but her story still gives me the chills down to my spine. So my grandmother used to say that under any condition, do not buy meat at night. We used to ask why, and then she told me that my cousin brother told her this story. Stories about two relatives who were my mama and Bada Papa, and as we used to live in the village, everybody knew each other. As it was many years back, and as we used to live in the village, having a vehicle like a car or any four-wheelers was considered like a big thing. People having it were considered rich. As my grandma told that day, my mama and my Bada Papa went to a village about 2 kilometers away from our village to bring meat. My Bada Papa had a car at the time, so they both went there in his car. They went there during the day, as the village there was no real butcher shop, so they went to some farmer's place where they used to cut goats. More often there, and during all the process of making the meat eatable, it was already dusk. And as my Bada Papa knew about meat during night thing, so he asked the farmer to hurry, and my mom was confused as to why, but they didn't think much, and by the time the meat was ready, it was already dark, so they put the meat in the back seat and started driving. As it was the road I mentioned earlier, in the corner of the road was all covered with tall, dark trees, which made the road even more dark, and the streetlights really weren't a thing back then, and the only source of light was the car's headlights. And the one driving was my Bada Papa, as the car was his. As they were driving, they saw a shadowy figure at the side of the road. It looked like a female figure wearing kind of like white cerise, like the windows in villages wear white after the demise of their husband. They aren't allowed to wear cloth clothes. So they thought that a figure must have been like a widowed woman. When they drived closer, Bada Papa showed the car a bit to know what's going on. The figure became more clear, and as they described, she was a very beautiful woman. Looked like to be in her late 20s. Her hair was up long to her waist, which was open, and from her head to toe was covered with this white cerise. Looked like she was asking for a lift. My Bada Papa was a bit cautious, not thinking that it must be something paranormal, but thinking that it may be as part of a thug. It was pretty common back then. He was about to stop near her. He suddenly hit the accelerator and increased the speed of the car. My mama, who was mesmerized by the beauty of the woman, was confused as to why he did increase the car speed. He turned to look at my Bada Papa, and he looked like he was scared. The terror and his glance, my mama just got scared and asked what happened. Why does he look so scared? My Bada Papa started to talk in like a very shaky voice. Said my mama didn't want to turn back to look at the woman. Said that she wasn't a woman, but a Shondale attracted by the meat that was present in the backseat of their car. And as my mama, who was young, didn't take it seriously, turned back and there was no one. The woman vanished into thin air. She really was asking for a lift. She'd be waiting for another vehicle, since she didn't get it from them. She wasn't there. My mama got scared too, as there was no houses nearby and only jungle. The woman vanished within a few seconds. They drove as fast as they could, and they reached home at about 8 p.m. I told everything to my grandmother and told her that my bada papa was right. She was indeed a true Dale who was following them because of the meat. If they had given her a lift, then they wouldn't have been alive. And if she even forbade them from bringing meat at night, it would be necessary that they should put a piece of raw turmeric with the meat to prevent any negative energy from following them. So this is my story from my grandmother, and she strictly told everybody till she was alive to never bring meat after sunset. And now she's not with us, but I still remember every word of my grandmother. New Build Ghost. I live in a new building, 2018. It's a 2-story with a half bath under the stairs on the first floor with a hallway leading to the living room where I have a couch. About 2 months ago, I was getting ready for work at around 5:15. Needed to poop. Went to the half bath under the stairs. After a few minutes, I heard rapid footsteps going down the stairs above my head and immediately got grumpy. Now one of my kids were awake. Stood up, opened the door, and I see no one. Okay, it must have been a cat. Sat back down, and after a minute, I heard 3 knocks above my head. After a minute, another 3 knocks. Weird. Blew the plumbing. Fast forward to about 2 weeks ago. Woke up at 3 a.m. for work at 6 a.m., so I went downstairs to lay on the couch to read. Something else to bother, don't bother the wife. I wore glasses for distance. I didn't have them on while I laid on the couch to read. After about 30 minutes of reading, so about 3:30 a.m., I heard footsteps descending the stairs. So I put down the book and, again annoyed, thinking it was one of my kids. As I gazed with my nearsighted self, I can drive without lenses, but it's definitely blurry. Toward the base of the stairs, I absolutely saw a blurry figure peer around the corner of the stairs towards me. I sat up and the figure immediately disappeared, seemingly upstairs. Thinking it was one of my kids, I turned the lights on so I could see better. Went upstairs only to find my kids soundly sleeping. Turned the hallway light on after that and glanced at the end of the stairs regularly. Told my wife about this, and she says I was just sleep deprived and couldn't see without my glasses. But I don't know. It's such a new build, though. It's weird that there's any entity. I just saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye upstairs, peeking into my master bedroom. As soon as I looked toward the door, it ran off somewhere. Immediately walked into the hallway and started talking to it, saying that it had no reason to fear us, and it realized that we're probably scary. My wife also confirmed that she's seen a shadow figure other than my own experiences. I live in a new build. It's a 2018. It's a 2-story with a half bath under the stairs and the first floor and a hallway leading to the living room where I have a couch. Yes, I remember that. About 2 months ago, I was getting ready for work at 5:15. Needed to poop. A second time, apparently. So I went under the half bath under the stairs for a second time. After a few minutes, I heard rapid footsteps going down the stairs above my head. Immediately got grumpy. Guess one of my kids were awake. Second time. Stood up, opened the door, see no one. Okay, must have been the cat. A second time. So I sat back down, and after a minute I heard 3 knocks above my head. For the second time. After a minute, another 3 knocks. Weird. Maybe the plumbing. Fast forward to about 2 weeks ago, but the second time. Woke up at 3 a.m. to work at 6 a.m., so I went downstairs to lay on the couch to read so as not to bother my wife. I wore glasses for distance and didn't have them on while I laid on the couch to read. After about 30 minutes of reading, so about 3:30 a.m., I heard footsteps descending the stairs. So I put down the book again, annoyed, thinking it was one of my kids. As I gazed with my nearsighted self, I can't drive without lenses. Don't forget, this is the second time I'm reminding you guys, he can drive. Went toward the base of the stairs, and I saw this blurry figure peer around the corner of the stairs towards me. I sat up and the figure immediately disappeared, seemingly upstairs. Thinking it was one of my kids, I turned the lights on so I could see better. Went upstairs only to find my kids soundly asleep. I turned the hallway light on after that, glanced at the end of the stairs regularly, told my wife about this, and she says I was sleep deprived and couldn't see without my glasses, that I'd probably repeat what I was going to say on my post and basically say it, well, twice. But I don't know. It's such a new build though, it's weird there's any entity at all. Paranormal experience on Mount Washington in Pittsburgh. The summer of '90, my brother was attending the Art Institute in Pittsburgh. He invited me to stay the week at his house on Oneida Street in Mount Washington. He had 3 roommates. They were also staying at his house, and, well, the first day I arrived with my dad, my brother tells me that he's trying out for a heavy metal band to become their lead drummer. He tells us he's been listening to a tape cassette, like electric guitar acoustics only, since over the past month. He can learn the songs and play along on the drums. During the 2 months, he practiced every night and played the cassette tape front and back. One night, my brother noticed that his radio would turn on by itself and start playing the cassette tape. And it would also fast forward and rewind on its own. He told us that there's weird noises in the cassette tape that weren't there when he received it. Wanted to know if we were interested in listening. My dad and me were sort of intrigued and wanted to hear the tape for ourselves. My brother hit the play button, and I could hear the guitar playing pretty loudly for a few minutes, and then it started fading into the background. I could barely hear it, and then suddenly I started hearing loud growling noises. Something like angrily yelling and talking. It sounded like it was talking backwards while I was listening. It started gave me the chills, and I'd never heard anything like that ever. Looked at my dad and shook my head in disbelief and asked him what the heck did he think? He said whatever it is, it sounded very evil and very angry. Told my brother to either give the tape back to his musician buddy or to burn it. And after we finished listening to the cassette tape, my brother then began to tell us stories on what he and his roommates had been experiencing. He said that they would hear footsteps going up and down the stairs and into the hallway. Items would be moved or go missing in their bedrooms and bathrooms. TVs would turn off or on by themselves, and the door would open on its own. My brother and his other roommate both had drum sets, and they both heard something tapping on the drums in the middle of the night. My brother's girlfriend stayed over one night, and in the morning, while my brother was in the shower, his girlfriend ran frantically out of the bedroom and into the shower with him. My brother was startled and asked what's wrong. She told him. The bed started shaking, and then it elevated off the floor and terrified her. He also told us that a week prior, one of his roommates ran out of the bedroom downstairs, looked pale as a ghost while doing it. Then he ran out of the house. He left his belongings and never returned. The old roommate had never contacted anybody to tell them what happened. After my brother told my dad and me all these stories, I had to decide on whether I wanted to stay the week or drive back home with my dad to Johnston, Pennsylvania. Being 14 years old, I didn't want to look like a wimp or scaredy cat, so I decided to stay the week with my brother. Mentally, I was trembling and terrified. The first night, I was absolutely terrified and didn't want to go to bed that evening. Thought about pulling an all-nighter just to make it through the night. My brother had class the next morning, so we'd get up early to catch the bus and head into the city, and a blanket and pillow and laid on the floor next to my brother's bed. At about 3:30 a.m. or so, I got the chills real bad. I felt like something was watching me. I heard something in the hallway, like creaking or footsteps. Suddenly, the bedroom door flies open. 3 large window blinds flew open, smacked the ceiling, and then came back down. I jumped up off the floor in a fighting stance, scared as hell, and yelled, "Come on if you want a piece of me." My brother woke up and said, "What the hell was that?" Told him what happened, and he just said, "Don't worry about it, it won't hurt you." Stood there staring at the open door and down the hallway in disbelief, and at the time I was second-guessing my decision to stay, and I was thinking about calling my dad to pick me up. It was like an hour and a half away. Sat back down on the floor and just sat up against the bed until daylight. I remember hopping in the shower and just thinking, how am I going to make it through the rest of the week? Well, to make it through, I pretty much drank myself to sleep every night, like a lot of beer. And on occasion, I do remember hearing noises at night, like footsteps and creaking noises. But after that incident, the spirit left me alone. Well, at least not to my knowledge. I don't know if it accepted me or if it was bored with me. I was hoping to find others that may have stayed or lived or rented in this house and heard about their experience and encounters. Weird encounter as a kid in the school's old building. I went to a very small countryside school in northern France. My parents had just gotten a divorce. My mom was one of only 3 teachers in that school. Since she worked there, I had to come to school even during summer vacation, at least part of it. I don't remember much about the schedule, but I know we played games outside as well as board games. That was in the old building that was used, and at some point for living teachers. Don't know if that's how you say it in English, but basically the director at some point had quarters in the school. This old building couldn't usually be entered, had barely any lights, and was only used during summer to protect the kids from the heat. That's while they played cards or board games. We could only use the main room. It's the old living room, I think. That's on the ground floor to play. I think there was also an old kitchen and a little washroom. I don't have any memory of those. What interests us here is the floor above. If I'm not mistaken, there was also an attic, but I don't remember it well enough. Let's forget about it and only focus on the first floor. So, not the ground floor. This is the one that could be accessed from the old living room using very, very old stairs. It had a few rooms, an old bedroom, a weird room that was apparently a pigeon loft, very tall with opened holes for birds to fly through, lots of places for birds to rest, and another room filled to the brim with shelves. FYI, I only went to that floor twice, never entered the bedroom, only saw the pigeon loft a bit, and only entered the storage room twice. Why? Well, here's where the content actually is. After playing board games for a while with a small number of the children in the room, less than 10, like all children I knew rather well, the only adult in the room had to leave and go outside. I don't remember why, but before leaving, he asked some of us to clean everything and put back the games in the storage room. Only a couple of children had ever gone there. One of them, Alan, I knew pretty well. He'd lost his parents. He had been adopted not too long ago. I was in his grade until I kind of skipped a grade. We weren't best friends, but sometimes we fought a bit, but we were still pretty close. So we cleaned everything. The 4 of us followed Alan to the storage room. We were careful, since the floor and stairs are all wooden and all creaked pretty bad. We entered the storage room, and as described before, it was filled to the brim with shelves. There was dust everywhere, and it was badly lit. Like a bird's view, you'd see the room with a few rows of shelves, which you could really only access by going right around each row. The left side was up against the wall of the room. Alan didn't know where all the games had been taken, so we just split and tried to find other games or big empty space on the shelves. Wasn't holding anything, just trying to look for where to put the games. I only remember one thing on those shelves, a big green Halloween mask. You know, Goosebumps haunted mask? Well, kind of like that one. It seemed to ooze from the mouth. It was put on one of the top shelves in the back of the room. I've always been kind of a scaredy cat, so it frightened me. Called another kid who was close, but he got scared as well. The mask seemed to gaze at us and follow us. We heard Alan say that he found the spot to put the games, and we heard the other kid to show them the mask. As soon as they got close to us, the mask rotated to the side and started moving, behind the shelves to the right side of the room. It wasn't on the shelves, it now seemed to be behind them. Obviously, we all screamed, ran downstairs, told the remaining kids what we saw, keeping an eye on the stairs. The kid that had gone outside came back and laughed at us, still went upstairs to look at it. He soon came back, told us there was nothing, no monster, no mask. I told my mom later, and I reluctantly went up the stairs, and I didn't enter the storage room, but she did tell me that there was nothing. We discussed this with the other kids for a bit, then we stopped. The last weird thing about this story is that when I talked to the other kids about this a few months later, they'd forgotten about this. My mom didn't, though, so it did actually happen. But out of the 5 kids that went to the storage room, it seems I'm the only one who still remembers it. Hate that feeling. The spirit of the school secretary. During the years 1995 and 2005, I worked at a language school. I witnessed events that defy human explanation. I usually say that there are people who have a glow that goes far beyond their physical beauty. There is something about a person that commands respect. People who have a strong presence of spirit. I don't know how to explain it very well. Well, Susan was one of those people. Beautiful girl, curly hair, charming smile. Susanna's smile was the school's calling card when it was first starting out. Always very kind, smiling, and helpful. But in life, not everything is rosy. Susanna met a boy, started dating him, and this boy, who was already a drug user, led her down the same path. She had not worked at the school for 3 years. During that time, she became depressed. Unfortunately, she took her own life. It's incredibly sad when we found out. It's hard to imagine that such a nice girl would attempt to take her own life. However, I can't fail to report that all these things I heard and witnessed. Can't fail to mention that after Susanna's terrible death, at least 4 secretaries who worked at night had their dinner break in the kitchen at the back of the school. We reported more than once having felt the presence of someone in the kitchen with them, to the point that some, without the knowledge of the school owner, had dinner in the reception area afraid to go in the kitchen. But the phenomenon that happened to the 4th secretary gives me goosebumps just remembering it. It was the end of the year, the school was already empty. I was with Ingrid at the reception area around 8:30 p.m. Since it was the end of the year, there was a pretty festive atmosphere. Because it was Friday, we collected money and bought some sort of, well, what they're writing here is esfihas. E-S-F-I-H-A-S. Esfihas. The only people at the school were, well, me as the manager, Ingrid as the secretary, Johnny as the pedagogical coordinator, and Wagner, the security guard. Since Ingrid had been sorting the students' report cards, she said that she would have dinner later. At 8:30 p.m., she went down that dark hallway toward the kitchen. It's very important to remember that Ingrid had only been at the school for 6 or 7 months. What had happened to Susanna was, well, was a matter that only I and the principal knew about, so nobody else did. But 2 minutes later, I heard the sound of Ingrid's heels running quickly. She opened the door that limited access to that hallway. She was catatonic, terrifyingly scared. I even joked with her, "Ingrid, it's like you saw a ghost." That's when I realized that she'd started to cry, and sobbing, she said to me, "Get my bag from the back. I'm going to leave. I'm not feeling well." I insisted and said, "Wait a minute, I need you to tell me what happened. If the owner of the school calls here and asks for you, what will I say?" Then she calmed down and began to tell me, "Look, I don't know your religion, but I'm a spiritualist. You can laugh all you want at what I'm going to say, but I saw the spirit of a woman in the kitchen." She just burst into tears again. Then I asked her, "Ingrid, could it be a teacher who came to bring a book?" I always asked teachers to return teaching materials at the end of the semester. And it was at that moment that the speaker got goosebumps when Ingrid described the woman that she saw. We don't have any teachers over 1.75 meters tall with curly hair. When did a new teacher come in? Well, at that moment, I felt compelled to tell Ingrid Susanna's story. That's when we both started to cry, lamenting Susanna's sad ending. I asked the security guard to stay at the reception and went with Ingrid to the principal locker. That was because that was where we kept the photos of past events, and where we probably have a photo of Susanna. Very carefully, so as not to mess up my boss's locker, found the first photo albums from the school's first Halloween parties. Didn't have to look through them very much to find Susanna's photo. When Ingrid saw the photo, she burst into tears again, grabbed her purse, and left sobbing. The following Monday, Ingrid quit her job at school. Never heard from Ingrid again. How I encountered a demon because I'm a dumbass. So I was 15 when this happened. Secondly, please feel free to comment or help me make sense of this experience. I haven't talked about it within the community before, only exceptionally close friends. So when I was 15 back in 2012, I played guitar for a metal band. Metal bands like Demons and Ghosts and all that. We're hanging out at the drummer Elliot's house, just him and her friend Nathan, his girlfriend Kendra, a girl named Hannah, and my current girlfriend Ashton, and myself. Things got boring, so naturally we decided to contact the afterlife. This would be my first time ever. I'm not sure of others in the room, but our friend Nathan had been doing this for a while. Ashton had a peculiar interest in these things, too. Nathan lights 5 candles in the shape of a star. The lights were turned off, and he had a pinnacle necklace. His hand was holding the necklace, pinnacle dangling from his knuckles. Began asking questions to anything that could hear us. Hello, are you there with us? Is there anything with us? Those types of questions. We asked it to reveal itself. Pinnacle moved faster, just swinging over the candle with every single question. Nathan's hand still was just completely not moving. Blood was introduced by Nathan. The pinnacle now covered in his own. No one else used their blood. The activity picked up. A notebook flew across the room. Her friend Hannah had 3 scratches on her upper back, parallel to each other. I heard what sounded like an animal growling deeply, deeper than any growl I've ever heard, and I listened to that heavy music, so I knew what a growl sounded like. It was almost within the walls. It was like I was hearing it, not with my ears, but with my mind's ear, if that makes sense. The growling was in the walls, but also in my ears simultaneously, getting cold chills just reading this. Nathan began feeling a burning sensation across his chest. It was from his right hip to his left shoulder. We stopped the encounter, no goodbyes, no closing anything, just turning the lights on, blowing out the candles and talking. Hannah showed her scratches, Nathan showed where that sensation was. Both red, both same characteristics. Elliot mentioned to us shortly after the encounter that the previous owner of the home was an abusive alcoholic. He forced his son into the car with them while he was drunk and ended up crashing the car, killing both father and son. We concluded that Nathan's burn and mark was from the hip diagonally to shoulder was pretty consistent with the seatbelt burn one would get in a car accident, which was quite likely to be on the previous owner of the house's body after the crash, consistent with the driver's seatbelt. But that wasn't the end of it. For months, Elliot reported to us that he would hear whispers, that he would see his dog barking at nothing, that things would move, that he would feel watched. He would hear things in his ear saying his name, Elliot. Confused in fear, confessed the incident to his mother, who had been witness to the paranormal events in the house. They didn't think the other would believe them. I don't know any of her recounts, just that she's had them. They said the house has been cleansed and blessed shortly after, I believe with holy water and sage by a preacher. We're in the South Bible Belt, so it's hard to imagine the social dilemma of telling a preacher what he'd been experiencing. We would just go back over there to that house, and same room, it was never the same again. The energies between us were strained, and I believe everybody could read the fear in each other's eyes, but we're just too scared to mention it. 23 now. My friends make me tell the story at campfires. I want to understand it deeper. So if anybody'd like to add to this or help enlighten me on what I would have encountered, how it could be affecting us today, I have manic depression and anxiety, much to my girlfriend Ashton, who's, well, I'm still with her. If somebody could please relate to me on the whole hearing it with your mind, but also the walls thing, that would help a lot. Nathan's also currently on hard drugs. He's constantly fighting for an identity. We haven't talked in years. I believe I really just want some answers. I do pray. I just heard a door squeak open in my house, so I'll check it out. Then pray. I think my house is haunted. In 2021, I moved into the house I currently live in, and I'm currently renting it. The house was built in the 1950s, from what I can gather through records. All seemed fine when we first moved in, except for the red room upstairs. There's this triangular attic-type space. It's painted completely red. It gave me terrible feelings of dread when I first walked into it. For months and months, I left it empty. I wouldn't venture into it. My mother, who's Christian but doesn't believe in ghosts, came to visit the house. That was when we moved in. She walked into that room and said, "Oh my goodness, you should consider having our pastor come and see this and pray." She got the dreadful feelings too. Her bedroom's downstairs below the room. At night I would hear walking and creaking up there. I'd lay awake scared. Then it all went downhill. As I got into bed one night, I heard an echo or a young female-type voice whisper my name directly into my left ear. I went cold. Waking up my partner in a panic, he shrugged it off. The next night, I heard the same voice, but coming from the next room saying hi. I tried my best to ignore these things until one of the scariest nights of my life. I was upstairs. My office is directly beside the red room, the door separating them. I was at my vanity taking off my makeup. That's when the red room door slowly opened. Over the months, it would randomly open quite often, scaring me, but my partner blaming a draft, even though there wasn't one. I ignored the door. I heard loud footsteps downstairs walking through the house. Assuming it was my partner, I finished my skincare, came back down for bed. The whole house was dark. Thought that's weird. I just heard him walking around. But I walked to the bathroom to pee. As I passed the kitchen, I saw a tall, dark shadow figure walk right past me. I could see it through the light coming through the windows. Assumed it was my partner. I even spoke out loud, saying, "Hey, I'll be in bed in a minute." But after the bathroom, I walked to our room, silent. He was asleep. In panic, I shook him awake, saying, "How long have you been asleep? Weren't you walking around earlier and in the kitchen?" Through his sleeping demeanor, he said, "I've been asleep for like 2 hours. And rolled back over. I went completely silent and cold. I turned around to face where the kitchen was and saw nobody. I was terrified. Climbed into the covers and tried to wake him to tell him that we needed to check the house because someone's in here. He didn't listen and just went to sleep and told me to go to sleep. Turned my face and I saw a tall figure standing directly over him beside the bed in his side. I let out a massive scream, grabbed him. This made him wake up. Confused and asked me what was going on, what was wrong. I cried and I said I saw the person again, over him. He jumped up and checked her whole room under the bed too. He said there really is nobody here. He's a skeptic, always has been. Never was afraid of the house. Well, that changed once he got back into bed. We laid there, and as I finally started feeling less afraid and drift to sleep, a loud bang like a stomp on the ground or dropping a brick. Sound came from the floor on his side of the bed, right where I'd seen the figure. He immediately was shaken from his sleep and screamed, "Okay, what the fuck?" I could tell he was afraid. I'd never seen him afraid. Started to panic, saying, I told you there's something here." I was crying a little bit. I didn't even really know what to do. He immediately checked the entire house. He made sure nobody had broken in. Got back in bed and said, "You know that I wasn't a person, right?" He didn't know how to respond. And this is all 100% true. Had happened early last year in 2023. After this event, we moved our bedroom to another room across the house. Turned the old one into a bonus room. And since moving our room, nothing's happened since. Bizarre. I wondered if the entity or something was feeding off of me easily because I was sleeping directly below the red room. Not sure. Since then, the only occurrence that's been the red door opening, the doorknob rattling too. I now rebuke whatever it is when this occurs. I'm not the most religious, but I very loudly and firmly let it know it's not welcome and it needs to leave me alone. Any thoughts? I'm not sure if I saw my doppelganger or not, but I've been a little paranoid ever since. I was at a building, let's call it a doctor's office. I was sitting outside in the smoking section. It's the perfect spot to see inside the building as all the doors and windows are clear. You can completely see through the other side of the building. So in this way, it's very easy to see people coming and going from either side of the building. You get me? So while outside smoking, I happened to look up and I saw a lady leaving. No, I never saw the full face, and because of that, it's why I keep telling myself it was just somebody who looked similar. From what I saw, she looked exactly like me, though. The difference was that her hair was longer, which ironically looks just like mine, except I recently cut it. She also had a sweater that I've never seen anybody own or wear. I wasn't wearing it that day, but that lady who looked like me was wearing that exact same sweater. I even remember contemplating wearing it that very day. I honestly was caught off guard that I sat in a state of shock for several seconds, maybe even a good minute. I was trying to tell myself to get up and go to the other side and see what this lady was, or meet her or something. But I had the funniest feeling that even if I ran with all my might, she'd be gone by the time I turned the corner outside. I kept my eyes locked for several more minutes. It was already gone. Walked toward the parking lot. So I stared, waited to see a car drive by the parking lot on the other side. It was my way of sort of confirming to myself that it was just another person. Nothing really weird. Maybe somebody going on lunch break, you know? I sat for half an hour watching. Never saw her. Never saw a vehicle drive by that could have been her. Nothing. Now, I wasn't going to post this, but after last night, it's got me more paranoid. My husband and I had our date night. Kids with his parents for the night, and we were just drinking and watching One Piece on Netflix at home. At some point in my drunk state, I went to take the dogs outside of the bathroom, and I waited until they came in. Dogs ran into the living room with the hubby and decided to lay down in the laundry room on the floor. But what's weird is when I came back, my husband swore I went to the bathroom and came from that direction. Started in with me giggling, thinking he's pulling my leg or something, and then I said, "No, I just brought the dogs in. It's laying down in the laundry room for a few minutes." We both end up going through our camera footage as we have cams in and outside the home. Ironically, there is a video of me going in and coming from the bathroom area, but didn't capture me going to the laundry room. There is an extra recording of nothing. That's which I said right when I was on the floor, so unfortunately you don't see or really hear me. And my husband said that I was in the room with him and said that that was the time I was in the laundry room. We even see where the dogs come running in. Freaked us out and kept trying to figure out the time frame of everything, thinking maybe I drank more than I thought and maybe getting times mixed up. We got tired as it was late trying to figure it out and headed to bed. And as we did, both our dogs went off barking in the living room and then the front door. The only time they do this is if somebody's walking up around the property. My pit's very good at knowing somebody came onto the land before they'd even be in the driveway. So naturally I run to the door, and my husband runs behind me to the door, and we go to the porch and there's nothing there. It's freaky because she never barks unless there's actually somebody there trying to talk to you. We actually caught somebody trying to jump her fence once thanks to her. My husband caught them as they were walking towards it because of her notifying us. We ended up locking everything up and went to bed only for it to happen again. Just as we lied down in bed, both dogs go off, run for the front door. And this time my husband gets his gun and goes walking outside with the dogs. One was just searching and sniffing, and our pit kept standing still by the door, as if guarding it and giving gruffs under breath, as if saying, "I know you're out there." She kept looking for someone or something, but never took off. We found nothing, neither did the dogs. Hubby chalked it up to being random animals or her having a really good hearing. But I'm getting paranoid. I guess I'm hoping people will tell me I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here. A selection of ghostly paranormal experiences. I'll preface this by saying that I grew up in a very spiritual family. My mom especially had tons of stories about ghosts and spirits that she'd encountered in her life. When I was around 7 years old, my family moved into a new house. From the get-go, my mom said there was a spirit in the house, but apparently she was friendly. It was a little old lady called Elsie. If you look up our address online, it said the previous tenant was named Elsie. Mom was never afraid, but was adamant that Elsie was looking out for her as my mom was diagnosed with cancer a few months after the move. On nights where my stepdad had gone out for drinks with his friend and all of us children were asleep, Mom would see a shadow pause by her doorframe before disappearing, almost as if Elsie was looking in to check on her. I remember a specific time where my family went on holiday. My uncle was house-sitting as he had 2 dogs. He called my mom in obvious panic, claiming that there was a little old woman at the top of the stairs calling his name. My mom, very calmly, told him that it was just Elsie and she was harmless. But if he was really worried to carry one of my mom's crystals in his pocket, politely asked Elsie to leave him alone. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't bothered by her again. My mom had a photo of her grandfather displayed on our landing. Told us that if we ever lost anything, we just needed to go to the photograph and ask great-granddad for help finding the missing item. Didn't matter if you'd been, searching for lost items for days without fail. Asking great-granddad would always result in you finding the thing the next half hour, even if you'd already looked everywhere. My mom died of cancer in 2011. That was when I was 13. Since then, I've felt a presence around me in many different situations. I never see her, but I've felt her sitting on the end of my bed to watch over me when I'm ill, or just like she would be alive and I was unwell. I don't think this counts as a ghost story, but she leaves me feathers and other signs and I need a little bit of encouragement. On the day of my graduation from university, I was upset. She was missing a day that she'd say that she was massively looking forward to. As I walked out of the ceremony, a feather landed on the top of my graduation cap. If I'm just upset or something, just talking about her, lights will flicker and sometimes even blow entirely. As far as actual ghost sightings goes, my current house is haunted by a ghost that we've called Clive. I've read somewhere that you shouldn't name ghosts as you can give them more power, but Clive was a joke name that kinda stuck. Since moving in, myself and my sisters have all heard footsteps from empty rooms. My youngest sister's had more than one friend stay over who's woken up in the middle of the night and been adamant that a tall man has been standing in a corner staring at them. Whenever this has happened, I should explain that we haven't mentioned anything about Clive to these people. I'm the only person who lives here that has seen Clive with my own eyes. On 2 occasions I've woken up to somebody calling my name and saw a tall man walking from one end of the bedroom to the other before disappearing. On another occasion, I was sitting in my back garden having a cigarette. Our back door is glass. You can see through the living room down the hallway. The door to the kitchen is in the hallway. And that's all the way to the front door. I was looking into the house and saw a tall man walk from the bottom of the stairs, then through the hallway and into the kitchen. I assumed it was my then boyfriend. So when I'd finished my cigarette, I went to the kitchen expecting to see him there, but it was empty. My boyfriend was in my bedroom upstairs and was adamant that he'd been there the whole time, hadn't been downstairs. Luckily, I've never felt afraid or uncomfortable when it comes to Clive, but I have had to ask spirits to leave a couple of times as they can scare my cat. So that's just a few of my, me and my mom's experiences. Sorry if this isn't the place to talk about the signs that my mom leaves me or the spiritual element of this, but thank you if you've taken the time to read this so far. Stay safe, everybody. Good vibes to you all. Unwelcomed Basement Dweller. Some background. I moved in with my boyfriend and his roommate last January. The apartment's small, but we shared the bedroom, the boyfriend and I. Didn't bring all of my stuff with me. Long story short, I'm a college student and my housing fell through for the winter semester, so the move was very impromptu. The bulk of my stuff, anything aside from clothes, books, school, and my laptop, has been left at my parents' house back in my hometown. This past August, we moved out of the apartment and bought our first house, so I was excited to get my things. After we were moving in, I began unpacking my stuff, which had originally been packed nearly a year and a half ago, back when I had to pack to move in with my parents. Most of what I have are books, art supplies, and trinkets, things I found at like thrift stores or inherited. After enough things were discarded or donated or organized, I was finally able to bring my cat home. Couldn't bring her to the previous apartment that I had. As I started unpacking my things, which had been all moved to the basement so I could have space to sort and whatnot, the basement started to feel strange. Even when the lights were on, I felt like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. I explained this uneasiness to my boyfriend, but he doesn't believe me. Well, he doesn't believe anything that he can't see or explain. So he disregarded my uneasiness as getting used to the new home, like an emotional tax I was feeling from discarding items I had just outgrown or no longer wanted. I've hoarded in the past, so letting go of anything's pretty emotionally draining. I agree, since I knew the sorting and tossing made me emotional, and, well, often made me a bit irrational too. The problem. Then my cat came over. The uneasiness in the basement didn't change, but I felt better having my cat home with us. She was always a skittish kitty, so I wasn't really surprised when she hid from us making noise, like the creaky stairs. The problem started when she, a cat, became scared of the dark. She'd stare at the basement stairs when the light was on or the sun was coming through, but if you turned the light off, she'd stop what she was doing and go hide in the couch. It wasn't just me feeling uneasy, but I wondered too if my uneasiness made her feel it too. My vet says that she's just, still adjusting, but the sinking feeling I get from the basement now includes her kitchen. That's at the top of the steps next to the living room. I was ready to dismiss it as still adjusting to the change myself, so I just continued my routine. Earlier tonight, I was washing up my coffee cup in the kitchen, getting ready for bed. Turned the light off, but forgot my phone, so I turned around and turned the light on. When I did, at the top of the stairs, I saw a face staring at me. It was leaned out of the top of the doorframe, as if it was standing behind the wall. It was a pale, fleshy color with hollow eyes and long, thin, greasy blonde hair. It had a mouth. I just don't remember it. I ran to the stairwell going upstairs, opposite end of the living room and away from the kitchen, grabbed my cat who'd already retreated to the landing and ran into our bedroom, closing the door behind me. This was just an hour ago. My boyfriend's worried the stress of moving across state, the pandemic, my father's failing health, and my all-online now classes are just too much for me all at once, but he went downstairs, grabbed my phone. He wants me to call my former therapist in the morning. I, on the other hand, am honestly worried that I brought something with me when I went to my hometown to gather my own things. Everything was fine until it got here, before I unpacked it, before I brought these things back into my life. Until his apartment in January, I've always lived in uneasy places, but it wasn't until I lived without it that I realized I had been. Our home was fine, everything felt normal until my stuff was brought over, so I honestly don't think it's our home's fault itself. How do I go about finding whatever item this thing might be attached to? Is there a way to get rid of the thing? I feel crazy posting here like this, but I have to know. How do I make it go so I can have a peaceful home back? That time a ghost braided my hair. This happened when I was about 13 or 14 years old. I had a best friend at the time, let's call her Sandra, also about 14 years old. Sandra's dad lived in a condo along with his girlfriend, who I'll call Becky. They had a newborn baby and 2 large pit bulls. It's one large house split into multiple rentable houses. They'd lived there for about 3 or 4 years at the time. I was having a sleepover at their house with Sandra, standing in the kitchen with Sandra and Becky, grabbing snacks to accompany our TV binge. Becky starts to ramble about how her house is haunted. Honestly, I thought she was just bluffing. She was sort of drunk and just seemed to be talking out of her ass. However, Sandra fully vouched for what she said. Becky told me that there's this elderly lady that they share a wall with. Remember, it was a condo. She passed about a week before they moved in. She tells me she's a very active spirit. Talks about her. I was like, okay, Becky, sure. I didn't believe her, didn't really believe anybody at this point. I was wearing this tiny crop top. I felt a cold breeze and pokes on my back. That was as I was leaning against the kitchen counter. There were no fans on and no AC. The pokes felt as if somebody was poking me with their finger. I got freaked out. Told Sandra we're going back to her room. I'm done. Becky follows us back into Sandra's room. And we're all just sitting on her bed watching Shameless. Her large pit bull laid on the foot of the bed, fast asleep. A few minutes into the show, I started to experience the most strange sensation I've ever felt in my entire life. Somebody was braiding my hair. Obviously, nobody was touching me, but I swear I felt somebody braiding my hair. And into a particular style. I wish I had the words to describe the sensation, but there was just some type of presence directly above me or behind me touching my head and my hair and braiding. Some type of ponytail leading to a braid. A weird, intricate hairstyle. I wasn't exactly scared though, it was just bizarre, and I was thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? But I didn't feel fear. I turned to Becky and asked her if that elderly woman wore that hairstyle. The ponytail into a braid into a ponytail, or whatever the hell I said. Becky looks at me pretty shocked. She says that's the hairstyle she wore every single day of her life. A Mormon braid. The elderly neighbor wore Mormon braid, is what they call it. I don't know what a Mormon braid was at the time, yet I described it to Becky and she was like, how the hell did you know that? As I started to tell her, I felt my hair being braided. The dog who was fast asleep started to jerk. Not fully, just jerk around, like almost looked like he was seizing, like fighting with the air. As he was starting to do that, the baby started screaming. Not a baby cry, a scream. The dad had also woken up and been walking around maybe 2 minutes beforehand. That house had something weird in it. Becky told me other stories about how their baby would play in the crib with nobody that was there. How they would set up a camera to record it. It would cut out whatever the baby played with. I'm not friends with Sandra anymore, and I don't really live there, so I think Sandra or Becky or something about that family attracts negative energy or spirits. When they moved out of state and visited and had some terrifying experiences. I'd like to note that my first thought was sort of that she wanted me to be her, like the elderly woman. This overwhelming feeling, I don't know. But funny enough, I met a new friend recently, and she's really cool. She invited me over and looked up her address, and she's about 2 doors down from where this happened. Maybe I'm paranoid, but the idea of even going to that close vicinity just freaks me out. Through the basement window. I'm fuzzy on the year, but I believe this story takes place the summer before my previous story. I was around 11 or 12 years old. About midsummer, one of my friends from pretty nearby-ish, like a 45-minute drive, They were staying at my house for the week, maybe 2, could have been 3. That's how we rolled back then. We were the kids who often carried sticks or other weapons on our treks through the countryside, for protection, of course, not because we thought it made us look cool. As we would want to do, we were out and about late one night just doing our thing. I have no idea what day it was, but I think it was a weekday. It was late sometime after 11 p.m. we decided to take a walk through the fairly new homes built next to my house. People have been living in the new houses for maybe a year or so by this point. As we're walking past one house, we can see some light flickering from the basement window. Naturally, that caught our attention as all the lights were off the houses and nobody seemed to be up. But for science, we decided to take a peek, see what was going on. We get down and crawl up the little half window and look in. The lights are off, we don't see anybody there, just a cake. In the middle of an empty room sat a small table with a birthday cake on it, candles burning, creating the light. I don't know how long we laid there watching the candles burn, but it was long enough for us to notice that there were no people in the room and no one blowing out the candles. No one waiting for their piece of cake, no one. Finally dawns on us that it's pretty strange to have a birthday party at midnight. Enter the unease. Now, this particular friend, I would learn over the years, was my ride-or-die friend. This was only the first time we walked into crazy together. With an obvious mystery on our hands, we decided to investigate. We walked to the front of the house, no cars in the driveway, no porch light on, no light in the house. Strange. We started going around the house, pretty brazenly looking in windows. We look in the garage windows, no car. The next window, no one, no movement, no lights, no sound. Next windows, bedrooms, from little we could see past the shades. No light, no movement, no people. There's a basement window on this side, too. Dark. See and hear nothing. On to the back. Big and empty, dark and occupied living room. Still no light or movement. We can see into the kitchen and know on this house does not seem to have people in it. It's furnished, so somebody lives here. Back to the original side, flickering light from the basement window, we crawl up and look again. There is a birthday cake, candles lit on a table in the middle of an empty basement. Seriously, what is this? We can't wrap our brains around the scene, so we wait. Nothing, absolutely nothing happens. We wait, watch the candles flicker, and nothing. I don't know how long we laid there, but it gave it a good while. Only the lonely cake with flickering candles. After 30 minutes or longer, we get up, walk around the house again, verify it's still unoccupied, and stare at each other. Why is there a lit birthday cake sitting all alone in the basement? Who put it there and where are they now? Who's supposed to be having cake at midnight? What the fuck is going on here? The more we talked about it, the weirder it seemed, until we properly spooked ourselves. And one last peek. Yep, cake's still there, still alone. Time to leave. This wasn't our problem to solve, and we were tired, so we walked back to my house to go to bed. To this day, my friend and I bring this up, and just curious happening in my childhood with no explanation. It's just about the creepiest thing I've experienced without it actually being scary. A single cake, alone in a basement, wishing a person who wasn't there a happy birthday. I guess you don't always get answers. Some things are just a mystery. Kind of appreciate that. Sometimes not knowing is more interesting than the truth. My sister's friend, George. My sister has a poltergeist that we call George. It's questionable if he's actually a poltergeist or just a spirit or something else, but he's been around for at least 10 years. Anyway, here's the stuff you can actually care about. His name is George. Kind of appeared when we built our new house. I assume due to family issues that created a negative enough energy that he was created or he was able to feed off of it enough to become more steady. I was the first one to notice him. Started with the house creaking, and lights flickering in my room and glasses in the kitchen tinking together at night. It was just the house setting, That's what I told myself. It's just weird electrical issues, my dad told me. It's just your imagination, my mom told me. Yeah, okay, whatever. Started hearing actual footsteps at night and car doors slamming outside at weird hours. It's just the house settling. It's people going to the bathroom or getting water. It's just the neighbors and the way sound carries over the forests and fields. Bullshit, but okay. A few other experiences happened not surrounding George, and slowly, over time, more of my family started believing me. Kind of became a joke of sorts. Hey, where's my tape measure? I left it on the bar. George probably took it, and so whenever we lost something and found it in a weird place, it was George. There was one time he took a biscuit, which I guess could have been a child, but it's more fun to blame the ghost. Then it started getting more violent. If Dad was in a pissy mood, something would usually just come flying at his head. Some of the more notable occurrences happened in the kitchen. It's when he would be cooking, like pots and pans and cookie sheets would all come out of their assigned areas and smack him in the head, which makes him more angry, but he usually leaves the house for a bit when that happens, but we always would blame George. He just blames whoever put the dishes up for not putting them up correctly. Doors started slamming. It's just the air conditioner, and furniture started moving around. Just the dogs pushing stuff when we're not home. And the glasses started shattering for no reason. Just cheap, thin glass, it happens. While the parents brushed off as normal occurrences and don't really think George is real, the kids know. A big thing happened one time. All the kids were in bed and their closet light was on, and we were all arguing on who's going to turn it off, because nobody wanted to get up. We'd see a pale arm come out of the closet, flick the light switch off, and needless to say, we didn't sleep much. For the longest time, I thought he was attached to because stuff always happened around me and I saw it the most. But after I moved out, I guess he attached himself to my little sister. So things have happened at both parents' houses, like the stuff described above and some mild stuff in my mom's house. House creaks, knocking, doorknobs rattling, windows banging, glasses breaking, weird electrical things, objects getting moved around. And never my mom's things, though. Mom actually refuses to believe George is real, despite being present for many of the occurrences. Over the years, George has kind of become part of my sister's daily routine. She communicates with them pretty regularly, usually by knocks on the wall. She leaves some food in her plate when she gets done to kind of offer it to him. She has a small area in her room that she sort of leaves open and cleans for him. When he gets loud at night, she tells him to be quiet and he listens. She rather enjoys his company most of the time. She doesn't feel so alone. And for hunting purposes, I'll go ahead and answer some questions. No, I have no idea why we started calling him George, but that's just what he's always been. The pets we have don't really react to him. They seem to be pretty chill. And yes, we've had other experiences with entities, and we know it's different things because we know George's patterns and the way he feels when he's doing things. He only gets violent around people who are angry individuals. Seems to be more calm when around calmer individuals than my sister. She shapeshifted. Alright, I reached the point where I can't keep it to myself. I need someplace semi-anonymous to just get it off my chest so I can move on. I was part of a trio of best friends. We would hang out socially pretty regularly. One of our favorite things to do was to have a girls' night out at the local clubs. We always started out at one of our least favorite clubs, but I had one of those inexpensive fishbowl drinks, so we typically began our evening there. This is where it happened. We had arrived and were about 30 or 45 minutes into the conversation and drinks, so we decided to hit the dance floor. A group of 3 guys were seated near the dance floor. They joined us once we started dancing. I was paired up with the youngest looking one, who looked maybe 5 or so years younger than myself, but we were having a great time dancing together. We danced and merged back together in the entire group, like sort of forming a circle. Directly across from my dance partner and myself was my friend. She was laughing and smiling. She was just dancing and enjoying herself, and then boom! It's like a hologram or a shifting picture, like tuning an image. She suddenly stood well over her head and the guy was dancing, looked 5'11" or so. She was like a clear head and shoulders over him. So this is the part that I have the hardest time saying without ridiculing myself for not having the answer. Please, I have such a hard time saying it even to myself, but she was a reptile. Like a standing, scale-covered, muscular, humanish creature with a dinosaur human-shaped head. A lizard. Don't excite my gecko. My dance partner and I both froze. I felt just stuck. I was just staring and willing myself to stop staring. I turned to look at him and the color had drained from his face. I felt so bad for the fear in his face. Without a word to each other, we just both stepped backwards, turned, and fled. He kept walking, completely left the club, and he didn't say a word, just walked off. Like his friends there, it was just gone. I went back inside because I thought it had to just be lighting, shadows or something practical. After all I know, this person were friends, best friends at that time. So I'm clearly the one who's crazy. I needed to understand what just happened. I sat at the table near the dance floor and watched the whole room. The lighting, the effects, the shadows, my friends dancing, and I just told myself it had to be an optical illusion. A terrifying one, but couldn't have been real. I know this person. I'm not prone to fantasies, so it must have been one to have, my vision scrambled enough for my brain to fill in the wrong information. It unsettled me, so I decided not to continue the evening now. I just, said goodbye to the other friend who was with us, and I went home. As soon as I got home, I searched the internet for anybody who had experienced anything remotely similar. Didn't find anything. At that point, I did try and continued to try to convince myself it was the room, the lights, or the strobe effect. That turned my best friend into a 7-foot-tall reptile person. I avoided them for months after that. The next time I saw them, though, I thought maybe she'd find it pretty amusing that I ghosted everybody because she shapeshifted. She didn't find it amusing, seemed worried about it, asking me what she looked like. Fair enough, I thought if my lunatic friends said the same thing to me, I would have questions. Turned it into a joke and tried to move the conversation away from it. But sometimes I get reminded and I see it again in my mind. I'm still as frightened and confused about it as I was then. We all grew up apart after that. But there, I said it now. Maybe just getting it out of my head will make the memory go away. That is not how memories have worked out for me. The house I grew up in is haunting me still. When I was a little girl, my parents bought the house that belonged to my dad's grandparents. Not sure how long the home was in my family. I do know my grandma lived there as a little girl. I'm going to write some of my experiences in this house at different times, years, and so on. As a note, we do not own this house anymore. My parents lost it when I was entering middle school, a long time ago. When I was a tiny little girl, I slept over my aunt's house for the night, and my brother went to his uncle's house. The only people in the house were my mom and dad. My mom tells me that they were in their room at night next to a door that had a staircase that went to a bedroom upstairs. They said that they had heard my voice calling, "Mom, Mom, Mom," upstairs. And then on the staircase, they both recalled the same thing, hearing my voice. I wasn't at home. So I went outside the house, looked for the neighbors' kids, but it was night. No one was outside. The family next to us was a different country, or rather from one. Didn't call their mother's traditional mom as well, and they knew that. I was going through puberty in this house, so I was already losing my mind as a kid, but I recall some very concerning moments in my young life there. I lived upstairs in that room, and I was going through it as one does, but I was only 9 and thought about putting something on my neck and floating, if you catch what I mean. I tried, but luckily I was immature. The upstairs had a staircase and it was open with a white wooden balcony around it, so you could look down. That room still gives me the creeps. When I was younger, my aunt's boyfriend's brother died on train tracks a couple of miles from the house. You could hear that train come through at night. The night I slept in the living room and woke up at dawn standing on my tiptoes looking out a window that was next to the fireplace at the sky. At this time of morning, the sun was coming up. There were still stars out. I could hear a train. When I woke up later, my mom had to tell us he died. Think about it a lot. I was just in my upstairs room and we had it split down the middle. My sister's crib was by the stairs and I was by the other side of the room. We split it off by our closet, my little couch I got from the garage sale. You couldn't see the closet doors from my bed and the back of it. I was texting on my little flip phone and the towel flew and hit the wall. I was so scared I couldn't move. I refused to be in that room anymore. I decided to move into the basement of the house when I was in 6th grade. I had a folding cot and old TV and used to be like in my own space. I suffered from sleep paralysis every night. I felt watched, uneasy, and sick. My mom told me my grandpa built the basement out. Not sure about the basement. It wasn't a good place to be. We all heard footsteps down there multiple times, shutting doors, running in the basement. And unfortunately, it was the most scary. Before we moved out, I took a school photo of myself, hidden in the baseboards of the stairs of the scary upstairs room. Doubt it's still there. I heard the new owners gutted it years ago. Apparently they flipped it. So here's my dilemma. I've been having nightmares about this house since we moved out years and years ago. We moved out before I went to middle school and I'm in my 30s now. It's been a hot minute that I've been in that house. My dreams are always supernatural. They're always about me in the house as an adult. The most recent dream was about a demonic spirit, telling me I needed to paint a picture of the window with green ivy around it. The upstairs room's window next to my bed. The wall outside was covered in ivy. Completely took the house on that side. Told me I needed to paint myself at the window. Told my husband this, and he said absolutely not. Sounds like a trap and some conjuring shit. I agree, but I really feel like I should paint it. I'm not sure why I feel so inclined to do it. The house has been haunting me since ever. We all had supernatural experiences there. Even my grandma as a little girl. Possible shadow figure encounter when I was very young. This happened when I was pretty young, maybe 4 or 5 at the time. We were living in the basement apartment of my grandparents' house. My father's material grandparents lived there before us, but passed long before I was born. I'm not sure who, if anybody, was in the between us, but it's no longer a way to find out. It was getting close to Christmas. I was in the living room watching cartoon specials, and the show's about a shoemaker. There's some elves and sprites who would just come out at night and make those shoes to help them out. Can't remember the name, but I'm pretty sure it's a common story. I went down the hallway to my bedroom to grab a sort of a stuffy to watch TV with, but I froze in the doorway. There in my room were 3 tall cloaked figures moving around and looking at things like they were looking for something specific, like looking at and moving things on my dresser and glancing around the room in general. They had no face. Nothing under the cloaks were visible at all. Just the typical black cloak depiction you see everywhere during Halloween. Needless to say, I didn't go get a stuffy and ran out into the kitchen where my mother was screaming about big black things in my room. That house was creepy. Still get nightmares about it from time to time. And we moved out when I was maybe 9 or 10. Another time in the same house. I was lying on the bed trying to sleep. That's when I felt something light touch my leg. Happened a few times in a row, and then it just stopped. I'd be too afraid to look, and I would try my best to ignore it, tell myself it was just a blanket settling over me, and sleep. This happened multiple nights in a row. That was until I finally cracked an eye open and took a peek. There was a hand. It was completely black and shadowy. It was coming from between the wall and my bed. and honestly don't remember what happened after that, but to this day, nearly 30 years later, I will not have my bed against the wall. I won't touch a wall in any way while sleeping, or have a foot over the confines of the mattress at all. Don't blame you. In the same house, I had a small TV in my room for Saturday morning cartoons. Wanted to watch shows about a tugboat. That TV would turn on and be pretty much static during the night. Just turn it off and put the remote back on the nightstand. Sometimes it would happen again, and the process of turning off would repeat. I had that television until I was 14 or so. After we moved out, it was very difficult to turn it on. Even after a repair guy looked at it and supposedly fixed whatever was wrong with it. You would turn it on via remote or button on the TV itself, and it would just take what feels like forever to come on. It may have only been a minute or so, but it felt like forever. I wanted to catch DBZ before bed. Funny thing is, if you put your ear up to it while waiting for it to come on, you can hear this high-pitched noise. Hard to explain, but think of the sound effect often used in an old TV set turning on or off in a cartoon. Short, and you press the power button just right time during it, the TV would turn on faster. I have a few more stories that would make another post for them. If anybody's good with electronic repair or very knowledgeable about 90s era CRT sets has any idea what's wrong with it, feel free to chime in. It's baffled me for years. I'd love to know what it may have been. It was a GE model, if I remember right. I used to find that logo interesting. I will mention that yes, I know of the old hag, otherwise known as sleep paralysis. I experienced it a couple of times when I was older. And I live in Newfoundland, and we're apparently known to have it occur more frequently in other places. Interesting thing, I read somewhere that Americans who have family immigrated from the NFLD have higher occurrences of the hag as well. Not sure if it's valid, but found it interesting anyways. Accidentally moved into a haunted house. I've recently moved into a new house with 2 roommates. One has moved in, one won't be here for a few more weeks. So I was putting my clothes in the closet, and the first or second day I was there. Something seemed to hit my hangers, and stuff fell out of my closet. I tried to reason and say maybe something shifted in the walls of the house, and ignored it. I also have a dog who has a bark collar. Just beeps and vibrations, no shocking. It would sometimes go off seemingly on its own when he wasn't even barking. But again, I tried to find a reasonable explanation and wrote it off as maybe a growl. A day or so later, I woke up with 3 scratches on my arm that weren't there when I went to bed. They didn't hurt. My dog sleeps at my feet, so it couldn't have been him. And I have short nails, so I didn't do it to myself. This is when I felt that there was probably some entity in my house. This past weekend, my roommate that's living in the house currently had a weekend trip planned and wouldn't be there this Friday or Sunday afternoon. Saturday night, I'm in my bedroom with my dog and hear the front door open, close, and somebody walk up the steps. My dog reacted to this as well, so, I wasn't hearing something that wasn't real. As soon as my roommate got home early, to see why the trip was cut short. Well, she wasn't there. Checked the whole house to see if somebody maybe broke in. But no one's there. Dog's also pretty confused. I feel you, dog. Door's still locked as I left it. So I go into my bedroom, light some sage, and go to bed. The next day I have my friend who's practiced witchcraft for over 20 years come over. She initially thought I was being dramatic, but as soon as she came in, she said the vibe was off. We have this bathroom downstairs by the bedrooms. It's a split-level house. Creeped both me and my roommate out a lot, and we ignored it. That's where my friend that practices witchcraft said there's a ton of icky bad energy. Hate that kind. So, she leaves and says that she'll be back in a few hours to help cleanse the house. Get whatever is living here rent-free out. I call her later and I ask her when she'll be over. I wanted wanted that thing out. As soon as I say that, I hear something fall in the living room. I go out to see it's a chain on a fan that's been ripped out, thrown across the room. The ceiling's very high, maybe 15 feet, so no one could reach that without making it come out like that. So my friend comes over and we use a pendulum to speak about the ghost. The energy was unlike anything I've experienced. It was heavy. I could feel my chest tighten and the air getting thick. It had apparently been there for a long time. Never had issues. It said it had no issues with the people. It had an issue with my dog. He's very barky and annoying at times, but he's a sweetheart. I then asked if we can all live peacefully together, and we got told no. So we begin saging. When we get to the area where the bad energy is strong, the sage keeps going out. We kept relighting and saging until it stopped going out and the energy felt clear. My friend then has me put my dog upstairs with my roommate. That's while we do a spell. Basically to close the veil so the ghost can't keep doing things in my house. I can go into more details if anybody wants to know more. In the bathroom where the energy's been the strongest, that's where I do that. As soon as we start, my dog's bark collar starts going off by itself and it's going crazy, beeping and vibrating. My roommate saw this happen and suddenly when it began doing that, he then starts barking and it's just chaos. We lit the last candle to finish the spell and the collar stopped and the barking stopped immediately. It's been like 2 days since anything's happened. I don't feel any bad energy. My dog's acting normal again too. So thoughts on if this is something that could actually come back or retaliate? He grabbed my ankle. This happened to me and my friend, whom I was texting while this happened. My friend refuses to talk about this incident and will straight up walk away if I mention it in front of her. And this still freaks me out, but I've experienced a lot of stuff, but this was by far one of my clearest and most intense experiences. I'm doing this on an app, so I apologize for any errors. I was 15 years old and there was some stuff I was going through. My parents are recently divorced, depression problems, but nothing truly awful, I guess. It was late and I was dealing with some pretty bad insomnia. I was texting my best friend, who I don't talk to anymore, partially because of this, I think, actually. I can't remember what we were talking about, but I remember looking over at the corner of my room and seeing a tall shadow, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. I freeze. I'm thinking to myself, okay, shadow, tree shadow. There's a tree outside. I slowly turn my head to look out the window. There's no way the tree can be casting this shadow. There's too much wind. I look back over at it, and it's a very still shadow. I text my friend. Lynn, there's something in my room and I'm very scared. I'm getting really bad feelings from it. Directly after I send the text, the shadow dissipates. Like, just kind of fades away. As does the feeling of dread. Lynn texts me back. There's something here too. Really tall shadow in the corner of my room. I'm freaking out. The bedroom had no windows. There's no way she could mistake it for a tree shadow. A few minutes after I got the text, I feel that sense of dread returning. There's a shadow again standing at the foot of my bed. It was way too dark to get a photo, and honestly wasn't thinking about pictures. I was terrified. My breathing gets super labored. I feel a panic attack coming on, and all of a sudden my phone battery drops from 80 to 0, dies. Panic attack comes on strong. I jump from my phone charger next to my bed. I plug my phone in looking for the shadow. It took my eyes off it for maybe a second, but it's gone. Phone comes back on, jumps right back to where it was before it died. Keep it plugged in, just in case. I text Lynn. I think it killed my phone battery. What the fuck? I'm scared. About 10 minutes later, she replies. It was standing next to my bed and it was all black. I'm so scared. Killed my phone battery too, but it's fine now. It's gone again though. So I start putting it together. It's a few minutes between jumps and it seems to be following the texts. I start texting anybody and everybody I can, just random bullshit. How are ya? Been a while. Are you okay? Maybe I can confuse it and stretch it out. Holy shit, was that a bad idea? My bed starts shaking. shaking violently. The headboard is banging on the wall, the blanket gets ripped off the bed, and I can see it standing tall at the foot of my bed. I have a fight or flight reaction, jump off my bed toward my bedroom door and light switch. As I'm leaping over to the door, I feel a very, very cold hand touch my ankle, almost pulling me back toward my bed. I yank open my door and turn my light on at the same time, and it flickers for a moment, temporarily blinding me. The bulb shatters everywhere. I scream and run across the hall of my mom's room where I start sobbing. And she has the audacity to laugh at me. I'm freaking out, scared of the demon monster shadow in my room that blew my light bulb, and she laughs. I get angry and tell her I'm not sleeping in there tonight unless I get a new bulb. She promises to buy me a new bulb the next day, gives me to the mag light, and tells me to sleep in the living room. So I creep into the bedroom to grab my phone charger, run to the living room, and turn all the lights on. After a few days, I start sleeping in my bedroom again, but I had to get a light bulb and sleep with the flashlight for a long time. So yeah, Lynn refuses to talk about it. Nobody else experienced it. Nobody ever believed it. Still can't walk to my bed in the dark without feeling that hand on my ankle. Creature in the Lakes of Finland. I was spending time in a summer house in the woods with my mother. The area isn't very much in the woods, but there's one digging area for gravel, some kilometers away and a couple more summer houses. Can't really see them. So it's not like we're completely isolated. So we're leaving after being there a couple of days. I was looking at the lake in front of the summer house. I saw a swan, probably like 70 or 80, maybe meters or so away from the summer house in the lake. Pretty close to the sleet, if that's the right word. Sleet? I believe sleet is wet snow. I looked at the swan and it started to form in like a tall white thing, like a white tall creature. It stayed completely still on top of the water. Now I'm a logic person, so I started to doubt my eyesight and the lighting. I kept watching it and it turned back into a swan, like it shrank, transformed again, and I called my mom to look at it. Well, it was still looking like a swan, she said. It's just a swan. But when it turned into a tall white thing, my mom was quiet. I asked, how can that be explained? She said she doesn't know. After that, it did it a couple times, and then it stayed as a swan. It didn't turn into anything again. We left the summer house and we didn't talk about it much. Well, if anything, it's a great fireplace story, but the thing that bothers me is that I actually saw it. I don't know how to explain it. I want to explain it because the fact that there would be a creature like that would crush my viewing on life completely. That's paranormal. If anybody wants to try to explain this to me, if they can, or if it can be lighting or something else. It was just too tall to be an illusion. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be typing this. I still go to the summer house a lot. I spend a lot of time there. I always look around in the woods, stare at that lake. Kinda want to see it again. Suppose if it was actually real and not me and my mom tripping at the same time for some reason, it wouldn't be a ghost, but some ancient creature that could have been one of the mythical creatures Finnish people feared. Or even the ones that they worshipped in ancient times. I don't really know. I do really want to see it again. I'm sort of in a crisis about seeing it. Can't believe it's real. I never believe people when they tell stories like that, but I just saw it. Like, I saw it with my own eyes. No bullshit. Not a story, not a crappy video like I saw it myself. There's no better proof than that. I'm going to the summer house tomorrow to celebrate my friend's birthday. I don't think the creature will ever show up again because I think that's the closest it's been to people. I think it tries to avoid people and accidentally it just went that close, or I don't know. Somehow I tell myself it's some part of nature, like a rare animal or something. Also, about the transforming, like how it looked like. So at some point the neck of the swan kind of disappeared, and the butt of the swan as well. So it kind of felt like it was dizzy. Not literally, but when you see those videos of, deserts and the view is wavy because of the hotness. I guess there was something sort of like that I was looking at. But only the swan, not anything else. Then the neck appeared thicker and higher, and the standing white entity was there literally just chilling, sitting on top of the water. This is just how I remembered it, like the transformation was smooth. You didn't even realize it till it was already standing. So I thought this is something that's also interesting, like how does it do that? Also, that's something I'd want to know in a story like this. Bon voyage. My Nana's house has something evil in it. I lived with my Nana for the majority of my childhood. Our house is about 150 years old, give or take. The upstairs consisted of a big room, used as my bedroom. It's connected to another bedroom and my parents' room, a bathroom connected to my room, and an attic door. Actually a door. The attic was a room connected to mine. In the attic there were 2 secret rooms which I've never been in. It was just known that they're there. So there's been plenty of paranormal things that have happened at my Nana's house. I'm almost 16 now. When I was about 14, or actually even earlier when I was 4, I was playing hide and seek with my uncle. He was about 11. My uncle's friend and 3 of my friends, my uncle's friend's sisters. In my room I had a cot for a bed, so it was able to be folded in half and I chose to hide in it. My uncle came and looked around upstairs but didn't find me. After a few minutes, so I heard him yell, "Forfeit!" So I came out. I was about to head downstairs when I heard something behind me. When I turned around, I saw 2 or even 3 dark figures walking to the closet. My uncle, I guess, had left it open. A feeling of dread washed over me and I screamed at the top of my lungs and went to run downstairs. But I fell and I injured my arm. My Nana and parents came running into the foyer to find me laying at the bottom of the stairs sobbing. Upon investigation, the closet door was closed. Me and my parents ended up switching rooms. But I'm still deathly afraid of the upstairs at my Nana's. Another instance, and this is my uncle's story. When he was around 9, him and his mom, my Nana, were sitting on the couch watching TV. That's when he saw a pure black entity going into him in his mom's room. After he flipped out and wouldn't go back in there for months. My aunt must have been about 18, or at least at that point, and coming home with her boyfriend. Through the window, she saw her mom watching the TV. My Nana looked at them, and my aunt explains that the look on her face was pure evil. My aunt turned to go inside, and the TV was off, and her mom was in bed. It had been only a few seconds and not nearly enough time for an older woman to get to her bed so fast and in pajamas and asleep. The last instance is my own story. It happened 2 summers ago when I turned 13. It was about a week after my birthday, and I was going to spend a week with my Nana. I was living with my aunt and her family at this point. My uncle was still living with his mom to take care of her. I hadn't gone into my Nana's room yet because I sleep with her when I come over. I'd been there a few hours and was going to go use the restroom. It's inside my Nana's room down the downstairs bathroom. They're sort of connected. The room was dark, and as I started feeling in this overwhelming sense of fear, I can't exactly remember this moment because I blacked out or something, but I got the rest of the story from my uncle and Nana. I stopped at the doorway and stared for a few moments. Then I just released a blood-boiling scream. My Nana lunged over, turned on the bedroom light, and was shaking and crying. My uncle started saying, "What's wrong? What happened?" My Nana begged me to tell her what I saw, and all I mumbled was, "The Dark Man." This is what we referred to as the reoccurring dark figure. We sat at the table for hours after that, and noticed that the little pull thing that comes down from the fan was spinning wildly through the fan. It's even off. I have many more stories from this house. One of the neighbors who's lived next to it her whole life has told us so many stories ranging from a young woman who hung herself there to people being stabbed, to even a meth head family who would jump out of the window and beat people in there. Who is under the house? In 1981, I moved to Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. That was with my husband and 4 small children. My children are ages 1 4-year-old, 2 3-year-old, and 1 1-year-old and 1 6-month-old. We moved into an older home with an acre yard. It was completely fenced. This included the front yard, so people had to come to the front yard, or gate rather, and ring a bell so they could come out to the gate to meet whoever was there. The house was built up on blocks, had a huge front porch. It was a beautiful piece of property. I lived there for 5 years. Here's a little history of my town that you might find interesting. Fort Gibson was called the Graveyard of the West. This was many, many years ago. It was said anywhere you walked that you'd be stepping on a grave. There's many places in this town that are said to be haunted. Back to my story. I truly loved this place and this piece of land. It felt like it was perfect fit for my family, too. That had 2 large paper-shell pecan trees, 2 fairly large Granny Smith apple trees, and 1 sand plum tree. I loved the fact that it was large and shady. The house was totally fenced in and offered a wonderful place for my children and dog to play. The first year when the apples became fully ripe, my children would come running in with their little arms full of apples. They would ask me to bake an apple pie, and this went on all apple season. Of course, I was more than happy to bake a pie for them, so when the pecans fell, or pecans, however you want to say it, they would bring those in too, and ask for a pecan pie. One summer day, my oldest child came in with a huge bowl of strawberries that the neighbor had given him. I asked him to bake me a pie. He said, and I quote, "Mom, the people really want you to bake a pie, because it smells so good." This stunned me for a moment. I was confused by his statement. Then I kind of became worried. Our property backed up to an open field, some woods beyond that. Thought maybe someone was coming to the back fence and talking to my children. I asked my son, "What people?" "Wait for it." He replied matter-of-factly, "The people that live under our house." To say the least, I was completely flabbergasted by this. I didn't really want to know, but I had to ask my child about how he knew that there were people under our house. He told me that when he and his siblings were out playing by one of the apple trees that was near our house, the people would start whispering to them to come over to the door to access under the house. They would then ask them to get me to bake a pie. I totally was beyond freaked out. Gathered up my children from outside, told them to stay inside because I thought there might be a skunk or something in our yard. I never lied to my children. But I felt that this was a justified reason to do so. Got my German Shepherd coyote dog and went to the access door that went underneath the house. So frightened, I suspected that a homeless person or people were living underneath their house. Found nothing. Nothing. I'd send my dog under the house first, and let me tell you, if someone was under there, she would have done her job. She came back wagging her tail. I crawled under the house to see if there was any sign of interloper. Empty. Just pipes and dirt. I decided to question each child separately about the people under the house. Each one told the same story. Told my husband about the quote-unquote people under the house, and he laughed and said her house or land was most likely haunted. I was asking for pie because, well, it smells good. Besides, he remarked, you make some damn good pie. Many days after that, I would sit near the door, but no one ever whispered to me to bake a pie. Yet, the people under the house continued to whisper to my children I wasn't around to fetch apples or pecans to bake pies, apparently because they smelled so good. Phantom Vase. My ex and I were managing and maintaining an old apartment building. Tenant in Unit 16 gets tossed. We go to prep for showings. tearing up carpet, paint, epoxy the tub, paint, garbage, etc. I come across this vase sitting by the support beam. Nothing wrong with it, and too nice to throw out, decorated with little roses and cherubs. What should I do with this vase? I don't see a reason to toss it. The one sitting on the floor, put it back in the kitchen where I left it. Odd statement, but my ex has a funny way of processing information, so I put it back on the kitchen and worked for a couple more hours. Took all the tools and cleaning supplies with us, left the vase in the kitchen, locked the door, went home for the night, which was 2 floors down. Come back the next day to finish up final touch-ups. The vase is back in the floor. Double-checked the key ring, we both had the set, and the tenant surrendered, and picked it up, put it back in the kitchen, and press on. Changed the lock, new doorknob, new deadbolt, new keys. A week or so later, awesome new tenant takes the place. Vase is nowhere to be found during the walkthrough. Sign the lease, give him the keys, and press on. 3 days after moving in, tenant knocks on our door. Can I get a new lock for my door? He just replaced it. It is a new lock. Everything okay? I think somebody's been in my place, but nothing's been taken. Thanks. Next day, tenant comes home, new lock gets installed in front of him, so he knows there's nothing sketchy. Lock works, everyone's happy. I started hanging out with the tenant because everybody else in the area sucked. If you ever lived in the historic district of Elgin, Illinois, you know exactly what I mean. Drop my ass on the couch, and what do I see sitting by the TV? That vase. So what made you think someone had been in here? When you asked for a new lock, if something was taken? That vase, I came home and it was sitting right here on my coffee table. So a year or so passes. I'm decent friends with guy number 16. Always keeps the door locked even when he's home. Video games, nerd shit, music, people, etc. I've seen some shit in this building and I'm comfortable enough to ask if he's seen anything other than the vase, which was still by the TV. He tells me about a woman in white, and how he's been, paced in the hallway and climbing the stairs, and children's voices in the kitchen and cold spots. And that shit right there's driving me nuts. Lock that door right behind you, knob and bolt. The door just opened. Sure enough, the door was halfway open. He goes on about the door opening itself after he's locked it. I've even seen this door just click and fall open after I've locked it. Happened in front of a lot of people. He frequently had guests and said that he came home a few times to find his door just sitting open. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with tenants, but they get jumpy when they find their doors open and, pretty instant distrust of maintenance. Understandably. So I took the master key off the main keyring and kept it with me at all times. Shit still happened. After a while, it started to escalate. Things were moved, things were missing. Home started getting really nervous. So I started doing my own rounds and walkthroughs. Made sure his doors closed and locked. Never found it open or unlocked without an explanation. And at this point, when we were hanging out, the door would unlock, open, and then sometimes would either fall off the wall or off the shelf right there in front of everyone. He was there for maybe 2 years before he was happy to hand his keys over. I asked what he did with the vase, and he said he left it in the kitchen. I'm not about to fuck with it. Did a walkthrough the next day, and it was sitting by beam. I have some more stories of this building, and I'll post them eventually. Missing 411. Strange disappearances in the woods, and entering other realms through our own. I've begun to wonder if this person goes missing and ends up 50 miles away the next day phenomenon is actually a real thing, and perhaps has been for quite some time. You have otherwise skilled hikers or people familiar with the area they're in. They go to step off the trail, take a leak or pick a mushroom, or suddenly the landscape shifts and they're lost. They scream and yell, but nobody responds. Their friends later claim that they never heard them. The forest and the trees even look different. The birds don't even sound the same. Search parties are deployed, but the person ends up 50 miles away the next morning with no explanation on how they got there or how they traveled so quickly. Alternatively, otherwise responsible parents take their eyes off their toddler for a brief moment. Later the night, kid turns up 12 miles away with the story of how a light or a gnome led them to a special place. I teach survival and camping, and I guess now foraging. And these stories are more common than you'd think. Your first instinct is panic sets in and a person gets turned around, and sure, that happens. That's even happened to me. You fail to rein in that panic, and you don't take note of where you are, or where you've been, and suddenly you're even more lost. That I get. What I don't get is people following strange lights in the woods and turning up 2 days later many miles away with no recollection. Or people who seem to step into different time or place for an extended period of time, but then walk 5 feet and they're suddenly back on the trail. I studied Shakespeare in college. It always struck me as odd that his comedies had such a supernatural aura to them. Often his plays were very rooted in everyday life, in history, and very real things. So why would he have to delve into the fantastical? Like Northrop Frye, a literary critic, called some of the spaces in his comedies a green world. It's a place where the characters go and encounter mystical beings who help them solve their problems, or make their lives better. It is the realm of fairies, will-o'-wisps, and centaurs. All is resolved and characters return to daily life, drink, hit a wedding, and get married. I propose that this is a very real phenomenon that's existed for at least quite some time. That's as evidenced by Shakespearean writing. Oral histories by Native Americans speak of spiritual realms that are easy to access. As easy to access as walking down the street to go to a gas station. I believe it's more possible a supernatural phenomenon exists that's existed for an incredibly long time. And it's maybe only now in modern times that it's fallen by the wayside. Back in the day, it was like any other Tuesday. Gave birth to fairy realms, will-o'-wisps, gnomes, hobbitses, Shakespearean's green world, and many other myths. Going into the woods to meet supernatural creatures was such a regular-ass thing because it actually happened to people. It's not that Shakespeare gives us a supernatural setting in his comedies. It's that he gives us a very real thing that happened to people, like with everything else wrote. And today it is a wild conspiracy theory that nobody will believe. But people who never get lost keep getting lost, meeting otherworldly beings and having unexplainable experiences. Why? Anyone else ever experienced anything like this before? Let me start out by saying in 2004, something really tragic happened in my own home. Here's the background information. My ex was like a raging drug addict. He also was abusive as they come, so my words have no merit whatsoever. But anyways, he brings over this well-known heroin addict. They're partying well into the night. I'm currently a nursing student, so I wake up early. The next morning, I'm woken up by this man laid out in our front room. He's snoring like I've never heard anyone snore before. I later found out that he was in respiratory arrest. I even had to push my 3-month-old Rottweiler off of him. She was licking him profusely. She was even licking the inside of his mouth. Found that to be remarkably odd. Pulled the dog off of him, and being that I'm a first-year nursing student, I woke up my ex and said, "I think something's wrong with this guy. I think we have to call 911. He screams in my face how he's got a mass amount of drugs in the house and there won't be any sort of cop calling shit. I had to get to my school to take the EP and a microtest, so I leave. I'm gone literally 3 hours, and when I get home, all hell breaks loose. My ex is frantic. He's yelling at me to do CPR on this heroin addict. I say I don't have any protection for my mouth, so I'm not giving rescue breaths. This was well before they changed CPR to compressions only. I drop down, go to check his breathing, but at first glance I can see his eyes are wide open, pupils fully dilated and fixed. He's catatonic, meaning he's blue. His lips are blue, his nose is blue, and this guy was cold to the touch. Even a tad rigid. I knew CPR wasn't going to bring him back, but I start compressions and sternum rubs. My ex runs across the street to my neighbor's house, and he also takes my phone with him. He's gone like 3 minutes, which seems like an eternity at this point. It leaves me all alone to deal with this guy. Then I hear sirens. The neighbors must have called 911. Paramedics arrive and break out everything they can to bring him back. They even brought out Narcan, which is an opiate overdose medication, but nothing worked. Apparently they knew this man, because I overheard the one medic say, "Isn't this the 6th time now we've brought this one back?" It didn't register till much later, but he wasn't afforded 7th. He was pronounced dead on arrival. You'd think this would make my ex clean up his act, but it didn't. Well, a year later I finally escaped this turmoil. We split for good, thank God. It was 7 years of hell on earth itself. But that's a story for another day. This has to do with what happens in the exact spot of my living room some 2 years later. Well, this man dies right on my living room floor. Now try and picture the layout. One-story ranch living room is as soon as you enter the home. To the left of the living room is a hallway. That's where there's a full bathroom and 3 bedrooms. Anyways, so I'm on the couch watching TV. Get up to go to the bathroom. On my way to the restroom, I'm stopped dead in my tracks. I feel this energy force enter through my chest. Every hair stands up on end and I even smell it. I felt this weird sensation through my chest. It stayed for 10 seconds and then I felt a pulling sensation out of my back. It's summer, so we don't have static electricity until winter. I've tried to rationalize this with every theory I can. I didn't get cold like everybody always claimed when a ghost is present. It was energy. I've never had this happen before, and I've never had it happen again. Anybody else ever experienced this, or am I the only one? Weird sighting. I'm staying with some family in a very rural area. The closest stores are super far away, like hours. We got here late Friday and we're leaving late Monday. Today, my cousin and brother happened to see a drone that was following them. They were on land that we have about 200 plus acres over here. Everyone was a bit confused. Didn't really like it because it's creepy and, well, it's an invasion of privacy. It's on our private property. But we sort of just disregarded it, figuring somebody was on their land nearby or just bored or something. It's now 2:25 a.m. Monday. My parents were together outside relaxing near the house on this swing chair thing, listening to the nighttime sounds. I was inside with my grandparents in bed. I was with my cousins and 2 siblings. That's when I got a sudden phone call at 2 a.m. I was very confused. Didn't think anybody'd be calling right now. I grabbed my phone, realizing it was my mom's, so I immediately answered, making sure things were okay outside. Since there's plenty of weird insects, poisonous things, snakes, coyotes, and wolves, etc. around here. My mom gets scared pretty easily. She says in a concerned voice, "Me and Dad just saw something flash over our heads really low down on us. We don't know what's happening." So I told my cousin and my brother and sister, and everybody seemed pretty freaked out because that's very unusual. We all run out to the trees by our house to get my parents, who are just sort of staring up at the sky and a bit far away, panicking. As everybody was outside staring around at the sky, we managed to point out multiple drones or something strange in the sky, like flashing, getting farther away and closer. We saw one, then another, but then we saw up to 5 and some disappearing. We thought for a moment, well, stars. But why would my parents have something on them shining and hearing whirring sounds? We drove in quotes it says a donkey. I don't know what it's called. It's like a small vehicle like a golf cart, but not. But we drove into the field and it was closed. So we sort of shined a spotlight on where it was, right above the trees. It started coming towards us, and then I saw something weird by it that suddenly went fast, toward it. It then stopped and fell in the woods. So we started driving away and went back home. But then my dad drove over there with my cousin and siblings, my mom, and then my grandma came out into the porch of the house, and I was waiting for them to come back while they looked for the drones in the sky themselves. I went inside because I was getting bugs on me and I disliked it a lot. I started hearing weird noises from outside the house, and I heard a yell, and the dog started howling and barking a lot. Then I heard my mom tell my grandma, like I just heard my sister scream, and that something's up with the cows. After a bit, my family all came back and they're still outside, but my sister came in to explain what was up with the tears in her eyes and fear in her face. She said that they went out there and everything was absolutely fine, but then heard the cows starting to act weird, and then she heard it, a loud woman scream, and the UFO was getting closer, flashing green and red. They drove fast back to us. Everyone's so confused and freaked the hell out. What's happening? Why are these things watching us? Why are there so many? What are they and why? And isn't this illegal? Is it something bad? Childhood dream resurfaced. Woman, door, creature. I had this dream when I was about 4 or 5. I guess I blocked it out ever since. Resurfaced because my 5-year-old had done this creepy, playful voice and said, "Don't look at the eyes, don't look at the eyes." Everything just came screaming back. In the dream, I was asleep in my room. I woke up to pitch black. Confused as to why my nightlight wasn't on, I started to panic. "Don't be scared," said the thin woman in a black flowing dress with long, dark brown hair. She was very pretty, carried so much worry in her eyes. "Here, take my hand. Come with me." Took her hand and we walked maybe 2 steps until this giant Gothic door appeared. Double doors, if I remember correctly. She said, "We're going inside the doors, okay? But when we get inside, don't look at their eyes. Do not look at their eyes, understand?" I nodded and made sure I had her hand locked in mine. I don't remember the doors opening at all, just that we were on the outside. But almost like a dark realm where everything was dark and misty and tall black leafless trees were there and a breeze. I could feel everything. Her hand, hear the noises, the surrounds, and it was nothing, but everything was evil and dark. Within seconds, she said, "Close your eyes." And I did, and within a second of blinking, "Look at my eyes," it hissed. "Don't you want to see my beautiful yellow eyes?" I held the woman's hand even tighter. "I know you want to look." I've always had very long eyelashes. I knew that I could keep my eyes mostly closed and peek through them. So I did just that. The creature was still trying to lure me to open my eyes and hadn't taken notice that I was peeking through my lashes. I had my head looking slightly down, but had my eyes pointed straight down if it makes it possible to make eye contact. "Open your eyes and look. Look at my beautiful yellow eyes." The woman grabbed my hand tighter and said, "Leave her alone. You mustn't touch her." I didn't hear, what else she had said because I had seen the creature behind my veil of the eyelash. It was crouched down next to my face, and again my chin was tucked to my chest. This thing was just a few inches away. I could feel its breath on my skin, that black fur, almost an owl-shaped face where its flat head was, and had big yellow eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs. I could feel its claws ever so lightly touch my long hair. And I swear, I'm terrified of flying monkeys and the Wizard of Oz because of this. I start to panic. "Keep calm, stay with me," said the woman. I snapped out of my dream when I heard the fear in her voice. My parents said that I would say they'd talk to me, which caused them to freak out and search my room and window just in case somebody was trying to take me away. They'd said that happened prior to my dream. I never told them about my dream itself. I forgot about my nightlight. I had to sleep with the lights fully on after that dream. Annoyed the hell out of them, but whatever. Weird stuff like paranormal stuff always happens to me, like seeing jackalopes twice. That's another story. This dream coming back to me after that kid saying that freaked me out. Almost believe children are able to get to this dark realm, you know? I worry for my children. I always ask about their dreams in case they need to tell me something odd happened. But so far, nothing. White woman walked across the yard. Not deer. So not one to make posts often, but I have two experiences that seem to stand out. I've had a lot of items messed with, such as poltergeist stuff, but these two I need opinions on. So first one, I was 19 and I'm 26 now. I used to go to my buddies a lot. We'll call him T. Kept some of my things in his spare camper in a locked safe in the property. Sometimes I'd show up to get my quote-unquote things before dark, and while I was scrounging around in the safe, I'd always get this feeling or thought in my head like, "Get out," or I'll be scared looking over my shoulder hurrying. Anyway, T always would tell me that his items in his yard would move at night. So it was pretty obvious it was haunted. I didn't really fully believe, but one day T sends me the weirdest photo ever. It's an all-black picture, but you can just barely see T's outline. And over it is the most demonic picture I've ever seen. Some white woman demon thing coming to the camera. It sent dress down my spine, and I used to keep this pic, but deleted it as it felt cursed. Dress down your spine, eh? Anyway, one night me and T went to go get my things. We hung out a lot back then, and anyway, he lived down a gravel road and it was real bumpy. So you went slow and were surrounded by trees till you get to the campers all next to the stream and the railroad tracks. Anyway, we were headed down it, and he says all of a sudden, "F-man, you're gonna see something, I'm sorry, I can feel it." I'm thinking like, what? We're both pretty high as we smoked all the time, but as he said that the high left, felt dread, like my hair stand up, and felt cold, like my eyes started to water. I just kept slowly driving till I got to his driveway. I pulled in, and clear as day was a white woman in a white dress, and walking across his yard. She didn't acknowledge us, she just walked slowly and ominously, sucking all the warmth and good energy around her. Needless to say, I yeeted it the fuck out of there. After that, I never really had anybody to talk to about it, so I just figured I'd post it here. After that, I no longer like being out at night. I know when that stuff's around. You just feel it. Second encounter wasn't as exciting, but to this day I don't know what I saw. Some years later, which is last year, we lived in the town in a small trailer. We lived opposite an empty field, and on the other side was a lot of houses. My wife was getting home from work late and walked home. I was waiting for her and looked out the window to see her coming home. Mind you, I can't remember if she drove or walked home that night. Anyway, we always got scary vibes at night, especially from the field. I told her there was a scraper. That's the cryptid I think about most often, in the dark, scared. But anyways, the field had a streetlight nearby. As I saw my wife come home, there was 2 deer in the field, except I didn't get a good look. She did. It looked to be a giant deer. It was right beside a normal one. Except I didn't see its face and its vibe felt off, the only way I can describe it. I look away because my dogs bark, and I look back and it's gone. She came and I was like, what the fuck was that? We both agreed it's a cryptid, and I look up some stuff and come across the not deer. So we assume it was that. Her next day at work at the bar, though, Locals said that there was a skinwalker in town. My wife hasn't told that woman what we saw. The edge of my eye still burns. We lived in a very small village in the Netherlands, so basically every teenager from that place and some people from the nearby town, like me, reattended. I had to pee, so I went to his bathroom, which is located in the hallway. Now this hallway separated from the living room through a door. Only the bathroom and the stairs to the second floor there, making it kind of distanced from the party. After finishing my business, I couldn't for the life of me get the door to open. I could turn the lock every way, but the handle and thus the door wouldn't budge or give at all. I felt very anxious and started panic. It lasted for about 10 minutes in total. One of his relatives had used the bathroom. The door from the bathroom flew open, almost hitting them. Huge relief came over me, and I was basically exhausted, definitely sobered up. Both my friend and his relatives didn't recall having any problems with this door. I've known this guy for years, and I'm still good friends with him. I trust him completely and visited the place often in those years. So whenever I was with him in, say, the living room or the garden, nothing happened. Never quite trusted going to his bathroom again, though, despite them kind of laughing it away. Almost 3 years later, on a warm spring day, 2 other close friends went to visit him again. I told him I had to do homework, but agreed to come along and make it there. It involved something I needed, like good headphones, and he assured me that he had one. It turned out to be a total piece of junk, only holding itself together from being tangled for so long. Couldn't focus at all downstairs. Decided to go, upstairs, continue my homework, not really thinking about it. The room straight ahead up the stairs was his mom's sewing room. Very basic. Large table on the north side, so you'd sit with your back to the door. Now the whole left side of this room is filled with a lot of clothes and probably a lot of other stuff behind vaguely transparent slider doors. There's all storage behind them. You could kind of guess what the first clothing item was behind the door, but not make out any details. Trying to focus on my homework, I gradually felt it getting cold in the room. I started clicking my teeth, and I was cranking up the heating and was conveniently located under the table I sat at. It temporarily helped this battle in temperature and regain some concentration. The longer and deeplier. The longer and deeplier focused I was in the room, the more anxious I started to feel. There was a big sensation that something was looking at me from behind the door to my left. A dress hanging at waist level really stood out to me. But I didn't dare to look at the direction for too long. I just wanted to focus. And then I saw her. From the very edge of my left eye, I felt an eye staring straight at me. That's how close she was from me. She definitely didn't want me there. Closed my laptop and immediately ran scared out of my mind back downstairs. Slammed open the door with my eyes wide open and straight away told my friends. They all looked at me like I was crazy. But to this day, I can still feel that edge burn. I really see that moment our eyes met. She definitely did not want me there. Especially while typing this and reliving it in detail, the edge of my eye practically burns. My heart's pounding like crazy, and the middle part directly below my chest starts to almost hurt from the anxiety and the heavy beating of my heart. I talked to my friend several times about this, and he still laughs it off. And as for me, I'm glad that we're all in our 30s now. Never have to go there again. Black funnel entity loomed over me. I wasn't meant to see it. I live in a fairly large 3-story house that used to be a hotel complex. It was built in 1955. The house and the property across the road were also part of a complex. Same complex. The property across from me is owned by both my grandmother and uncle. There used to be a house in front of mine on the same lot, but it was demolished prior to me moving in. The properties certainly have their history. Though I'm unsure of any deaths, but rather fascinatingly, I share a great deal of similarities with the original owner, Andy. We have the same birthday, and as I would pretty much later come to find out, share many of the same interests. Never met Andy, but he was a close friend of the family. Both properties have always felt strangely connected to one another. The houses have aged in very much the same ways. I grew up on both properties and always felt comfortable on them, and, well, strange activity began to occur in the house across from mine in 2012. My uncle was living there with his girlfriend at the time. He described hearing singing coming from the unrented upstairs apartments. He told me that the singing was accompanied by the smell of cigarettes. Activity only picked up from that point as things began flying off their fridge and cabinets. One story that really sticks out to me was the ghost cat he described seeing. He told me that he watched his dog chase a black mass the size of a cat into his dog's carrier. That's when he looked into the inside of the carrier, nothing was there. It's around this time when myself and my family began experiencing things in our own house. We began hearing our names called out and the voices of one another. The funny thing is, it wasn't us calling out to one another a majority of the time. I've had a few other experiences since then, most of which, well, I'll write about them later, I guess. The following incident, however, really stands out to me. This took place around mid-July of last year. I woke up suddenly at around 5:45. In the a.m., by the way. There was plenty of light inside at the time as it was midsummer. Upon opening my eyes, I immediately noticed a black mass shaped like a funnel hovering above my face. I shifted my eyes to get a better look at it, and it just vanished in thin air. I immediately got the feeling that it was something that I wasn't meant to see. This all transpired in no more than half a second. However, I recall the image vividly. It was a black mass with a foggy appearance shaped distinctly like a funnel. Well, I was shook up after seeing it. And as I previously stated, I got a strong sense that it was something I wasn't supposed to see. I immediately researched the terms black funnel ghost, thinking that my search would turn up with nothing. I was shocked to find results that actually contained the description of black funnel ghost. Upon reading the articles, I learned that funnel ghosts are often believed to be deceased family members checking in on their loved ones. The article also stated that black funnel ghosts are often believed to be former inhabitants of a property. I don't believe that what I saw was really either of those, simply due to the dread that was associated with seeing it. And since seeing that black funnel, I've felt uncomfortable at times in my home, especially when working in the basement. I've recently started seeing movements out of the corners of my eyes, which is actually what reminded me of the black funnel ghost. Activities always seems to pick up around this time of year. I don't know what I saw last summer, but any input would be greatly appreciated. Terrifying experience last night. Possible haunting. I've had a few experiences in the past which other people had also experienced. Nothing quite this spooky, and I had some real weird, well, I guess you could call them situations in the past. The last thing was probably 10 years or so ago. Whether this is relevant or not, I'm a 37-year-old male who lives in Birmingham, England, and I live with my wife, my Japanese Akita dog, and my wife's mom. We care for her. She's really unwell with her health. Her husband died just over 5 years ago. So on the night I had a really bad dream, and I was woken up by my wife. Apparently I was shaking and making fast noises that sounded like mini screams. I realized the dream I had was a continuation of other dreams, which was a continuation of other dreams. So I was in a dream series, you could say. If you've never had them before, they can be weird. In this dream there was a giant pink balloon in what will be our child's bedroom. We're planning on starting a family soon, and upsetting I know, but this balloon is sort of in memory of a child who's died. Presumably our daughter who wasn't even born yet. My wife sort of made this balloon, but no idea how. I remember over other dreams I was scared of this balloon, In my dream, this balloon followed me, and it felt like it was trying to kill me. Then it floated past me fast, and I screamed and ran to my toilet. My wife came to the toilet to see why I was shouting, and I told her the balloon's going to kill me. She didn't believe me until the balloon opened the door. This is when I woke up. And then stuff happened like in my waking life, which we both experienced. Went downstairs to get a drink, came back to bed, and she asked me about my dream, so I told her. But I missed out the part about the balloon representing her daughter. When in bed, I felt a very eerie coldness about my body as I tried to forget the dream. Then I thought about the balloon and looked at my TV. As soon as that happened, the LED lights behind my TV turned on the exact second, I shit you not. This made me slightly panic, and my wife thought it was weird. My wife's mom's husband, who died, was an electrician. He had an obsession with LEDs. I'm not saying that was him, but the LEDs have randomly come on at night before. Maybe something to do with my PS5 updating in the night. I'm not sure if they had turned on or off within 10 seconds of my TV turning on, but they were on for like 2 minutes. Then something that shook me to my core and stopped me being able to breathe for at least a couple seconds happened. The LEDs turned off, and about 2 seconds later the TV flashed. This never happened before. We both saw it. It flashed, and it was like, wasn't even the whole 46 inches, like, wasn't the whole screen. It was like an oval-shaped flash, which looked like it was the same shape and size as either a big balloon or a human face. We were both really scared. Got out of bed, turned on the TV, and everything else, just electrical off from the wall. Turned everything off. I struggled to sleep. My body kept being extremely cold. I was like sweating, and I was warm, and the heat was on, and it was like 23 degrees in the house, plus my body heat in the duvet. Our dog normally sleeps in the room, but was sleeping outside the room on the top of the stairs, which isn't completely abnormal, but normally is in our room. I eventually got back to sleep, which was thankfully uneventful now. Anyway, this was my story about being terrified last night. Hope it never happens again. I hope for you too. My great-grandmother was swinging with me. Yesterday I posted a comment detailing the story of my disappearing dogs. Later made a separate post for it. But since then I've been thinking about the weird stuff that's been happening in my life. I've always thought that my life was pretty uneventful in the paranormal or unexplained category, because I've never seen anything that would turn a skeptic into a believer. However, lately I've found myself discussing the weird stuff that happened in my life with several different people. I've begun to realize that just because I haven't seen any shadow people or felt a hand grabbing me or no one around, that doesn't mean I haven't had brushes with the paranormal. So here's another story. I have to start off by telling you that my grandmother was a bitch. I know that sounds cold, but let me explain. When my mother was young, my grandmother would tell her to go roll on the floor. That was because her hips were too wide. She would use my mom as her personal assistant to the point where my mom would be forced to tickle her for hours. The relaxed, soothing kind, obviously. Okay. I'm not familiar with this brand of tickle. Anyway, my mom never had any girl talk with my grandmother, never felt truly loved by her, and I always felt that my grandma saw her as competition. This abuse led to my mom becoming anorexic, eating only 1 can of Campbell's soup a day, and eventually leaving her to say fuck it, do a complete 360 eating whatever she wanted, becoming overweight. My mom's been through a lot because of my grandmother's mental and emotional abuse. This is where my great-grandmother comes in. She lived in my mom's sort of childhood house with the family until the day she died. My mom called her Nani, as did her brothers. My mom and Nani ended up being more like her mother and daughter. My mom would seek her out for advice. She learned a lot of life lessons from Nani. My mom's told her stories of how she would go walk with Nani and sit behind the makeup counter and just playing with her test products. She told me about how her bedroom was above Nani's, that she would stomp 3 times to say I love you. My great-grandmother would take a broom handle and hit the ceiling 4 times to say I love you too. When Nani died, my mother could sense it. She left the hospital to go home and rest. When she entered the kitchen, she got this wave of relaxed sadness, if that makes any sense. Like relief yet grief, I guess. A minute later, the phone rang and it was my grandfather calling to say that Nani had passed. Now, fast forward several years. My mom's married and has a young child, otherwise known as me. I don't know exactly what age I was, but I had just started speaking. I wasn't at the age where you would expect one to, understand death or care about a past relative, but during this time, my mom took me to the park in her neighborhood. It was just my mom and I, nobody else out there with us. My favorite thing at the park was always been swings. So my mom put me on and started pushing me. A few minutes in, I look over at an empty swing. My mom didn't really notice until I said something that shook her to her core. "Mommy, Nani's swinging with us." I didn't know about Nani. My mom never mentioned her, never talked about her, because how would I understand who this person was? And to say that name, a name that was specific to this one person who passed, was beyond comprehension. My mom asked me, "Who's swinging with us?" I replied, "Nani." I have no memory of this, but my mom tells me this story all the time. It's one of her favorite memories. The Boy Next Door. My sister mentioned she was seeing a younger boy. He was around my age at the time, like 15 or 16. Now, growing up in a small town, I was the only person with my name my whole life. My family is Spanish, so I have a very authentic Spanish name. Anyways, I would always hear about a kid who shared my name when growing up. I know he was good at football, but unfortunately, he committed suicide. That was when he was still in high school. Fast forward to when we moved into the house I'm talking about. My sister would talk about seeing a young man around the house, like the outside of the house. He'd be wearing a red shirt, have short black hair, and tan shorts. Cargo shorts, I suspect. And apparently, you know how he wasn't happy. At first, we thought it just was some kids walking home from school and lived right near the high school, so it wasn't uncommon to see kids walking up or down the road. Then she started to say that he would come inside the house and started seeing him in a room. That's when we got concerned. Now, during this time, the house to the right of us had just been cleaned out. The family living there had been evicted. Stupidly, we were curious, went over there, found some old toys, an airplane, some other stuff, brought them home. That's when we put 2 and 2 together. It must have been because we took possessions from that house. It had some connection to it. We brought the toys back and figured out it was that. She continued to see this young man. She kept saying that he reminded her of me. Startled by that, we immediately asked why. She proceeded to tell us that he has my name. Now, let me remind you guys, small town, mostly white neighborhood, mostly, just very few Spanish families. My name is the type of name that you can't find in anything. Like those little magnets or something, never ever found my name anywhere. You get it. I do. My mom right away puts 2 and 2 together. She reminds us about the young man who had taken his own life, shared my name, and that this could be him reaching out to her. We tell my sister all the time it must be the time a spirit will show itself to somebody who can see them and can talk to them, because they can actually, they have something to say and they can hear it. She said that he barely talked, but when he did, he seemed really upset. At the time, she was so young, I don't think she understood the weight of what he was saying. He said that he would say regret a lot, that nothing else would really happen. That's the only word he would say. He would often put his hands to his face, as if he was crying. This was by far the most chilling experience that she's told us. I spent my whole life in this town and always hearing about a young man with my name. Like teachers would talk to me about him. Like in the beginning of the school year, we would, tell us about yourself. And I would always say, my name is blank. And some teachers would automatically say, oh, I had a student once with that name. I still think about this quite often. I feel sad for him. He was going through a difficult time and didn't know how his future was looking. I just want to say I suffer from severe depression, and I've been in those shoes before. You just want to stop feeling the way you feel. It's never the answer. Please speak up and say how you feel. If you don't have anyone to speak to, reach out to me. Find a community on Reddit. There's a lot of them. I used to go there when I felt completely lost in my life. I know it's easier said than done, but never stop fighting. Romanov's trauma. Am I reincarnated? The story begins in 2017 when I was almost 10 years old. I'm a guy, and I'm 16 now. Interesting fact is that I learned Russian when I was 6 years old. It was all by myself without any help or lessons. And I don't have any relatives in Russia. I speak it perfectly without an accent. I can even write in Russian. There was this animated movie called Anastasia, and I've been a huge fan of it since I was like 5. Watched it many times. Somehow I always felt very connected to the story of Anastasia herself. One day in June of 2017, I found out that Anastasia's story was real. I got so intrigued and started reading about it every single day, and at first it wasn't creepy at all, but if you've read the whole thing, you should definitely know how terrifying it really is. My mom brought me a book about Anastasia and her family story. They were the last Romanovs. I thought that the book was very boring, so I left it on a shelf and completely forgot about it. But all of a sudden I started having the worst nightmares, and they were all about the Romanovs. One of them, I was in the store with my family. Everything seemed to be fine, but suddenly the lights went off and everyone just disappeared. I was alone. All of the Romanovs were right in front of me, except Anastasia. Their eyes were red and they were staring at me. I tried to say something, but my mouth wouldn't open. They surrounded me and gave me a birth certificate written in Russian and a feather with the ink. I don't know how, but I signed it with Anastasia's signature, which I've never seen in my life. They all smiled, hugged me, and disappeared. When I woke up, I checked the signature on the internet. It was just like the one in my dream. I was terrified and I stopped reading and talking about them. But somehow I always felt like they were next to me. I couldn't sleep. When I closed my eyes, I saw their faces. My parents moved the book to my grandparents' house, and since then everything stopped. The nightmares were gone and I got better. But I remembered their faces very well, especially Anastasia's. 2 years later in 2019, I was in the bathroom washing my hands. All of a sudden, the door got locked by itself. I felt that somebody was standing right in front of me. It was the same feeling like before. I looked at the mirror and saw its silhouette. I screamed and just said, "Please go away. Please, I'm begging you." The door opened. I ran out. It felt like it never happened. It was so strange. For a while, I started seeing them again when I closed my eyes. Everyone except Anastasia. It felt like they were so close to me and they wanted to tell me something, but I couldn't understand. Some people told my parents that it might be Anastasia's reincarnation, but they didn't believe them. Same with me. Years passed by and I'm here writing this because it's still kind of haunting me to this day. While I'm writing, I feel like they're behind me. It's difficult to breathe. I haven't seen any of them in pictures in 7 years, but I still remember them, and I forget people's faces. I know this whole thing might sound very strange and illogical, but I'd like to know what's happening. Am I a reincarnation or am I crazy? Childhood experience. I always had this one stuffed animal growing up. Carrie, that stuffed dog, actually everywhere I went. He was my homie, and I'd call him Doggy. I don't remember the specific age, but I was maybe around the time my stuffed animals became more of a sleep buddy than something I brought along with me, but still having a huge attachment to it. Anyways, it was one summer night. I remember Mom making me just go to make my bed, and would do my routine of brushing my teeth, turning on the night light, tucking the doggy beside me. The night light was one of those sweet 2000s rotating fish tank lamps. Anyways, after a while, I'm still awake alone in bed just watching those fish go round and around. At one point, I remember starting to feel scared, like the energy of the room just dramatically shifted. Trying to distract myself by just constantly studying the fish and counting every time the clownfish circles back. Suddenly it turns off. My reaction was to quickly get up to turn it on as fast as possible. I sit up and then instantly get pulled back down. Suddenly it felt like my body was restrained with a massive weight. I was unable to move or anything, so laying there motionless. I noticed my stuffed animal slowly rise vertically from the bed. I become absolutely mortified as I see him pause halfway up and slowly descend to the wall. Doggy was like passing inside the wall, almost like a ripple effect to it. Can't fully explain it, but stray visions of like crimson, orange, and metallic. It was all such an intense feeling of sadness and terror as I thought I'd never see Doggy again. After that, he was legit gone. Got up panicking trying to search for him and still unsure what actually happened. Ended up crying myself to sleep because of it. In the morning, I ran downstairs to tell my mother and saw Doggy on the counter. My mom was pissed because she thought like I used her razor blades to shave the stuffed animal. Doggy only had small patches of fur left. Looked almost completely shaved. More like all the little fur he had were plucked out. Tried to explain what happened, but it was exactly like a movie trope where the parents completely dismissive of the kids seeing something freaky. She decided I was kind of too old for it, so I crossed a boundary and kind of hid him away from me. Devastated. Again. A few days later, I get this massive pain in my abdomen. It's actually unbearable. Gets to the point that my mom takes me to the doctor, which is kind of a big deal to go see a doctor with my family. I ended up getting an x-ray and they find massive clumps of fur in my stomach. Well, I don't remember what the doctor said, but my mom said they found a bunch of fur in my stomach and that's what was causing my pain. I was fine, but my mom thought I was actually binge-eating fur off of my stuffed animals. Took them all away. I felt so wrong for that. I'm still upset what happened to Doggy and me getting punished for it. I had to switch rooms and slept with my older brother instead because I couldn't actually get any sleep without any other person in the room. I tell this story all the time now. Still can't fully comprehend or express it in words. I do still have Doggy around, somewhere in one of the boxes. Wouldn't mind including a picture of it if anyone's interested. He's a bit aged now and a bit raggedy, but still looks pretty good for coming back from hell. Anybody else think that he ate the fur at the beginning of the story? I had a feeling. Two dumb roommates. I moved to Chicago for college. My roommate is really interested in the paranormal. We bond over that immediately. The first few days in the dorm are spent introducing ourselves to the neighbors. Two of them, both sophomores, tell us about a residence hall being haunted. They show us a snapshot picture of the ghost, which looks like a slightly darker shadow in the midst of other shadows. And no, I don't have the photo. My roommate believes it instantly, and I, on the other hand, am more of a skeptic. So like any sane person, we bought a Ouija board. Side note, we went to Target first and I asked one of the older ladies working there if they had a board. She proceeded to give us a lecture on why we shouldn't use the board, which just added to the whole two dumb white girls getting murdered by ghosts storyline. So also we bought a Virgin Mary candle while we were there, because, Christianity. Anyways, we used the board, spent like 5 minutes talking to a drunk ghost named Sveb. Didn't get jack shit from the board, ended up giving it to a friend, so we only used it once. Yep, we said goodbye. Here's where spooky stuff starts. My roommate starts getting bad vibes in the room. I'm thinking it's just because she's worked up from using the board. But she's serious about it though. So I make the trip to our local Catholic church, which was an experience for somebody who's only been to a tiny country town church, but like, damn, you guys got enough gold. I get a Bible, I even ask one of the priests to bless it, which he kindly does. About a year later, our Virgin Mary candle gets knocked off the table. The glass shatters, but only around her face. Weird, but hey, shit happens. My roommate starts looking at these other rooms and tells me that I should come with her. I tell her that she needs to calm down, literally nothing's happening. Some other things did happen, but I can't really remember what, but here's the kicker. My roommate was upstairs in the common area while I was in the shower. Bathroom doors locked, no other roommates, no pets, nothing. Now the shower has 2 shelves for us to put stuff on. One is near the shower head and the other is the back of the tub. I have the shower head positioned so the water's coming pretty much straight down, otherwise known as no water's hitting the back shelf. The shelf was mine, so everything needed was up there, including my razor. So I was washing under the water when I suddenly feel something hit the back of my calf, and then it fell to the floor. I look and I see my razor down there. Now that was weird because my razor wasn't anywhere near the edge of the shelf, and neither I nor the water could have knocked it off. I just got hit by a razor with no solid explanation for how it happened. None of that scared me. This is what scared me. In the condensation that formed on the shower wall, I could see the path the razor took. It was like something was pressing it against the wall as it fell. The razor's path, went up and then down. It lifted up and then came down on me. Ran out of the shower, went upstairs to tell my roommate what happened, and I was standing in the common area soaking wet with only a towel on and just soap still on me. Well, my roommate moved out. I stayed. At least until the year was up. Then I switched to a single room in a different residence hall. This hall was next to an alleyway affectionately called Death Alley. Yeah, one improvement, huh? Well, stuff's happened there, but that's a different story. Nothing else really happened after that. There's probably a logical explanation, and I've had much weirder things happen to me, but I thought you'd enjoy this weird story. Something was watching my horse and me. Around 2014, in the summer in a small provincial town in Ecuador, I was working in my father's farm. He was dedicated to livestock, so every weekend after school, he helped with daily tasks such as feeding to the cows and going over to make sure that they're not missing or having any problems. Well, one Saturday she did a routine afternoon batch check. That's around 3 p.m. For some reason, I couldn't do it early. So I rode my horse called Loco and went to see them in the afternoon. It was a trip, from 50 minutes to an hour because there was a shortage of pasture on the farm. We had to rent a virgin piece of land nearby. The outward journey in the batch check passed without incident. It was around 5:30 in the afternoon, so I started the return journey and 30 minutes back home, and I felt strange wind on my body. I was skeptical until that moment. But for some strange reason, that feeling made me think something bad's gonna happen. Almost instantly, I noticed that Loco began to struggle with the reins. Something strange since he was a noble and calm horse. However, he began to move his ears abruptly. His hair curled and his body struggled against the side of the road, as if it wanted to dodge something and run. With all my strength, I tried to control it with the reins. While that was happening, my head involuntarily turned to the right, and out of the corner of my eye saw a black silhouette of maybe 1.5 meters. It disappeared from the fence that surrounded us, made the undergrowth tremble, breaking everything when it disappeared. It didn't run, it didn't fly, it simply vanished. Could not have been an animal since it didn't emit any screech or typical sound when an animal or person flees. just vanished without, really saying anything. It made a huge rumble of dry undergrowth, though. And while that happened in the thousandth of a second, my hands went numb from the force I applied on the wheel, and Loco simply started running and wheels. Still confused, held on with the little strength I had left, so as not to fall and injure myself. After minutes of intense running, Loco finally stopped his gallop. I went down to drink some water in a stream. I noticed that my eyes burned like hell. They were burning like they were bathed in pepper spray, but I'd ever taken any herbs or stung my eyes or my sweat or anything. When I got home and unsaddled my horse, my mom asked me what had happened to my eyes. I simply replied that it was my sweat. It wasn't necessary for her to be alarmed that way. But when I saw myself in the mirror, I noticed that my eyes were crying blood. There's not a single white space in my eyes. There's nothing more than two meatballs filled with red as vivid as the blood of a slaughtered bull. That alarmed me too much, instantly related it back to the black thing that I saw. It should be noted that my doctor couldn't find a medical or logical explanation about what happened to my eyes, and no medication helped. My eyes remained that way for 2 months. Telling this to my mom and brother just froze. My brother went the next day to check the area where I had that sighting. He told me that there were no trails, roads, or at least one broken branch. Everything was clean. It's just weird. It's been 8 years and I remember it vividly. I haven't been back to that place since. Loco died a year ago. Sad to know that he was my partner and the only one who experienced that with me. I miss you, Loco. Unwitting cell phone spirit channeling. Even as a kid, I've always had an interest in the paranormal, the weird. It's an interest that has followed me into my adult life, sometimes to startling effect. Before I can begin, I will say that I'd always believed in ghosts and things of that ilk. Yet at the same time, there'd been some skepticism, mostly because prior to these circumstances about which I'm going to tell you, I hadn't experienced anything concrete, for lack of a better word. And so without further ado, let's dive in. 5 or 6 years ago, 2 female friends, Ashley and Lindsay, they were sitting on Lindsay's bed, shooting the shit and whatnot, not in the slightest prepared for what was about to transpire. At the time, I had known Lindsay for a few years. Ashley had been recently indoctrinated into our little clan of friends. Anyway, one of us, I can't remember who, was in the middle of the sentence when out of the blue, Lindsay's cell phone rang. She looked at her phone, and after a few seconds, she exclaimed, "The president? Hey, you guys, the president's calling me." Thinking nothing of it at the time, I took her phone, which was still ringing, and looked at the screen. If you have somebody saved in your contacts when they call you, contact number is displayed above the phone number. And in this case, it was a weird number I'd never seen before. Weird area code and all that jazz. Above said number, it did indeed say, "The President." Her ringtone cut off and the call ended. "Do you have somebody saved in your contacts under that name?" I asked, to which she replied, "No, I don't think so. Hang on, let me check." She checked and there was no one in the contact list under the president, so it's pretty weird. Not a minute went by and we were still puzzling over this when the phone rang again. Again above the phone number was the president, so I answered it. Or rather, I told her, answer it. And she did so. Blank line. Called the number back. Zilp, zip, nada. Feeling pretty weirded out and swept by a vague undercurrent of unease, yet curious, I said out loud, seemingly to the air, "Okay, Mr. President, who's sitting to my left?" A minute or so went by, and then again the phone rang. Only this time, instead of saying the president, it said Ashley. And she was sitting to my left. This went on for some time, both that night and other nights for a year or more. At one point at the party down the street, it told me that it was my grandma, who at the time had recently passed. I remember breaking into tears right then and there. Once a few weeks later at the local dive bar, out of just smoking on the porch, I'd asked the phone. Had asked the spirit communicating through the phone what the afterlife was like. It's heaven, honey. After a while, it had become so commonplace that eventually the novelty of the ordeal died down. That was when things took a turn for the worst. Began to threaten us for ignoring it, saying that it would kill us. At one juncture, sitting around a bonfire, a cartoon image of a skeleton showed up on her screen during one of these aforementioned calls, complete with a yellow flashing background. And then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, it stopped. Still have difficulties wrapping my head around it. I have numerous witnesses, from people at the bar to the two whom I'd first experienced it with, along with a few hangers who were still interested. And yet through it all, some skepticism remains. I heard a tree fall and hit my truck. So yesterday morning I was using the bathroom. When directly outside my bathroom window, I very clearly heard what sounded like a very large tree snap off, fall down, and hit my truck. The sound was very loud. Felt and sounded like the tree was falling for an eternity. Upon landing, I very clearly heard what sounded like the tree hitting my truck. It honestly sounded like a car crash. I was positive that a tree had just hit my truck. I even heard the antenna on my truck make a sort of boing sound effect, like it had been pulled back and let go suddenly. Absolutely certain that my truck had just been destroyed, I rushed outside to survey the damage. Oddly enough, I couldn't find any sort of evidence of a fallen tree anywhere. My truck was absolutely fine. I was left completely dumbfounded. This incident took place yesterday. Coincidentally, my area is expecting bad storms today. We're currently under a tornado warning. We never even get tornadoes here. I'm a bit freaked out by this. Any idea what this could have been? I can't speak on that for you. But I just gotta say, because this has happened yesterday and today for the most part. So yesterday, I have a small little bathroom upstairs, and somehow it locked itself from the inside, obviously. So I have to go in with like a screwdriver and hammer and remove a whole panel of this door so I can get my arm in, because I'm not gonna kill myself trying to climb up and go through the window to get into my bathroom. But bathrooms are pretty useful things, right? So that's got to be open. The one next to the bedroom has to be usable, right? So break the door in, unlock the bathroom. Great. Then I go downstairs. Dog pees on my carpet, so I go to the little bathroom downstairs, put the dog in the bathroom, yell at him because he's being a bad boy and stuff. As the dog is locked in the downstairs outside little bathroom thing, cat just walks in, black cat obviously, sort of egg yolk colored eyes, just starts screaming, just meow meow meow, screaming at me from way down the street, and then walks straight into my house. And I've never had a cat walk into this house before. This house smells like dog and, well, amongst other things. But the cat comes in. I'm like, okay, here's a black cat in my house. Interesting. Pretty cool. So I hang out with this cat for a while. After I'm hanging out with this cat for a while, kind of walks upstairs. Now I'm trying to figure out, I gotta go get my dog who I put in the bathroom. Gotta figure him out. And now my bottom stairs doorknob is locked from the inside. There's no window in that place. There's nothing. And it's really, really crazy humid where I live. So I don't know what could have moved. I don't think anything could have happened. But point is, cat came into my house out of nowhere. 2 different bathrooms locked themselves from the inside. And now a cat that you might have heard on a recording just comes out and hangs out all the time. So, on that note, and on that unnecessary rant, see ya. Help! I'm being tormented by a ghost. The lights in my bathroom flicker, even when I screw them in more. Lights in my bedroom have turned on and off by themselves. I often see something in my peripheral. Whenever I look at it, it disappears, but it seems like it's wearing some kind of black robe. I feel and hear 3 gentle taps on my temple like every now and then, and usually when I'm trying to fall asleep. It's unsettling having this much activity lately, especially since the activity had previously declined. Here's a little background. I live at home with my family. I'm in my childhood bedroom in the basement. When I was a teenager, I was really stupid. At one point, I think 2018 if I had to guess, me and my friends had a seance with a Ouija board in my room. We made contact with something they called, Jason. Told us things that we knew were lies, like that it died in this house. There's no previous owners. Stuff like that. We said goodbye and thought that was the end of it. Keep the Ouija board in the hallway closet. After that, there'd be random cold spots in my room, like you'd be sweating from the space heater until you sat on the bed and it would be super cold. There was also this super uneasy feeling in the hall where the closet was. Then at some point, 2021 I think, I started seeing this thing. It was like it used to be a woman, but there was black instead of a mouth and eyes, and it was smiling literally from ear to ear. I would always pretend I didn't see it. I'd walk past and go about my business. I eventually told some friends in 2023 about that creepy thing and explained how it was next to the Ouija board. We made a plan to bury the board. I took the board to her place, she gave me some sage and tried to light it over the Ouija board. But the spring in the lighter shot straight out, leaving the lighter completely useless. I did get another lighter and lit it away from the board, cleansed the board. Then we talked about where to bury it. We saw a very young kid standing in the street, just staring at us. We went to see where his parents were, but as soon as we walked, he ran. We watched him go into a house that my friend thought was abandoned. My friend swears that he was a demon, but I think she was just paranoid. We left the board on the sidewalk to go get lunch, but we were really stupid. When we came back, you guessed it, it was gone. Figured since the board was out of my possession, I was safe. Went home, cleansed my area very thoroughly. I stopped seeing that terrifying apparition, so I figured all was well, even though I still couldn't shake the being watched feeling. There's a lot of antiques in my home, so I figured that it was possible that something from one of those was just watching. A lot of people who don't know about the Ouija incident have said that they feel like they're being watched or something isn't right in my room. I would just ignore it. It wasn't bugging me too much. Cleansed my room anyway. Just an eerie feeling and a light flicker here and there seemed harmless enough. But now it's getting ridiculous. Having trouble sleeping because I'm seeing something moving around my bed and I wake up several times around 3 or 4 a.m. What do I do? Any knowledge, advice, or similar stories are greatly appreciated. I'm out of ideas. Ghost in the Bog. My family is originally from a small fishing village called Catalina. It's in Newfoundland. It's 4, maybe 5 miles north of Catalina is an even smaller village of Little Catalina. The surrounding area is covered in small ponds and bogs. In 1913, the town of Catalina held a dance of all the local youth. My great-grandmother was about 13 years old at the time. She was in attendance at this dance. According to her, from Little Catalina came as well, making a pretty, few miles of a walk. But her name's been lost to history. Well, that night it was unusually dark and a fog rolled off the North Atlantic. The dance finished at about 9 p.m. and everybody went home. My great-grandmother said that the next morning the girls' parents were riding in their wagon stopping at everybody's houses. They were looking for their daughter. They were thinking that she might have stayed with Catalina and her friends and relatives. One boy said that he had seen her walking up the road towards little Catalina after the dance. So a search party was organized, and for 2 weeks local men searched the forests and bogs while fishing and boats scanned the coastline. Nobody found any sign of her. Eventually everybody came to a grim conclusion. She must have gotten lost in the dark and fallen into a bog hole. They have like quicksand and they'll suck you down. Months later, one man claimed to have seen her floating over the bogs one evening. He said that he attempted to go out to her, but she disappeared in the forest. I suppose nobody put much weight behind his claims because he was drunk. Years later, probably in the early 1920s, my great-grandmother said that she was out berry picking in the bog with her sister. The sun was just beginning to set. She said that she looked across the bog and saw a girl floating like steadily and smoothly over the ground. She said her movements were smooth. There was no possible way that it was a person walking. Great-grandmother claimed to have seen her a few more times through the years. She passed away in 91. In the summer of 2008, I was 16 years old. My grandfather and I were spending the summer in Little Catalina with relatives. Being old enough to drive, I spent most of my days in Catalina at the swimming hole. One evening, I was driving back with a distant cousin. As we were passing the bogs, he just sort of pointed and put to the windshield. "What's that?" When I looked over, I saw a girl standing in the bog. Except the strange thing was her height. She seemed overly tall for the distance. We were like 40 yards away. I would have guessed that she would have been 7 feet tall, but her proportions didn't seem to match being that tall. I slowed down and asked my cousin, Maybe that's a local." He said no, and the girl then turned and pretty smoothly and quickly floated away behind some trees. My cousin and I were genuinely freaked out and drove back home. When I got home, I told my grandmother what I'd seen. Grandfather. And all he said was, "Huh?" Told me the story my great-grandmother told him. He said over the years he had heard of people who had seen a ghost in the bogs, but I always thought it was just a story to keep kids from playing out there since it was pretty dangerous. I believe me and my friends saw something or someone disguised as a human. So this happened about 2 years ago or so, but it still sends chills down my spine whenever I think about it. There's a local factory that was made in 1890, opened in 91 as a sewing factory where people handcrafted detachable collars and cuffs. In 1999, it was repurposed as a bunch of little consignment shops throughout the whole building in each room. Today, there's still the original huge elevator shaft with the rickety gated doors. Anyways, one night me and my friend decided to go and check out one of the bookshops that just opened up there. We headed downstairs, went and left to the store. Eventually took a break on one of the benches before leaving. To our knowledge, nobody else was in the building, or at least in the basement with us. So we're sitting there, and on the way to the bench, it's positioned pretty flat up against a wall where you can see all the way to the hallway, with a flight of stairs to the right and one of the shops to our left. While we were sitting there talking, I started feeling like this uncomfortable feeling. Tried telling my friend I wanted to leave and hurry up, and I just didn't like this feeling. Told me to calm down and that we'd leave in a minute, and the uncomfortable feeling just went away. As we were about to get up, we just saw somebody come around the corner. We saw it start approaching us. Figured it was the maintenance worker, but that feeling of uncomfortableness came up over me again. It was worse this time. Now, the way he turned the corner was completely unnatural. He walked to the end of the hallway, stared at the front of him just maybe for a solid 5 seconds, then turned toward us, took a brief pause before coming our way. The way he turned the corner, though, it seemed like he just knew we were there. He was completely unfazed when he saw us. I would say that's plausible, but we were being fairly quiet in the hallway and it was maybe 30 or 40 feet long. So we'd have been taken decently loud, or rather talking decently loud for him to have heard us. I went into panic mode, but my friend kept her cool. The place was still open. We weren't breaking any rules. We were just sitting on this bench. My friend calmly looked at him and just said, "Hi, how you doing?" The man didn't say anything. He just kept walking towards us at a somewhat rapid pace. I remember looking at him in the eyes. He had zero expression, not anger, not happiness, not confusion, not nothing. Severely unsettling. Even after my friend said something to him completely unfazed. He was just on a mission to get to us. You'd assume if this was a maintenance worker, he'd either tell us it's time to leave or say, "Hide back," or something, anything. But nope. Just this blank, expressionless face making his way towards us. After he didn't respond to my friend and started getting close to us, we just gave each other this "we need to go" look, sprinted out of there. We got out of the building and down the road, and that uncomfortable feeling left me. Started calming down. We didn't really talk about what just happened. We just went our way back to my house. And ever since that night, I haven't been able to go back to that factory or any of the shops there. Something about that man wasn't right. It sends chills down my spine seeing him. Sends chills down my spine just typing this. I'm a firm believer of the paranormal. I can just about guarantee that whatever that was definitely wasn't human. I wanted to share my experiences. My first ever unexplained experience happened 20 years ago. It was at my grandmother's house in farm country in upstate New York. It's a 2-story house in the basement, built in, and I wanted to say maybe like the 1920s. One weekend when my family was visiting my parents, 2 brothers and myself, we heard a noise. I'll describe the upstairs of the house before getting into details of the noise to give you sort of a better overall visual. The stairs to the 2nd story climb about 80% up, and then there's a very small landing. Then the rest of the stairs rise in the opposite direction. You have to do like a 180 at the landing, go up a few more stairs, and then you're at the 2nd floor. Once you're on the 2nd floor, straight ahead is a relatively large open area. Roughly an 8x8 space that's surrounded on all floors, or rather by all doors. So starting on your right and working around the floor, there's a large storage closet, the bathroom and 1 bedroom to the right side. Then on the side opposite the top of the stairs is another bedroom door, and on the left side there's 2 bedroom doors. On that particular weekend, I was staying in the 1st bedroom on the left. The door to that bedroom is directly across from the door to the large closet. On the night of the noise, I was wide awake at around 2 a.m. I heard the noise coming from the closet across the open space. The noise only lasted for about a second, maybe 2 seconds at the most. It sounded like what you would hear if you pushed a slightly heavy cardboard box across a hard surface that had a little bit of sand or other small hard material on it. The weird thing is I didn't hear any doors open or close before or after the noise. And we always kept our bedroom doors closed at night, and that closet door just always closed in general. I also didn't hear anybody moving around before or after the noise. Eventually, I fell asleep without a whole lot of thought on the noise I heard, and well, next morning, that's when everybody was awakened downstairs. I asked if anybody had been in the closet the night before, and everybody said no. My other experience is much more recent, and it's more of an ongoing thing rather than like a single incident. My wife and I moved into our first house 4 years ago. 4 or 5 times since then, either only myself, or only my wife, or me and her together, or just my wife will just get a whiff of cigarette smoke. We always only smell it in the kitchen, never outside the house or in any other room in the house. Always in the kitchen. We live in a cul-de-sac that's got 7 houses including ours. As far as we know, none of our neighbors smoke. In the 4 years we've been there, we've never seen any of them outside smoking. And like I said, we only ever smell it in our kitchen. The people that lived in the house before us were there for 11 years, and they weren't smokers. The lot sizes are all between 1.5 and 2 acres of trees, with pretty decent distance between each house. few of the times we smelled it, it was like it was coming in from outside and there wasn't anybody out walking by the street smoking. Neither of us can think of any logical reason why it's happening. Banging on my window. It was the night before Stranger Things Season 2 came out. As a huge fan, I was super excited and decided to stay up the whole night to watch it all. I was half awake, half asleep watching YouTube when I started hearing a light banging noise on the downstairs window, almost like a bird had flown into it and was flopping its wings against it. Now, keep in mind, I live in a heavily wooded area, so it's not uncommon to have animals around your house at night. So naturally, I just ignored it. Maybe it was just a bird. Probably 2-3 minutes later, I heard 3 sets of bangs, except it sounded more like a human doing it this time, so I tried to listen if I could hear anything such as talking or laughing of sorts. Well, I hear nothing at all, like absolutely nothing. So I kind of just ignored again. Time goes on, again 2 to 3 minutes later, more bangs, except this wasn't like a bang of a human, at least without tools, like it sounded like somebody banging a hammer against the side of my house. At this point, scared shitless, I'm thinking about calling the cops. I decide I'm just going to wait here, see if it happens one more time, and I will. This time it's at least 5 minutes before the next knock. Now these ones were just like the last one where it sounded like a hammer, except it was all around my house. It sounded as if there were 100 people banging on the one area at once, like the same speed, and then the bangs were happening like in human-like speeds. At that point, I decided to run to the kitchen, grab a knife, grab my dog, run up to my room, just lock the door. I calmed down for a second, and out of nowhere, my neighbor texts me, asking if I'm hearing banging. So at this point, I know I'm not dreaming. At this point, I decide to call 911 as my knocking is still happening. I'd say about a minute later, the knocking stops. Soon after, a few cops came and searched the entire house and the yard. Decent pit of the woods, too. They looked on the windows and siding for any sort of handprint or any sort of proof somebody was knocking. There's absolutely nothing. Now, this is the part that really gets me. Like, earlier that night, it was raining, so the ground was quite muddy. They looked for any sort of shoe prints or animal prints, but absolutely nothing. Only prints were their own. Years later, about 2 weeks ago actually, I was walking through the woods grabbing my motion-activated camera to check the footage. It's about 7 p.m., so by no means is it dark, but it's starting to get a little bit. I'm a decent way into the woods at this point when I hear this god-awful, I don't even know what to call it. It was like wailing, but so goddamn loud it was like one with almost like a few screeches afterwards. The screeches afterwards almost sounded like a person just screaming, but more high and more intense, like it was so goddamn loud and so terrible sounding. No human could make a noise like that. After that, I hopped on my ATV, gunned it home, not looking back. No joke, when I got home, I checked my phone, and that same neighbor asked if I'd heard the knocking, texted me if I was in the woods, asked if I'd heard some sort of screaming. I have absolutely zero idea what this thing is. Dogs chase cars. Apparently, so do hellhounds. So, timeline. This was around 2015. Not sure what month, but it was around 11 at night. I was driving from my dad's place to my mom's. I've said this a couple of times now, but my dad has a 75-acre of spooky-ass land where most of my stories take place. But anyway, I was driving. I had just started down the long driveway when I felt like I was being watched. Not cool, but it happens more than often you'd believe. I'm near the highway when I see a dark shape at the edge of the woods. Oh well, probably a deer, so I shake it off. We have a ton of wildlife in the area, from deer to panthers to the occasional bear, and it starts chasing me. Keep in mind, please, that this shit is practically normal in my mind. I have tons of weird stuff that happens. It's not like it was just barreling at me, it just moved after my car, staying at the edge of the woods. So I keep my pace, turn onto the highway and speed up to 50 or so. I keep noticing something in my peripheral. I slow down and started looking for what it could be. A few yards behind me, I see this huge dog. And I grew up with larger dogs. My aunt had a St. Bernard mix growing up. I've had various large dogs, but this thing was literally the size of my car. I know I mentioned years before in bears, but bears don't chase cars and we only have black bears, which are like the most docile kind. Okay, so now I'm freaking out. I gun it, releasing a long stream of curses and telling my car to get over it. It was a poorly kept 95 Honda Accord. I had had trouble with it dying on me, so anytime I had to push it, I made sure to speak kindly to it. I didn't care at this point. I was simply trying not to die. I seemingly can't shake it for too long, so in an act of bravery or stupidity, I pull over in a church parking lot, thinking maybe it's some sort of hell beast and it won't come into the light or into the church land. Holy shit, was I wrong. I stop and get my phone out to call my boyfriend, and in that span of time it catches up and jumps onto my car. I can see and feel and hear the metal popping and creaking. I see drool splatter onto my windshield. I scream, dropping my phone. It jumps off my car into the hood where I get a glimpse of it before it goes into the cemetery and disappears. A gated cemetery. It jumps the fence. It was definitely a dog, built like a Rottweiler pit mix, but darker and larger. It was solid black with paws the size of dinner plates. Had a huge head almost the size of my car windows. I don't know why it decided to leave me alone, but it did, and I'm so thankful. I called my boyfriend crying and calmed me down and listened and told me that when I got home I should take pictures. And I did, or I tried at least. By the time I got to my mom's, the only thing left was a single dent in the roof of my car and some faint claw marks. They're more like indentations in the metal. Sorry guys, I don't have the pictures anymore. So that was my hellhound story, I guess. If you don't have the pictures of the thing, you need to provide the pictures of the roof or these claw marks. Dogs chase cars. Apparently, so do hellhounds. So, timeline. This was around 2015. Not sure what month, but it was around 11 at night. I was driving from my dad's place to my mom's. I've said this a couple of times now, but my dad has a 75-acre of spooky-ass land where most of my stories take place. But anyway, I was driving. I just started down the long driveway when I felt like I was being watched. Not cool, but it happens more than often you'd believe. I'm near the highway when I see a dark shape at the edge of the woods. Oh well, probably a deer, so I shake it off. We have a ton of wildlife in the area, from deer to panthers to the occasional bear, and it starts chasing me. Keep in mind, please, that this shit is practically normal in my mind. I have tons of weird stuff that happens. It's not like it was just barreling at me, it just moved after my car, staying at the edge of the woods. So I keep my pace, turn onto the highway and speed up to 50 or so. I keep noticing something in my peripheral. I slow down and started looking for what it could be. A few yards behind me, I see this huge dog. And I grew up with larger dogs. My aunt had a St. Bernard mix growing up. I've had various large dogs, but this thing was literally the size of my car. I know I mentioned years before in bears, but bears don't chase cars and we only have black bears, which are like the most docile kind. Okay, so now I'm freaking out. I gun it, releasing a long stream of curses and telling my car to get over it. It was a poorly kept 95 Honda Accord. I had had trouble with it dying on me, so anytime I had to push it, I made sure to speak kindly to it. I didn't care at this point. I was simply trying not to die. I seemingly can't shake it for too long, so in an act of bravery or stupidity, I pull over in a church parking lot, thinking maybe it's some sort of hell beast and it won't come into the light or into the church land. Holy shit, was I wrong. I stop and get my phone out to call my boyfriend, and in that span of time it catches up and jumps onto my car. I can see and feel and hear the metal popping and creaking. I see drool splatter onto my windshield. I scream, dropping my phone. Jumps off my car into the hood where I get a glimpse of it before it goes into the cemetery and disappears. A gated cemetery. It jumps the fence. It was definitely a dog, built like a Rottweiler pit mix, but darker and larger. It was solid black with paws the size of dinner plates. Had a huge head almost the size of my car windows. I don't know why it decided to leave me alone, but it did, and I'm so thankful. I called my boyfriend crying. It calmed me down and listened and told me that when I got home I should take pictures. And I did, or I tried at least. By the time I got to my mom's, the only thing left was a single dent in the roof of my car and some faint claw marks. They're more like indentations in the metal. Sorry guys, I don't have the pictures anymore. So that was my hellhound story, I guess. If you don't have the pictures of the thing, you need to provide the pictures of the roof or these claw marks. The Attic. My first paranormal experience. On Easter Sunday, morning of the April on the 11th, 1971, I woke up early to an unusually quiet house. There were 3 bedrooms upstairs in the bathroom. There was my parents' bedroom, my older brother's bedroom, and my bedroom, which I shared with my younger brother and the newest member of our family. He was 5 months old, born on November 1970. His crib was right next to my bedroom door, so it would be close to my parents' bedroom door that was just outside my door. I was really excited when I woke up that morning. That was because the night before my mom was talking about the Easter egg hunt and the candy that we would get when we woke up. Us kids also helped decorate the Easter eggs that we would hunt for. I remembered the year before how much fun and rewarding Easter was for us kids, so I couldn't wait for Mom to wake up and bring downstairs for candy. I walked up to the gate that was in the doorway and tried to listen for movement in my parents' bedroom. It would be indicating that Mom was getting ready for us kids, and, well, it was still quiet. So I figured that I was up too early and decided that I should get back into bed and just wait for her. Before getting back in bed, I looked into my infant brother's crib. Saw him laying on his side facing me with one eye opened and the other eye closed. A sight that I still see in my head and in my nightmares to this day. Got back in bed, almost got to sleep when I heard my mom getting up in her room. Decided to keep my eyes closed and let my mom think that she woke me up to give us our Easter baskets and start the egg hunt. She came into my bedroom. Instead of being awoken by an excited mother getting us riled for festivities, I heard her screaming like I've never heard before. My infant brother had passed away in his sleep the night before. Since I was too young to really understand what was happening, I was thinking about the candy and the egg hunt. Mom was absolutely hysterical, understandably, which made this morning the most traumatic event of my entire life. It was really difficult to see Mom in that condition because of the trauma of that morning. Blocked my mind from this memory for a long time. Upon remembering it later in my life, I realized it was probably the cause of what was to come in that house. Several weeks later, I woke up to see that I was the last one to wake up that morning. I was alone upstairs. Instead of yelling for Mom to come and get me, I felt compelled to go into my older brother's room. His room had a little attic door to the wall, which happened to be open. That was a bit unusual. I'd never seen that door left open before. I started walking toward the door to close it, and it just slammed shut by itself. It was loud and startled me. It wasn't scary to me since I'd seen the doors move automatically before at a grocery store. No idea at the time it was something to be scared of. Mom had heard the door slamming from downstairs, came running upstairs to see if I was okay. Told her what happened, but she didn't believe me. She said doors don't open and close by themselves. I knew better, though. She couldn't convince me that I didn't see what I just saw. This event was the first of many strange occurrences that would happen to me in that house before we moved out. Now I truly believe it was my brother talking to me the only way that he could. My brother-in-law, the ghost. When my sister was 18, she decided to be independent. randomly left Texas. She's prone to this kind of decision. She was 21, she moved back home. She was married with 2-year-old or something like that. Nothing weird so far. When she returned, I was just leaving for college to another city. Met her new family briefly. She, her husband, and her child stayed with my parents while they quote-unquote figured things out. A month went by and suddenly her husband, 20-plus years old, died from a heart attack. Seemed like he had some genetic undiagnosed heart disease, just dropped dead. My sister was obviously devastated, basically relayed the care of her child to my mom, and she just again left to another city. But she did visit frequently. One day while speaking to my mom, I heard my nephew say, "There's the man." I asked my mom about this, and she said that my nephew was always talking about this man in the house that nobody could see. Even when they left the house, the child would say goodbye to this man, as babies do with numerous bye-bye-bye. My mother just told me they sometimes saw a shadow. Nothing bad had happened, so they didn't pay it any mind. This went on for years. The child was always talking, interacting with this man who nobody saw. Meanwhile, my sister was really depressed and never talked about her husband. No one really did, and well, we didn't know the guy. Everything was so quick that we didn't even interact with him. Didn't have any pictures of him or anything. Nothing aside from her had any attachment to him. Also, this was like 2006, so cell phones had cameras, but not a lot of memory. So really, we didn't have any pictures of him. I'm stressing this so you can see that my nephew had no way of knowing his dad. Sure that he saw him until he was maybe 2, but now he was 6 when suddenly his father's brother decided to send an email with a photo of my sister's late husband. The photo that was saved and forgotten in a computer. The family computer had this screensaver. It was a gallery of all the photos saved in the system. And that's where my nephew saw it, instantly shouted, "That's the man!" I remember it clearly, because by that time we all knew the man. Nobody saw him, but if something happened in the house or there was a weird shadow, we said, "Oh, is the man." And we all would just say bye to him when we left, and we would also say hello to him when we arrived. He was already part of the family. So we went to the computer, showed the kid all the pictures. That was the photo of his dad, and the kid just said, "That's the man who visits me at night." We were freaked out. He was elated. For a week he asked again and again to see the pictures, and my mom decided against my sister's wishes to tell him that that was his father. Since then he would talk about the man less and less, until he stopped talking about him completely. Now as a teenager, my nephew doesn't remember anything at all. And around the time my nephew found the photo, my sister remarried, took him with her. I think he was just looking after his child when, he had a stable life, he left. Who knows? Unseen entity left scratch marks on my back after terrifying encounter. I've dealt with paranormal experiences throughout my life, and I'm convinced that some kind of spirit follows my family from time to time. It usually just shows up as little shadows peeking around corners, or strange noises in the middle of the night. But there's one experience that still freaks me out to this day. I was younger when it happened. So I was home alone with my younger brother. We had this little dog named Stephanie. Tiny ball of energy who was completely obsessed with Cheerios. We didn't give them to her often because they weren't the healthiest treat, but she loved them more than anything. That morning I went to the pantry to grab some Cheerios for Stephanie. She was right there beside me, practically bouncing with excitement. Grabbed the box, turned around, and just like that, she was gone. So confused, thinking, what the hell, where'd she go? I immediately started searching the entire house, was calling her name over and over. 2 hours went by and still no sign of her. At this point, I was really worried. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed her favorite squeaky toy, a little pig that she adored, and squeezed it. Out of nowhere, she appeared upstairs in the hallway, right in front of my brother's room. I could see her standing there from the main floor. Relief washed over me, but I was also confused as hell. I called out to her, "Come down here, I have your Cheerios and your squeaky pig toy." Instead of coming to me, she started walking back and forth crying like she was stuck or scared. I was baffled and getting a little scared myself. I kept urging her to come to me, but her crying only grew louder and more desperate. So I started climbing the stairs, but the higher I went, the louder her cries became. I began to worry that she might be hurt or trapped, so I hurried up the stairs. My heart was racing. When I reached the top, I suddenly felt something scratch down my back, 5 distinct fingers. And I kid you not, it felt like a hand had just clawed me. I screamed in shock and bolted towards Stephanie, who was still crying up in front of my brother's room. My brother heard me screaming, burst out of his room, totally freaked out, asked what was happening. I told him something had scratched me. Then out of nowhere, we both started hearing this loud banging on the walls. We were completely terrified. Without thinking, I grabbed Stephanie and my brother and I ran downstairs to the solarium. That has the glass door. Shut it behind us, thinking we'd be safe there. But then the banging started again. This time on the glass door itself. I could see right through it, there was nothing there. It was just us. But the banging was relentless. It was echoing throughout the room. We're both sobbing at this point, absolutely terrified. Call her mom, begging for her to come home immediately, but she doesn't believe us. I thought we were just imagining things or trying to prank her. Later, when things finally calmed down, my brother checked my back. Sure enough, I had 5 scratch marks running down my skin. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. That was the only time I ever physically was attacked by that spirit. It makes me wonder if anybody entered my home that day. The Boy. When I was 5, I'm from Australia, so 11 or 12-year-old, me and my friends would occasionally hang out, and she was a few houses away. We were talking about how she just recently got a Ouija board for her birthday. I laughed it off until she showed it to me, asked if I wanted to play with it. I didn't really know much about it as my mother was against that type of stuff, so I agreed that we just sat down in my driveway and started playing it, just laughing as we didn't really believe it. That was until it moved to spell out move. I panicked a little again, but again, I didn't believe in that stuff, so I kind of thought she was moving it to scare me. After a while, got called to go home. I just went inside. That night around 7:30, I'd gotten ready for bed. It was my mom and I used to watch a movie before that night. We didn't really, as it was a school night. She was busy cleaning, so I just went to sleep. The middle of the night, I was woke by nothing unusual. I normally do, but I had a weird feeling. I glanced and saw my door was open, and I would always close it as we had a bird called Georgie. He lived in the kitchen. Our kitchen had a cage and a separate lounge area, so it was pretty hygienic. It was only a little 2-bedroom house. He would normally fly in, do his business. He could get out if he really wanted to. Mom didn't mind opening it at night so he could do whatever he wanted. In my room, if the door wasn't closed, I stepped out, went to the toilet, shut my door as I got into my bed, closed my eyes, but as soon as I did, I heard like a clear little boy's laugh. Opened my eyes, kind of scared to hear something had broke in, and maybe my mom had forgot to lock the door. Sat up, rubbed my eyes, and then a shot of light raced past the door. The door was open, nothing was in the hallway after that. But I remember clearly shutting my door and got up, went to the door, but I heard the laugh again. It was closer. It was like it wasn't coming from the lounge room, it was coming from the kitchen where the bird was. All I could think of was my bird's going to be hurt. So I walked straight to the lounge room. Mom always had left a knife on the shelf in the area. It was always sketchy. So I grabbed it and headed to the kitchen. Stood a boy. It wasn't anyone I've seen. He had brown curly hairs. He turned around. He had my bird in his hand. I told him to get away from the bird, and he smiled and disappeared into thin air. In the morning, Mom had gotten up before me to get lunch ready. It was her way of being busy. She screamed. I woke up from it and raced to her. She was in the doorway of the kitchen staring at where I had seen the boy. When I asked her what's wrong, she pointed out that there was my bird on the floor with blood everywhere. It was a bite-sized bite that was missing from him. I haven't told my mom, nor will I, as I don't talk to her. laughing and giggling would appear every night for about 5 or 6 months. But I'd never see that boy again. Kept a knife under my pillow for about maybe 6 months until he didn't come back. To this day, I still get paranoid about locking my door at night and still won't play any paranormal games. So sorry about your bird. It's horrible. My friend called my name at the night of her funeral. And a quick note before I begin. I am 100% Asian, so please forgive my English. So a 16-year-old female friend of mine passed away last week. This was on Wednesday. It was due to some kind of, medicinal error. I had a huge crush on her and was planning to confess and ask her out, but I never got the chance. On Wednesday, she was taken to the ICU because her condition was worsening. It was 8 p.m. and she passed away. I don't know about it till the next day when my friend told me at school. I was devastated. Cried for God knows how long. Her funeral and cremation was to be on Friday. All of my friends and I decided to go. On the day of the funeral, we all gathered at our classrooms to go there together. She also had a scent I could easily recognize, but not creepy at all, right, guys? Kind of creepy. I got that scent in the classroom right before we left. Thought I was imagining things and ignored it. At the funeral, we said goodbye to her, gave her flowers and letters to all those things that you do at a funeral, including crying. I told her that I love her, that I miss her, and I left a bouquet of red roses on her chest. Although I said my goodbye, I didn't want to let her go yet. When I got back home, I took a shower, tried to relax, but I could only think about her. Things I didn't say, and I'd start crying. Before, I thought I would take my mind off of it by playing some video games. So I started playing FIFA 19 on my PS4, and it was going well. However, at around 8 p.m., my cat was rummaging around upstairs, so I went to bring her down. After I successfully driven my cat away, I started making my way back downstairs. But as I halfway inched down the stairs, I heard my deceased friend yelling, "Hey, Red!" I still wanted to see her and talk to her, and I quickly went around the house looking for where the voice came from. When I went outside, I could hear the neighbors' kids playing loudly. The voice I heard was quite different from theirs. My cat was staring at the garage, but I couldn't see anything. I gave up and thought to myself, maybe I'm hallucinating. Went back to playing FIFA. But 30 minutes later, I heard another "hey" right beside me. I looked around me and saw nothing, and then started crying again. I told myself I'll never see her again. Fast forward to this week Monday. My friends and I gathered again to just chill. I then brought up what happened on Friday, and turns out my friends also had something to share. My mate said that he heard knocks on his window, but he's too afraid to open them. My other friend said some kind of motor made sounds while she and her mother were talking about a friend who died. As soon as we finished our stories, I caught a scent of her again. I searched for her, and nothing. On Tuesday, we did some kind of sermon or ritual that would release her spirit. In the middle of it, I got one last scent of her as she was sitting beside me. After that, it was gone. I no longer get those scents or any visits at all, really. So yeah, that's my story of how I got visited by my crush. Thought I was alone. Then I thought I wasn't alone. Turns out, I was alone. This happened back in 2003. I work for an architectural firm, and it's pretty common to come to the office on weekends. It's also common to be the only one in the entire building. With coworkers coming and going through the day, the building alarm would kind of beep whenever anybody would come or go, so you would keep track if somebody just got there, or if somebody just left. The company has since moved locations, but this particular office was relatively large, with a gigantic main bullpen of cubicles made of low wooden shelves that doubled as bookshelves, so you could see across the entire office. The other cubicles were sort of laid out side by side, facing the exterior walls of the main floor. I sat in a cubicle facing the south wall, with my back to the bullpen. Each cubicle had a large piece of plexiglass on the floor, so where chairs could easily roll around, and it also made it so that if somebody walked into your cubicle, you could hear and feel their footsteps approaching. Lastly, we had those large old-school computer monitors with glass screens, so if somebody walked by or into your cubicle, you could see their blurry reflection on the screen. I was busy working and thought I'd been alone for over an hour. That's when I noticed the reflection of a figure walking behind me from my right to my left. I never heard the building alarm beep, but I figured maybe I didn't hear it. I was concentrating on my work, maybe. Usually any time like somebody would come into the building, they'd make themselves known to other people there, just as a courtesy. But this time they didn't, so I didn't really bother turning around to see who it was. I figured they would probably come back to say hi in a few minutes after they dropped their stuff off at their desk. Sure enough, about 3 or 4 minutes later, I see the blurry reflection of a figure on my computer monitor. But also, I distinctly hear and feel the footsteps of someone walking on plexiglass coming into my cubicle. I was in a playful mood, so when they were pretty much right behind me, I decided to turn around real fast and say, "Hey, gotcha!" You know, just being silly to whoever this coworker was. As soon as I turned around and said, "Hey," I saw there was no one there. There was absolutely no one else in the entire building as far as I could see. I was alone the whole time. I was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of dread. As fast as I could, I saved my AutoCAD files, shoved my computer down, grabbed my car keys, and walked extremely quickly to the exit door. Since I was apparently by myself, I had to set the alarm before leaving. The building had sensors in it, so if anybody else is still in the building, the alarm would engage. This was to prevent, like, setting the alarm and having it go off and an unsuspecting person still inside. The alarm turned on with no problem, meaning for sure the only person in the building was me. Creeps me out to this day to think about it. The worst sleepover I've ever had. For context reasons, I'm going to explain why I was in the room that I was in, but also that I didn't find out about the history of the room until I was about to go to sleep. My dad's girlfriend at the time had 2 kids. We were all around the same age. We're in elementary school, so we got along for the most part. So occasionally we were having sleepovers, where my dad, brother, and me, we would all sleep over. It was usually somewhat fun, but I never really got along with, her daughters at times, but my brother and her son were best friends. And for privacy reasons, I'll call her daughter Liz. One night sleeping over, I suddenly wasn't allowed to sleep in the same room as Liz. She didn't want me to sleep in the same room, so she made me sleep in their new guest room. It looked nice, but there's a bunch of old photos that made me feel uncomfortable. I'd turned them down because, I felt like I was being watched from them. As a kid, I was scared super easily. I'd taken out my DS, and I was nice and comfy, drifting to sleep when Liz said goodnight. She also added before leaving that the room I was in was her grandmother's old room. The heck? That was my first thought, which was then followed by a realization that her grandma's dead, and has been for more than a week. Once I realized, I opened my little crack in the closet door to fully open. I didn't want to be in the dark, and it wasn't until it hit maybe 2 a.m. or later that the lights in the hallway went on. I saw through the bottom crack in the door a shadow of someone walking. Praying it was someone just using the bathroom, I opened the door hoping whoever was out there would comfort me. As I opened the door, though, the hallway lights were off, with no one out there. I ran out of the room and in a frenzy banged on the room my dad and his ex were sleeping in. But as I did this, no one was answering. Then in my left ear, I hear a woman's voice whispering. I don't remember what she said to me, but I started crying and screaming for my dad, yelling that someone was there, scared I was. He opens the door and looked more worried than I've ever seen him. I hugged him and balled in his arms and didn't say anything, just hugged me and comforted me. He slept in the room with me so I wouldn't be scared, and so I could get some sleep, especially since I had school the next day. The next morning my dad let me skip school, and, well, we ate breakfast downstairs, and he later mentioned that he was sorry he didn't answer the door as quick as he wanted to. So I asked him what does he mean. He said that whole night he was kept awake by a large dark shadow in the corner of the room. He was scared as well. He was afraid to get up thinking the banging was something else. Once he heard my story, we both agreed something bad was in the house, because we both confessed to each other that we just felt anxious or uneasy when coming over. Ghost gave me a gift. So I just moved into a 5-bedroom house built in the 1900s with my boyfriend. The energy in the house has always felt super off. We hear banging a lot and footsteps upstairs. We have 4 roommates and at least all of us at one point have left the house due to feeling uneasy or feeling scared. Every room in the house has 2 access points in the closet, one in the attic and one on the inside of the wall. Because the house is so old, it has double-walled insulation, meaning I'm literally able to stand up and walk inside the walls if I remove the little door. Like each room has a little door that's poorly nailed into the closet. There's also like an attic tunnel which leads from my boyfriend and I, like upstairs bedroom, to our roommate's bedroom. Often the sounds we hear come from places where people can't walk. I also wake up around 2 or 3 a.m. most mornings feeling really scared. But other than the above creepiness, nothing's actually happened that I would consider paranormal. But last week it was really stormy. The energy felt super off. We're having a really loud conversation, just talking over each other, when we heard what sounded like a basketball dribbling upstairs. It was loud enough that we all stopped talking to listen to it. Then we heard footsteps from inside the upstairs wall. The bedrooms don't go back as far as we heard the noise, but roommates had to go to work. I practiced Wicca. I was feeling very uneasy, so I decided I'd also leave and get some stuff to protect the house from dark energies. But here's the part I cannot explain. I was burning sage, walking around the house, basically saying only positive energies are welcome here, to please not scare us and to stop bringing negative energy into the home. And at the other end of the house, I had some crystals set up, like jet for protection specifically. The cat was with me when this happened, but I heard what sounded like a pig squealing from the other side of the house, like a clatter. Well, I nearly shit myself because the crystals, which were sitting on a flat surface, had all been knocked off the ledge. Figured they'd fallen behind the couch, so I moved it out of the way. They had fallen behind the couch, and sitting on top of them was a blue hydrangea flower. I have no idea how to explain this. I had just cleaned the carpets and vacuumed behind the couch that week, and the kitten plays back there all the time and rips up everything in sight. And he jumps up on the counters to rip apart flowers. Well, this flower was perfectly preserved, not missing a single petal. Even if after all this it somehow managed to get there, the hydrangea bush out front would have been dead for at least a week. None of my roommates were home or knew that I'd be blessing the house, so they didn't do it to mess with me. But I still feel uneasy on the other side of the house when I'm alone. But on the side I found the flower, I feel peaceful. The only piece that gives off really dark vibes is the closet with the creepy tunnel in the attic. Anyway, has this happened to anybody else? Could this be a gift? I do believe in ghosts, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Hiking the Appalachian Mountains at night. I joined this group to tell you about a paranormal experience I had while unintentionally hiking the Appalachian Mountain region. A couple of months ago, my friend and I had a spontaneous idea to hike at sunset, eat Subway on the beach. We went to a place called Morse Mountain. We walked the trail for about an hour, and right when we got to the beach, it was just about pitch black outside. We hadn't really thought to bring anything but some weed and Subway. No flashlights or headlamps or hiking shoes. Dumb idea, I know. Anyway, all was well. The first 2 hours we laid on the beach smoking and eating, just talking about life. It was beautiful hearing the waves and seeing a sky full of stars. I started getting tired, so I decided that we should head back out. Gathered our stuff and started hiking. We both turned on our phone flashlights to guide our way. Not even a minute into the trail, we hear something moving in the forest to our left. I tell my friend to stop. The sound stops. Immediately when we start walking again, the swishing is there, and it's matching the exact pace that we're walking. So we stop again just to test if the sound is really matching our pace. I was hoping that it was just an animal just curious about who we were, would hopefully walk away. But the sound once again stops when we stop. At this point, my heart starts pounding because there's no animal that I know of that's intelligent enough to match the exact pace and it stops like exactly where we're stopping. My friend and I turn our flashlights to the left, where the sound's coming from. Make eye contact with something in the distance. It was pale. It had dead black eyes. It looked like it was standing with its hind legs in like a terrible posture. My friend and I quickly turn on our flashlights to point directly in front of us. And I wind up saying, "Please tell me that was an animal." My friend, in a sort of very monotone voice, says, "No, we need to leave. Keep your eyes forward." For the rest of the hike, the trees and branches looked like symbols, some even like nooses. It felt like the forest was telling us to leave, or at least communicating some danger to us. After about an hour, we finally made it back to the car. I asked my friend if they noticed anything about the trees. They also described the symbols. My friend called their mom on the drive home and said, "I'm just happy you weren't in the Appalachians." The next morning, my friend calls me and just says, "We're idiots. We're in the Appalachians." Haven't been able to stop thinking about what we saw that night, and I also want to add that my friend and I didn't smoke much, and we're both stoners, so don't chalk it up to the weed. Any ideas on what I just experienced? And yes, a random cat walked into my house that I do not know. Sorry. My boys met my grandfather. Currently, my boys are 8 and 6. At the time, they were like 4 and 2. We'd been living in a place for about 5 or 6 months, and my oldest, who wasn't firing on all cylinders, to be honest, kept walking to the corner, looking up and then talking. Still doing a lot of babbling until he was almost 6. Then after a few times, he walked over, grabbed his brother by the hand, and walked him to the corner. He also looked up and started talking. They were both smiling and giggling like an adult was interacting with them. After my youngest 3rd trip over, I just asked, "What in the world are you two doing?" Thinking it was some kind of game. The oldest giggled and said, "I'm talking to Grandpa." Confused, like, "Baby, your grandpa lives in Nebraska. He's very far away." Talking and pointing, and he's laughing in the corner. He's like, laughing. "No, Mommy," points at me, "is your grandpa." As I said, my oldest was still doing a lot of babbling, so for him to suddenly speak so clearly and in complete coherent thought was very unnerving. I look at the corner. Both boys are talking and just like showing toys up to the corner. Watch for a few minutes, like minutes, and this happened over a grand total of about 30 minutes. "Babies, come watch your movie so Mommy can fix dinner," because little ones have zero logic. They waddle over and sit back down, and they pick up the toys that have pretty much accumulated in the corner, and holy shit, put them away. Then went and sat next to his brother. I start dinner, and I keep looking at the corner. Shot in the dark, "Thanks, Grandpa." The door in the corner fell open like somebody walked through it, and there was a heightened feeling in the room afterwards. That night I had a dream of my childhood home, and on the path back to the woods there was a small building. Granite, like a mausoleum. But it was more like, well, more than an awning. like one wall that held a door, 4 pillars, and a bench swing. I walked to it and lit the incense and sat on the swing, started rocking and staring at the ground. Then there they were, those old ratty sneakers. My grandpa was sitting next to me with that smile. Sitting on the swing, I just started talking, mostly about the boys. Told him I missed him so much and that I named my oldest after him, and he sat and listened with that smile on his face. After a while, we both stood up. I hugged him, told him that I hadn't told him everything yet. And then my name was called from elsewhere, and I look around, don't see anyone. Look back and he's gone. Yanked the door open and went to this vehicle shaft, endless in both directions, completely lined with doors. I woke up crying in mid-panic attack. My grandfather died somewhere along 04 or 05. My grandmother in 08. My son was born in 2010, just 1 week shy of my grandfather's birthday, which happened to be the day my doctor scheduled me to originally be induced. Three bald kids. About 2 years back, I've experienced something that gives me the chills to this day whenever I think about it. I had to submit a short film for my exam. We were short on time, so we had to shoot during our EID holidays. It was the last day of our holidays and our last shoot day as well. We went to our location, which was actually my friend's house. We had to set up our scene at rooftop. Since we were really rookie, there was no real big crew, a lot of lights and stuff, just a few friends trying to get their work done. When we got there, it was after 12 at night. We were setting up our stuff. Our friend whose place it was wasn't with us. Kept checking on batteries and cards and stuff beforehand. So the shoot, But when we turned on our cameras, both of them ran out of batteries. It was very strange. However, nobody said anything. We put them on charge since we had some to spare. After a while, when the batteries were just enough to work with, we set up our scene. The terrace that we were on, was merely 2 feet distance from the terrace of the house beside it. One wall of that place was completely covered with dense plants and leaves. When we started shooting our scene, we noticed that after a while that 3 kids are standing on that terrace. They're watching us. Nothing was unusual for us, since people do notice you when you're taking out cameras. We got busy with our work, and then I looked at my left to see if those kids were still there, like a subconscious action. They weren't there, got busy to work again. When we were done with our shoot, it was maybe 2:30 a.m. Those kids were there again. Their formation was a girl about 8 or 9 on the right, a boy about 6 or 7 in the middle, and a boy 3 or 4 on the left. All 3 of them were bald. One of my friends got suspicious and asked the kids, "Hey kids, where are your parents?" The middle one replied, "I don't know, maybe they're having dinner." My friend called me to come closer, showed me their house, and asked me, "Are you having a fucking candlelight dinner at this hour? Why the hell is it completely dark?" I got a bit nervous. Another friend of mine asked them, "Where'd you come from?" The girl replied with a word that's so rare in our language that only 2 of my friends knew the meaning. What she said meant, "We are prisoners." We didn't know at that moment what the hell did it mean, but all our friend did was tell us not to communicate with those kids anymore. So I went down, called her friend, said that we're free now, should open the garage so we can take our cars out. When he came, we asked him, "Who are those kids?" He said, "What kids? No one lives in that house." I was really nervous, so I shouted, "Dude, that's not funny at all." He got kind of angry and said, "Come." That house had 2 gates. He showed us both and said, "Look at that." I can't put into words what kind of spine-chilling feeling I had right at that moment when I saw those giant padlocks. Then he told us there used to be a mental asylum, like an NGO type, in this very house many, many years ago. That was the last time I went there. And hopefully not the last time you hear from me. See ya. Unexplained flash of light and image. In the early 90s, I had a buy-sell trade record store in a historic neighborhood in my city. I lived in the loft upstairs with a roommate, John. He had just moved back to town from Portland, and we had just finished a tour as a guitar tech for a band, Everclear. Nothing romantic, just a really nice and easy friendship with lots of music, laughs, and fun and adventure, or misadventure, depending on how you look at it. John was a tall, dark, bushy-haired guy with piercings everywhere and tattoos, big silver skull rings on his fingers and chains on his wrists, long jeans, shorts, black leather jacket, Doc Martens, and this was kind of the grunge era. He presented a pretty imposing figure, but he was just the sweetest guy ever. We had the greatest laugh, perfectly straight, white teeth, unforgettable smile, and we got along great. I loved just hanging out with him. He was a fellow Taurian, my spirit animal. One lazy afternoon, we were just in the loft watching TV, Jerry Springer of all things, and it was a bright sunny day with the south window open. A gentle breeze was coming through. I seated on my bed against the south wall with the open window, and John seated on the couch to the left of me. He got up to go to the kitchen for something, and I said, "Hey, you should reach into the freezer and get yourself a Dove bar. Grab me one too while you're there." He returned with 2 ice cream Dove bars, one to each of us, and, well, went about eating them and resumed watching Jerry Springer. The TV was on the wall directly across the room from where he sat. As I was looking at the TV, I saw a sudden flash of golden light splash across the wall behind the TV. I had barely enough time to process that, wondering what had caused it. And overhead there was another light or something up on the ceiling. What I saw was like a playing card, like an ace of hearts, only without the A's in the corner. A large heart inside a rectangle shape that appeared out of nowhere in the ceiling above our heads. I looked at John to say something. He had his head tilted back, scraping the last bit of ice cream off the stick, and because of this, he saw everything I saw. He was completely freaking out, his mouth full of ice cream, pointing and trying to say something, his eyes all wide and excited. I was glad that he saw it too, because I was sure as heck not knowing how else can explain it. I was hoping that he could. I'd lived there for at least 2 years at that point, and I'd never seen any flashes of light or images in the ceiling or walls before that day. And I never did after that day either. Jenna and I talked about it often, but neither of us could come up with a suitable explanation as to how or why it happened, except to say that it was one crazy haunted loft. If anybody out there knows anything about this kind of paranormal experience, I hope you'll let me know. It's boggled my mind for years. It's worth noting that this is one of my odd, unexplainable incidents in this loft, as well as the business space below it. There's many witnesses to the incidents. Too terrified to scream. When I was 7 or 8 years old, my brother and I, along with some other kids from the neighborhood, were playing hide-and-seek. It was my turn to seek, so I had to go inside the house to cover my eyes and count to 100. Nobody could see me in there while we were hiding, so I decided to cheat. Went upstairs and started looking out windows to see if everybody was hiding. When I got into my older brother's room to look out the window, I had just got done counting to 100, so I had to get back downstairs pretty fast. I looked out the window really quick and then turned around to head out. Before I had taken 2 steps, the bedroom door slammed shut, which startled me more than anything. Then I felt compelled to look at the attic door that was in that room. I heard something moving in there, so I backed up as far away from the door as I could get. That attic was already terrifying to me because of other experiences I've encountered involving it, but my back was now pressed against the wall farthest from the doors. I felt trapped in the room because I didn't want to go near the door that just slammed shut by itself, which happened to be the only exit from the bedroom. I then heard a loud growl come from inside the attic. It instantly felt like my heart stopped. My chest was actually hurting. It's hard to describe that kind of feeling of sheer terror. I wanted to scream, but I was so terrified that I just couldn't. I just stood there motionless, waiting for whatever it was to get me. Fortunately, within a few seconds, my brother opened the door and started yelling at me for being in his room. I ran right past him and straight outside. Didn't tell anybody about what just happened. He wouldn't believe me anyway. That was the first time I heard that growl in that house, but not the last. A year or so later, I was in the upstairs bathroom. I heard a growl again, which terrified me and caused me to stop what I was doing and get downstairs. This time, however, I heard the growl a second time as I was quickly making my way back downstairs. It was coming from inside my parents' bedroom, so I stopped and looked in there. Saw my dad was in the bed asleep, and this feeling of relief instantly came over me, realizing I wasn't alone. When the growl happened again, I knew immediately that it was just my dad snoring. I felt so relieved and kind of silly for being scared in the first place. I even wondered if that's what I heard the first time coming from the attic. There was still no explanation for the door slamming shut by itself. Some years later, I went into the bathroom upstairs without really any fear. It had been a while since I'd experienced anything, so I was no longer terrified to go upstairs by myself. While I was doing my business, I heard the growl again. A little scared, but I knew it was probably just Dad in his bed snoring, so I finished my business and started walking to the stairs. It was just to confirm it was him. I looked into his bedroom on my way down. He wasn't there. I was alone upstairs. That feeling of sheer terror came over me instantly again, and I ran downstairs. Fortunately, we moved out of that house not too long after. Skeptics who keep being skeptical despite terrorized colleagues. I'm a 24-year-old male, and I'm Italian. And I'm pretty skeptical and don't believe in ghosts, despite a series of unexplainable events, mostly during night shift, which terrorize my colleagues while I try my best to investigate them to no avail. This is a recount of the phenomena encountered while working at this old abandoned, everybody there died in the plague in the 1300s. It's like a medieval village turned hotel. It started with a Russian woman on holiday with her husband. As I was leading her to a room, she stopped in front of the door asking me something bad happened there. She felt a bad energy. Imagine this said with a strong accent. I brushed it off and, when going back to the front desk, cracked a joke to my colleagues. They told me the old owner hanged himself in that room. The private church bell rang 3 times by itself. It's a small medieval church with nothing really electric. I held the key to the only door. The other female coworkers didn't want to go investigate, but I didn't want to guess breaking into the place or something, so I went to check the door. Still locked. As was the door to the bell. It opened to the rope and it was swinging as if it was pulled up that moment. Night shift coworker never goes into the kitchens to eat ever again after he came running upstairs when I was not telling me really what happened, but I'll update on that later. As I was having a meal, multiple weird events over following nights happened, including one table blanket slowly flapping around as if moved by wind, despite no windows or air conditionings or tables being perfectly still. Chairs moving upstairs and doing a lot of noise. When I confronted my supervisor about it, he said he never moved from, only the chair to the office. Okay. Me having an overwhelming feeling of something looking at me while eating, I started looking around the room just to find a door curtain immediately swing closed. I rushed to open it and found nothing outside, and the odd thing is atop a big flight of stairs. Nothing could possibly get away that quickly, as my coworker was pranking me and said he never moved from the office. I heard my name distinctly called from upstairs. I was annoyed at the interruption and was going upstairs, and the other guy said he never called me nor heard any voices. And one night I was passing by an old village well. I don't know why, but I had the urge to look down into it. As I did, I noticed something swimming away in a flash and submerging. Can rats fall in wells? Finally, a question that I can answer. Absolutely. Rats can fall in wells. See you later. Toddler son saw little girl in empty room. What now? My parents have been renovating an old house that's primarily only been used as a seasonal home. sits near a scenic lake in upstate New York. It's near the Canadian border. They live out of state, so we go up there when they're up for a visit or to occasionally help out, maybe chill in the lake in the summer. On a recent visit by my parents, I was about to leave to go home with my 3-year-old son. He pointed into an empty dark room and casually asked, "What's that little girl doing in there just talking?" My son didn't seem at all scared, just curious, almost smiling, like he wanted to go play with her. I told him, "I don't know, don't worry about it. Let me put your shoes on." He quickly switched focus to getting ready so we could go. The parents were there too and witnessed the whole thing, but completely acted like it was nothing as they're very much skeptics. In the following days, however, my dad's mentioned that he's noticed for a long time how his tools and supplies for renovation sometimes seem to have been moved, and he's felt a certain presence. I've always felt a little bit of a spiritual presence in this house, but figured it was to be expected. It's one of the oldest houses in the area. The area itself is also very old, with many historical events having taken place nearby. For example, just 500 feet away is an old small cemetery. The feeling in the house always seems strongest just after nightfall, and it's not a scary or malevolent thing, it's more of a feeling that you're not alone. Not to come around the corner or door to find somebody right there, or maybe you're being watched. Other visitors have told me that they get the same vibe, but we just chalked it up to old house energy. Now, maybe we have a better idea of who is there. Give my son credit because he isn't one to make up something like that. He's at an age where if he's using his imagination, he's very obviously dramatic and hilarious. He's also said similar things before in relation to my husband's family old farmhouse. It made sense that he was talking to or spending time with deceased relatives in a loving manner, like only 2 times. It may be noteworthy that on a recent walk by the small cemetery near the lake house, I was drawn to the grave of a girl who died at the age of 5. The day she died was the same week that my son had this experience of seeing the little girl. I have no way to know if she ever lived in that house, but it seems fairly possible given the small amount of houses in the area at the time and being only a few gravestones in the cemetery. My hope is that we can all live in peace. Although this spirit seems to be innocent, we'd rather it stayed chill and not freak anyone out. Any advice would be welcome. A spiritual friend recommended maybe burning sage or placing black tourmaline crystals. But I don't want to upset the spirit. Some sort of soothing energy would seem best. But I'm open to input. Shadow figures in haunted home. When my family first moved into our new house in the country, I was happy about finally getting out of our previous house that was haunted. Fortunately, it wasn't even a week of being there before the activities started in our new house. I still remember the first event that started the whole thing. I was in the house alone while everybody else was outside. I had to run out and ask my mom something, so I went through the kitchen on my way to the back door. The faucet wasn't running when I went past it on my way out, but as soon as I came in, I found it running full blast. Not just the cold water was turned on, but the hot as well. This was an event that happened several times to everyone in the house. Also, the dishwasher would start itself in the middle of the night, which us kids were blamed for at first, until it started right in front of my stepdad and I. We called a repairman to check it out since it happened so frequently at first. There was nothing wrong with the switch, and the repairman showed us that it was impossible for the thing to start itself. But we as a family talked about these little events in general conversations from time to time. But there was another event that we were pretty much all experiencing that we didn't talk about, because it was kind of questionable. We'd been seeing what looked like someone walking past the window of the house in the corner of our eye almost daily. Felt kind of stupid saying anything since, well, I never saw it while I was looking at the window. When I ran out to see who it was, there's no one there. Since no one else had mentioned seeing this, I had the idea that maybe I was the only one who saw it. That was until after we had been there about 8 months. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when I saw someone go one by the window. I looked over that window and there was nothing there. But just as I got my eye on that window, the figure went past the other window of the room. I immediately noticed my mom and stepdad looking over at that window at the same time. I knew right then that they had seen it too, so I asked if they saw someone going past the window. They both said yes, so my brother and I went running outside to see if we could see who it was. There's no one out there. When I came back, I opened it up and told everybody that I'd been seeing that the whole time. At that point, everybody came out and said that they saw it too, which gave me a feeling of relief. At least I wasn't crazy. We all had been seeing it regularly, but were too afraid to say anything for some reason. Same reason I didn't, probably. Shadow people were seeing the corner of our eyes continued for several years. Even after we moved in, and then it just stopped out of the blue for a while. My mom told me later, after I was out of the house for a while, that she was occasionally seeing it again when I was bringing it up, but it was just another one of those weird things that happened in the house that we all sort of had to get used to. Our neighbor's dolls. Hi y'all, I wanted to post a video of a rocking chair moving back and forth by itself from my wife and son's hospital room. Felt encouraged to open up about some of the experience my family's had over the years. This one occurred fairly recently in an old townhouse that we were renting. The area we lived in was in an economic decline and getting rough. We had a few rowdy neighbors, and the ones subjected in this story were a young couple living with one of their grandmothers. The couple had two darling little girls who loved our daughter and took to playing with her. By appearances during the daytime, the couple were fine and swell. However, they would have parties almost every Friday and Saturday. Once liquor was involved, it was only a couple of hours before they took their arguments from inside the grandmother's home to outright sloshing their teeth on the whole neighborhood. Eventually, the husband would get physical and pin his wife against the car wall. They would scream, yell, hit each other, etc. The cops would then be called, and, well, frequently the husband would be carted off to jail while both spouses mouthed off to the officers. Despite the drama in the house, their little girls always seemed to be in good spirits and pretty outgoing. After some time, the couple began selling and giving away some of their things in preparation for moving out. The little girls gave my wife a box of dolls. Some new, some vintage. We gladly accepted them, put them in the kids' room. The dolls would be waiting for her daughter when she came back from the grandparents' house the next day. After a couple of hours, my wife, baby son, and her cat Sebastian and myself were downstairs hanging out. That's when we heard like a huge thud and a crashing sound from the kids' room. After checking, nothing appeared to be out of sorts. Everything was exactly as it had been. Checked the closets or rooms, nothing had fallen. Perplexed, we went back downstairs. As the afternoon rolled into evening, we heard the thud and crashing again. And as before, nothing had been touched. At this point, we considered a wild animal had gotten in, but we continued searching. Again, turned up empty-handed. After dinner, my wife took our son upstairs to feed him in her bedroom. The rest of this is solely her experience. She was lying there with the baby. She heard the crash again from the bedroom. She saw Sebastian sitting in the hallway, staring into the darkness of the kid's room, ears perked and frozen. About that time, she began to hear a little girl's voice coming from the room, then the sound of a child sobbing. Knowing full well that no one was in the room, she comes downstairs to me, being asleep on the sofa, and tells me about what's going on. She suspected the dolls. She marched upstairs, grabbed the box, and tossed them into the dumpster outside. Never had another disturbance again. Yeah, that's a happy ending. The neighbor's daughter never existed. My family used to celebrate bonfire night when I lived in the UK. If you don't know what that is, well, you probably should have been listening in history class. Anyway, our tradition was to buy paper lanterns, write notes to everybody that we lost, put them inside, light them up, and watch them burn out in the sky. Pretty beautiful now that I think about it. I was at my grandma's when this happened. We were all in the back garden. After letting go, we cheered and cried, but we were happy. At one point, the memories are kind of hazy, but the things that stood out are so vivid in my head. I was on my mom's shoulders, and everybody was talking about my great aunt who'd passed several years before. She was the rock to the family, and my first ever memory of my entire life is her. Now to the weird stuff. The next-door neighbor's house was dark. Nobody was inside, and for context, there was a small alleyway in between the two houses that led to a door to the main road. We couldn't really see much. It was nighttime, but I looked at the neighbor's house and around until I saw this little girl. Had very long white hair and dressed in all white. It really felt like she was glowing in the dark. She was walking down the alleyway. I freaked out instantly and started crying and screaming at my mom that there was a girl walking down the alleyway. There was no one. Mom said that I was just too tired and needed sleep. Weird from her, since she's a big ghost believer, and so I thought she'd believe me. Now, to the extra weird part. I actually got the chance to speak to the neighbors one time after. I don't know how long after, I was pretty young, but I used to be kind of a weird kid that was pretty sociable to anybody, and thank you ADHD. The man was a really nice guy, with a really cute dog, and this dog just jumped over the fence to see me in my grandma's garden while I was playing. This led to a conversation with the neighbor. I asked outright if they had any kid. He told me no, and that they were waiting for the dog to pass to try to have one. They were a young couple. I was shook. I told him that I saw that night, and he took a while to respond. When he did, he told me to sit down next to him. He looked me in the eyes and said, "I believe you. I've already seen her before. Don't worry, you're not crazy." Something like that. But out of nowhere, he drops a bombshell on me. He's saying that, in any case, our brains are in cylinders on a satellite in space being controlled by something, and whatever we perceive as life is just a simulation. Not his exact words, but something close. That's why I know you're not lying, and that's why ghosts exists. He looks very visibly freaked out and told me I should leave. I never ever saw them again. Absolutely mental. Sort of. Are a child's dreams of the paranormal valid? A story of my childhood home. When I was 6, my parents and I moved to a small house in a rural area. I remember not liking it from the moment that we arrived, feeling very uncomfortable. My room was at the opposite side of the house from my parents. I never once got used to this experience. But I had these night terrors. It was pretty usual. But I began having dreams of ghosts and things walking around in the front yard. I still remember a dream I vividly had in the first few weeks living there. It's like these little swamps in the background and an ethereal voice telling me to come toward them, only to be pulled under. My mother overdosed on pills. Nearly died a month after moving in. My dog also got hit by a car and killed after escaping from under the fence into the road. He ended up buried in the property. A few months later, we got a bird who happened to have been born on the same day my dog was killed. And that bird a year later was lost. That's when a friend of the family accidentally let it out of the house. That'll happen. We bought a second bird a year later. It was vicious, made my mother's hand bleed. We got a rabbit around the same time who was also vicious, terrorized my surviving dog. Rabbit's dynamite. My father also changed quite a bit and got more abusive and more mean toward me. That was while we were living there. I changed too, both physically after the first year. And I was a very sociable kid, very well versed socially, but I became odd, withdrawn, and considered strange. 3 years into living there, my mother and I got into a bad car accident. That was where our car was knocked down to the next avenue, and smoking, after I had disturbing dreams of my mother dead in her car. was an abandoned lot full of cars with their eye socket visible. My parents also began watching horror movies a lot around the first year, just letting me watch them too. There wasn't really any off-limits. I much later learned about this house after it was sold. The original owner that we bought it from had her husband die there, and her son struggled with addiction, had been very abusive toward her physically, but there was never any direct paranormal contact, no sightings of ghosts, no unexplainable occurrences. And of course, this could all be coincidence, but I'm curious what you think. I included a picture of myself in front of the house that we first bought. I grew up in a haunted house, and I need help. I grew up in a haunted house. My parents still live there, and previous to that, my grandmother drank herself to death there. You don't have to believe me at all. I have many photos, videos of ghosts, and, well, I'm a librarian. I researched the property. It was once apartments, and it was the sole location hit by a tornado once. There was a young boy waiting for the school bus in our driveway. That was before we lived there. He was hit by a diesel truck and died. This happened in maybe the 40s or 50s. I need to look the date up again. My parents added a second story and a back part to the house. I lived upstairs, and there's a door to the attic attached to the closet space. I often dreamed about the little boy coming out of the attic. Non-relatives, have seen the boy appear. I even got a photo of him like a full-body apparition, well, at least his top half. We had asked him to appear, and he did. Growing up, it was all more of an annoyance, like items missing, footsteps at night, the TV with knobs, before remotes. Turning and changing channels, radio stations changing wildly. It just did stuff mostly to mess with us. Sometimes scary things would ramp up, especially if my parents talked about moving. It would appear as a shadow, would appear as a boy looking in the window, would swing belts in the closet. Often, when someone outside the family visits, they feel drained and tired, like it drains their energy. You can see physical orbs flying with intent. Sometimes they come, to my video camera, they stop, go another direction. I really feel like there's more than just a boy ghost present. My mom was visiting my mom was visited by my grandmother's ghost. I was once visited by a headless black dog that had, blood spurting out that decapitated part, and I could feel his hot breath on my face, even though he had no face. And once I even levitated in front of my family. And today, while visiting my parents, I got pictures on my phone that became red in appearance of giant orbs. But for the first time, I tried to record an EVP. I've always been hesitant to communicate with the ghosts because it's scary. I asked it how it died, and it said something. With the naked ear, people think they heard front yard. I was wondering if somebody would be willing to clean it up so I could understand the reply. This is only evidence I'm willing to share at the moment. I'm pretty protective since my elderly parents still reside there. I'm dead serious about this, and I don't really want to argue with anybody. You can believe me or you can not. It won't change my story. My ghost experience in the Army. I remember when I was in holding after completing my basic training. I lived in a little barrack block with 3 other people. We shared a common room and bathroom. There was this other room called the plant room, which had a hot water heater and cleaning supplies, and there was a hole in the roof that we started experiencing weird things about the door. It would just be wide open after we would come back from the gym or work, and shortly after we experienced it. I'm gonna brace myself because there's no periods. Excuse me. So there's a hole in the roof in this room, and there's weird things about the door, apparently. Okay, so the door would be wide open after they got back from the gym. They'd experienced it opening by itself in front of all of them, which was disturbing. Kind of creeped them out after a few weeks. Two of the other guys, they left and they went to visit their families for the weekend. And there was a guy called Mossy. Mossy and myself left for the weekend. And the Saturday night, I was in my room on the laptop listening to music. The new Travis Scott album just came out. He sent me a message saying, "Did you hear that?" And I replied, "No." He said, "The ghost door is slamming." I said, "I can't hear it. Just ignore it and hopefully it'll stop." To be honest, I was just kind of pretending not to be scared because I really was. A few minutes go by and I heard a loud slam. And instantly Mossy messages me. Said, "You hear that?" I said, "Yeah." And that's the ghost door. After that, it was opening and slamming at this point. We're both so scared, and at the time, it was about 1800 hour. And this ghost door was slamming so loud, Mossy ran into my room, and we locked the door to my room, and this door was slamming so loud we thought it was going to break. Then the worst part was, as we hear running around the common room, and it was so scary. The slamming and running went on until about 2300 hour. I honestly thought this was the most horrific experience of my life. Then it all just stopped at like 2300 hour. It was quiet and we fell asleep. Come the Monday morning, all the boys came back and we were so creeped out by what we told them. And then before lunch we had room inspections, and as it was a training base, thousands of Australian soldiers gone through. The corporal doing our inspection lived in the building when he was doing his training. We told him that he said, "And I believe you guys, weird stuff used to happen all the time," so we decided to look up the history of the barracks and found out that it was an immigration site for people who lost their homes in the 50s after World War II and then fled to Australia. So, with 22 O's creepy. Okay, here's one for y'all. In my home, we see entities a lot. I thought at first it was a side effect of a brain tumor, but when my dog and I turned and looked at something walking across the doorway of my bedroom, it was just clarifying that we are seeing them. Anyway, it's never bothered me. Something I've seen for the longest time, like I see dead people, fits to a T. So here goes. The other night, or the middle of the night, probably around 2 or 3 a.m., I couldn't get back to sleep. So I got my phone and looking at something. Can't really remember what. Probably a game. Anyway, all of a sudden I see a reflection on my phone screen of a man coming toward me. I looked then and I thought, what the fuck? Turned around and of course it was just nothing. It was the first time something like that ever bothered me. I could see details like his hair, kind of blondish, came out to the side sticking out. His build was stocky, and the shirt was kind of a red plaid. Didn't look like the thick flannel ones, but like the thinner guess, like regular shirts. Couldn't see facial details. I tried to recreate the same position. It wasn't hard as I was lying down on my side, facing rather looking in the direction of the blinds looking in the direction of the blinds, closed window. My face could barely be seen, only a small section of the left side of the phone, which I don't think it was there. Don't think it was there before. That's annoying when doing anything on the phone. My dog was under the covers, didn't see, but got nervous when I started. One thing for sure is that whatever these entities do, they scare the shit out of my dog so much that she's become extremely timid, but also shakes so much nowadays that everything seems to get to her. I know when she's seen one, she'll immediately get so close to me like she's living Velcro. She'll stand between my feet, saying either hold me or protect me from the monsters. She'll scurry to get under the covers, or she'll stand up against my legs for me to pick her up. I hate the fact that she gets so scared it makes me think the entities are either being threatening or teasing her. Whatever they're doing, it isn't good. I haven't had negative things happen directly to me. I mean, I've had things literally fly across the room, off the wall, turning the light off every time I'd turn around, but nothing ever to really hurt me. Put a camera inside, and the one thing it picked up was it panned to the doorway of the extra bedroom. There was a wave of light, something around it like a flicker, but not quickly. Different to explain the movement, but on that instant I was home and nobody was there. My blinds were all closed, and there wasn't anything that could explain any of it. We went on vacation, so our ghost cat left. So my cat called Joe died from a heart attack around the age of 11. He was quite an aggressive cat in life and liked to play mind games with people just to be annoying. You know, block the stairs and the doorways knowing you were scared to walk over him because he might scratch you. Despite this, though, he still was a really lovely cat and would randomly jump on the bed during the night to cuddle and make sure you were alright. He was also a bit of a bully to our other cat, even though he was still protective of her. About a week after his death, I thought that I was still grieving. It was just my imagination when I started seeing Joe all around the house. It was never direct eye contact, always out of the corner of my eye in a doorway or on the stairs. I then started experiencing other things. When he was still alive, Joe and my other cat used to love opening up a cupboard in my room during the night. Don't know why, but they just did. When they did try and open it, it was always really loud and woke me up, leading to me shutting my bedroom door many times so they couldn't get in. But around the time I started to see Joe in the house, I would wake up in the morning and find my cupboard open even though my bedroom door had stayed closed all night so the other cat hadn't got in. And remember when I said he used to come in and sit on the bed during the night? There were many times where I'd wake up and find a dip in the bed, almost like someone or something was sitting there. After these occurrences, I began to suspect that it wasn't just my imagination. Joe was here to stay with us during his afterlife, but I wasn't yet truly convinced. A month into his casual hauntings, and the family all went for holiday for 2 weeks. When we returned, these occurrences and sightings suddenly ceased, and I began to think once again I had imagined the whole thing. It was after a conversation with my mother that changed my opinion. I mentioned to my mom, who does believe in the paranormal, that my other cat was no longer acting strange. It was because before we could catch her staring at her food bowl or into space at absolutely nothing. You can guess what it might have been. My mother then said, or maybe Joe isn't bothering her anymore. I asked her what she meant when she began to explain that she too had been seeing him around the house and other places that he'd like to sit, like on my windowsill when she left the house or under a bush in the garden. I also mentioned my experiences, and so had my brother. Then I had realized that when we had gone on vacation for 2 weeks leaving the house empty, Joe must have thought that we had left the house and, well, left him, giving him no more reason to be there. Still feel pretty bad to this day for leaving him. Hope he's found peace. My dogs disappeared for 3 hours. One time my mom and I were going out for lunch. We have 2 dogs. One that's 100 pounds and another that's 50. So they aren't really small. My mom told me to let them outside before we left. They were going to stay out and play and use the bathroom while we were gone, so I did. An hour later we get back and our dogs aren't outside. Okay, maybe I didn't let them out. Check the house, which is a 1-story, like 1,000 square foot place, so not huge. Nothing. Well, maybe they're outside. And maybe they aren't just coming to us. There are plenty of hiding spots in our backyard, with 2 sheds, a lot of trees, and a sectioned off area that we call the squirrel yard. We once had a pet squirrel, but that's another story. The dogs could also get into it, but we don't really have squirrels anymore, so I go outside searching everywhere for them and nothing. Well, now we're considering the fact that our dogs got out. So we checked the perimeter of our yard, and we have a 6-foot privacy fence so our dogs can't jump it. But they have been known to dig holes under the fence. And here's the thing, no holes. None. Absolutely no way they could have squeezed under the fence. Now we're thinking somebody stole our dogs. Our 100-pound dog looks like a pit bull mix. So it makes sense because of the dog fights, and maybe they took the 50-pound one for similar reasons. Well, the thing is they would have had to climb the privacy fence because the fence is padlocked, and the locks are still in place. So how could they get these dogs over the fence? Well, I nixed that idea. Turned to checking our house locks, and maybe they came inside. Everything was locked, even the windows. Well, maybe the dogs are inside and they're hiding. Checked everywhere under the beds and closets, even the rooms where they were closed off. Nothing. I go back outside, end up taking the grate off for access point to crawl space. I crawl around under the house and they aren't there. Our last bet is to go search the neighborhood, even though there's logically no way they could have gotten out. We leave the house, all the doors locked as per usual, to begin searching, and well, nothing. An hour later, we come home, planning our next move. I'm about to go in the crawl space again when I hear my mom shouting for me. There, laying in their bed, sound asleep. There's our dogs. No one else has keys to our house, no locks were broken, all windows shut and locked. There's no logical way for our dogs to have left our property and suddenly reappear. And they were, totally fine. One of them is scared of everything, so it made sense for him to be freaking out if something happened, but nope. This took place over the course of 3 hours, from the time we got home to when they reappeared. I still can't figure out how our dogs just disappeared. Story. I'd recently moved to the southern part of Sweden, leaving behind my home in the central region of the country. This relocation meant that I often found myself driving long hours late at night to visit friends and family back home. The road had become so familiar to me that I could probably navigate it with my eyes closed, though the one-way journey took about 7 hours. One night as I was driving back home, I reached a stretch of road that runs through the forest. It's deep in the countryside. It was the dead of night, and the only light came from my car's headlights coming through the darkness. Suddenly, a glowing orb appeared in the sky, just above the car in the upper corner of my windshield. First, I was confused, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It couldn't be the sun, it was far too late for that. Besides, the light was, strange. It had an almost eerie quality to it. It was a warm, glowing color reminiscent of the sun's hue, yet it didn't cast any light on its surroundings, like the trees or even the road ahead. So I kept driving. My speed steadily was at 90 kilometers an hour, but the orb remained fixed in my view, as if it were following me or somehow connected to my car. Strangely, it seemed to grow in size, though it never moved in its spot in the sky. Then, without warning, the orb suddenly dove straight into the car. I instinctively threw myself to the side within the car, and my heart raced as I tried to avoid whatever was happening. Despite the shock, I managed to keep control of the vehicle, but when I looked back, the light had vanished as if it had never been there. I was left in a state of shock, not sure what to make of the whole experience. Before I could even process what had just happened, a deer suddenly darted into the road. There was no time to react. I hit it with a sickening thud. Pulled over immediately, my hands trembling as I stepped out of the car. The deer lay motionless in the ditch. Its life ended in an instant. The whole event left me shaken, and I couldn't help but feel unsettled by the strange sequence of events. Over the years, I've often thought about that night, trying to make sense of what I saw. Never found a clear explanation. However, when I eventually shared the story with my mother, I was stunned by her response. She revealed that she had experienced something eerily similar on her way home from work one evening. The same mysterious orb had appeared in front of her car. Not long after, she was involved in an accident that could have been fatal. The connection between our experiences was unsettling, and has stayed with me ever since, though I still prefer not to speculate too much on what it all might mean. Sweet dreams. Thank you. See ya. Run, run. This is about my little niece. They're named Ava. She's actually my second cousin, but her mother, my cousin, told me that I could be her aunt. That's how close we are. Recently, both Ava's mother and grandmother, and from my last story, told me that Ava apparently has an imaginary friend that she's been waking up at night to see, and also to play with. Her mother's told me that she also has been feeling watched in the house. Apparently, an elderly woman has lived there before them passed away, so I think it's her playing with Ava. Well, tonight I was watching Ava while her grandmother was inside for a few minutes, and Ava's wearing footy pajamas and no shoes, so I've been carrying her around to put her in her seat. That's when she wants to sit down so she doesn't hurt her feet. She's 2 years old and doesn't really like being held anymore, since she likes moving around on her own. I asked about her imaginary friend because I was curious, and for a 2-year-old she was talking clearly, giving me yes or no answers. I asked if she had an imaginary friend. She said yes. She didn't answer anymore until I asked if her friend was here. She said no, so no big deal. I was just watching the fire. That was until she came up to me and moved to sit on my lap and snuggle. Remember, she doesn't like being held anymore. She then pointed to the large lawn in front of us and said, "What's that?" I didn't see anything, so I said, "I don't know, I don't see anything." She actually looked at me like I was crazy. She looked around and would point in random directions and say the same thing until she got really startled, like something was in her face and pulled my sleeve. So she was hiding her face in my arm as she began to panic. I heard the cows next door moaning in distress. I can relate. She began to cry and wanted her grandma. She said, "Ma," for her grandma. He picked her up to take her inside. My house and her grandmother's house are next door to each other, but there's sort of a fire pit in the middle. We live in the country surrounded by woods, so I got about halfway across the yard to get her to her grandmother's when she begins to panic in my arms and yells, "Run, run!" She doesn't stop until I begin to run. I was getting freaked out, but sue me. I slowed down to get to the porch steps safely. She yells it again. She actually reminded me to run when I slowed down. I didn't stop until we got inside. She just ran to her grandmother and I explained what happened. It made my aunt walk me back home. I was kind of too freaked out to go out alone. Was it just a kid's overactive imagination that managed to freak me out, or do you think she actually saw something bad and warned me to run? What do you guys think? I'm at a loss here. Blue Orb. Background. My dad's house is very new. We built it ourselves. At the time this took place, it was maybe a year old at that point. Our land, however, is old. We've seen ghosts there before. Lots of weird stuff happens. It's also been swampy in the woods. Goes from grassy fields to swampy woods pretty fast on the south end of our land. So that's the area that my window faces. So, on with the story. I was 10 or 11 laying in bed one night. My dad was going to be on a business trip. I was home alone with Mom. Well, being a 10-year-old, I didn't really like sleeping that much, but it was late, so I was trying at least. I look out my window above the forest and I see a floating blue orb. The logical part of my brain kicks in as my uncle spotlighting a raccoon. No, it's a blue ball, not a yellow or white light. What is this? I look at it for a minute before I run to go get my mom. She was up late reading a novel, so I pulled her back to my room and told her to look at the orb. That disappeared. She told me that it was my overactive imagination, tucked me into bed again, and I roll over dejected, still unable to sleep. I'm gonna guess about 10 minutes later. No clock, no phone. But I look outside again and the orb is back, but it's a little bit closer. It's hovering in front of the trees, a bit lower. It's not any brighter, just closer. So I run to go get my mom again, who's still awake. By the time she gets back to my room, it's gone again. It's happened a few more times, each time the orb getting closer. My mom had gotten very annoyed with me, told me not to bother her again after the 4th or 5th time. I'm lying in bed looking out the window, and it appears directly outside the glass. frozen in fear. What is it? What did it want? Was it going to hurt me, and why? It floated through my window into my room. It is an orb, but it's not completely illuminating my room. It's just a faint glow. It keeps floating closer to me until it's at the foot of my bed and I black out. I wake up sometime later, not sure exactly. The moon is still in the same general location, so not too long. Run to my window to see if the orb's still there, but instead I'm greeted with a flash of memory of some other time. A boy my age. Short, blonde hair, green eyes, a smile, a storm, darkness. Remember hitting the floor, and then I woke up the next morning. This isn't the first time I saw the boy. I'd seen him in a dream before, but I think I was a little girl. But I won't get into that here, since that was a dream and not a real encounter. Ask Reddit. Many years ago, I had a Ford Escort. I really loved it. One day I noticed the back right wheel was missing a single lug nut. No biggie. Replaced. Soon, though, one is missing on the same wheel. I assume the thread is stripped, but the shiny new lug nut is still there. Different one is missing. This keeps happening, and I assume all the threads are stripped at least a little bit. I don't want to lose a wheel, though, so I get all the new studs and go through the pain of driving the old ones out. Way harder than I thought it would be. Get all the new lug nuts to go with it, and before the week's out, I'm down one lug nut. I start checking my car every night and then again in the morning. Yep, disappearing overnight. Not on the ground either. Aha, I've got a prankster. Feeling this is annoying, but no big deal. It's a very small town. I go sell some blood plasma a few times and then buy a big old bag of lug nuts. They keep vanishing. I keep replacing them. That's an interesting way to buy tools. But then I notice one vanishes sometime after leaving for work. Before I got home. Fallen off while driving, I guess. Weird. Coincidence? Well, they're still occasionally vanishing overnight about once a week randomly. I start making marks in my own owner's manual. The morning before I leave and I arrive at work, when I leave for work, when I get home. I check their tension frequently. Occasionally one is loose, and this fits the random falling off but doesn't explain overnight disappearance. Sometimes it vanishes while I'm driving, sometimes overnight. At least twice while in the parking lot at work. I'm beginning to feel very weird about it. It just doesn't add up. I keep writing stuff down as if that'll make it make sense. Carve symbols into the lug nut tops with a screwdriver to tell them apart, like a hard spade, a diamond, and a club. It's definitely different ones vanishing. Not always the same location. Can't explain it. Finally, I try a dangerous experiment. Simply let it run down with 3/4 lug nuts. Cautiously at first, checking tension on the 3 remaining ones because I imagine the wheel falling off at highway speeds, but over time, nothing happens. Kept the car almost 2 full years after that. My back right wheel always just ran with 3 lug nuts. The only time I had one disappear was when I got new tires and the shop put a new one on. Once it vanished, though, I let things be and it was always fine. Still no idea what the fuck that was. I don't know how disturbing it was, really. But definitely so odd. I'm now curious what should have happened if I had the same kind of surveillance footage of the car at night. I'm so used to actual ghosts in my house that I completely ignored an actual person trying to break in. So my house has, for as long as I can remember, major levels of paranormal activity. It's an old farmhouse that's been passed through about 4 generations of my family. There have been plenty of deaths on the property. It was built around 1880. And while it's not got a particularly bloody past, it's got its stories. My grandma died in what would later become my nursery. My great-grandfather fell out of his hayloft back in the 1920s. We found an old unmarked grave left from the Civil War that got left behind in the 70s, etc., etc. Activity's common. Well, pretty much as common as a housefly around here. Cabinets and doors open and shut. Things get moved, footsteps in the hall when no one else is home. Figures in doorways. We hear a voice in the old grain silo sometimes, which isn't really possible. That's because if somebody was in there, they'd suffocate, etc. None of it feels or acts malicious, so we're used to it or just sort of take it on the chin. So used to it, in fact, that I completely ignored someone trying to break into my back door last night because I just thought it was normal activity. I was in my brother's room fiddling with his PC for some stuff, and I heard weird knocking sounds from outside the house. Knocking is normal, though. It's usually inside, but I went ahead and ignored it. This went on for about 3 or 4 minutes before my dog started growling so loudly I could hear him from across the house. He doesn't growl at anything. It's because the basement door is really, well, besides the basement door. So I just thought it was weird. Went to go calm him down in the living room. I heard the back door in the kitchen shaking and yelled, "Stop it, you're going to break the handle." Because that's just the sort of thing we say when something's getting particularly rough. Maybe 30 seconds later, I heard the door swing open. Without really thinking about it, yelled, "Pretty sure I told you to knock it off." Didn't realize anything was wrong till a voice I didn't recognize said, "Shit!" Said it super loud. The door slammed shut. And of course, I immediately ran to see what it was, just in time to see like a silver truck peeling out of my driveway. So, yeah, essentially just a warning not to get too comfortable with your haunted housemates, because it might turn out it's not them making the noise. That's a good one. The Witch of Fort Benning Land Nav. So I went through the 22 weeks infantry OSUT, and the worst experience I had was the individual night land nav. I was in the middle of the swamp around 2 a.m. looking at my map. Suddenly, every hair in my body stood on end. My red light flickers. I turn it off and start looking around when I spot the silhouette of a woman in what I can only describe as a pioneer's outfit. Looked away for a second, looked back. Nothing. Told myself that I was seeing shit. Picked a direction I thought was good and started walking. I start hearing the crunching and breaking of leaves. They're in rhythm with the steps behind me, as if somebody was matching my pace. My hair stood up again. I stopped and looked behind me. Nothing. I continued walking. Same thing happened. Looked again, nothing. I decided that 3 points was plenty for tonight and started booking it. As I'm running, I clearly hear and I see something jumping from tree to tree. It's keeping pace as I cut through the woods, sprinting full speed. I'm not the fastest, but at the time I had a 13:45 and I have a 5-second at 40 yards. Nothing could have moved that quickly through those trees. I make it to the starting point, turn in my shit, sit on my gear. Another guy comes running in about 15 minutes later. We still have 2 hours left at this point, so it makes no sense why he would be in a hurry. He does his shit, sit next to me. He turns to me. "Dude, did you have a point in the swamp?" I gestured my boots and pants. "Yeah, can't you tell?" "Yes, sorry, but anyway, did you see a woman in a pioneer outfit?" "Yeah." I was writing down my points info and my light started flickering and I heard something in the tree above me. I looked up and saw her sitting up in a tree above the point, just staring down at me with lifeless eyes and an empty face. I ran faster than I ever have. Didn't stop till I got here. It's at this point where the guy sitting behind us leans forward. "You all saw her too?" We nod. Started walking into the swamp when I saw her sit up out of the water, slowly turned to look at me. I froze and I only broke out of it when the lieutenant walked up behind me and asked what I was looking at. I looked at him and pointed, but when I did, she was gone. No noise, nothing. This kid was an honest dude. and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he wasn't fucking with us. I want to know if anybody else has had an experience with the same entity. An extra roommate. Saturday morning. My friend leaves for work and I go take a shower. I don't close the curtain all the way, I just keep seeing a dark-haired woman peeking past. Saturday, midday. I'm alone in the apartment and I keep hearing the door, like someone struggling against the chain. I can hear footsteps in the hallway and in the kitchen. Saturday night. We're laying in bed heavily asleep. I hear the bedroom door shut and I see a shadow on the floor and the gap underneath. Footsteps go down the hall. Dishes shift and rattle in the sink. Steps move out to the living room and stop right by the front door, which is locked via doorknob and chain. Sunday. My friend D tells me randomly about this little statue that was given to his roommate M by a witch. That something is attached to it. Other people in the building have spoken of a woman that they've seen, and this sourceless, noiseless sound. He says M wants to throw it out, having some experience in these matters. I advised against it. Tuesday midday. I just cannot stay awake for anything. I've had a nightmare, and D, M, and I are in the kitchen discussing the statue. I excuse myself to shower. I close the door, turn the water on, undress, open the curtain to find the water off, and the shower head turned. I correct it, hear the door behind me. Press the door closed again, and I catch a sight of the mirror. A lock of hair is standing up. I watch in the mirror as it keeps lifting and falling like someone's playing with it. I call out to D, and suddenly I'm slammed in the shower. I wake up as I scream for D, and I'm alone in the apartment. When D came home from work, I told him about the nightmare. Didn't really go into detail. Said he was going to smash it and went towards it. I protested and he didn't argue. This evening I took some photos of the statue. I don't know what I was expecting, but in the photos I took I noticed a change in the school picture that was sitting by the statue. The hairline on the child was different in the two photos I took. They were perhaps around 3 seconds apart from the same place and position. Just to make sure I wasn't seeing things, I sent the photo to a few friends with no context other than find the difference. While I've had several experiences with paranormal, I've never had nightmares in tandem with them. And the presence feels heavy in a sense. Like, you know when someone's really mad at you and they come into the same room but they don't say anything to you actively and they kind of avoid eye contact? Feels like that. Nor have I had something like this happen with pictures. I know some of this sounds horrendously cliche, but it's true. Any input one has is appreciated. Jack and the man holding an orange cat. This happened at a former house I lived at for a long time. Most of my childhood, in fact, really. When my sister was younger, around 3 or 4, we were in the kitchen. The kitchen door was an all-glass door. She looked at the door and said hi, and immediately I asked who she's saying hi to. She says the man standing in the door. I asked her, what does he look like? I experienced paranormal activity in that house before when I was younger. That's why I wasn't super shocked. She explained to me that he was wearing a blue button shirt and brown pants, and that he's an older gentleman. Some time goes by and she started talking about Jack. We all ask who Jack is. She says he's the guy who was at the door. This really shocked us, considering everybody in the families only saw glimpses of things like shadows or hearing footsteps. We ask her, what her and Jack talk about. She says that he's upset that he doesn't have a home anymore. Now, when she said this, my heart dropped. The house next door to us was just demolished, so they can build a new house there, I guess. So we went to our neighbor across the street because she grew up on the street and lived in the same house that she grew up in. She said there was a man named Jack. Passed away in the house and, No one found him for 2 weeks. Now weeks pass and my sister's still talking about Jack. But one night she wakes up screaming that somebody opened her closet door. We tell her it's okay and that she might have just left the door open. It happens, But she tells us it's not. It's the man with the orange cat, and he just keeps coming back at night to open the door. But she said that I was afraid myself. I asked her what it looked like. He's just all black with an orange cat. That's what she tells us. This happens like 2 nights in a row, so we decided to move our bed into another room. Weeks later, we have a party at the house. A good family friend and his family end up spending the night. They sleep in my sister's room on an air mattress. Their son, who's the same age as my sister, screams to the top of his lungs that there's a man holding an orange cat in the closet. Once they heard that, they decided to leave. Rightfully so. That house is one of the most active houses I've ever lived at. To this day, I still think about all the experiences I had there. There's something in the sky in Springfield, Missouri. I think it's a UFO. I'm going to start this off by saying that I have a video and some photos. You can't see it too well, but I have them. And any mods if they want proof. Tonight, August 4th, 2019 at around 10:15 p.m., my aunt and I were on the porch and my aunt saw something in the sky. It was like an outline of a circle and part of it was gone. Kind of like how an eclipse would look at first. We noticed that this was not where the moon usually is. It's usually behind our house. So eclipse and moon are ruled out. The thing was bright yellow and had an orange-red tint to it. It almost looked like a fireball. It's night, the sun's on the other side of the planet at this minute. Thought it was a shooting star at first, but it wasn't moving anywhere. It just started like flattening out, like spreading. Then it started to shrink into a smaller form and kind of looked like a star, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. A few minutes later it suddenly reappeared and got bigger and bigger. It looked as if the moon would have been over the sun and coming off of it. Mind you, the black part was moving towards the way it came in the first time. The light around it kind of spread out again, and suddenly it started getting smaller. Dark part like going back over, I guess. But then it split into 2 and completely disappeared again. I waited to see if it would come back, but it didn't for a 3rd time. I started doing some searching and I found nothing for solar or lunar eclipses. No meteor showers, no comets, nothing of that sort for tonight. After doing some more searching, 2 other people saw almost the same thing 3 days ago around the same time. My aunt stepped back outside and called me over fast. There was what looked to be like a pretty low plane flying within 2 large wings. Or rather, with 2 large wings. My aunt said it looked like it had 4 wings, like 2 on each side. I'm telling you, it was big. One side was bright red and the other bright green. Planes in our area normally have a small light that flickers on both sides, and it wasn't like this. This plane was coming from the same area we saw this mystery light thing. When the plane got behind our house, I ran to look at it. Couldn't see it at all, and it was big. Doesn't seem like it would have been out of view. Mel and I have been trying to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing makes sense at all. I don't want to claim aliens without some other people's opinions first. I met someone I was shown in a dream 10 years ago. When I was 15, my great-grandmother died and came to visit me in my dreams the same night. It was a pretty unusual, hyper-realistic dream. She told me she wanted to grant me a gift of divine knowledge, that she'd specifically chosen to see me. I'm a lesbian, a fact unknown to her at the time she died. She said I didn't have to feel guilty about my sexuality because the person I'm meant to be with in this incarnation was also born in a woman's body. and that I was on the right path. I asked if I already knew her. She said it would be a long time before we met. She was younger than me and lived in a different continent. She also said I would have many experiences before meeting her, including getting married. I indeed got married at 22, and I'm in the process of divorce right now at 25. We would find each other in another country. She then asked me if I wanted to see her and took me to a family's apartment by touching my arm. Many details about this dream that I don't want to disclose, but basically we stood there watching the family for a bit. I asked her questions about them, all of which she had the answers to. They spoke in a foreign language, and even though I could identify it as a different language I didn't speak, I couldn't understand it. I'd never seen those people in my life. The whole context around them left me so confused after that I woke up. And I convinced myself it was just a weird dream. My brain's way of coping both with my great-grandmother's death and with the guilt I was experiencing over my homosexual desire. 10 years later, I'm living in another country. I met the girl from my dream very randomly. We were working at an event last November. We both instantly experienced an unusual connection that hasn't gone away since then. I didn't recognize her at first, because she looks very different. But recently I saw a picture of her as a child with her family, and the dream came back to me in all its vivid details. I still haven't mentioned this to her, as I'm afraid of her reaction, but I feel that I must, since, in the dream, I witnessed a memory of hers, and the only way it can confirm what I saw is real is if I ask her. Does anybody have any idea how to go on about this without being creepy? Frankly, the concept of having a person that I'm destined to be with absolutely terrifies me. Don't even know what kind of advice I'm looking for, but I'm feeling quite insane. Any thoughts would be greatly appreciated. I'm also curious if any of you have experienced something similar. We gotta just ask. My one experience. I'm a 37-year-old man. I'm interested by the supernatural, but I've only ever had one small incident potentially involving it. And this is it. So to set the scene, it was 2004. I was 17 years old and at a friend's house. They had recently gone through some tragic events. I won't go into it too much as I don't want to disrespect them, but there was tragic loss of life of younger family members. Fast forward a few months and I'm at my friend's house. It was a dark winter's evening and his mom and dad went out somewhere in their car, leaving us with the house to ourselves. Me and my friend were in the room upstairs, probably playing Football Manager. Started being a bit silly as I was under the impression we were alone in the house, and I guess I just had a sudden burst of energy. His parents were nice people, but always very strict. I let my guard down as I knew that they were out and was doing something silly like jumping up and down on the bed while my friend turns on the game. Can't remember exactly, but it was something across those lines. The door to the room where we were in was pretty open and the lights were off on the upstairs landing. We had a lamp on in the room that we were in. That was the only one that had light in the area. All of a sudden, I saw a tall, skinny figure went across the landing from one room to another. The figure very much represented his mom's build, so I froze, felt embarrassed that she had witnessed me silly jumping on the bed in the spare room that we were in. I assumed it must have just came home without us noticing. Not unheard of in their house, as it was brand new and not very creaky. A few moments passed and I asked my friend if his parents were back. He replied confidently, "No, I don't think so." Checked out of the windows and the car was still gone. My body went cold, hair stood up. I was so sure that I'd seen somebody. Told my friend and he seemed spooked too. I was worried I would disrespect the recent tragic events, so I didn't go into too much detail with him. I've honestly never felt so spooked about anything in my life. A friend asked me about this again in the next week, so he claimed he too saw something. But as the tragic events were still so raw, we didn't go much further into it. Well, it was just that 100% embarrassed feeling that I had stayed with me, that feeling that his parents had seen me acting a fool. and the emotions of this feeling turning into a, well, what the fuck was that then? It's like the freakiest thing I've ever witnessed, and hopefully ever will. Shadow of a floating dress. It started as the usual night that you always have. It always did. So it was the summer of 2017 here in the Philippines. And us Filipinos, if you don't know, we have so many beliefs. It's like woven into our culture. We believe in certain things that other people don't. But me? Not me. I'm skeptical about these things. So here's what happened. We had a store in our front and it had a metal roll-up because we sell rice. That was the time where my cousin, who's older than me, stayed at our house. My mom hired him to sell the rice. Every night we slept on the living room because our room upstairs isn't that big of a room. So we improvised on making a bed, so we lay some mattress in our living room so we can actually be comfortable sleeping, even though we're sleeping on the floor. This summer night was different from the summer night that I usually have. My cousin went back to their house to spend the night there, and I was actually going to sleep alone in our living room, but being a skeptical person, I'm not that intrigued that I'm actually sleeping alone. Mainly because why would I be scared of our own house? Been living here since I was 4 years old, and I was already 21 at that time. So midnight came. I think it was around 1 or 2, and I felt like sleeping. Okay, I'll give you guys an idea of what our house looks like. It was a 2-story house. We have our stairs in the middle of the house, in which it divided our living room from our kitchen and dining room. Not much of a room, really. So if you stand by the living room, you could actually see a part of our kitchen. I mentioned that we had like a store and our roll-up was close, so I can't blame it if it's the wind that's going to cause this experience. So there I was about to sleep when I decided to turn off the light in the living room because, well, our house is small, I can leave the light in our kitchen open, so it's not that dark. And then upon lying down, I picked up my phone to set an alarm, and while I'm setting my alarm, there's this slowly moving shadow of a dress floating in our kitchen. I saw its shadow on our tiles because the light was on, and it reflected to the point where it was so visible it went to the CR before it totally disappeared. I immediately stood up out of shock because of what I saw. I stood up, I investigated our kitchen without moving closer. I looked if there was a cloth hanging in the middle of our kitchen that can cast that shadow. But nope, there's not a single thing nor piece of cloth that's placed in the middle of our kitchen. Comfort room. Not familiar with that. But yes, I put the 2 and 2 together. The experience that made me believe in real paranormal shit. This story happened in 2001. I was 14 at the time. I live in Madagascar, and like my previous post here, I'd like to tell you a lot of strange things happens in everyday life here. One day, the mother of my friend lost her expensive handbag with valuables also in it. She really loved that handbag. It was a gift. She desperately wanted to find it. So one person told her that somewhere an old lady could find everything you've lost. She had some kind of supernatural sense to find everything, especially when stolen. So my friend, his mom, and me went to this lady. Her house was like 10 kilometers from my friend's house. None of us have ever seen this old woman. My friend and I stayed in the car while his mom went inside the lady's house. When she came back, she told us that the lady gave her an exact description of where the bag was. She said, "You lost your bag at home. The day you lost it, there were 3 people in the house. A young kid, an older kid, and you, the mom. The younger kid stole the bag. Close to your house, there's a house where an old man lives. The kid often stays in that house. There's a dog in this property. The bag is inside the dog's house." The old lady even gave physical descriptions of my friend and his young cousin who were in their house the day the bag disappeared. The house she was talking about was the house of the kid's grandfather. We went directly to that house immediately after seeing the lady. The bag was where she said it was. It was fucking insane. The bag was right in the dog's house. There's everything in it except the money. And like the lady said, it was pretty believable. Well, unbelievable. That lady was living 10 kilometers away from that neighborhood. Neither my friend, his mom, or me had ever heard about her. It was a very old lady who could barely walk, so it was impossible for her to know the face of my friend and his cousin, and even what happened that day. His cousin was like 10 or 11 years old, and neither him or his family could have known the existence of that woman. I don't know how that lady could know all that stuff. And when we were at that lady's house, there was a goddamn queue to see her. There was like 15 people waiting to see her and ask her for things that were lost. Funny thing is that you didn't even ask money for it. You give what you want. People, some of them at least, give money, others gifts, and others nothing. It was the most insane and unexplainable thing I've ever experienced. I think we'd all enjoy a little bit of her. Mourner's Cries. I was the one who wrote about my terrible girls' night out. But this has nothing to do with that. I don't believe they're in any way connected, since this has been an unusual thing that happens periodically in my life. I have heard it's not uncommon for those who have a strange experience to have more than one strange experience. True. So here's one of the more odd things for me to report. I hear mourning criers as a kind of warning signal of something that I should avoid coming my way. What are mourning criers? So in some older cultures, people would have townsfolk cry and mourn death. So occasionally is sort of an early warning system. I hear women wailing and crying, and when I say hear, I don't really mean with my ears. It's like a sound my brain hears that seems to come from deeper than my own body. Almost through my body into some other place, if that makes any sense. It's pretty old and primal, but it's a woman crying and wailing and carrying on. It's very irritating. It comes with a deep sorrow-filled chest ache that feels like sadness. It's as if I'm grieving a loved one myself. Not a physical pain, but my heart and health are in good condition. I'm a normal person with a career and happy active life. If you've ever been around somebody whose, own tears have moved you to tears, then you can understand how this odd experience sort of tries to grip me and get my undistracted attention. I'm a busy person, so over the years I've come to regard this experience as an annoyance. But I have one other thing that closely relates to it, in the sense that it's like a warning system. I'm one of those people who hear 3 knocks prior to a close death. This is less of an annoyance than a crying, since the knocks are pretty swift and they don't repeat. The crying doesn't end until the danger is past. It's as if I have, unbeknownst to me, stumbled upon a trajectory that I should have embarked on, and my instinct, perhaps, or some extra sense attempts to shepherd me through it. The wails can become quite intense, or they can just become a background noise like tinnitus. And now I've looked online for others who've experienced this. I haven't found anything good. It's not an auditory hallucination because it's not occurring in the ears or the head, more like a bass reverberating inside. So any ideas what this is? The warding necklace broke and I was immediately chased. I'm a very spiritual person. Tarot cards, herbs, incense, cleansing, protective, warding jewelry. I have this one necklace and it has a bell charm, which is supposed to ward off spirits and negative energy with its ringing. Now for the events. I live in a town in southern Finland with a population of about 15,000 people. I was on a night out with some of my friends, and at around 1 a.m. we decided to call it a night and go home. None of us have cars, but 2 of my friends had bikes. but I really didn't feel safe asking for a ride because I have something to drink, and well, I wasn't thinking that I would be encountering anything tonight, so at this point I was alone. There weren't any people around, and I had my AirPods in, and it wasn't a long walking distance, maybe 1.5 kilometers. And well, then the chain of my bell necklace broke, slides off my body and hit the ground. Kneeled down to see if the bell was intact, but while I was grabbing the bell, I just felt anxious. Quickly took the bell, and at first I wasn't running, but I started to hear a kind of howl. It was coming pretty nearby. We have a lot of deer here and some foxes, but this was, well, definitely neither of those. At this point, I was scared shitless, not sure what I imagined or what exactly happened, but I think of it running or walking on 4 legs. When I looked behind, was a bipedal. His back was slouching a bit, and I expected to see a piercing, glowing eye like a cat's. But there barely was a shine, which maybe just freaked me out more. I didn't know if I should hide or run to my now close home or to knock on someone's door. It's very hospitable here. I decided to take a run for it, even though I was quite sure I couldn't outrun it. Then I felt a sharp pain in my calf. Really wanted to just lay on the ground, but my body started running faster. Had my keys in my backpack, so I decided to run in my shed in my backyard, which honestly, now that I think about it, felt pretty dumb. But maybe it was the right thing to do, because I didn't die that night. I'm a 19-year-old student. I knew the police wouldn't have believed me when I said a malevolent entity chased and scared me. But I'm having restless dreams, and when I got back, I was still holding the bell. I wasn't going to prepare it. Now I'm looking to buy a new one, because it lasted for a long while. I really want to answer your questions, and I wasn't really sure can I post the scar I'd left here, so I didn't really post it. It's pretty gory. There's only one explanation to the voice I heard that night. I worked security in 2019 or 2021. One place I was working was a call center. There was 24/7 guards on scene, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 1 overnight. On the overnight shift, there was no one else in the building. All doors were locked and all ID scanners were locked as well. I need you to understand that there's no one else in the building. There's no way anybody could have been in the building with me. This happened in 2020 when everybody was working from home. The security team were the only people in the building. At every odd hour, I would do a patrol around the building, check into all the rooms I had to swipe in and return back to the desk. Other than that, I'd sit there and watch the cameras and turn my switch. One night while I was there for the overnight shift and the other 2 guards left, I had to go on patrol. The lights in the building were all out. It didn't really matter that much because I could see enough with the lights in the parking lot. I'd never really been afraid to walk around alone. I enjoyed the job. I walked through the downstairs, checked all the exits, made sure they're locked, and all the staircases, made sure they're empty. When I went and then I moved to the 2nd floor, and I heard one of the phones ringing out among the desks. Not unheard of, but because of the sensitivity of it all, I really aren't allowed to touch the phones except for the front desk ones. I usually played music to walk around, but this time I left my phone in charge of the desk. There's no device on me that could have made a sound. The phone had since stopped ringing and I was still alone. As I moved to the final part of the building for my patrol, I hear a small thud by the stairwell at the back. It didn't bother me, but I heard a female voice call out, "Help me!" I froze, stayed silent, and didn't move for nearly 15 minutes. It took me a while, but I eventually called out and asked if somebody was there. I didn't dare go over there to try and see. I would have heard something or saw someone moving there, but I didn't finish my patrol that hour and just immediately returned to my desk downstairs when the light was on in the lobby. My boss even asked me. When I told him about it, he just nodded like, "Yeah, that happens sometimes." I didn't hear anything else the entire time I worked after that. I even checked the cameras that were in the area. There was no one there. I always used to figure ghosts were real, or wanted to believe that they were, but that night completely proved to me that ghosts are real. When one asks for your help, you probably shouldn't risk yourself. The couch flipped over. In the early 2000s, my mom was working at an all-girls group home as an assistant supervisor. The house she worked in had a creepy atmosphere. Unexplained smells, sounds, and silhouettes. The female residents approached her, and her work partner had to do some form of a seance since they were into that kind of thing. It was a Friday night, so the residents were bored, wanted something fun to do. The supervisor herself was pretty, well, the supervisor herself was indigenous, so she seemed on board with the idea, even if only to entertain the girls so they'd stop misbehaving for the night. Everybody went to the basement. Everybody was accounted for, meaning nobody was upstairs or missing whatsoever. The head supervisor sat on a couch long enough for 3 people or so, but sat alone. The resident sat on the floor in front of her. My mom sat in a chair off to the side. They turned the lights off. There was like a laundry room connected to the basement room that was lit up, and the door was still left ajar, which is important for later. The head supervisor led the group by asking questions out loud. As she started to ask questions out loud to the room, she had asked for something or someone to prove that they were present by making sounds or producing smells. My mom then smelled something, not rotten or gross, but more so sweet. It was really quiet, so she continued asking more questions. She had asked something similar to the question of, "Are you responsible for the heavy and negative aura of this home?" As she continued on, all of a sudden it happened. The couch the supervisor was on, it flipped over. The supervisor went flying into the air in front of the residents. Nobody could have pushed the couch at all. The girls were sitting in front of the couch, and because the small light from the door left ajar, they were able to see how everybody was still sitting in the front. It wasn't possible for the supervisor to have flipped the couch alone. She was a very tiny and petite woman. The couch was a very large, heavy couch, basically making it impossible for her to have tried to prank them. She also seemed incredibly freaked out and afterwards ran upstairs with everybody else. It was clear that there was some form of activity or weirdness or bad feeling in the home. After that night, even years later, weird occurrences kept happening and the negative aura never went away. Every time my mom would enter the basement to do laundry or other tasks, she'd feel as though she was being watched. I myself was actually able to go to that house once, and the vibe was not good from what I remember, even though at the time I wasn't really aware of the story yet. Trying to make sense of bizarre Ouija experiences, 10 years age. 10 years ago, my cousin and I were just messing around with the paper Ouija board. I was in a weird skeptic phase. I followed all kinds of people in the skeptic community like Penn Jillette, Hitchens, and James Randi. I wanted to see what happened if I arranged the experiment differently. I wanted to disprove Ouija boards, but I got a completely unexpected and unexplained but repeatable result. We set up a printed Ouija board with a paper cursor. We asked it questions. Then we would see if it would respond with the paper cursor. To my complete surprise, it did. It's been buzzing in my head once in a while, completely shattering everything I thought I knew. I just can't get over it. I'm desperately seeking answers only to be told that something else is blowing on it. And I repeated this several times. Maybe the AC was doing it, but later explained how that didn't even make sense. I guess I'll try again here. This is just one of the several sessions, including one that I did alone. Here's some details. I did this in 4 different locations. The place where I was living and work, the hotel room, which works, the aunt's house, who was always fascinated with stuff, also works, and the new apartment. Didn't work. I did this with different groups of people, like me alone, me with my cousin, me with my uncle, me with my cousin, me with my uncle, me with my cousin, me with my cousin. It responded consistently after asking questions, but it'll become weaker as the session goes. We did ask it to flicker the candle, and it did flicker the candle noticeably many times. Later on the video, I asked it, like, math questions, and it did correctly blow to the letters. Also, later on the video, I stupidly taunted it. It got angry, I guess, and kept blowing the cursor every time I placed it. We did these sessions across almost an entire year, including in January early evening when the AC was on. I did suspect maybe it was an amazing coincidence that the AC could be blowing on it. I literally had to put the thing 2 feet next to the AC to make it blow. Temperature during the session dropped. I can only feel the wave of coldness while waiting for an answer. This has been bugging me for years. I really want answers. What's really happening? Would appreciate somebody pointing me in the right direction. Strange person/apparition on the beach. This happened in Daytona Beach, Florida in 2012. It was the summer between my freshman and sophomore years in high school. A little bit of background. My grandparents lived in Florida at the time, closest to Daytona but not Daytona itself. We decided to take a vacation within a vacation, spent a week at a hotel in Daytona. When we got there, for whatever reason, my grandparents decided they didn't want to stay. They would just come pick me and my mom up at the end of the weekend, since they lived maybe only an hour away. My mom and I asked them to drop us off at a Joe's Crab Shack for dinner, and we were going to go walk back to our hotel. Somehow we completely misjudged how far away the restaurant was from our hotel, so it ended up being an insanely long walk. Like 6 or 7 miles, which is like we were thinking 2 or 3. So on the way back to the hotel, it got pretty dark on us. There was enough light from the street to be able to see pretty decently, but to get up to the street, we'd have to go through an alleyway. We didn't feel comfortable with that, so we decided to stay at the beach. Now, I want to say even though it was dark, there was a full moon and enough light from the street that whenever we passed by a person, we could clearly make out their face, if we were close enough. So while the dark may have played a small factor in this, I don't think it was enough of a factor to dismiss the experience. So as we're walking, we see a light, like sort of a light-headed thing toward us, like 6-ish feet off the ground. We weren't too concerned because it looked like somebody going the opposite direction as us, wearing a headlamp, taking a nighttime stroll on the beach. As the light got closer, we noticed that the light was extremely steady, not like somebody walking, especially not like somebody walking on the sand. As it got close to us, this is what we saw. Cloaked figure wearing a brown monk-like cloak with a large hood. Wasn't walking, but just gliding along. There were no visible feet, there was no light shining out from under the hood of the cloak. And there was no face, except for the light. It appeared to be completely black inside. Almost like an empty cloak just floating through the air without a person inside of it. It didn't seem to notice us and just glided on past. My mom and I remembered this exactly the same. And I'm a very scientific person, pretty skeptical. But I still can't really explain this. It was definitely light enough that we should have seen a face or feet. Has anybody else come across something like this? Story. Back during the 1970s, my mother worked as a nurse in a hospital. It was an autumn night and she and her coworker were at their station for the evening. Her coworker's husband had been in another wing in the hospital, terminally ill for some time prior. Suddenly, my mother felt an extremely cold, hollow, shuffling presence lurch down the hallway past her. Disturbed her to the core of her being. She turned to her coworker and said, "Something dead just walked past me." The phone rang suddenly. Her coworker's husband had died a few minutes prior, and I was at the other end of the hospital. I live in an apartment alone. As with, any lonely house, nighttime can sometimes be strange. But until recently, I chalked it up to sounds a house makes at night, what they call settling. I also have been a skeptic of ghost stories. My family had their brushes with ghosts and tales to match, but I'd always shrugged them off. That was until one night a few months ago. It was around 11 p.m. at night. The air conditioner was off. Suddenly, an ice cold presence made its way past me. It felt like a humanoid shape, but utterly cold. Absolutely disturbing. Something about it went through my body. I also suddenly had a severe sensation that I wasn't alone, and that I was being watched. My first instinct was that a home invader had gotten into the house either just then or a while ago. They were making their presence known. The hairs on my arms stood like spikes, but I resisted the urge to call the police and went through every room of the house, checking every closet. As I walked the hall, I kept looking back over my shoulder. I had the distinct sensation that I couldn't shake, and that there was definitely somebody behind me, just watching me. I had the urge to hunker down and prepare for a fight, if need be. The check of the house showed that there was absolutely not a single living soul besides myself, but that presence was real as anything I'd ever encountered. I don't use drugs or have any history of mental illness. I was a skeptic before, but I'm not any longer. There's strange things in this world, and I got my first and hopefully last direct brush with them. Breathing over my ear in a country house. This was my last summer in our country house because we were selling it. It was 2016 and I was 16 years old at that point. Usually I came there at the beginning of the summer and left at the end. But in the middle of the summer, my parents and other relatives came and we all lived there in a big group. Then at the end of summer, everybody left. It was the day when my parents went back to another city, and my sister and I left for another week with my grandparents in the country house. It was evening. Everything was as usual. I went for a walk with friends from neighboring areas. My grandmother went to a city because she likes to spend the night in the city. My grandfather and my sister stayed the last day or so to spend the night in the country house. Grandfather doesn't sleep in the house all summer, but he does go to bed in a gazebo on the street. I had to spend the night in the house with my sister. She slept on the first floor and I in the second. Went up to the second floor, calmly made my bed, and when I turned off the light, it became a little bit creepy. But I quickly crawled under the covers and everything became normal. But for some reason, I couldn't sleep for a very long time. I tossed and turned in bed until 2 a.m. Although I went to bed as usual, I went to bed at exactly 10 p.m. Couldn't fall asleep until 2 because all sorts of terrible thoughts. I'm lying on the roof with my head under the blanket and I'm getting hot. About to throw off the blanket. Then I began to hear heavy breathing right over my ear through the blanket. First I thought maybe it was me breathing and the sound on the blanket was reflected so loudly that I could hear myself so loudly. Maybe I heard my own breath. But the breathing above my ear didn't stop. I lay there for about 10 minutes listening to this breathing. Then it stopped. I lay under the blanket for a little longer. Then I jumped up sharply and looked around. There was no one there. So I decided to go to sleep on the first floor and fell asleep there peacefully. Nothing like this has ever happened to me again. And another note, it was definitely not sleep paralysis because I could move. I was lying facing the stairs and I would have seen somebody had they gone up and would have heard very loud doors opening in the house and very creaky floors. Doors were prohibited key. Girlfriend has attached a shadow entity to me. Please help. Whether my eyes are open or closed, I see blue eye that fades away and never fully reveals itself. What is this eye? How do I get rid of it? It's always the same eye, partially hidden but always present. This eye also tries to deceive me by showing me what I want to see during meditation. But you see, it's been 72 hours. The same thing is still here. Background. No one will really believe this until you're living it. but I met this girl 6 months ago. She has bipolar disorder and sometimes uses names to describe her higher self. Bit of new age stuff, but she constantly yelled about shadow people following her and would randomly claim that she would come back from the dead. Obviously didn't take it seriously. I lucid dream every single night. Had sleep paralysis for 14 years, but I've never seen a demon. Turns out I didn't need to be in sleep paralysis to experience something bizarre. I was microdosing DMT, and no, not me, her. I watched her take it. Her black hair literally turned red, including her eyebrows and eyelids. Didn't believe it was real, just hallucination. The process was repeatable 12 consecutive times with the same result. Kept it to myself. When I asked my 2 friends to describe what they saw, they described the identical thing. Finally, I asked her if she knew. That's when her face, I swear to God, transformed from a beautiful woman to like a gremlin ogre. It smiled and said, "What? You don't want to fuck anymore?" I said, "I don't. This is disgusting." The ogre then collapsed. The red changed back to black and she woke up normal, asking what happened. I don't know, but I think we need to protect ourselves from demons. We went to bed, and now the eye described has been attached ever since. And of course she said she did something, and of course she did something to watch over me when I was asleep. And I told her I don't want it. She said it wasn't her anymore, and is evil. Can't help me. But she described it exactly. No, I don't trust her. And I don't trust her for you. Angel or a stalker ghost? This is a story I heard from my cousin. I also overheard some of the details. I'll tell what I personally heard and what was told to me. So we live in Pune City in India. The area we live in is, well, not at all haunted, nor does it feel spooky. My cousin worked in an IT firm almost 20 kilometers away from his house, so we took the bus or a cab. I was 14 at that time, and I was visiting him and my other cousin for the weekend. So this is the part I was told by him 2 weeks ago. Almost 6 years had passed, and I still find it creepy. It was raining heavily that night, and it was almost midnight. He left his office on time, but was caught in heavy rains. Snow cap was in sight. Fortunately, he got on a bus which dropped him almost a kilometer near his house. He decided that as he's already wet from the rain, he'll just walk home. Just at that time, an auto rickshaw stopped by and offered help. He agreed, and just as he got inside, another man came to the rickshaw requesting help. My cousin said the other person was very old, wearing a village turban over his head. Most likely in his 80s, so the old guy wanted to go, and, well, the rickshaw driver is really a good-hearted person. He agreed to help both of them. He dropped my brother off first near a colony, then went away with the old guy. Now, there was a 5-minute walk from where my cousin dropped off, and no other vehicle other than a bike could actually travel on the narrow path my cousin was walking. He reached the staircase of our building and saw the same old man sitting on the opposite staircase. His eyes were fixated on him and spoke monotonously to my cousin, just making sure you reached home safely. My brother panicked and ran up the stairs and banged on our door. As soon as we opened it, he yelled up at us and told us to come here. We wanted to come here and pray with him. We were all confused, but did as he said. After a while, he was telling our aunt all about this encounter. He was sweating profusely. I overheard something about a man following him, but I didn't give it much thought at the time. 2 weeks ago, he told me about this when he was once again talking to my aunt and sweating heavily. He said he saw the same old man in the same outfit outside his office building. Till today, we didn't find out who or what that old guy was. I have tons of paranormal encounter stories, and I have myself experienced some of them. Story time. So one night, me and my sister and her friends went to this carnival. It was in another town about an hour from home. We had a good time. Decided to go get food in another town that was a little bit further. So we're pretty far out in the country. We was driving on a fairly busy road around 12 a.m. That's when I saw this woman walking along the road with a reflective vest on. She had some weird shit on her head and she looked like a squid. But it looked like a bunch of clothes just on her head and we all noticed it and just like, what the fuck, but we did brush it off. Now, we're on the way home. My sister's taking a long way for some reason. We're starting to get out of town, onto the back roads. If you know anything about the back roads in Tennessee, Appalachia, then you know. Well, anyways, it's been about 20 minutes since we'd seen that girl. And we see this guy wearing the same shit walking on the same side of the road. Wasn't a straight shot either. Been like we're driving. He's wearing the same shit reflective vest and we started getting creeped out. The only thing we kept saying was just like, what the fuck? 20 minutes later, we keep seeing these people. Started really freaking us the fuck out when we realized these people were walking on small, like, back roads, no flashlights in the middle of the woods, middle of nowhere. Some were women. Like, what kind of girl would do that? Anyways, we started, like, actually talking about it. That's because it's weird. Like, my sister took a turn and we'd seen a bunch of them walking in a line. They had reflective vests on and backpacks and this weird shit on their head. I don't know what it was. Couldn't make it out, but one of my sister's friends yelled out, "The fuck are you?" Eloquent. We zoomed, bro. But we saw where they were walking. I looked over and they had all these wooden chairs lined up under a canopy. It was just sitting, no lights. It's like 1 a.m. and the only reason I was able to see them was from our headlight. And we got the fuck out and was driving for a bit and we saw this police car with a reflective vest hanging up in his car. It's like, probably normal, but them, people, weren't for sure. It was so creepy having to drive past them, especially on a small road in the middle of the woods, but let me know what y'all think about this. My mom was dead for several minutes. When she just turned 18, my mom was hit by a city truck. It had run a red light. Her collarbone was crushed. She had slammed her head against the window so hard that the paramedics declared her dead at the scene. Despite being revived in the ambulance, her parents were called and told that she had died. The local news station also reported the incident as having killed her. She arrived at the hospital. She was alive but unconscious. She remained in a coma for several weeks before waking up in a confused state. At the time, she couldn't remember what had happened to her in the moments leading up to the incident, nor could she recall anything from her comatose state. Her mother was sent to a rehabilitation center previously used as a tuberculosis ward in the 60s. While there, she was horribly mistreated by hospital staff, even recalls being molested and watched while taking showers. I'm a firm believer in the idea that some people, in order to heal from traumatic events, choose not to remember them at all. Yeah, definitely true. I also believed up until recently that this was the coping mechanism my mom used to overcome the trauma surrounding her incident. However, recently my mom started seeing a therapist in an attempt to unlock the memories of an event in order to, for her to heal from them further. She called me a couple of nights ago waking from a dream in which she could recall her comatose state. The following is what she told me she can remember. She told me that she remembers hearing people's voices around her, parents crying and my father staying by her side the entire time. She remembers hearing many voices all the time and being unable to respond to them. She remembers feeling trapped in her body, unable to move or tell anybody what was going on. She says that she can remember waking up and still feeling trapped for a long time while her body began to adjust to life again. She told me it was the most painful, miserable experience of her life. That she was so grateful that she could remember it because she'd always been racking her brain for those memories that she knew that she had. Moral of the story: if somebody you care about is in a coma, talk to them. Even if you know they can't respond, the sound of your voice will kind of calm them, let them know that you're there. A weird tree appeared outside of my window. I, an 18-year-old male that loves to look outside of the window while I'm doing something in my bedroom, like studying or playing some video games, that was until one day I noticed something. In the distance, I'd seen some tree. A tree that I'd never seen before in 18 years. At first, I thought probably I didn't notice until now. The following days, I couldn't sleep. Strange things happened to me late at night. I will list them here. The light. Between 1 and 3 a.m., some sort of a light appeared in my bedroom. This light could only be seen clearly out of the corner of my eye, but when I put my eye on it, it disappeared to return later. This light curiously didn't emit light. It was like a flashlight that focused on you but said flashlight didn't illuminate. 2. The man in the window. A shadow who watched me in the night. Always when I would randomly wake up in the night, I would see this head. It was usually my dog. Go and try to bark at it. The thing made me sleep with the window closed the whole summer. 3. The tree. Speaking about this tree, I do nothing, but one day it just appeared near my house. From my window, I can see the avenue trees, which measure more than 30 meters. This tree's about 150 meters away from the avenue. So one day I tried to find that tree, but once I crossed the avenue and looked at the horizon again to find the tree, I couldn't find it. So I walked a little more, nothing. Taking into account that due to the distance and height of the tree on the avenue, this one should measure the same or even more. So then I gave up only to find willows and orange trees. It's been 1 year since I found this weird tree, and it really freaked me out. I lost the photos of my old phone from the view of my window before the trees. One friend of mine said that I probably got interchanged between universes. So, one who knows, probably there's another me writing about how this tree disappeared. Hope this community can help me with this, or at least an explanation. Intervention experience. Anyone ever have one? So my dad's aunt passed away some years ago. My parents and I went to the funeral mass. It was in an old part of town, so street-only parking. My dad proceeds to parallel park, and this tall older gentleman, I would guess maybe 6'6", because he towered over my dad, who's like 5'10" or 11, came from behind the hearse. He was frantically notifying us not to park there. There was no reason, like a fire lane, no parking sign, or not to park there, so my dad parks further down. Get out of the car, proceed to walk to the church. We passed this tall older gentleman. He expresses again, "You guys made a good move not parking there." So my dad and I were obviously perplexed by this statement, and what's strange is I firmly believe when you have a life-altering experience, your brain goes into detailed memory mode. What I remember the most is how this guy was dressed. Royal blue fur lapels on the jacket, wider brim fedora with a purple feather on the band. Like something out of the 70s. This was 2008. My dad said something to the effect of, "Nice weather today we're having." He jokes with me before we head to church. Man, the guy was dressed like Superfly. So we go to the funeral mass. This is one of those funerals where there's a car procession to the cemetery. There's a car in the spot that this taller, older gentleman told us not to park in. I even joked with my dad because this guy was frantic. Like, why could they park there and not us? My dad shrugs, we get into the car. I have about a 10-mile trip from the church to the cemetery out in the burbs. It goes on a pretty busy road with a lot of intersections. Car behind us, and the procession is the car that parked in that spot that told us not to. It was crossing one of the intersections. The driver wasn't paying attention and slammed into the car behind us. Fortunately, it was a front-end hit. People behind us were okay. We get to the cemetery, and my dad was adamant to say thank you to this tall older gentleman. Get him a case of beer or something. So we talked to the funeral director because we presumed he was part of the staff because he's with the casket dolly. They have no idea who this guy is, nor did we see him at the cemetery or at the church when we left after the funeral mass. I saw ghosts and maybe traveled to another dimension. I don't know if I'm going crazy. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Peru. Paranormal things started happening in my house with simple things. You know, like seeing shadows, hearing noises, and things like that. But lately, stranger things have been happening. A few weeks ago, I was in the bathroom washing my face. That's when I saw a shadow quickly pass by in the mirror. Thought it was my little nephew. I asked my sister, which was his mom, and she said, "Did you see it too?" The baby's in the living room. We both wondered what it was. Couldn't find anything. A couple of days ago, I was at a family shop in the market. I was bored since there was no customers, so I leaned on the counter. For a moment, I felt my body extremely light and a chill. Suddenly, everything around me changed. The aisle where my shop just became longer. The floor was better paved. The stalls changed from the market's original green to like a blue. People appeared out of nowhere, continued to write comfortably, even the radio music changed. Lasted like a few seconds. I stood up in confusion. Everything went back to normal. After that, I felt chills. My heart was racing and I just felt generally unwell. Today, before closing the shop, I went to the bathroom. I was alone at the urinal. I saw a small shadow pass behind me. The walls were porcelain, so you could kind of slightly see reflections. Something was behind me, so I quickly turned around and there was nothing. The bathroom was still empty. Told my mom and my girlfriend everything I wrote each different times. But both times I felt the same chill, like this pressure in my chest. Started trembling the same way I am now as I write this. I don't know if I'm going crazy or if something else is happening. Has anybody experienced something similar? My mom didn't believe me and said I must have imagined it due to being tired. My girlfriend says she doesn't believe me in those things, but remains sort of neutral. Any help would be appreciated. Dead mother appears in picture. I had a roommate named Susie. She was a 36-year-old female. She was staying with us at my parents' house. It's a long-time family friend. One night I went out with some friends for dinner and invited her to join us. We began to talk about paranormal experiences. She's very attentive and quiet. After the topic was starting to end, she sort of pulls out her phone and shows us a picture. What looks like a selfie of her and a man in a hospital bed and a lady standing next to the man in the bed. Me being confused, I tell her I don't get it. She asks me, "Did you ever get to meet my mom?" She assumed because she's a family friend for so many years that I knew her. I said no. She then begins to tell me the context of that photo. Her mom died years before. The story takes place in Mexico. Her brother had got surgery and at the time she was working at Home Depot. She would take care of him from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and would switch with another sister every day at 2 p.m. That was since she started work at 3 p.m. And in Mexico, the most common way of transportation is by bus or taxi. But anyways, one day the sister that was going to replace her at the hospital was running late. So Susie calls her boss to let her know that she was running late. However, 2 people had called off and were already understaffed. Her boss was really annoyed and hung up on her. Susie, trying to prove to her that she was really late because of the sister's circumstance, she decides to send a selfie with a text saying, "You see, it's just me and my brother and I can't leave him alone." Her boss texts her back almost immediately saying, "You think I'm stupid?" "Then who is that next to your brother?" Confused, she looks at the phone and you clearly see a woman in the picture. I asked her if she had the picture and she did. She told me, I know your mom and your dad, they've met my mom. When we get home, we'll show them this picture. We'll ask them who it is in the picture. The picture was clear. It wasn't a shadow that looked like her or anything. It was a full person. Unfortunately, like in many cases with roommates, we had to kick her out due to some circumstances. We're no longer in contact. Would have loved to share the picture. You can still go back. Ouija experience. Not too long ago, my good friend, let's call him Jeff, used to live in this apartment complex right around the corner from me. We spent a good amount of time hanging out at his place. It was undoubtedly haunted by someone or something. There'd often be things that a place moved around or just simply pushed off whatever surface it was on. There was also this feeling of uneasiness and dread that sometimes lingered in the air. And all that combined really made me want to get a Ouija board, talk to whatever spirit was there. Around the same time my great-grandmother was moving out of her house. She'd lived there for 20-something years, so we helped her clear out the place, and coincidentally enough, I came across a board. Casually took it with me. My mother and grandmother aren't quite fond of those things. Knowing about it, they wouldn't want to, well, I guess they would have just wanted to simply throw it out, but I wanted to keep it. It was dusty and old and obviously hadn't been played with in quite some time. So I bring the board to Jeff's house. We played with it. The first session, we just come into contact with a couple of spirits. It's pretty intriguing, but we called it a night, ended the session, and headed to bed. The next night, when he got out of work, we went back to his place again. Started another session. But something didn't feel right this time, though. It felt wrong and made my stomach queasy. When I asked if anybody was present, it took about 20 minutes for a response. We moved to yes quickly, which I found odd because usually benevolent spirits are slower. But this planchette almost came out from under our fingers. Then we asked for a name which sent chills to the inner core of my body. Repeatedly went from Z to U over and over again. Zuzu. Holy shit. Started freaking out and we demanded to say goodbye, but it wouldn't let us, making me panic even more than I already was. Then it started spinning. It was spinning in the figure of an infinity symbol before it spelled out run. Then it flew to goodbye and the board flipped itself over. It was exactly 3 a.m. when all that happened. Later that week, Jeff called a priest to his house and it was blessed. He said it had an extremely dark feeling to the house, or something of the sort. Shortly after that, we put the board away and haven't really played with it much. I do not blame you. See ya. Induced possession. Here in Madagascar, we have a tradition called tromba. You can Google it. It's a possession provoked. It's not a possession by demons or the devil. The person is possessed by another person who died previously. People have practiced often this ritual to ask questions to their ancestors or a person who died recently, and I was one day in 2012 invited to one of my tromba. My mom spent her childhood in the west coast of Madagascar, where people practice tromba very often. She witnessed a lot of them in their early life. So one day when we were on holidays in the west coast, she asked us if we'd like to see a tromba. At first I was afraid, but finally my brother and 2 cousins followed my mom to watch one. The ritual is simple. The sorcerer chose one person to be the host, and then he summoned the spirit to enter this host, and the conversation can begin. This time the tromba happened in a remote village. There wasn't even electricity in the small town. The chosen host was an old lady, a very, very old one, maybe in her 70s. After the summoning, the old lady started to have convulsions like an epilepsy crisis. Then everything stops. So she started to smoke cigarettes, a ton of cigarettes. She was smoking like 3 cigarettes at the same time. She also drank a lot of alcohol, like very heavy rum. But she never seemed to be drunk. Then she started to talk. My God, it was a goddamn man voice. I was sure at the moment that she was faking it, like imitating a male voice, but when she started to climb a tree, I almost shat my pants. When she began the ritual, she could barely walk. Now she was in a mango tree at maybe 3 meters from the ground at least. After drinking something like half a liter of heavy rum. I didn't mention that she was speaking fucking English. In a remote village where there isn't even a school, she was able to speak English. My mom told me that it was the spirit of a British sailor from the 18th century that was summoned. In 2019, there was another case in the capital. That's in Antananarivo. It's involving a family member, but I didn't want to attend it. I'm afraid of all that stuff now that I have kids. I don't know why. I'm afraid for my kids, too. The anniversary clock. I was 10 years old watching TV with my older sister. They were in their early 20s. They would often babysit me while our mom was out of the house. It was just another benign evening with a small anniversary clock. Clock about 12 inches tall, all encased in glass with a small brass fixture at the bottom. Caught our attention. The clock had been in our family for years, and as long as I could remember, it never worked. The clock stayed on top of the TV as more of a decorative piece than anything, as were a number of other things, as this was in the 80s where big boxy TVs took up large spaces in living rooms. Anyway, my sister and I were watching TV. That's when suddenly we both noticed simultaneously that the hands on the clock started moving. Slowly at first, but accelerating quickly until it was too hard to make out which hand was which. After about a minute watching the hands spin, bringing the clock back to life for the first time in decades, the hands came to a jolting stop. My sister, being the brave adult she was, examined the clock and found no batteries inside. It wasn't plugged in or anything, and both of us were totally mystified at what we both experienced. When our mom returned later that evening, we told her everything. We were met with some skepticism, as one might expect, not to see it themselves. The next day, my mother received a phone call from a distant relative. The call was to inform us that our great-grand-aunt, one that had been really close with my sister early in her childhood, had passed away the day before after short illness. Saddened by the news, we couldn't help but link the passing to the abnormal experience the night before. We asked her mother what time our aunt had passed the day before, and she said 5:30 a.m. We raced over to the clock where there, clear as day, the hands stopped at exactly 5:30. In another circumstantial twist of fate, 15 years later I'd end up meeting my future wife on May 30th, 2005. Or 5:30. Ended up getting married on May 30th, 2009, or 5:30. Entity potentially following me. I've grown up with paranormal activity. Things falling off shelves, electronics turning on and off, whispers, animals freaking out over nothing, shadows, in some instances freakier than others, but mostly harmless stuff. Got to the point where something would happen and my family would just shrug and say it was the family ghost. There were a few things that did bother me. I always closed my closet doors every single night before bed, but by morning somehow they would always be open. Always freaked me out the most, and even into adulthood I get really anxious if my closet's open. Whenever a pet that was very close to us died, the activity would pick up, become more aggressive. During those times, I felt unsafe and uncomfortable in my old childhood home. I saw shadows more often, and the activity was much more frequent. Instead of the TV just turning on, for example, it would turn on to full blast volume in the middle of the night, waking everyone up. When I finally moved out, I noticed that the activity stopped. It wasn't so much easier to fall asleep, but I felt that weight gone. But it didn't last. After about 6 months, activity started again. Small things I brushed off, but after a while felt heavy, like something was watching, and every single night something would occur. My family mentioned not really noticing anything weird happening in their home anymore, but they felt like something was missing. Such a huge part of their everyday life. It's been about 10 years of this now. I'll move to a new place, and it's quiet for a couple months, and then pictures are flying off walls, and whispers start, and shadows are seen. My partner's only been with me for 2 years now, and is pretty super denier of all things paranormal, but we both heard something whisper his name one night. Does anybody have any idea what this could have been happening or potentially following me from place to place? I always thought entities could attach themselves to places, people, or things, but find it weird that when I move and it disappears for a month or 6, and then activity slowly picks up again. Escalates the longer I stay in one place. I've never felt unsafe other than when a pet member close to me in the household's passed away for a brief amount of time. I need help. Since I was 14 years old, I've had a repeated encounter that only happened specifically on Wednesdays. To start it off, I was laying in bed getting ready to sleep and having this very overwhelming feeling and shooting myself up to sit up. I seen a figure of a man. The next morning, my aunt, who was living with me, told I was screaming uncontrollably before she got downstairs to sleep. That's where then I spent the next 5 days. I braved it and finally went back into my own bedroom. All was fine, thinking that it was just sleep paralysis. But as the next Wednesday came around, I heard voices speaking to me, sounding like my late father. Also sounded like my mother's voice. Sometimes it would give comfort, but it scared the crap out of me. It took a few Wednesdays to realize the pattern after this, but as I was still young, I had school the next day. And I was in a religious education class. That's when I saw the exact same figure walking by the door, and I completely lost it in class. I'm not one to lose my temper or emotions easily, so this had me sent to a room where I spent the whole day. Teachers asking me to draw things and explain, but I could tell no one believed me. Well, I know those rooms. Those were the only 2 encounters with the figure. The voices continued for a year. I learned to cope with it with music or earplugs and eventually just stopped. We went on family vacation to a restaurant my other aunt just wanted to brave as she'd been possessed many years prior here. Whoa. The place felt odd and, well, it could have just been from knowing that, what she went through. That night the villa was definitely being messed with as doors were shutting and opening and shadows on the walls walking past. I feared we had brought them back with us. This was the last night of the vacation, and only once I got home it started again. The only Wednesdays. Can't tell at this point if ever since the first time I've been so sort of, subconsciously scared it'll happen that it does, or if I'm just genuinely being haunted. The second one. More Everett Building spookies. So a year ago, I started posting about an apartment building I used to help manage. A few people wanted more, but life was getting in the way, and a few small bits that happened in the building. They're as follows. My boys were 2 and 4 at that time. My eldest was and is a runner. If he wanted to go, there's little that could be done to stop him. So he was frequently dipping out of the door and running through the building. I was looking for CC as he'd been quiet for far too long and wasn't answering me. And on this particular day, my ex-D had just stepped in our apartment to ask me about some work I had done that night before in the empty unit. He was standing in the doorways, and I watched the little boy dart behind him and up the stairs. Thump, 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 thump. God damn it. I pushed past D, and as the steps continued around the landing and up the next flight, I got halfway up the bottom set, and D stops me. What are you doing? Did you not just see CC run up the stairs? The stairs were less than 2 feet from her door. Both boys are right here. They poked their heads around the doorframe. They just came out from under the couch. Then who just ran up the stairs? Could have swore he just ran out from the back room past you and all the way up the stairs. Well, it wasn't CC. What he looked like. He looked exactly like CC, like yay tall, blonde hair, and he was wearing brown. Make note of CC wearing blue. So, you see him too. End of that conversation. I don't know how many times I killed myself running up 3 flights of stairs chasing that little boy thinking my son had slipped out. We had the only kid in the building. Couldn't be a neighborhood kid, you need keys to get in. And D sometimes later informed me that when he'd be working at the night in the unit, or on days when all the tenants were out, he would hear giggling and the doors would close. His tools and keys would be moved if he left the room. Word in the neighborhood was that the building was once an orphanage belonging to the church next door. Being a softie for kids, D would ask that his tools and keys please be put back, and he'd leave the room. Find something to do for a few minutes and he'd come back and his stuff had been returned. Double homicide in my living room. Around January of 2016, my dad moved into a new home following his divorce with my mom. As we were unpacking boxes, he was singing. I noticed something singing back to him near the back of the house where the bathrooms are. When he looked around to see if anybody was in his house, it was empty, of course. Small sounds and occurrences like this continued to happen for a few months. One night, my dad and I were both in our room sleeping. That's when I heard a cluster of voices coming from the hallway. My dad always kept his bedroom door open at night because we have a dog. He usually also kept the TV on, so I figured it was like dialogue from a TV program. The next morning, my dad asked me if I heard voices in the night. He explained that he could hear them, and they were clearly speaking English, but I couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. I had heard the same thing. Around Christmas of the same year, my dad had set up a small tree with presents underneath it. We had gone to bed, and in the morning all the presents were moved from under the tree into the living room at the front of the house. Our groceries were constantly being tampered with, and we could hear them rustling through the bags and looking at what we had bought. Small things of mine like hair clips and accessories were just constantly being misplaced and replaced in their original spot. After a few months of this, my dad found an article from 2013 regarding a gang-related double homicide at this exact address. Wow. A man had come to the house, shot 2 men in the front room while their children were in the home. After the man was apprehended, he was murdered in jail. Ever since then, the noises that we hear, they don't bother us as much anymore. Still a little bit creepy, especially since no one disclosed the homicide when my dad initially bought the house. I asked one of her neighbors about it, but she didn't like talking about it. She told me that I shouldn't look into it further. I remember her distinctly telling me not to dig around because it can upset the spirits in the house. I don't know about you guys, but if I heard about a double homicide in my house, I would have to dig a little bit further. Just curious, your thoughts? You can believe me or not, but this is my story. I used to be an atheist as a child, and my parents were both addicts. I was about 10 years old, my little brother was 9 years old, and my mom had like a bathroom in a room that had a large sink counter and a toilet on one side of the room, and the other side had like a full-size shower and tub, and a closet. I was sitting on my mother's bed with her, and on her flip phone was just ringing in her bathroom counter. So I got up to grab it, and she followed behind me, because she didn't want me answering her phone. Right when I put my hand out to grab her phone, I could read on the screen on the front that my dad or daddy on her phone was calling. And as my hand just went out to grab it, I swear it started levitating about 6 whole inches off the counter. Me and my mother are both witnessing this and frozen in shock. Slowly, while the phone's still levitating, it glides all the way across the counter, drops in the toilet. Me and her start freaking out, so my little brother heard the commotion and came in here to check it out. He saw the phone in the toilet, walked past us, went to grab it out. Right when he grabbed it out, the closet door starts pounding. It's like somebody's inside beating on it with 2 fists. My mother, just being a deckhand, always seems to have a pocket knife on her, so she pulled it out of her waistband, opened the blade so she went to open the closet door. All the clothes were swinging in unison. That went on for about 5 seconds, then it stopped. We were all a bit shook up from what we just witnessed. My brother, my mom, and I all just waited on the couch for my dad to get home. When he got home, I don't know if he didn't believe us or if he was just being a dick from being on Xanax. He went in the bathroom and started yelling, "Demon, be gone, or I will throw holy water on you." He was freaking out because he wasn't taking it seriously. But since he yelled, nothing ever happened again in the next 6 years we lived there. That house is bulldozed a lot in Alabama now. Just curious what your thoughts are of this experience. Is this guy following me around? Our last home we moved down about 5 years ago was extremely haunted. The guy who built the house died in it about 30 years prior to us moving in. We're pretty sure that he wasn't stoked on the constant revolving door of young tenants. Within the first day of us moving in, it said my name out loud, started knocking on door frames, something that would pretty much continue almost 24/7 for a year. Just generally made us all uncomfortable. One night it even knocked a book off my mantle onto my head while I was sleeping. Left a pretty bad bruise. It would stop our laundry machines mid-wash or dry and open both the doors when we left the room. Scooted stuff around our kitchen. Often showed itself when we had guests and would scare them out of the house. Overall, very spooky. When we moved out, we moved into the house directly behind it. Our first day here, my roommates and I were chatting across the house and we heard a very distinct sound of books being picked up in a stack, dropped very deliberately onto the ground. A sound we both heard and reacted to. Said the same thing as to, what it was that we heard. We went into the living room and nothing was moved around. No books had fallen over, and in the 5 years we've been here, the only other strange thing that's happened was yesterday. Coincidentally, the day we started moving into a new house. I started to walk out the door when I heard a loud, snarling yap. Thought my dog had snapped at each other and started to fight behind me. It scared me so bad I jumped and whirled around instantly. My dogs were lying down, completely calm and away from each other, and now alerting to something behind me, like right where I heard the noise coming from. It's very weird and out of character for a new home. But I'm convinced it's our old ghost here to fuck with us one last time before we move further away on him. Has this ever happened to anybody who's lived in a haunted home and moved somewhere where that property touches their new one? We will find out. Unexplained event in bakery. Just a little backstory. I work in the bakery department for a well-known company. And in my store, there's 3 people involved. My supervisor, we'll name her Lindsay. My coworker, we'll name her Megan. And me. I had just clocked into work, about 1:30 p.m. I walked into the break room, got a drink, and saw Lindsay sitting down on her lunch break. I said hi and then walked back to the bakery department. Fast forward to about 2-3 p.m. Lindsay was still up front, maybe finishing her break or taking care of some business, and Megan and I were still making our way back from the bakery, on the other end of the building. I was walking around after just finishing some tasks. That's when I quickly glanced back at Megan. She was wearing her red shirt and her white hat, kneeling down over by 2 fans that sit next to her 3 big ovens. She seems to be wiping the fans down or something when I noticed Lindsay, right next to her with her white hat on and black shirt on. I noticed that she had it on earlier when I first came to work when I saw her on her lunch break. I thought to myself, oh, okay. Lindsay must have finished with whatever she was doing up front and came back to the bakery. Not really thinking too much of it, I turned back and went back with my next task. Just then, Megan comes up to me and asks, "Have you seen Lindsay?" I heard her voice calling her name just a moment ago. She wasn't there when I looked. I said, "Thought she was with you by the fans. I just saw her next to you." She said, "No, I was alone." Feeling spooked, I messaged Lindsay. I asked where she was. "Up front, why? Everything all right?" I have no clue what that was. We both shook in the moment and we were left wondering what just happened. If you guys reading this have any ideas, please let me know. I asked around the store with people who worked in the bakery, and they have some stories too, such as shadow figures and things moving and falling and opening and closing, lights turning on and off on their own. And it's true, I've seen lights flicker in shadows as I worked alone. Ghost outside my door. I was living in a mobile home with a friend of mine in 2001. We had moved in within the last few months. The room was in the back of the home at the end of the hallway. My friend usually went out on weekends, couldn't get home until late. But when he did get home, he would almost always walk back and knock on my door to see if I was up. That way he could tell me about his outing. One Saturday night I was in my room watching TV. I didn't feel like talking because I was really into what I was watching. So when I heard the door open and the footsteps in the kitchen, I made up my mind to pause what I was watching and just stay quiet. Act like I was already asleep. When he came back and he knocked on the door. After a minute or so, I heard him walking down the hallway toward my room, so I just sat still waiting for him to knock. When the footsteps stopped outside the door, I could hear him breathing. There was no knock. I figured he was just standing there listening for me to make a sound indicating I was still awake so he could knock and tell me about his night. But he just stood outside the door breathing for about a minute, until the sound of the breathing stopped. I was expecting to hear him walk back to the living room and turn on the TV as usual, but there was nothing, no sound at all. I was beginning to get a little bit spooked at this point. Either he was still standing outside the door being as quiet as he could, or I just heard something terrifying. After 5 minutes of no sound, I finally got the courage to open the door and find out what was going on. As soon as I opened the door, I noticed that he wasn't there. There were no lights on and no indication that he was there at all. I looked out to see if the car was there and wasn't. I knew it was impossible for him to go back out and leave me without hearing him, so I could feel my heart pounding. Went back to my room, closed the door. I was no longer concerned with the program I was watching. Instead, I was just waiting for him to get home so I could find out how he somehow managed to leave again without me hearing him. That was the only logical explanation for what I heard, but when he finally did arrive, he told me he was still more than an hour's drive from home when this happened. Full moon scare. I don't scare easily at all, but this night scared me to the bone. About 2 months ago was a full moon. The night was lit up like daylight as the moon was bright and full. I don't sleep easily, or really well on full moon nights. I stay up until the wee hours of the morning watching TV before lying down to sleep. In my living room there's a door to my deck and my side yard. This door has very large windows in it, about 24 by 64. There is no blind or shade in the window. I've lived in my house for 10 years now and isn't old. I've always felt safe in this house. It was my childhood home. I live smack dab in the middle of town too. My yard is privacy fenced and the rails are on the inside of my yard. So while sitting with my dog who's lying facing me watching TV, I heard a wolf howl. I know this sound. I lived with a wolf dog for 14 years. I didn't think much about it as somebody in my area could have adopted a wolf dog also. Around 2 a.m. my dog suddenly raised her head, stretched her neck as never really before, and in sort of a slow motion turned her head toward me. The look of fright on her face shocked me. I leaned forward to look at the door and I saw yellow wolf eyes looking me through the window. They were about dog eye level until whatever it was stood up. Then it disappeared. Got my .357 handgun out and held it until dawn. I've since covered that window. My sister and the one son I told this story to said that it was probably some teen trying to scare someone. I just happened to be me there instead, but I don't agree. They were not there. They didn't see my dog's reaction. What dog moves in slow motion unless they are totally freaked out? She didn't jump up and bark, and any dog would at least bark, unless it was scared and freaked out. Just because we live in town doesn't mean strange occurrences can't happen. I'll never view a full moon the same again. The White Room. Near death. Abduction. This happened years ago when I was a kid. I was at my grandparents' house, the grandparents I didn't like, but they were babysitting me until maybe 3 o'clock. That's when my grandmother could pick me up. The way to their house was set up and you could kind of walk straight from the front door through the living room and the kitchen and the den area. That's where 2 back doors were. One led to the carport, one led literally directly into the woods. But I grew up in the country and spent a lot of time in the woods, so it really wasn't that weird. I had a really bad stomach ache. I had severe acid reflux as a kid, so again, pretty normal, but to deal with the pain, they put Coca-Cola in my sippy cup. Since it had been kind of a family tradition or something, to cure stomach pain with soda. I don't know their logic, they weren't exactly geniuses. Hot take, just so you know, soda used to be something that was more or less medicine before it was sugar juice. Anyhow, I remember walking down to the den to the back door that led into the woods. I stepped outside off the ramp, and there was a man, very well dressed, gray suit. Started talking to him, and I remember the woods starting to disappear and turn into a white room. It was really bizarre, but I was super calm for some reason. He asked me if I was ready to go. I didn't ask to where or why. I didn't really argue. I just said, no, I'm waiting for my mama. She picked me up at 3 o'clock and it's already 1, so I don't want to miss her. He just smiled. He nodded and remembered falling out of the room and hitting the ground. After that, I just know what my parents had told me. I was sent to children's hospitals because I started screaming about my stomach and throwing up. I had to get my stomach pumped and I was diagnosed with chronic gastritis and acid reflux. Since then, I haven't been able to drink anything carbonated just in case. This is the only strong memory I have of the man as of now, but I feel like I've seen him since then, but I'm not sure where or when. Keep you updated if I ever remember. Maybe it's only morning. So 3 weeks ago, my grandpa sadly died. We never had a strong relationship, but in the last year we started to build up a stronger connection thanks to my girlfriend. Before he left us, he was hospitalized because of a bad heart attack. The first day me and my girlfriend went to see him, he was happy to see us, but also very worried and afraid that he won't make it to attend our wedding. This detail will connect to what follows, at least I think. The day before his funeral happened 2 things that was maybe connected to him or maybe just coincidences are as follows. Around 12 o'clock, me, my girlfriend, and my mother were looking for some documents. I said jokingly to cheer my mother up, "Grandpa, if you're here, this is the moment to give us a sign and show us where's this document." Suddenly the TV turned on. Under the TV there were some papers in this journal. I discovered that very day for the first time that he was keeping a journal, by the way, which was helpful. I want to mention that all of us were sitting on the bed while this happened. The remote was on the table, which is on the other side of the room. The second one that I consider the most creepy happened in the evening. We were all in the chapel where they kept my grandma till the next day for the funeral. Around the coffin were a lot of flowers and funeral wreaths. As tradition, everybody gathered around the coffin and started praying. During this ritual, the funeral wreath that me and my girlfriend bought just started shaking. It was violent. Only this one, only ours. Even if it was between all the other ones and only ours was moving. It stopped only when my girlfriend got up to check what was happening. No wind in the room or other clues that something could be moving it. I connect this to the fact that he was afraid of not making it to attend a wedding. Or maybe his just expression of frustration. I don't know. I'm very curious to know your thoughts on this. Maybe it's just mourning an attempt of our brain to just get the last contact. My experience with the poltergeist, 2014. I was lying awake in my bedroom. It's 2:30 in the morning. Didn't sleep much due to frequent bouts of sleep paralysis. All of a sudden, my cat Luna woke up out of a dead sleep, looked around, and sprinted out of the room. I said out loud, "That's not good." Just as soon as the words had exited my mouth, my box fan got thrown against the wall and smashed. My alarm clock got thrown at me. Running out of my room, I went right down the hallway to get to my brother. I found him pale as a ghost standing outside of his door. He later told me that he saw himself laying in his bed and floating upwards. This large, dark cloud surrounded him. He couldn't breathe, and his cat jumped onto his chest and scratched the shit out of him, just to wake him up. We both agreed that we had to go get my father and wake him up. Now, the house was from 1847. It was a 2-story duplex, and my parents were sleeping in the apartment, so to get there, we had to go down the stairs through the kitchen outside and to another flight of stairs to wake them up. As soon as I came down the stairs, I could hear slamming cabinets as I walked into the kitchen. I was greeted with the sight of all of the doors opening and closing at the same time. I always thought that these things don't have any power over you that you don't give them, so I exclaimed, "You are not welcome here. You need to leave." And as soon as I said that, all the spices in the cabinet were thrown at me. So we ran upstairs, woke up my father, and when he came down, he started burning frankincense and myrrh. Then he grabbed his guitar and played a song in Latin. Everything started to calm down after that. My father made a concoction out of sherry cream and nutmeg, placed it out in front of the porch, and left the light on for the rest of the night. I've had a lot of other happenings in that house, but that was by far the worst, and the only one that directly meant physical harm to us. My only explanation as to what caused it is my mother had left 2 mercury mirrors facing each other while trying to communicate with the other side. Let them open overnight. That's my story. Feel free to ask me any questions. My grandmother visits me after her death. I've always believed in spirits and energy. As a child and even in my early teens, I had many strange paranormal experiences that I kept to myself for fear that no one would believe me. One of these experiences happened shortly after my grandmother passed away when I was 7 years old. My grandmother had been sick my whole life. I always had a sense that she wouldn't be around for long. On the night of her death, I was staying at a friend's house. I had a horrible dream that she had passed. When I woke up, I distinctly remember feeling that something wasn't right. As soon as I got home, my parents told me that she had died. I remember as a child having to process the fact that I knew that she was gone before anybody else did. I felt there must be something wrong with me because these sort of things didn't happen. The whole situation bothered me for weeks. I remembered lying in bed, just unable to sleep despite being exhausted. Being a child, all I knew was to pray. Close my eyes and ask God to let me go to sleep and stop thinking about my grandmother. I knew she was gone and there was nothing I could do. I immediately felt at peace. It was until I realized somebody was standing over my bed watching me. I opened my eyes and saw what I can only describe as an angel. The person was neither masculine nor feminine, just a person with a gentle face and expression. The person didn't speak to me, but wanted me to know that they were there to keep me safe. I suppose God could have sent me down an angel to watch over me and help me sleep. I've also been told that loved ones who passed away can send down angels to comfort those they left behind. But either way, I know what I saw and how it made me feel. Since then, I've never encountered the angel person again. I have, however, seen mediums who've told me that my grandmother watches over me and takes responsibility for me on the other side. Little things happen here and there that make me feel that this is true. There are times when I feel as though I'm not alone, even in an empty room. I think of her often. It's a comfort to me to believe that she's out there. Grew up in a haunted house when I was a kid. Here's my experiences. When I was a kid, the house my mom and stepdad lived in was indeed haunted. Story goes that the kid that lived there before my stepdad killed his parents. These are my experiences and what all happened in the house. Not all of them were freaky or cruel, some were actually kind gestures. My mom lived in the house until I was 12. So, right outside my mom's room, there were 3 rusty red finger streaks, like same color as dried blood down the wall. When a couple more on the wall down the hall, they would paint over it and it would come back. You'd paint over it again and it would come back again. I'd wake up to the cabinet doors slamming. One night my mom woke up and them slamming and she walked out to the kitchen thinking somebody may be robbing them. She saw a shadow on the wall. She flipped on the light, nobody was there. One early morning after stepdad had left for work, somebody sat down on my mom's bed and covered her up with their blanket. I got locked in the bathroom. To make my mom wait outside the bathroom and I was in there. Somebody grabbed my cousin's ankles. My mom had touch lamps, they would flicker and turn on and off. One morning the dishwasher had been ran and the dishes were clean, like stuff would go missing all the time. The stone on my mom's wedding ring fell out and was lost. When they moved out of the house, my mom went back in to get her keys to leave for the new home, and the stone was sitting right next to her keys. Now, my mom had left my dad for the neighbor. My dad still lived in the house across the street. I know, kind of fucked up. Yeah. But he would watch the house when my stepdad and mom went out of town, and he would see the lights turned on and off at night sometimes. I was pretty young when this all happened, but I remember them pretty vividly. To this day, I don't watch haunting movies because they fuck me up pretty bad. Watched The Conjuring and couldn't sleep for a week. My Ghost Therapy Dog, a light-hearted story. So when I was little, like 6, my family got a puppy we named Frank. Frank was intensely protective of my siblings and I. He was a smaller breed, and he once literally almost died saving my brother. Oh, that was from some creep. So Frank was a very good boy. As I got older, I struggled with night terrors, PTSD, that's an unrelated incident, and severe anxiety. Frank was there for me through everything. He learned how to sense panic attacks and anxiety attacks, and he would stay by me and comfort me when he needed it. Frank slept in my room, and we had bad nightmares, and he would either lay back to back with me until I calmed down, or he would find a gentle way to try to wake me up. Frank lived to be an impressive 16 years old. He was beginning to lose his ability to walk when he had passed, but he insisted on sleeping in my bed, and he would crawl over to me when I needed it, so he could keep taking care of me. After Frank passed away, the nightmares came back worse than ever. Specifically, a lot of nightmares about losing him. I noticed I would still wake up mid-nightmare, oftentimes to the feeling of a warm presence pressed against my back, and a few times I was certain I heard Frank's quiet snoring. During the 6 months or so after he died, I learned how to cope better with the PTSD on my own. His presence slowly faded away. There were still a few instances of him protecting me, like hearing a phantom barking that stopped me from tripping down the stairs or feeling pushed out of the way when something could have fallen on me. All of these incidents happened at home. The last night I got to see Frank was in a dream. I was running from something when it cornered me. I remember being terrified, frozen in place when suddenly Frank came out of nowhere barking and running at the threat. I remember that bit very clearly, but he scared it off and then sat with me as I calmed down. I realized it was a dream and knew Frank had come back to me as my protector one last time. I haven't seen Frank since, but I know for a fact that he's up in doggy heaven, bossing angels around and watching out for me. A figure in a camp cabin. Back when I was in middle school, we had a school trip over one weekend camp. The class was split up to have a cabin for the boys and a cabin for the girls. The layout of the girls' cabin was an open main room, and when you came inside, there were 2 bunk beds in the left corner with a single bed between them. Then a closed-off small room in the right corner for a teacher to sleep in. There were then bathrooms to the right, a long room to the left where there were 2 rows of more, bunk beds. The rest of the girls filled up that long room, so my friend's group got to use the beds in the open room, and me being one on the bottom of the bunks. The first night went as you'd expect, staying up late laughing and messing around, and then passing out for the whole night. The second night was a bit different. We were all asleep by midnight, but I ended up waking up sometime later. I used my flip phone to check the time, and it wasn't long after 2. Sat up a bit to stretch, turned over in bed away from the wall. But once I was almost completely turned over onto my other side, I froze. I could see someone standing in the middle of the open room. A boy, pale with short blonde hair, wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, stood in the middle of the girls' cabin staring at me. The moonlight from the window between the bunk beds gave me a good view of him. He looks like just any random kid you'd see at a camp, except he had no eyes. Just black voids where his eye sockets should be, and even still I can only describe it as he was staring at me, so I stared back. I must have stared at him for a good 15 seconds before I slowly went to reach for a small flashlight I kept next to my phone in the bed. I never looked away from him. I brought the flashlight up and I turned it on. The room was suddenly bright. The boy was nowhere to be found. I turned the light back off soon after, not wanting to wake anyone. But I heard my friend on the bunk above me speak up. She simply asked if I had seen him too. I replied, yeah, before turning back over to sleep. I hate how cliche this sounds, but I had an experience on Friday the 13th. To preface this, I'm pretty sure the area my friend lives in has occultists because we've had a few strange run-ins while out in the wood suburbs. We just try to ignore strange happenings, but also tempt fate a bit, which is why we went out walking at night on Friday the 13th. There aren't too many streetlights, and sometimes the sidewalks abruptly end, so it was dark enough that walking or driving around would require the use of a flashlight or headlights, especially to avoid deer. But anyway, since it was the weekend and we were bored high schoolers at the time, we decided the nearby elementary school would be empty this late at night. We could mess around on the playground. We had an uneventful 20-minute walk over, jumped a median fence into the playground. Another 20 yards or so furthest from the school, the front face of the school had a looped road off the main road that we walked on. The only lights on were the outdoor ones on the school's entrance. The front of the school was empty. We walked into the playground, sat on the swings, talked for half an hour before I noticed there was a cop car sitting outside the school's front. Pointed it out to my friend, she froze. It was silent outside all night. Neither of us heard the car pull up, and the angle the swings were at kind of meant that a car pulling up would have cast its headlights right on us, which we would have also noticed, but there were no lights and no other car had passed by either. The car was parked there silently in the dark with only the school's front lights on. Everything felt wrong about it. It was an even older model car than the county doesn't even use anymore. It was kind of hard to see in the dark, but it looked like there was a lone, pale figure in the driver's seat with no facial features. Completely smooth face. My friend and I calmly got off the playground, jumped the fence again, and left the way we came. No idea what it was other than it seemed to appear out of nowhere. It gave both of us, really off-putting vibes. Still gives me the chills years later. Thanks. See ya. Very loud screeching sound at window, only heard by me and my cat. When I was maybe 11 or 12, something scary happened. It hasn't happened before or since. We had a visitor over at our place one time, and he was an old man. He was deemed to be a religious scholar in the community. Although a bit of an obscure person, he also had a cat, and this is relevant to what happened that night. My room had an extra bed. This is where he slept that night, across the room with the window between our beds and the bedroom door on the opposite side of the room. And I should add that we lived on the 5th floor of the apartment building. I recall being awoken texting with friends till about maybe 3 a.m. That's when suddenly right above and behind my bed where the window was, there's this loud, piercing scream of sorts that started occurring intermittently. It would last a few minutes, then pause for a few, and this continued well through the night. That was all the way till 6 a.m. Now this kind of sound is something I've never heard in my life before. So loud that I couldn't think. I simply covered my head with a blanket, too scared to move or look behind. Weirdly enough, our guest seemed to be undisturbed in his sleep. At first, I thought it was an auditory hallucination, but the interesting thing is whenever the sound stopped, the cat would cautiously enter the room, looking, staring right at the exact spot above my head where I perceived the sound to be coming from. Then it would just dash out of the room with like the minute the sound started again. And by the way, all this went on all night. And this confirmed to me that, well, whatever was happening was quite real. I tried to research about the sound, guessing it might have been a bat or something, but I'm quite sure that no animal could be capable of making such sounds. The next day I asked around and nobody in the house other than me and the cat had heard this sound. My instincts told me that this has something to do with our guest. I have no way of confirming it. Ghostly tin can strikes again. I'm awake, just give me a moment, I say to my pup. She's insisted I wake up at 4:30 a.m. to go outside. This isn't really an unusual occurrence in my life. I usually get up at 6 a.m., but sometimes I'm brutally jolted awake by panting in my face and a paw on my shoulder. She doesn't wake me, just open the door to go outside. My pup will not go outside without me, especially after having surgery on her leg several years ago. It became the habit for her after months of having to help her walk outside. Well, anywhere for that matter. So outside we go. The darkness would envelop us if not for my tactical flashlight. No wind, no lone morning bird is singing as it usually does. So quiet it seems as if we're the only living creatures in this bustling city. Then I hear it. A can tumble over and over down the street. Heard this before on the same type of dark no-wind morning. The other time I heard the can, we were on opposite sides of the yard. Each time the can tumbling sound was close. Both times I peek over the 6-foot fence that encloses my front yard on either side of my house. And nothing. Both times, nothing. How can a can tumble by itself without a strong wind? How can a can tumble with no one kicking it? And where is the damn can? How do I hear it? Is it some ghost just doing its thing? I honestly just don't get it. And it is very creepy. Makes me feel like I'm in the series The Twilight Zone. Can't tell my sister, she already thinks I'm paranoid. She leaves doors unlocked and goes to sleep. I lock the whole house up at night. If I tell her that something strange happened to me, she just says, "You are so paranoid." So here I am telling my experience to fellow paranormal believers and some non-believers too. Have a wonderful day and blessings to all of you out there. Indeed. The Ghost Hunter and His Ghosts. I've been chasing ghosts, entities, demons now and again. And in all of that time, I've never had an attachment to me of any kind. After all these years, never one. The title says My Ghosts. I have 3. One is a small girl, and we think maybe 7-ish. Bright dress, blonde hair. She's mischievous. She likes messing with her cats too. The others we have I've only seen a few times. My wife continues to feel his presence. Though we don't see him, the ghost mostly prefers to be outside walking past windows, scared the living crap out of my wife. The other one is a shadow person. I've seen her several times. She's pretty much always in the hallway, just standing there. The first time I saw her, we met eye to eye. All I did was I said, "Your move." She just faded away. None of these ones really frighten or scare us. It takes a lot to scare us. Recently, I've seen a new one. He's a shadow that moves quickly near me and past me, like reflected in the window at me. But I've never met it face to face. When I moved to Surprise, Arizona, 12 years ago, if you told me that we would have ghosts, I would have said, I do hope so. But I guess be careful what you ask for. This male figure seems very familiar, yet not. I know that sounds nuts. I've been thinking about when I first noticed it. My mom's in late-stage dementia, and it's day of day, of course, but I can't shake the feeling that I know this entity. Well, anyway, yes, even the hunters sometimes hunted. We all hope it's not a nasty attachment, and if it is, we'll just have to throw it out. My daughter keeps talking to something in my closet. Since my daughter, 18 months old, was able to wave, babble, or generally interact with people, she's been interacting with someone or something hiding in her closet. It started with waving. I made the joke that there's a ghost in there, but at the time I didn't actually believe it. Our dog likes to sleep in the closet, so I just figured that, she was waving to her. There was only one problem with that explanation. Anytime she waved, my dog was nowhere near the closet. Then she started babbling. She'd have full-on babble conversations with the closet. We brushed it off as her just being goofy. I mean, sometimes she'd hold up toys to show the closet, then babble about it like she was doing show and tell. Now she's starting to use full sentences, and just this morning she looked over at the closet. "Hi, I see you," and then waved. This is the first coherent sentence that she said toward the closet. It's a little bit unnerving. And again, my dog wasn't in there. She's laying at the foot of the bed. The closet is a very small walk-in style closet. There's some built-in shelving up top, some plastic shelving that we added, and the door's off the hinges. It's leaning against the built-in shelving because it fell off and, well, we need to fix it. There isn't a single thing in there that looks like a human form. I've always been a bit sensitive to these things, but more so when I was a kid. I like to think that if there was something in the closet, I'd feel it. But now I'm doubting myself. For context, we live in a trailer built in the 80s, not even an old house. And as far as I know, the only deaths that have happened in the house were a couple of pets the previous owner had. And when my daughter talks to whatever's in there, she looks up like a tall person is standing there rather than a cat or a dog. My niece used to have an evil spirit attached to her. The title speaks for itself. This story takes place back in 2009. It's a few months after my niece was born. To begin with the story, my mom used to own a Ouija board. Keep it around the house, not really sure, but didn't really think much about it growing up. Anyways, one night my brother, sister, her boyfriend, and I decided to play with it. Probably for half an hour that we were asking questions to ghosts, and most of the time I'd mess with my sister and my brother by giving fake answers by guiding our fingers. But after a while I got bored, decided to let them play with it by themselves. This is where it starts to get creepy. My sister and my brother started asking if there was a spirit in the room and guided them to yes. My sister was skeptical because I'd been messing with them for a bit, but my brother told her that he wasn't moving it. A few questions later, my sister asked the spirit what does it want. The spirit starts spelling out a name, and it spells Hayden. That's my niece's name. She then starts crying in the other room. We all check on her, and she's sitting in her crib in the dark crying intensely. After that, they decided to tell the spirit goodbye, close the board, and put it back where we found it. A few years go by, and we moved to an apartment around 2012. My mom still has the Ouija board at this point and has it underneath her bed, but the board is laid out open almost all the time. One day during the summer, my mom's outside in the parking lot, sees Hayden in the window looking down at her, decides to take a picture of her. Behind my niece is a ghostly figure. Nobody, as far as we're aware of, is in the room with her. If I can find the picture, I'll post it in the comments whenever my sister can find it. I asked her earlier today if she still had it. She said she probably does. I don't believe she has a spirit attached to her anymore, since I think the Ouija board got thrown out a few years back. But for those who have read my other post about the black-eyed children, these encounters took place in the same house. Demon Encounter. About 8 or so years ago, when I was around 14, I was laying in my bunk bed on the top bunk. I was on my phone and facing my TV. I saw movement in my peripherals and looked. I looked at a demon. It was a woman. Hard to describe her features because I only looked at her for about a second while frozen before hiding underneath my pillow, screaming for my brother to wake up. Now, what's really weird is this demon was moving her head in a wave-like pattern really fast. It makes me super scared to think about for some reason. When I make the movements with my head, it just sends shivers down my spine. She was moving her head like that so fast, like a figure eight with her head, just moving her head looking at me. What could that movement be? I got some more stories too. This one was my first encounter though, and even sometimes hope I was just seeing things. But let me make this clear. It was very, very real. Made me think I was gonna have schizophrenia or something. On that note, last summer, I was working in my office. I fell into this trance-like state, which I do when I see odd things happen. There's been 2 other times I fell into this trance. I saw some weird other dimensional shit. Anyways, I see a flash of light at my feet and I look down and I see a rodent. It was no species on this planet. It looked like a chipmunk but too small. Not a chipmunk. It was jumping, but not normally. Those high energy arcs of jumping which defied gravity with how fast and powerful the leaps were. I saw the rodent for probably less than a second before it jumped through a wall and disappeared. Went under my desk and jumped and literally disappeared jumping through a wall. An actual psychic. So back in 2023, I went on a trip to Wall Drug in South Dakota. Wall Drug? Okay. While in one of the shops, I found one of those robot fortune tellers that give you a randomized card. The robot was called Pappy. Decided to get a card just for fun. No way this thing could be real, right? But when I got the card, I was shocked to see that it perfectly described my current life, mentioning my disorganized house and unwanted family member, referring to a legal battle I was having with my deadbeat dad. The rest of the card was a prediction of my future. Cut to 2024. I'm at Reptile Gardens, so also in South Dakota. I'm on another trip when I see another Pappy machine. I decided to get another card because of how accurate the first one was. Once again, it was a perfect reading. It mentioned how I see my future as uncertain, a problem I've been dealing with for weeks. Haven't we all? Along with another future prediction. I decided to find the first card, and what do I see? The first prediction was right. A perfect summary of how my life had changed in the past year. Now we get to the scary part. My mom had also gotten a card in 2023, but hadn't looked at it. Sat in her car for a year. Then when I told her about my experience, she finally looked at her card. The card she got was completely inaccurate for her life in 2023 when she received it, but it was 100% a description of her life in 2024 when she looked at it, describing her struggle to balance work and life. If you see Pappy, give him $1. Don't tell me what to do. Wife and I saw our friend's mother's creepy doppelganger. Just about 15 or 20 minutes ago, at the time of typing this, my wife and I are leaving our friend's house. That's when we saw what we thought was our friend's mother twisting and making unnatural body movements. She was wearing the same clothes we saw her wearing less than an hour before, had the same hair dye, and looked almost exactly the same in the face, but something was uncanny. As we approached the awkward inhuman movements, they stopped. They took a fight stance and froze still with a look on their face both filled with hate and completely emotionless at the same time. I almost rolled my window down and said something to them thinking that it was her. That was right before I realized something was off. They stared at us. I said hesitantly to my wife, "That's Wendy, our friend's mom." My wife replied with, "No, that's not Wendy." We were both unsure and couldn't decide if it was her or not. It looked exactly like her, but something was off. We couldn't put our finger on it. For about 10 or so seconds, we all sat frozen. It felt as if, well, they were in the car with us. With tinted windows, but they were looking right at us. Didn't even break eye contact. It was very intense, very uneasy. My wife and I both experienced it. I realize I can drive away, and I do so. By the time I get to the next stop sign, half a block down the road, I look in the rearview mirror. I see that they're now walking toward our car due south where we first encountered them. They were heading due north. Seeing them in my rearview mirror heading toward the car, I quickly turned the corner and took off. Called a friend and asked him if he would check on his mother. He misunderstood his mother and he just went and checked to make sure that none of the cars of the house had been broken into. So that it wasn't her out there. This all takes place about 4 blocks from my friend's house, about 12:30 a.m. Unexplainable thing that happened to me. Scary thing that happened to me that I still can't make sense of to this day. I was like 10 or 11 when this happened to me. I still remember the details vividly. When I was younger, I always hung out with 2 of the same girls every weekend. We went skating, spent the night at each other's houses, etc. We were really close and tight. One day we decided to spend the night after skating with my friend. We went to call her Jasmine. She happened to also live near my grandma, so we decided to visit her. On the way to her complex apartment, because there were 6 buildings in a complex with like a section called A building and then B building, we saw like a teenager much older than us. They were climbing up the wall near these buildings, just extremely good at tricks. Like when talking to my Nana, she declared instantly to stay away from him. made me promise her not to hang out with him. Later that evening at around 6:30, 7:30, where it's still light outside but soon going to be dark, we chose to go hang out behind her complex building where there's a 7-walled-in fence with a small playground. When arriving, we saw the same teenager from earlier, but facing the woods. Of course, I'm like, "Hey, you okay?" He turned around once with kind of perfectly normal, then turned to his direction again and then back to me, and I saw him have a deformed face or 2 emerging ones. Then third time he was normal. My friends and I all saw it. We ran to an apartment. And I know I wasn't seeing things because they saw it too. And I remember confronting him the next day. He said, "Haven't you ever heard of the 7 gates of hell?" And after that day, I never seen him again. And also our group after that was never the same. We kind of grew apart. See ya. A 400-year-old school urban legend. In 2009, I studied in a Catholic school known to be so old that it had its own urban legends and ghost stories. So one day after PE class, I needed to go pee, but the nearest ladies' room for the soccer field was occupied with people changing into PE uniforms. So I had to run to the main building and look there. Our school was quite conservative, so we didn't have locker rooms and people changed clothes using cubicles. Now, the main building is the oldest structure in the campus. It's actually a building surrounding another building, so the layout's quite confusing. Ran around the ground floor until I found a small ladies' room. There were 2 cubicles only and a small mirror and a sink by the wall. There was the smallest public ladies' room I've ever been in, but not the time for me to be choosy, as all I needed to do was really to pee. Once I'm done, I went out the cubicle and was surprised to see 2 nuns standing by the mirror. Not really a big deal for me, as it was a Catholic school, and there are priests and nuns everywhere. But it was just quiet, so I didn't really think there'd be anybody else around. Now, these 2 nuns looked also quite surprised to see me, so I just excused and squeezed myself between them and washed my hands. I then bowed to them and left. I'm not comfortable in this small room, and the silence isn't helping either. As I was browsing urban legends, I remembered an urban legend in that school. The first one is about a ladies' room in the main building where people inside cubicles used to see rotting feet hanging from the ceiling, as if somebody had hanged themselves there. The second is about a ghost nun who would show itself in the ladies' room. If you see this nun and you started to pray, this nun will imitate you and say the prayer word for word in your face. So now looking back, I was actually wondering why the nuns are surprised to see me. How the hell did I not hear them go inside or even move inside that small room? I'm just thankful they looked human and might really be human. I might be scaring myself now. My dad's strange encounter in a hospital. I live in Madagascar, that island on the east of Africa. A lot of people here still believe in magic, sorcery, and all that stuff, despite being a big Christian country. My dad died in 2002. He lived and experienced a lot of things in his life. He was a Christian and didn't believe in witchcraft and magic stuff, although he experienced a very strange thing back in the 80s. My mom and an aunt did confirm a story. In 1985, before I was even born, my dad caught pneumonia, was rushed to the hospital. My mom and an auntie were there to look for him, buying medics and stuff. My uncle, that aunt's husband, knew things about black magic and traditional maligacy. Witchcraft. When he once visited my dad on the 4th or 5th day in the hospital, he told him something. Gave him a piece of ginger and asked him to keep it in his hand for the next 2 days. Dad asked why, and my uncle told him that on the next 2 days, an evil person who wanted to hurt him, or even worse, he would come to visit him in his hospital room. Holding that piece of ginger will keep the evil person away. My dad didn't believe a single word of it, but my mom insisted to do it. She knew my uncle was really serious about it. So my dad kept the ginger in his hand for 2 days. The very next day, while he and my mom were at the room, somebody knocked on the door. My mom opened it, and one of my dad's coworkers and friend was there with some flowers. My mom told him to enter, but the guy stayed right there, and then said that finally won't enter the room. My dad saw him and told him to enter, but he was standing in the threshold not moving. Then he just turned back and went away quickly without even saying goodbye. Later, when my dad was back to work, his coworker and friend was working with him anymore, and my dad never saw him again. A weird experience I had in my old apartment. So I had a weird experience in my old apartment I used to live in. I was watching YouTube videos about other people's paranormal experiences. Thought I would share mine. So in October of 2022, I was 25. I just moved into my first apartment. It was very old, and it was built in 1940. It was almost 100 years old. It was originally built to house railroad workers. The name of the apartment was the Paramount Apartment in Pocatello, Idaho. The whole apartment complex was a bunch of studios, and a few one-bedrooms. I lived in a studio apartment with my Dalmatian, so it was just the two of us. There would be weird things that happened every now and then that I just would ignore. It's because I didn't want to think about it, really. Things like falling over in the kitchen or in the living room or the bedroom, or weird noises. Nothing major. And like I said, I just didn't want to think about it. However, one time I had an experience where I just couldn't ignore it. So in my studio apartment, the kitchen is on its own room. Then the main room was my living room and the bedroom. I always kept my weed in my junk drawer in my kitchen hidden, but I knew where it was. One day I left for the day and I hadn't smoked, for a couple of days at least, so it was in the junk drawer and that's where I always kept it. However, when I came back home, my Ziploc baggie that had my weed in it was sitting in the middle of my living room. It was almost perfectly in the middle. My apartment was locked when I left and nobody else had access to it. I was unnerved by this and I didn't even touch it right away. Finally, I picked it up and put it back in the junk drawer. Nothing was missing out of it, but I just couldn't come up with any logical explanation for why it would have gotten from the junk drawer in my kitchen to almost the exact center of my living room and bedroom. I know it's not a super scary ghost story, but it was a weird paranormal encounter I just thought I would share. The old missing weed. Sweden, 2010. It was me and two friends back in 2010. We were in our late teens. It was the middle of the night. We'd been doing something I can't really remember, but we were sober. We walked home, and naturally, a friend who lived closest turned off first. About 10 minutes later, we got a call from him asking us to come to his house. We had heard some noises, thought somebody might be in the house. When we arrived, he was standing on the road outside waiting for us. To give some context, this guy didn't believe in anything supernatural at the time, so he was pretty sure there was an actual person in the house. He started searching the entire house, closets, under the beds, everywhere. Found nothing. We were a bit spooked, but concluded that there was no one in the house. We decided to make the best of it, play a horror game, sat down in the room upstairs. I lay down on the bed and I sat down at the computer, which was right next to the door. Before I even started the game, I heard somebody tiptoeing outside the door. Jumped up to open it, but hesitated at the last second. As I stood there hesitating, someone on the outside pulled the handle, caused my hand to move up and down several times. Reacted by grabbing the handle with both hands and pushing it up as hard as I could, holding the door shut. Told my friends to get up, and on the count of 3, we ran out. We ran downstairs, grabbed something to defend ourselves with, and searched the whole house again. Still, we found nothing. Kept searching for maybe 30 minutes, but as the sun began to rise, we gave up and lay down on the couch to watch a movie instead. The sun shone through the upstairs window. From the couch, we could see the wall via the staircase. As we were lying there, I saw the shadow, like a figure, I'd call a man, I guess, just walking back and forth upstairs. But at that moment, I realized there was no point. There's nowhere for anybody to hide up there, no way for anybody to get there from the outside. So I didn't really say anything to my friends, and we continued watching the movie. My one and only extremely odd experience. I don't think I'll ever know what the hell I saw. Just not sure what happened. I just want to explain first that I'm somebody that likes to be scared. I enjoy going to abandoned buildings and homes. I like the feeling of walking into pitch black rooms. Not being able to see anything in front of you is just a good adrenaline feeling for me. Just trying to explain that, I don't really feel dark or like pushing my mental boundaries. But anyway, this happened a year or so back when I was renting a suite that was on a very large property. All flat farming fields with nothing growing on them across from my front door. I was on the side of this massive house, and it was a big barn. The barn had floodlights on the top that would go off, and anything went in front of it, like motion sensor, would light up the space between my door and the barn. Anyway, I was out there smoking a joint, and all of a sudden I would see something moving toward me from the field toward the middle part of the barn in my place. I couldn't see anything, just the movement of it. That was until it came to the moonlight. I'm unsure exactly how to explain it, but this is my best try. It's like a ball of black with almost tentacles or wavy arms coming off of it. And I, at this point, still can't really see. It's almost like it was darker than actual darkness. That made it somewhat more visible against the barn behind it. I remember kind of getting down on one knee, kind of like a hunter's stance to try to see it better. Kind of got shocked on what I was seeing, like all of a sudden, back a bit farther from the field, very small in size, but a very super bright light shined in my face. It wasn't like blinding at all, it was more legit like a small little mag flashlight. As soon as it hit me, I just tossed my joint, hopped in my door, and locked it behind me. Went to my room that faced the direction, grabbed my gun, and looked out the window. Super weird. All those balls of black masses were messed up by themselves. But then it was like a human shined a light in my face. It was a super odd experience. Can't argue with you there. Hearing voices near Olympic National Park. I was just recently at a small cabin tucked away in the woods, right on the edge of the Olympic National Park. It was just me and my pup. The cabin sits on the edge of the cliff, has a creek running below that's accessible via a steep trail on the property. As I was walking down the path to the cabin, I heard what I thought were people or children. It sounded like they were down at the creek playing. I tried to peer over the edge to see them, but I couldn't immediately see anything and just was ready to take a nap. So I just assumed it was somebody else from the property using the creek. It did give me a weird feeling though, but I just tried to brush it off. A few hours later, I got up and took a chair outside of the same area where I was walking to sit and read for a while. I heard a similar higher-pitched noise or voice sound, but not quite to the same degree as earlier. I stopped reading and started paying close attention to see if I could identify it, but it never presented itself in the same way again. I heard a tree creaking a bit, lots of very tall trees in the area, but it wasn't the same noise or nearly as loud as what I heard before. I really just wanted it to be the trees. Went back to the cabin, and a while later, picked up a notebook where visitors have signed and written little stories. I flipped to one page from April 2024 that reads, "We did have one experience that left us a bit shook. A partner went out to the car, and when he was returning, he thought he heard my voice calling out to him from the creek. He started to go to it because the voice was so familiar, but I saw open the door and asked where he was going. For those who follow, he said it smelled like low tide and rust. At this point, I really freaked out because I was trying to justify my experience. Somebody else had a similar experience too. What do you think it was?" Are black-eyed children real? So I've known about the black-eyed children creepypasta urban legend, but I may have had an actual encounter with one years ago. This happened in Portland, Oregon. It's around David Douglas High School. I looked up black-eyed children. There have actually been a few encounters and reports of them in Portland back in the 90s, I believe. This encounter happened to me during my high school years, so around 2009 or 2011. Can't remember the exact year, but I want to say I was about 14 at the time, and it was pretty late, around maybe 12 or 1 a.m., maybe even a bit later. I believe it was a weekend. My brother and I were up watching South Park. We heard a knocking on our garage window. We had like one of the huge windows that covered the front of the house. The curtains were up, but I peeked down to the side and I saw a woman. She looked very pale with black hair. Her eyes were very dark. Now, she very well could have been a tweaker, but the next part creeps me out the most. After knocking on the window, she knocks on the door, asks us to let her in. Me being the person I am, I'm like, hell no. My brother, who was 10 at the time, walks over to the door and says that she's going to let her in. I have to forcibly hold him down until the person leaves. My mom and her boyfriend wake up from hearing me holding down my brother. They ask if, somebody knocked on the door. I tell them what had just happened. One thing I heard is with the black-eyed children encounters, sometimes they will force people to do things with no recollection of them doing it. That's why I bring this up, is that I asked my brother if he remembers the lady. The knocking or trying to let her in, and he always tells me he doesn't. To this day, the experience creeps me out since I've ever first heard of the black-eyed children phenomena. It's because everybody who's had a claim about them has said exactly what I experienced. White figure and a baby crying. This story happened to me about 8 years ago. It was in my hometown. It's pretty much stayed with me ever since. I used to live basically on the edge of a relatively big town. It's in Germany. It's right next to a forest. It was winter, probably around Christmas. So it snowed. It was around 2 a.m. and I was in the bathroom. It has no windows, but at least pointed, rather. Back up. It has windows. Don't want to get bathroom information incorrect. It has windows, and these said windows are pointed directly at a small park that's right in front of the forest. I didn't notice it right away, but from the park I could hear a baby crying. Didn't really pay much attention at first, but as the crying continued, I got kind of irked. Who would take their small child outside at this hour with these cold temperatures? So I got up and looked out of the closed window, interested in what was going on outside. What I saw was a figure dressed completely in white in the middle of the snow in the park, not a child. The figure was quite small, and I don't know how else to describe it properly, but folded up, like the way old people sometimes walk bent over in a hunch, only to the extreme. The figure was holding a tautly stretched leash in one hand with nothing at the other end. I'm still sure to this day that there was nothing at the other end of that stupid leash. Meanwhile, the crying could still be heard. My first thought was to open the window to get an even better view. However, a chill of fear ran through me, and I just let it go. I've told this story to a lot of people since, and I haven't heard from anybody with any similar encounter. Does anybody maybe have an idea or an explanation of what I might have seen? Uncomfortable comfort room. So just to give you guys an idea of what my setup looks like, it started when I was playing CS:GO on my PC downstairs. I don't have my own room. My 2 younger brothers and parents sleep in the same room, so we just have a separated bed, and my PC is actually under the stairs, and my PC is just a few steps away from our comfort room. It was around 4 a.m. when I finished playing CS:GO. That's when I started to feel like pissing. Never actually played CS:GO that long because I don't like my parents seeing me play and thinking that I didn't sleep. So I decided that it was late and I should go sleep before my parents wake up. I went to our CR, and as I began pissing, I suddenly felt someone was behind me. It didn't immediately send chills down my spine, nor giving me goosebumps, but I just thought that maybe it was just my imagination, being a skeptical person. But here's the crazy part. This thing it's just like a heavy sigh on my nape. It was like, ah. You can actually feel the air and the sound it makes, and it's more terrifying. But to be honest, I wanted to look around, but just thought I shouldn't be being a skeptical person. I thought maybe it was my pee making that sound as it hit the ceramic. So I decided to get a glass of water and to pour it down the toilet. Then it didn't make the same sound. That's not when I started to freak out. The chills that I had were so intense that I actually could feel myself getting tired all of a sudden. After realizing what happened, I ran upstairs and just slept it off, thinking that maybe I was just imagining things. Having once been a child, I will tell you that pouring a cup of water sounds nothing like taking a pee. Moving on. I think my house is haunted. Things first started happening when I was younger. One of the first times I experienced something was when I saw something in my basement with my older brother. It was Christmas morning. We'd gotten an indoor swing and we were both playing on it. The swing was located at the start of the hallway and the doorway. The hallway had 2 rooms at the end of it. One an office and the other a guest room. As we were playing on the swing, we both got an uneasy feeling like somebody was watching us. We were alone down there, too. We both then turned to look down the hallway to where the left of the presence was. In this hallway, we had a couple of bins stacked against the wall near an office door. But from behind the bins, we could see a person peeking out just watching us. All I could see was a head and shoulders, but it was just a shadow, had no features. We could see the shadow kind of moving a bit, but it was mostly just staring at us from behind the bins. At that time, I was sitting on the swing just staring at it with my brother right beside me. We both just stared. We weren't really sure what to think because we had never seen anything like this. Nobody had been down there with us. As we stared at it, I began to get nervous, went to look at my brother. But with just staring at this thing, I didn't even realize that he had run away back upstairs, leaving me alone with this shadow person. As quickly as I could, I got off the swing and ran upstairs, terrified of things still being down there. I was truly scared of the basement for a while after that. I'd never go down out alone. Well, my parents really never understood why. Both my brother and I will never forget this scary experience. We both went on to have many more weird experiences after that. I really will never know what was down there. Ghost Rave. So this happened to my dad, who's very skeptical of literally everything. He still can't explain this, though. Timeline, I'd say maybe 2015 or 16. So that would make me 16 or 17. Pretty recent. My dad had some anger issues, so one night after a fight with my stepmom, he left and went for a walk. We owned 75 acres or so we've owned this land for a good 30 years at least. No neighbors for quite some distance, and even then I'm from a small community. We're on a first-name basis with all of our neighbors for 5 miles or so. Most of them are my cousins somehow. So he went for a walk behind our house. We lived toward the back of the property, with woods surrounding us except for our neighbor's empty cow field. Moved the cows off to like a fixed fence. They'd moved for quite some time. As he got closer to the woods on the left of our house, he started hearing music. It was too faint to make out, but he was concerned that he had trespassers. So he kept walking toward it. He was very deep in the woods when he noticed it had moved west, so we jumped the fence into the pine forest. It was late spring or early summer, so not deer season. And not our land, but we know the owner, it's not a big deal. This went on for a while, and every time we got close to it, it moved to a different direction. We ended up walking about 4 miles, all the way across 4 different property lines of forest and field and onto a county road. His phone was dead, but my uncle was driving that road, so I stopped to give him a lift. This is one of the many times he's heard bizarre music and sounds coming from the woods. It comes from different sides, different volumes and styles. And no, none of our neighbors throw parties. And even if they did, we would know about it. Word travels in small communities like that. I heard breathing inside the bed. About a year ago, I was staying in my room pretty late at night. It's about 12 a.m. and doing my stuff as usual. The only source of light was a candle, which added a really cozy vibe to the room. My parents were long asleep, so the house was completely silent. At one point, I started to get tired, so I decided to go to bed. After blowing out the candle, I got myself comfortable and laying under the blanket. That's when suddenly it seemed like I heard another breathing sound besides mine. Held my breath for a few seconds and thought I could still hear it. My ears were kind of ringing, so I wasn't really sure. Got up, put my ear a little closer to the side of the bed, and I held my breath again, and this time, the other breathing sound was obvious. I got so scared I jumped off the bed and almost busted in my parents' room. When I got to their door, I realized it might have been my father snoring. I listened closely, and he was, but it was not the same sound. Calmed myself down and went back to my room, but I could now hear both my father and the breathing from my bed since the door was opened. Just a little mention. I've been into spirituality for a long time. I've had a few paranormal experiences before, and it wasn't something that terrifying for me. Just the impact of the movement, and I closed the door and started talking with whatever it was. Breathing wouldn't stop, but I suddenly didn't feel afraid at all. I felt like a spirit had made me a visit. Tried to feel its energy for a bit and really seemed peaceful. Might seem funny what I'm about to say, but I just got back to bed and hearing that breathing sound gave me a kind of comfort. I fell asleep so fast. In the morning, the sound was gone and I haven't experienced something like that again. Any opinions? I heard voices last night. Last night I was up until about 2 a.m. I'm having issues sleeping, so I'm usually just fiddling around on the computer. A little bit of context here. My mom has stage 4 cancer. I don't use headphones when I'm playing games or anything, maybe except on rare times. And if I do, it's usually during the day when my mom's up watching TV. Where my PC is in my room, I can see my mom in the living room in her chair. So last night I'm scrolling here on Reddit. That's when I hear what sounded like my mom in the living room. My mom uses a walker to help her due to having both knees replaced and also being 80. I had my door open, so I looked into the living room and she wasn't there. The lights were off, nothing moved. Okay, just the house making normal sounds, so I go back to Reddit. A little bit later I hear my mom's voice, but I don't really make out what she said. It's just one word, so I assume she said my name. So I'll go out to the living room expecting to see Mom. But again it's dark and she isn't there. Stand there listening for a bit and even say, "Mom, you up?" She doesn't reply. I go to her bedroom door and listen, and I can hear her breathing and she's sleeping. Okay, it's not Mom. Stand there a moment, and that's when I hear a full-on sentence behind me coming from my bedroom. Maybe the bedroom next door to mine. Can't make out what it said, but it was definitely 8 words or so. And I should point out that we do have a few spirits in the house, human and animal. I've posted about them before. So I got back to my room and just told the spirits that it was enough and to stop doing that. Didn't have an issue the rest of the night. Nice. Creepy house story. So, throughout my childhood, I would visit my grandma's house frequently. Sometimes it was just a visit, and other times I'd have a sleepover. As I got older, I became more and more scared of the house. Got to the point that I would have panic attacks even at the mention of it. As well as this, the activity increased as I got older. Eventually, I refused to go anywhere near it. So my first memory was when I used to, thinking back, I think it was that it was sleep paralysis. Like I would wake up and not be able to move. In these moments, I could hear loud voices. They'd be both male and female. They'd be repeating numbers or words. They'd get increasingly louder and closer. This happened around the age of 4 and 6 and stopped at about 13. I started having recurring nightmares in the house. This would always be relatively like the same dream and theme. It was pitch black and I was stood in the house and someone would appear out of nowhere and chase me, trying to hurt me. It's only stopped within the last 2 years. Traumatized me that much. It would always feel cold and heavy in the house. I would feel cold air and see shadows out of the corner of my eye at nighttime, and it was really quiet. It's like laid in the dark and being too afraid to go to sleep. I could hear footsteps and mumbling and bangs downstairs or in the corridor, and I'd be shaking with anxiety. Objects would move on their own and lights would flicker. I tried to search up the history of the house, but got nothing. It's just always a heavy feeling. The house is always freezing cold, electricals would stop working frequently, and I'd always be tired. So, yeah. I heard a man crying near the washroom. 2024 incident. I am Jay Islari, a male 26. I always sleep late at night, and on that day it was around 1 or maybe 1:30 a.m., I guess. I was watching a series amidst I felt the urge to go to the washroom, so I went. I just touched the doorknob. I heard a man crying, like my whole body just started shivering. And all of a sudden, I ran away from there and told my mom about this. We went back in a minute. There was no one there, and we searched everywhere with the flash on. But shockingly, no one there. I already know this place is a bit haunted, because I already had an incident before this in the same place. It was when we pretty much came new. We had just a new home in this new place. There were 2 houses, one was temporary, it was like a hut. We used to live there while the new house was under construction. While it done completely, we shifted to the new one, but the TV was still on the old one. It was on 2009 or 2010, I guess. But I was new to Facebook and I was busy chatting with new friends there, and then somebody just moved the windows again and again. Thought it was my brother who was tricking me. So after some time I heard brother laughing in the old house with the family watching series on TV, and after this incident 2 or 3 days later, my brother witnessed a shadow. It was just moving and went under the bed and shook the whole bed. Next day, a barrage came and fixed the problem. After many years, it came again, I guess. Starting off on a confusing foot. Friends said they saw my mom at the window, but she wasn't home. So I was out with a friend last night. She took me home. I moved here about a month ago, and I'm still scared of walking here alone. I don't know, I just get bad vibes. But either way, when we arrived by the front of my window, and the apartment's on the first floor, she said, "Look, your mom's in the kitchen." I looked at the window and only saw the light on. I didn't see anybody being in the kitchen, but I shrugged it off, thinking that maybe she moved or something. My sad is pretty bad as fuck. I unlocked the door, went inside. The kitchen is right by the front door. I opened the door to the room to see if she's in there. There was no one in the kitchen, and the lights were kind of freaking off. Like even the damn window was closed. I huffed, confused, went further in the house, but I asked my mom if she was in the kitchen. And she wasn't in the damn house. Later found out that she was a neighbor. Couldn't have been anyone else, as I was like, I was the only one living with my mom. Call my friend to tell her this, and she freaks out, swearing on her life that she literally saw and heard my mom in the kitchen. It was confusing. This house is confusing. It's not even the only weird thing that's happened here in this month. Like, I got more stories with hearing and seeing stuff and things. Like, at one point, something even called out to me. Like my damn name in my mom's voice at like 3 a.m. I was about to answer, but opened my eyes and saw that damn door to my mom's room wasn't open and slammed my mouth shut so fast. But it's not good to answer if something like this happens. It's not even the weirdest thing that happened here. That literally is making me feel like I'm going nuts or the damn house is fucking with me. Could always be both. The Boys on the Plane. Unexplained interference. On a weekend afternoon in 2006, my girlfriend and now wife were hanging out at her apartment watching The Weatherman on DVD. About halfway through the movie, from the TV speakers, we hear a muffled man's voice, like he's speaking through a fast food drive-thru speaker, saying something that sounded like the toy is in Spain. We look at each other confused. I'd never seen the movie, and I didn't know if this was some bizarre part of it that she was looking at me thinking I was playing some weird joke. We both say we have no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, the voice from the TV said it again. The toy is in Spain. With a bit of caution, I ask, the toy's in Spain, the toy's in the rain? He responds, sounding a little frustrated. This time more forceful, as if trying to enunciate more. The boy is on the plane. We look at each other again, stunned. Seems to have responded to us. It repeats it again, sounding even more frustrated, and again faster. Finally, my wife shouts, "Stop it! The boy's on the plane. We don't know what you want us to do about it." Silence for a bit. The voice then mumbles something and then very clearly says, "Sorry." Then we never heard it again. I watched that part of the movie again later to reproduce the sound, and I tried a handful of other DVDs. I tried plugging the DVD into another player, the player into another TV, and nothing. The TV just had the DVD player and the coax cable for the cable TV hooked into it. Never been able to explain what happened that day. Something scratching my foot while trying to sleep in bed. So this happened in my childhood, and I've only ever told 2 people about this. I guess it's because it sounds so silly, I guess. When I was 8 or 9, my bedroom was pretty small. I had a bunk bed, but I always slept at the bottom bunk because at the time I thought it kept me safe from demons. My bed was situated in a way where 3 sides of the bed were against a wall. The head part sort of touched the wall, and the left of the bed touches the wall, and the foot part touched a wall, so that also had a window. If I was laying perfectly straight in bed, the window alignment was perfect with my bed. The height of the bed was in a way that my feet were just below the window. One night I woke up in the middle of the night. My feet were sticking out of the covers. I moved to get in a comfy position and try to fall back asleep. Out of nowhere, I felt something scratch the bottom of one of my feet with enough force it almost hurt. Freaked out, faced the wall to my left, and got into the fetal position with all my limbs and head under the covers. Even my head was covered with only my mouth not under the covers. I laid there for what seemed like hours. That was until I fell asleep and woke up in the morning. Told my mom what happened, and I'll never forget what she said. Oh, it was probably the cat. I wouldn't pay it any mind. I instantly told my mom that we didn't have a cat anymore, and she brushed it off and hurried me to get ready for school. Before I left for school, I checked the space in between the floor of my bed and the wall. Nothing was there, no toys, no nails or screws, and definitely not a cat. I even checked the window, but it was locked. Never happened again, but then again I never slept with my feet not covered by my blankets, even to this day. Little Annie Aiken. Recently, I was in Charleston for a dance-related event. My parents and I would like to go on ghost tours when visiting places like Charleston, mainly just to hear the history of the buildings and stuff. We decided on a ghost tour of the Magnolia Cemetery. There were a lot of cool stories that I enjoyed hearing, but the one that stood out to me the most was the Little Annie Aiken. I don't remember much of her story, but I do remember our tour guide telling us that little Annie was a very active child, loved to play. We were told she died at the age of 3 of a sickness. I can't remember the name of it. During the tour, I started hearing a young girl singing. It was very faint, and I couldn't make out what the song was. I asked my mom and dad if they heard it. They both said no. And also, at several moments, I felt something wrap around my free hand. Sometimes it felt like a small hand, but other times my hand just went cold, and sometimes it felt like I was being pulled into the opposite direction that we were going. Once we arrived at Little Annie's tomb, our tour guide told us her story. She then told us that sometime if Little Annie really likes you, she'll grab a hold of your hand. She also said that people have reported hearing a little girl singing Ring Around the Rosie, a small child wrapping their cold hands around someone else's. Once our tour guide had told us that my dad asked if that's why I was hearing and what I was hearing, and I told him I felt the hand too. I was hesitant to tell our tour guide then. We were very freaked out. We had a very dramatic woman on our tour. I didn't want to freak her out anymore, so I just told our tour guide after it was over. It was a very cool experience. Never had anything like that happen to me before. I guess little Annie must have liked me. Please help. What was attacking me and my pets? Started a week and a half ago. I was hearing random things drop in my house. I was hearing somebody walk down the hallway, but no one was ever there. Heard a girl almost moan or cry. In the hallway when my door was closed, this happened, and eventually things got, worse pretty quickly. My boyfriend got hit on the shoulder, and the next day I got slapped on the leg extremely hard from under my bed. I was so terrified. I never was a firm believer, but I definitely am now. And after that night, we turned out my old Ouija board. I haven't used it in years, so I have no idea why I'm being fucked with now. The board was being insane. It kept spelling out 666 in my name, and like it wanted me. I said goodbye. Next day, I left for a one-day vacation. Got home, and my pet's tank was destroyed. It all fell apart, which wasn't even possible. All the latches on the glass were open. They actually could have all died. I was in shock. All my CDs were knocked off my shelf on my bed, and they haven't moved since I put them up a year ago. Once I cleaned them up, I left the room for maybe 5 minutes, went back in only to find peanuts on my bed. I ended up saging the entire house yesterday. Burned the board outside. Left to go to a friend's house after, and I got home around 12:30 midnight. Go to get out of the car, and I see a black shadow walk away from my house like down the street. Almost as if it left my house. Am I safe? I'm not sure what to do. I've never been physically attacked. Please help. And also, my phone tonight actually is charged, so I'd wake up to my phone completely dead and nothing's wrong with my charger. Strange noise in my backyard, and blood found dripping down my back door. So last night I was taking my puppy Photo outside. It was 10 p.m. We have copperhead shows up in our yard a lot, so I walked across my backyard with them in case one of these were nearby, so I could block them from getting bitten. My back was to my house, so I couldn't see anything behind me. Out of nowhere, it sounded like a heavy rock or something got thrown and hit the house directly behind me. And then something screamed or yelped. That's the best description I can give. Never heard anything like that scream before. It echoed through the woods. Heard a bird hit the house at first. Well, thought it was that, but Would have seen it on the ground if it was one because, well, there's absolutely no way a bird recovers that quickly from such a hard hit. Whatever it was very loud, but yet my parents who were inside our house didn't hear it. Yeah, it's like a screech, but also not. Like there's no damage to the side of the house or any sort of rock on the ground that could have made such a loud noise. The puppy heard it at first, but didn't seem too alarmed. Went back to sniffing on the ground. Was completely calm after the fact. But another weird thing my mom and I noticed recently is that there's a spot of blood above her back door. It drips down the center of the frame, and there's a few drops on the ground that got washed away by some rain. It looks like either an animal was hurt or held there so the blood could drip down, or it was painted on, I don't know. If it was an animal, it would have had to hang on for a while to let that much blood drip down. It's a strange thing. Could anyone give me some peace of mind on the situation or some insight on what might have happened? I feel like I'm going crazy. Mimic or something else? My children have been talking about seeing something in their room the last few weeks. This thing they both described it as tall, lanky, gray-skinned with big, black, beady eyes. They described it as being surprised-looking, but it's almost taking on features of people in the house. So it's hairless sometimes, but other times it has long, dark hair like myself. They said it's almost looking like one of the kids in like the facial structure they're onto. They look a lot alike. The first time my oldest saw it, she actually saw an arm come out of their closet. It wiggled its long fingers, and after was peeking around the closet at her, and when he went to look at it, she was 16. She was like, I must just be tired. But my youngest, who she hasn't told anything to, is not scare her, saw the same thing looking over at the door at her. My mom was over and we got on the subject of ghosts. Enthusiasts we are. My oldest daughter brought up seeing something, and before she could even get it out of my younger child was like, did it look like this? And proceeded to describe it in detail. My oldest son said yes. So I know they're definitely seeing the same thing, but I haven't the faintest idea of what it could be. Can't tell if it's something bad because it hasn't really done much besides show itself, and they do hear whispers a lot in there. So far, they say it hasn't been seen outside since their room. It's only in there, but I'm bound to determine to get out there and, well, I am bound and determined to get it out, but I have to know what I'm dealing with first. What an evil entity looks like. Discussion. I've always been enthusiastic about the paranormal, because I like the mystery behind unexplainable things, and maybe also partly because I haven't actually seen a ghost, so I'm not scared. Now, since I'm curious, I asked my younger cousin to see if I'd ever seen a demon or something like that. This cousin of mine has been telling his parents that he can see people who aren't there since he was young. So we actually started to believe him when he ran out of their house naked and frantic and into my other aunt's house because he saw what looked like a woman's figure. Though there is no face. That was by the bathroom window. So back to my question on what demons look like. My cousin said that he has no idea what a demon looks like, although he saw a dark presence that, to him, was closest to one. He was about 12 at the time, playing hide-and-seek in their school grounds just before sunset. School was just literally a few steps behind their house, so he's allowed to play there. He was hiding behind a tree when he saw this dark presence. To him, it was the darkest void he'd ever saw. If anything could be blacker than black, he said that was it. He said it has no face, no discernible shape or body part. It was just a mass of blackness. It wasn't moving, but when my cousin saw it, he froze from fear. Actually admitted that he wanted to cry on the spot. He said it gave off a very bad feeling and he felt as if his life was in danger. Couldn't move or run. He only came back to his senses when a playmate tapped him. He ran home as fast as he could. Since that day, he never played by the school grounds after class again, as the school is also known for all sorts of paranormal activities. Even my aunt who teaches affirmed to this. The light shined in my face. So if you recall from my last stories, I had several different experiences as a young child. And as embarrassing as it is, this led me to bedwetting till I was about 10. Well, besides the few times as a child that I lived in apartments and government housing with my mom, I spent the majority of my adolescent and teenage years living on a cotton farm in South Texas. That's with my great-grandparents, and that's north of Corpus Christi, kind of near Bayside in the Port Bay area. It was a little old-fashioned two-bedroom white house surrounded by cotton fields as far as the eye could see. You could make out the town of Gregory and the refineries, and you could also see like Ingleside at night because of the little strings of lights in the distance. It was pretty rural, and my great-grandparents were salt-of-the-earth type country folk. So we had a window unit in the back bedroom. The rest of the house was cooled by screen doors, windows, and fans. Eventually a window unit in the living room that only went on at night. Remember, my great-grandmother would often get up in the middle of the night and walk me to the restroom with her flashlight so I wouldn't pee the bed. One night when I was about 8 or 9, my grandmother got up and shined the light in my face for a while and then walked away. I didn't get up or even open my eyes because something my grandma would say in Spanish is, "Wake up, let's go to the restroom." She would gently shake me a bit and would get up and go with her. And this night I was comfortable and needed a little bit more convincing, just a flashlight in my face. So, cut to the morning, my grandmother was up making coffee and breakfast. I walked over to her and asked her why she shined a light in my face. She told me she actually forgot to get up that night and take me. When I was a kid in the 90s, we felt the spirit of a dead cat. Details inside. So one day back in the 1990s, I and a bunch of friends, Gareth and Rachel, helped me scrape a dead cat from the road. I'll pin it to 1994. It could be a year or two out. It was pretty flat. No chance of even the best vet bringing this poor thing back to life. But we did have enough compassion to do it a favor, get it off the road so at least the owner could identify it. I was out on my bike with those friends, but it was just up the road, so I rushed back, got one of my father's shovels, and returned 5 minutes later to do the deed. I waited for a break in traffic, busy British B Road. Got to work. 1, 2, and 3. Got it moving off the side of the road. And here's where it got interesting. Once we'd done that and got the cat's body to safety, we stood over it for a little bit and, just out of curiosity, started pointing at things as kids do. It was pretty messed up, as you can imagine. By the nature of doing this, each of us ended up putting a hand directly over the cat. What happened next surprised the bejesus out of us. In holding our hands over the cat, we each got what could only be described as a nice electric shock. Worked its way up our hands and arms as we held our hand over the cat at this one time. It was amazing. We still talk about how weird it was this day. Was it the cat's spirit lifting away? We're obviously unsure, but it was a profound experience, and neither of us has ever experienced it again. An unsettling and unexplained experience. When I was around 16 years old, my auntie was heavily pregnant with my youngest cousin. She had 2 kids and the third was on the way this night. It was the night that she had been placed into the hospital for birth. I had to babysit the 2 eldest cousins while she was in. They were asleep upstairs in their bedroom. I decided to place myself in the living room downstairs to watch telly and be with the dogs. It was getting late. I decided I'll get a few more hours of sleep in. As I got comfortable with both dogs with me on the sofa, I started to drift to sleep. As I was almost about to fall asleep, the border collie shot upright, tail stiff and straight, staring at the door of the stairs. I took no notice of this and told him to get sleep, as may have been a car on the street late at night. But as soon as I said this, I heard the most petrifying, loudest banging I've ever heard. It was as if somebody with boots was slamming their feet running up the stairs. When I say running, I mean literally sprinting up. Shot up mid-panic attack, opened the door to allow both dogs to run up in case somebody had broke in. Followed quickly behind to run into the kids' room where they were both fast asleep, dogs staring into the corner of their room. All of the rooms were empty. No one was inside apart from us. I woke both the kids up and brought them downstairs to sleep on the sofa with me. I also got both dogs in the living room too. I didn't sleep after this, and I waited till my aunt and uncle both got home. I mentioned this only briefly to them, and my uncle says it's a common occurrence. What could this be? Could this be malicious? Time glitch or sleep delirium? I work from home. I start work at 7 a.m. every morning from my computer taking phone calls. My alarm went off this morning at 6:45. I snoozed it like I always do and then get up when the second one went off. I had this extremely strong, creepy feeling that I've never had before in my own home. Like something just wasn't right. I just don't know what. It was strong though. I got dressed, left the bedroom to go to my computer. Turned on every light in my apartment and closed the door behind my back in a little office room that I never close. I just felt creeped out having an open door behind me this morning. And I never felt like this in my own home. So I sat for 17 minutes without a call coming in. Usually my phone rings within 30 seconds of turning it on in the morning. So it was like 7:17 at this point, but then suddenly I look at the clock again and it's fucking 2:17 a.m. Got goosebumps. I had an extreme shiver down my spine. I was just so shocked because my alarms went off twice. I always watch the clock in the morning because I have to turn my phone on at 7 o'clock, the exact minute. So I just sat there for another 10 minutes, what the hell? Look at the clock again and it's 2:22. I scrolled through my alarm apps on my phone like a dozen times expecting to see a 1:45 a.m. alarm that accidentally set or something, but there wasn't. I'm just assuming that I dreamt my alarm and woke up too groggy to really notice what hour it was, but it sure didn't feel like that in that moment. I have some paranormal things happening in my house. Recently, my dad had to give away our cousin's guitar. Passed away when I was 6, and he was in his 20s when we passed. That was on New Year's Eve. When my parents and I got home, we started to get ready to watch the countdown. There's a door right next to my room that just leads to storage. A couple of seconds, the ball dropped. I watched the door handle jingle, and then it opened, and my parents heard it too. Freaked out, but almost amazed at the same time. Ever since then, unexplainable things happen. Never been hurt by it. I always hear unexplainable footsteps and dishes being moved around, knocks on my bedroom window in my parents' bedroom. It's where his guitar used to be. The door open and close when I'm home alone. Sometimes my TV will turn off by itself, and when I get up to turn it back on, I'll find that it's been unplugged. Every once in a while, I feel something poke my arm or my leg, which is something my cousin used to do and would get on my nerves when nothing was around could do that. Also, every night I see orbs flying around my room when it's pitch black. This could be my eyes playing tricks on me, though. It seems to really revolve around me for some reason. Parents don't really experience anything, that they rarely believe me whenever I tell them about mine. It's kind of died down a bit in the past few weeks, but I don't mind having a spirit in my house as long as it doesn't hurt me. I don't know, I could be overreacting about certain things, but honestly, too many things happen for me not to believe in. And yes, it does freak me out, but again, it's kind of cool at the same time. Mysterious woman humming. About 2 or 3 weeks ago on a Friday or Saturday night, maybe around 1:15 a.m., I was finishing up with some games as I stay up late most nights playing games. I was going to put a pizza box in the bin outside. I went into the garden and put it in the bin, but as I did, I could hear a lady humming. It was in the street just behind this big hedge that we have. I'm a big lad. I used to be a prison officer, so I know how to handle myself. I don't easily scare. Something about this gave me the willies. Went to the gate and looked in the street, and there's nobody there, but I could still hear some lady humming. And at this point, I had 4 dogs, by the way. The dogs in the house started barking like crazy, which they don't do, which added to the feeling of fear I was getting. I was going back to the house, and the humming continued and seemed to get louder. But I just got in the house, shut the door, and the dog's still barking at the door and running up the stairs in the living room to look out the windows. Our door. The things that don't bark. Our door has glass in it, so I look through again, no one there. I go in the living room, look out the window, and upstairs, look out the window for a better view, and again no one's there. I know I wasn't asleep because when I settled, I came to mention it to a friend on Discord straight away. They obviously thought I was bullshitting. Anybody have a similar experience or anything? Like, this was more just to get this out of my head more than anything. Pleasure to be of service. Hospital Ghost. Encounter 1, January. While staying at the hospital for a month with my sick child, I experienced several strange events. A sound machine fell off a side table, and a light flickered erratically. But I was the only one who witnessed these occurrences. However, during a time when doctors and nurses were updating us on my daughter's condition, magnets flew across the room seemingly on their own. Staff saw this happen but seemed puzzled, chose to ignore it. Encounter 2, last month. While sleeping at home, I felt a hand run down my arm and then a poke on my back. My husband was asleep behind me. I initially thought it was just my nerves from sleeping awkwardly, but after falling asleep again, I was abruptly woken by a loud "Mom!" Yet there was no one around when I looked. Encounter 3, yesterday. During a recent hospital visit for a routine checkup, my daughter was asleep during her chemo session. While I was talking to a nurse and looking at photos on the wall, I felt a distinct tug on my sweater. Turned around expecting to see someone. No one was there, and the tugging happened 2 more times. The nurse mentioned stories of a playful ghost that haunts the hospital, known for pranks and keeping doors from opening. Curious if anybody has experienced similar events or has any theories about why these encounters might be happening to me. Any insights or similar experiences would be greatly appreciated. Another weird experience in my home. So it's been a little while since I posted any strange things happening. Life got a bit hectic for a while, so if anything odd happened, I unfortunately haven't noticed. All the weird things have been kinda silly, nothing scary or anything. Also, I'm not fully convinced that my experiences are paranormal, but I haven't figured out what's going on yet. Tried posting in a glitch in the Matrix sub, but they didn't allow it. Please let me know if I'm in the wrong sub again. So a few days ago, my husband and I took the kids for a walk to the park. When we got home after everybody was inside the house, I went to close the door. Now my door is a bit wonky right now, definitely needs some new hardware, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. Must be locked or it won't stay closed all the way, especially on windy days. I also have to push it a bit to get the locked parts to sort of line up. But as I was pushing the door, I felt like something was blocking it from closing all the way, so I opened it to check what was in the way. I didn't see anything though, so I pushed it closed again. This time it closed properly, so I reached down to lock it. Just as I was about to turn the lock, it felt like somebody was trying to push the door back open from the outside. So I looked through the little peephole and saw no one out there. Opened the door to get a better look, thinking my husband must be trying to pull a funny on me. No one was out there. I confirmed that we were all inside. So I closed the door again, and this time it locked easily. Went to view a house yesterday. Ghost? I'd love to know y'all's thoughts. My fiance and I have been hunting for a rental home as I'm beginning a job in a new city. Yesterday we went to look at this gorgeous cheap house that was huge, but really, really old. When we walked in, everything seemed fine, albeit dated. Checked out the whole first floor. Before we got to the basement door, this really big feeling of dread came over me. I verbally said, "Don't open it." He does carpentry and has a lot of tools, so he opened it up, took a few steps down. As soon as he got halfway down the stairs, he started gagging. He turned to me, his pupils were as big as dinner plates, like huge black pits. He came upstairs and said, "Can't you smell that?" I replied that I didn't smell anything. He asked me to take a few steps down and see if I did, and once again didn't smell anything. It was just musty basement smell. He came back down and said, "That's so weird. It's completely gone." So we should have left, but we didn't. We go upstairs. It's gorgeous, of course, and as I'm looking at all the rooms, my fiancé asked me to stop moving and to listen. We hear what sounds like footsteps on the hardwood floor downstairs. I say it's just a creaky old house. We keep looking. I'm creeped out, but I also like the house. It's a good price, and I'm determined not to let myself get psyched out. Story. I started when I was 14 years old. I'm now 38. There was always weird stuff happening around me, like keys gone and misplaced, heater turned on from, while I'm alone, and open cupboards and wardrobes. Kept going on like that for years. When I was 26 years old, I moved to Canada, bought my first house, and I was 29. Then it started to get more and more. Again, keys, wallet, heater, on, off, etc. On top of that, I heard footsteps sporadically. At 36, I got married. And now it gets interesting. The footsteps almost every day. At night as much as during the day. We have two, and they always looked from where the noise is and lay down belly up to get cuddles. They were enjoying themselves. One day we saw it for the first time. It was a little girl. Contacted a medium and we started investigating. We went through all kinds of methods. No success. December 2023, moved together back to Germany, and again, footsteps, keys, and other stuff gone and misplaced. Called my mom, and she came with a medium as well. Success. When I was 14 years old, my mom had a miscarriage. Turns out it's my little sister. She attached herself to my aura. We decided, my wife and I, to just keep her around. Even the medium were against it. At the end, it's my little sister. I want her to stick around. Creepy true story. When I was about 8 years old, my mom and dad just got back together. Moved into a farmhouse. It was old and it was pretty huge. We had a pet pig and chickens. The pig would stay inside and sleep in a dog's bed in the lounge room. I don't remember much, but my mom and dad still tell me to this day about it. My dad had gotten a day off. He had a bad back and needed to rest it off. So everybody else was at school or work, and my sister was at her mom's, and my uncles was staying with us for a while. He had gone to work, and my dad woke up to footsteps that sounded like somebody not picking up their boots. Dad called out to my uncle as he worked as a carpenter. He had big boots, but no response. Dad got up and checked every room, yelling my uncle's name. Again, no response. No one was there. A few days had passed, and my dad and mom were cooking dinner, and my sister was in the toy room. My uncle was with my mom and dad. I ran out of my room, and my room had a pretty big window that looked over the front veranda, wrapped around the whole house. I went to Mom and said, "There's an old man on the porch looking in my window." Mom looked at Dad and ran to the front grabbing a knife. We live in Australia and didn't even have any guns. My dad grabbed me and my sister, locked us in the bathroom, and walked to the front door to see where Mom was, and there's no one where they were looking everywhere. Even called the police. But nothing hearing the stories, and Still creeps me out to this day. A little bit weird. The mimic in the house. So last year my uncles decided to retire, thus changing their city home from a house in a smaller place. I went to help them move, and the weirdest thing happened in the house. I would see my family, my aunt, uncle, cousin, and a helper. They would be in rooms that they weren't at, and they also saw me. These encounters were recurring, and you could even chat a bit with whatever was mimicking us. And then you realize the other person wasn't in the house or was in another room. We were all so busy packing and everything that we didn't even notice until we sat down for dinner. Somebody would say something like, "You offered to go grab me a beer and didn't come back." And the other person would deny for holding that conversation. We also felt observed while in the house. It was an awful sensation. So much that we went together to get laundry or take the trash out. Things we normally did alone. At the beginning I was scared, but my aunt and uncle sort of didn't really react to this. They just said that when they bought the house, which was 30 years prior, it happened too. It stopped after a few months. Forgot to mention, it was a month of us moving, and during that move, the toaster, the microwave, and the oven just started malfunctioning. The toaster even caught on fire. Something inside the microwave exploded. I have the theory that now they're selling the house, and with all the movement, whatever was there awoke and started making itself known. Ghost Bus. From 1996 to 1999, I lived in a house near a very busy intersection. At that time, I studied at night, so I would get home from school at about 11:30 p.m. Till I had a coffee and something to eat before going to bed, I would talk to my mother. And around midnight, we would hear what seemed to be a tour bus with children passing by the intersection of the nearby avenue, which I mentioned above. However, it didn't make any sense. At least once or twice a week, we would hear that euphoria, which we associated with the tour bus. Our neighbors were a Japanese couple who had lived there much longer than us. My mother, upset with the bus that passed by at midnight, decided to ask them if they had ever heard it. Our neighbor looked scared, told us that 4 years before at that intersection an accident had occurred in which 6 people who were on an illegal bus died. Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, there was a bus driver strike, and some people would use old vans and buses to make some money. The driver of that bus was on drugs and ran a red light, killing 6 passengers on his bus. Recently went to the newspaper's archives here in the city, such as Folha de Sao Paulo. I indeed find the accident in the archives. As far as I remember, it was in February of 1992. Was it the residual energy that was recorded at the scene of the accident that was heard? It's been 10 years, but I can't stop thinking about it. I was with a friend and we were going back home. We made the choice to take another itinerary. We would cut by a small trail in the woods. We were laughing and everything while walking home. That was till my friend started screaming and racing in the opposite direction. The trail we were walking in was splitting at some point like a Y. So when he started screaming, I looked at the other branch of the Y and didn't understand anything at that point, but what I saw scared me for weeks. Maybe 20 meters from us, something was looking at us. It looked like a wolf or a bobcat, but it was much bigger, had a different face than anything I've ever seen. The legs on this thing were so long the knees were almost touching its shoulders in a seated position. It was sitting under the streetlight and looking at us. It didn't move at all, even when we screamed. It was so horrible, bizarre, and scary that 10 years after, I still remember like it was yesterday. Till this day, I have no idea what it was. Dad's a hunter and I've grown up in the woods with him, so every animal in the area, I know it. But it was nothing close to anything I know. The face it had. Can't stop but thinking this thing was not an animal or a human. It was something else. Have you guys ever experienced something like this? Let me know. Paid visit on Xmas Eve. My family and I were visiting relatives in New Jersey. That was for Christmas in 2018. We stayed at a hotel in the suburbs. We just finished cooking and baking for a Christmas feast at a relative's place, and we got dropped off at a hotel. We were staying there to freshen up before attending Christmas Eve Mass and eating dinner. When we got to the hotel, my mom and I were making our way towards the elevator from the lobby. Saw what looked to be an elderly Caucasian man, not very tall in stature, maybe 5'2", wearing a coat and a gray tweed golf cap. He walked past us, entered one of the elevators. I didn't really get a good glimpse of what his face looked like, but once I set foot into the elevator, I was shocked to see that he wasn't inside. I instantly got goosebumps. I asked my mom to confirm if she had seen the man as well. What she did. My brother and dad followed us into the elevator but claimed they didn't notice the man. Once the elevator got to her floor, I bolted to her room as fast as I could. There was a large portrait on the wall not too far from where the elevators were of an elderly man, presumably the owner of the hotel. My mother suggested that it could have been his spirit visiting the hotel on Christmas Eve. I could have sworn he saw a physical person walk into the elevator that night. I didn't feel like the spirit had an evil aura or anything like that. I'm so confused about what happened today. I was at a family friend's wedding. The wedding was in the middle of a forest. It was a pretty nice place, but after a while I needed a break from the crowd, so I walked toward a small stream that was nearby. That's where I saw this person. A little bit of background information. Last year, one of my closest friends passed due to a car crash. We were both into paranormal stuff, and they promised to come look for me after they died. Never noticed anything really apart from seeing shadow people every once in a while. That was until today. The person that was standing at the stream had a birthmark on their face. My friend had the exact same birthmark. That person was wearing a limited edition shirt from a band that we both enjoy. My friend wore that shirt the day they crashed. That person even had the same specific hair color as my friend. After I looked at that person for like a while, they smiled and said, "Hello," and said my name. I blinked and they were gone. I'm so confused about it. I need some confirmation that I'm not going insane. I think everybody would enjoy that, once in a while. Some confirmation that we're not going insane. Music room at school. So a few years back, I was in secondary school and in music. Me and this other girl got put into a practice room to rehearse our piano piece. It was a small room with an electric piano and a seat, like a literal cupboard room. We both felt a really eerie and heavy presence. We tried to just shake it off. Started practicing our pieces and the piano kept turning off, and multiple times in a row we just started playing like backing tunes. We just turned the switch off and on and seemed to fix it. Yeah, I'm aware electrical problems can occur, but it was just odd. The room had hot and cold spells. For example, you'd put your hand in one area and it'd be warm or room temperature, but then move your hand and it'd feel cold. At one point during our practice, I felt what I can only describe as a tickling feeling on my shoulders going down my back, and it felt cold, and I'd never had anything feel like that before. My friend said that she kept seeing things out of the corner of her eye. When she'd look in the direction, whatever it was that she saw just wasn't there. I'm aware of all of this being very small stuff that could be probably explained, but I thought I'd share it because I thought it could potentially be paranormal activity. We felt fear from that room and never went into it ever again. But I hope to hear from you guys again. See ya. Events happening in reverse. He told me a few years ago that we were talking about strange things that had happened to us and that we had seen. I think he had others, but I remembered this one the best. He was sitting in his room and heard something outside, possibly like its name getting called. He opened his door to see what it was, and he saw some unfamiliar figure was walking towards his room. He closed the door quickly. I can't remember his descriptions, if it looked human or like some type of dark figure. I think it was something dark and possibly demonic from how I imagined it. He opened the door and it was gone. Later, at least a few weeks, he was watching TV on his couch downstairs. He looked up to the window section of the glass door next to him and saw the same being climbing in. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but he disappeared soon after we saw him. Finally, he was playing on his trampoline in the backyard. I think a couple of months later. He looked over to his shed in the side yard to see the very same being walk out of it and head toward his back door. If you were playing the events, they seem to have happened in reverse. I don't know what you guys think about this, and I totally understand if you don't believe it, but I think it's interesting. If you've had a similar experience or a possible explanation, I'd appreciate hearing it. I still don't know what to make of this after all these years. Something strange happened to me when I was younger, and to this day I still can't explain it. It bothers me even after all these years. For context, I'm a 38-year-old and will turn 39 on the 24th of this month. I was living in London, then Ontario, Canada, the city where I was born. My parents were renting a house and I was about 7 or 8 years old. We had a neighbor who was a single mother with a son my age. We went to the same school and became good friends. One day while we were playing in my backyard, he asked if I wanted to come over and play inside his house. He had a lot of cool toys, especially ones that I didn't have. So, headed to his house. I went inside mine to ask my mom if I could go over there. She said yes, so I went over. Their door was unlocked, which was pretty common in the early 90s, so I went inside. It was very quiet. I started calling his name. When I went into his room to find him, I saw him and his mother sleeping. It shocked me. So I ran out of the house as fast as I could, and to this day I find the whole thing very strange. Apparition that's been with my family since I was born. So I, an 18-year-old female, my sister, a 15-year-old female, and my mom, a 49-year-old female, have all noticed this apparition of a woman with jet black hair, dirty white dress, and not sure if she's faceless or if I've just never seen her face. She's pretty tall. I'd say 5'9" or maybe 6. For as long as me and my sister can remember, this woman has always been in all of her family homes that we've moved in and out of. It seems like she's limited to certain rooms. Like, for example, back in 2019, I was asleep in my bedroom. My sister was in the living room facing my room and her room in the bathroom. She saw her come out of her room, go to the doorway, and stop. She was just looking at my closed door like she wasn't able to get in. She then went past my sister through our living room toward our dining room kitchen. However, upon reaching the hardwood floor and entrance to that area of the house, she stopped again. Just like she couldn't go in. This woman could stand in the doorway of rooms while me and my sister played, never causing harm, just watching when her mom wouldn't be there. She didn't make me uncomfortable until I got older and realized it wasn't normal for her to be there. Yeah. My deceased dad visited me. Context. My dad passed away in January of 2020 from suicide. We weren't speaking at the time, and I always wished I'd gotten closer before he passed. The other night I had a vivid dream. I was walking down the street. Imagine like a city's main road. It was empty when I got the urge to walk into a bar. This bar was old-looking, somewhere you'd only picture old regulars going. It was completely empty. Suddenly my dad appears, asks me how I am, says it's good to see me and gets me a drink. We then both sit down and he asks me how my family is and if I'm enjoying school. He then says that he misses me, he's sorry. Tell him that I want to stay, but I feel like I have to go. I had this conflicting urge to sit with him longer and walk out the door. The windows facing the street were also glowing white. He says I don't belong here and that I need to get back to my family, but it's okay. We then hugged and I stood up, walked to the door, and woke up before I could exit. The whole time his face was extremely vivid. This is important because whenever I try to think of my dad, I can never clearly picture him in my mind. They wanted you to forget. So this was a really weird occurrence. I'm not sure how it'll sound when written out, so bear with me. I've had just a few paranormal experiences, but they've all been in dream form. A few years ago I had a dream where I was being confronted by something. It was telling me to remember. I asked what I was supposed to remember, and when I was transported into a different dream. I was young and in my parents' bedroom in our old house. They were out shopping and I was alone. Yet I heard my mom's voice in the room with me. Can't remember what she said exactly, but deep down I could tell that it wasn't actually her. And as soon as I had that feeling, her voice lowered into an inhuman growl. The voice from the beginning of my dream came back and said, "They wanted you to forget." I woke up in a cold sweat after that. Then I remembered. It wasn't a dream. This was a memory that I did indeed forget. The weirdest thing is because I'm really big on the paranormal and unexplained, I remember each and every encounter that I've had. While I do remember the time I heard someone mimicking my mother, I'd forgotten it ever happened for like 5 years. So basically, something made me forget this experience, and something made me remember it. I don't really understand it either. Creature in the doorway. Hello, I'd like to collect testimonies. Testimonies to find out if I'm an isolated case or not. Being on holiday in Spain, I had a nightmare about a person in a doorway. She was pointing her finger at me. Clearly looked like she was trying to devour me. So far, normal. Just a nightmare. I'd wake up, sit on the bed, and looking up, I could see her in the doorway, smiling just predatorily. Obviously, I scream and wake up my sister who's sleeping with me, which proves to me that I'm really awake. Turned my head, the creatures disappeared. But as soon as I close my eyes, I dream of her again. I have the distinct feeling that she feeds on my fear. I had a similar experience at my grandmother's, and again, my sister and my other sister were sleeping with me. I have a nightmare, I wake up, find a creature staring at me, and again I'm sitting, screaming and waking up my sister next, just screaming. As soon as I turn my head, she disappears. Since I'm wide awake and sitting when it happens, and not blocked in my movements, I don't think it's sleep paralysis or a daydream. My experience with a bed ghost. I'm living at the Job Corps Center that was built on an old military base. Yes, people have died here before, and after it became a Job Corps. There are ghosts here. Most are small, but of all the experiences I've had, this one was the worst. I was in bed and it was late at night. I can't remember the exact time, it was somewhere between 1 and 3 a.m. I sleep on my stomach, so I didn't really see this happen. Now, the wall ghosts are pretty common. They knock on the walls. Sometimes they're more active. But that night, they were the most active I've ever heard. They actually woke me up. I didn't think much of it until I heard 3 loud knocks right next to my head. Then something slammed down on the edge of my bed, like someone sitting down really hard. Bed stayed indented like somebody was there. Then it was like that for a good while. Eventually the bed slowly rose back up and immediately turned to look. Roommates were in bed. There were no footsteps, and when I asked them about it the next morning, they were confused and I was horrified. By far the worst ghost experience I've encountered. I heard my front door open. So I'm with my brother, staying over at my new apartment. It's in the house from the 50s or 60s. We're making a song for her dad. After we're going to bed, I was on the bed. I was chilling on social media, and then I hear my front door open. I felt a chill go to my stomach, my cat looking in the hall as well. I slowly got up, making my way down the stairs to the front door. There's nothing there. Nobody there. Just a random sound of my front door opening. Without even opening. And at 2 a.m. too. So now me and my brother are going to sleep together this night. I don't know what it could have been. I live in a neighborhood away from the stores. A little bit away, but still relatively close to the rest. I live on the 2nd floor. The landlord renovated this to be an apartment that he rents out. I have a walk-in way to set off, take my shoes off at the 1st floor and then go up the stairs to the 2nd. Then a hallway, and you see my bedroom to the 1st floor. Or rather, the 1st room on that floor. Then the kitchen, bathroom, and so on. So I don't know. Question on taking spirits with you to a new home. So my plan is to move my mom and I back to Indiana. No problems other than that we know that there are several spirits in our current home that, they were here when we moved into it. Plus the spirit of my dad, my dog, and my cat. We would like to take them with us. The spirits who were here when we moved in have done nothing but let us know that they're here. My mom was touched by one the day she was going to the hospital for a knee replacement. The touch was on her shoulder. It was like a comforting hand letting her know that it was going to be okay. Most others are hearing voices or names being called and smelling cigarettes or cigar smoke. I assume my dad's spirit will be easy. Just take the urn with his ashes with us. But what about the others? Do we just tell them to come along, or do we need to bind them to something to take with us? What about the pet spirits? Will they follow because they're attached to us, or do we need to attach them to something? And as for the pets, I have a squeaky toy my dog played with. I leave a lock of hair from the cat. What's up with my old house? Just to be clear, nothing particularly big happened. Don't want to build anticipation more. Just ask about the random happenings there. My old house used to always be kind of off. Once heard my name being called, and the only other person in there was my mom. She was on the other side of the house. I kind of remember that if I left my door open while sleeping, I would, usually face the wall due to some shadows off. But being so young, I honestly can't remember if I ever saw, a proper shadow figure, if it was just like my mind twisting the darkness. Previous owners died, though we have no clue if it was in the house. The original bathroom tiles had angels on them. They weren't designed to look creepy in any way, but they were very unsettling. Honestly, the house just had that bad feeling that no other house I've been in has. And you know what I mean, that kind of bad feeling. I was apparently above an old mine. Being in an old UK mining town. Woman with black hair covering face and white dress. I vividly remember the night I seen this woman. I was young. I was getting ready for bed, changed my clothes, was getting ready to turn the TV on to put on a DVD, and the moment I look up in the reflection of the TV, I could see the bed and a woman wearing white with long black hair covering her face looking at me. I was petrified with fear, couldn't move or speak. The first thought was that there was an intruder who broke into my room. Something felt completely off, so I took up the courage and looked at her with my own eyes. Then she disappeared. I quickly looked back at the TV reflection. She wasn't there either. Never seen her again in my life. I'm in my 20s now. I can never explain this logically, and to this day I have no idea what it was, or who she was, or what she wanted. I've never questioned it until about 5 minutes ago, like, why me? So I'm posting here in hope somebody might have seen something identical or could maybe explain this, or even something more logical. Your thoughts and theories are appreciated. Ghost? Poltergeist? My mom had a really bad ear infection. Needed to take her medicine on time to quickly get rid of the pain. She had an alarm set for some time between 12 and 3 a.m. She'd been in our front room watching movies, waiting for her alarm to go off to take her meds. We ended up falling asleep, and before the alarm went off, we were woken up by loud bangs. We both sat up straight, absolutely scared shitless. They were so loud and repetitive that we thought someone broke into our dark house and didn't know that we were actually home. It was coming from the kitchen. When we went to check it out, and all the cupboards, drawers, the fridge, stove, washer, and dryer, basement door, and bathroom door were open. Some cupboards were still moving from being violently slammed shut multiple times. Nobody else was awake. We checked on my dad and 3 brothers, all fast asleep. The doors and windows were locked.